They didn't.
They did. That's what the whole beef was about. That's it. As a matter of fact, Edwin Hubble is the indictment of that. There were people that didn't believe that the earth moved, and then there's those people. So the question is, what was their justification for it?
Oh, yeah, they use science and observation to correctly interpret the Bible.
Okay. Well, they didn't use science. It's a philosophical decision. We've already covered that. So I think we should just keep going. I have a lot. I just want to breeze down.
Yeah, go ahead with it.
Okay, here's a physicist, Julian B. Barber. This is a physicist right now, very, very prominent and infamous physicist. He says, thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the earth moves. Physicist Julian Barber. So you agree?
So is he? I don't know if he's talking about like a motion in terms of some reference frame, or I don't know what the context is.
The context is whether or not the Earth could be geocentric or not. The heliocentric model proposes that the Earth is tilted on a 66.6 degree axis, wobbling.
Nobody uses that number, 66.6.
I know you guys don't use that number because you don't like to point out that it's just coincidentally Satan's number. I don't care. That's the number I'm using.
Satan's number is 616.
No, actually, only one text out of the thousands even claimed that.
The earliest one. The earliest, most accurate.
Oh, yeah. So all the other ones are wrong. Gotcha.
Because they're based on the internet.
Red herring, Matthew. Red herring.
Exactly. No one cares. All of it's a red herring. Yeah, so we'll use it so you can't red herring. 23.4 degree tilted wobbling axis where it rotates and revolves. So the in the context of heliocentrism versus geocentrism, so heliocentrism entails both rotation and revolution. He is explaining that it is remarkably difficult to say categorically whether or not the Earth moves. This is a infamous physicist of today.
Yeah, I don't know why he would say that, because I think it's fairly simple to do that. I mean, maybe if you're trying to prove it with experiments of light, like we were talking about before. So
no, he didn't. Why are you reading into what he's saying? No, he didn't say anything about that. He said it's remarkably difficult to say categorically whether or not the Earth moves. So if you're saying that he's incompetent in his field, okay, cool. Other than that, we don't need to hear your speculations about how he misspoke and what he should have said. This is a published work. It isn't like he got bombarded on the street and misspoke. This is something he published.
Okay, so I guess in that case, I don't really know who Julian Barber is, but I would say I disagree with him. It's remarkably easy.
Yeah, so how so? How's it remarkably easy?
Oh, because the stars are far away and we see them rotate.
Oh, so begging the question. So it's just because he's actually intelligent, he knows that begging the question isn't in any way admissible. So, okay, next question. Bernard Cohen, another very infamous physicist. There is no planetary observation by which on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun.
It doesn't get any more straightforward than that. But I wonder what the spin and flex will be.
Yeah, let's hear it. I'll read it one more time. There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. Physicist I. Bernard Cohen.
Yeah, I don't know why he would say that, but it seems like there are clear observations, so I don't know why he would say that.
Because perhaps he said that because they didn't observe this. Just a thought.
All we're going to get is that it is a victory for them to say that all of the prominent physicists and astrophysicists of today are just wrong. That is a win, because their main talking point in the mainstream is that we're science deniers, that we are not in the know, we don't understand basic things. And so we're using the very mainstream argument of consensus that they use against us. We are flipping it back on them. It is only the anonymous, I guess Matthew's one of the rare people that aren't anonymous, the anonymous globe zealot anti-flat earthers on the internet who just run around claiming all this other stuff contrary to the actual paradigm that they believe and the people that brought it to them. But yet they will immediately turn around and say, oh, you think every scientist in the world is wrong. So let them bumble around the internet, contradicting themselves, because I'm trying to formulate a sharpened argument for us to actually shift the paradigm away from heliocentrism over to the factual representation of the Earth. I don't care about the anti-flat earthers, right? So if all he can do is throw all these infamous physicists and astrophysicists under the bus, it should be very eye-opening for anyone in the audience, and all the flat earthers should realize how valuable of an argument this is.
Yeah, all those physicists and astrophysicists, if we ask them if the Earth is flat or spherical and whether it's in motion around the sun or not, I'd be happy to go with whatever they say.
But you're not happy to go with whatever they say right now when they point blank say that you can't prove it and that it's just a philosophical decision of preference due to the Copernican principle.
The Earth is flat. That's weird. That's a weird way to put it. I don't know why they said it that way, but I think they all believe the Earth is flat.
But they believe that the Earth is a ball that spins and revolves around the sun due to a philosophical preference, that they don't think it's logical to think the Earth could be special because they're like across the board atheist. Okay,
I mean, it's already over. It's already over. He already said he doesn't know why they said it and that he just disagrees. I mean, that's it.
It was over when he said acceleration. Over. Right then.
I want all the flat earthers to save these quotes because I think they're very useful.
I think you guys should stake this whole argument on the idea that acceleration is different. Is the same as motion.
Shut the fuck up. No, it's not.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah. He didn't even say motion. He said that the Earth moves.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mountain.
Again, if the Earth is in a heliocentric model, it has to both rotate and revolve. The context of the quote is him writing about geocentrism, which is a stationary Earth that is central, opposed to heliocentrism. You can try to spin it as however you want to. You're effectively lying. Okay. Thus, failure of Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of the year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space? Physicist Adolf Baker, explaining that Michelson-Morley contradicted the philosophical bias that they had, that the Earth is actually revolving around the sun because the evidence showed that it wasn't moving. Okay. I mean, these are so damning. It's just sad. Okay. Another very infamous physicist. The easiest, so if we apply Occam's razor, that which requires the least assumption and the least complexity, right? Because the globers love to say, no, the heliocentric model can't explain things, though. And the heliocentric model has answers for everything. That's actually exactly the opposite, which means if they were to apply the logic that they were initially claiming, they would become geocentrists, but that would require intellectual honesty, and they cannot do that or think for themselves. So anyway, the easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe, with all the other heavenly bodies paying homage by moving around it. Physicist James Coleman. So it was not considered seriously because it would mean the Earth was special. That's science, isn't it, Matthew? That's science.
It was based on their prior presumptions of how things work, what the solar system looked like. So yeah,
they got an excuse for everything.
Well, wait. But here's the thing. Every quote context that he's given so far was questioning whether we moved around the sun or whether it was as if it looked before we thought we were moving around the sun. That is the context.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on. The Michelson-Morley experiment confronted scientists with an embarrassing alternative. On the one hand, they could scrap the ether theory, which had explained so many things about electricity, magnetism, and light. Or if they insisted on retaining the ether they had to abandon, or if they insisted on retaining the ether, they had to abandon the still more venerable Copernican theory that the Earth is in motion. To many physicists, it seemed almost easier to believe that the Earth stood still than that waves, light waves and electromagnetic waves, could exist without a medium to sustain them. It was a serious dilemma and one that split scientific thought for a quarter century. Many new hypotheses were advanced and rejected. The experiment was tried again by Morley and by others with the same conclusion. The apparent velocity of the Earth through the ether was zero. This is where the crap hit the fan, basically.
And then Einstein fixed it with relativity.
Okay, here we go to another one. So which is real, the Ptolemaic or Copernican system? Although it is not uncommon for people to say that Copernicus proved Ptolemy wrong, that is not true. One can use either picture as a model of the universe, for our observations of the heavens can be explained by assuming either the Earth or the Sun to be at rest. Physicist Stephen Hawking.
Talk
The
about
Earth is
enemy
flat.
testimony.
Or Jupiter. You could use Jupiter as the at-rest spot.
Yeah, but the epistemology to that is the flaw, the epistemological flaw in that is that in the heliocentric paradigm, nothing is without motion.
I mean, this is Stephen Hawking, my man. This guy
Stephen
saved your
Hawking,
heliocentric model 20 times.
Mr. Black Hole himself.
Dude, the most infamous physicist in the modern era.
Josh
Okay.
posted Hold on.
Again, this is why I told you the context of the conversation, Matthew, was wouldn't you find it intriguing that all of these infamous physicists say themselves that the heliocentric model is no more viable or accurate than the geocentric model, and that we determine that it's heliocentric based purely on philosophical preference, that the Earth is not important?
Yeah, that makes sense, and I agree with that.
Okay, you agree with it, but you also think the Earth is important. Got it. Okay, so if we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies was seen to be executing circular turns once a year. And in general relativity, this enormous motion would create forces akin to gravitation, which would act on the sun and planets and give them the motions of the Tychonic theory. Physicist Steven Weinberg, who's saying that even if you assumed relativity, it could still work, which of course relativity is wrong. Okay, so this is again explaining, look, if the Earth's at rest, then that would just mean that the galaxies execute circular turns once a year, almost as if the sky is an intricate timepiece that was made to all work together on the same timeline. That's so illogical. We must believe that everything is random and chaotic, though. So again, the more viable...
it behaves in a law-like manner, immutably.
Exactly. The more logical option, that there is a natural order, is thrown out, and we go over to the absurdity of chaotic happenstance that cannot explain it. What a joke. Very infamous physicist. Okay, so here's another quote. This guy's name is Fred Hoyle. This is the astronomer that coined the term Big Bang. It's actually because he thought it was stupid, that's why he called it that, but very infamous astronomer. Again, coined the term Big Bang. Let it be understood at the outset that it makes no difference from the point of view of describing planetary motion, whether we take the Earth or the Sun as a center of the solar system. Since the issue is one of relative motion only, there are infinitely many exactly equivalent descriptions referred to different centers. In principle, any point will do, the moon, Jupiter. So the passions loosed on the world by the publication of Copernicus's book, De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium Libri VI, were logically irrelevant. Astronomer Fred Hoyle.
Yeah, that makes sense to me that you could arbitrarily pick any point as the center and do all the
and that all observations work. Yeah. So
now,
if
that's the case, and geocentrism preceded heliocentrism, again, what was the justification?
The justification was probably because the sun was the biggest thing in the model, and so they said, we should use that as the center and make the
so sun worshippers, huh?
Yeah,
no, not worshiping, just picking the biggest thing as seeing that as the center place.
You have to assume it's
idolizing it, yeah. I mean,
If the
because
sun
there's
is the
no
biggest thing.
reason. There's no reasons. That form of idolatry is very apparent, specifically because the people who've come up with the idea already had an idea that we were the center because of their theology.
But wait, Matthew,
And
you do
then,
realize that if the Earth is geocentric, then the sun isn't the biggest thing. So that was a
Right.
textbook begging the question.
No, I think the geocentrists even said that the sun was bigger than the Earth. Some of them did.
No, you're wrong. You're
No,
wrong.
you're wrong.
You don't think the Greeks thought that the sun was bigger than the Earth?
All geocentric models say that the Earth is small, that the sun is small, not the biggest thing.
No, geocentrism has to do with the Earth being the center. It doesn't say anything. It's agnostic about the sizes.
Matthew, come on, dude.
Matthew, never learns.
The sun is local in geocentrism. Anyway. So here's another one. We can take either the Earth or the sun, or any other point for that matter, as the center of the solar system. This is certainly so for the purely kinematical problems of describing the planetary motions. It is also possible to take any point as the center, even in dynamics, although recognition of this freedom of choice had to await the present century. I would hate to break it to Fred Hoyle, who would be turning in his grave. Actually, we do not have the freedom of this choice still to this day in 2022. Even the governments themselves have come out and actively censored, misrepresented, and strawmanned the geocentric position. And NASA has gone as far as to take all kinds of information off their website that actually supports geocentrism, retroactively eliminating the information so that people cannot have a fair decision or choice. Totally seems like a side I want to be on, huh, Matthew?
That I would dispute that characterization. That's interesting, the way to put it, though.
They removed a ton of stuff off their website. You can prove it with the Wayback Machine. So
yeah,
anyway,
I don't.
so justify your dispute. Well, first of all, clarify what your dispute is, and then justify it.
So you can choose any point as a frame of reference, either the sun or the moon or Jupiter or the Earth or whatever. And then it just makes more sense to choose the sun if it's
no. I mean, what is the dispute with what was said? Don't just tell us how you feel. What was the dispute? In order to dispute something, you have to be speaking to something, which you were. You responding, right? And you said, "Well, I would dispute that." So, what are you disputing and justify it?
I dispute that NASA took off information from their website in order to keep people from believing the geocentric model.
Okay, well, they removed information that is more. It works better with geocentrism. Probably coincidence.
Yeah,
Okay.
not just NASA as well. It's also the European Space Agency. They used to have records of all of their balloon launches with the names of everything they sent up. We flat earthers started looking at all that stuff and publishing it and making videos about it, and they removed all that.
Correct.
Just a coincidence.
It was easy to see the irregularities in there. Well, not even. I don't even know if you would call it that. It was easy to. Well, for lack of a better term right now, I can't think of. And all of their photos, so to speak, they removed them.
Yeah, it showed that the Earth had a special position.
So it used to be that you could get like the original picture or original information, and so now you just get a JPEG. Now you just get a copy.
Yep. And
so that's
actually,
like thousands of pictures, Matthew.
Anyone that doesn't know, ESA, European Space Agency, that was actually the confirmation of the original findings from the WMAP team, which showed that the Earth was the center. And people were trying to say, "Oh, they just messed up." And then the Planck came back. The Planck data came back from the European Space Agency, which just further verified in greater detail with less noise in the imaging, and showed the very same thing, only stronger. So they could no longer handily dismiss it, although they've effectively still done that because, like you said, they just removed it once we started picking it up. So, And that's why they called it the axis of evil. They called it evil. Well, that's so much science there. I'm just overwhelmed. I'm drowning in science. They called it evil. Anyway. So here's an infamous science writer, Kitty Ferguson. It is possible to describe the entire universe using any chosen point as the unmoving center. The Earth will do very well, and no one can prove that choice is wrong. Scientists today prefer to picture everything in motion and nothing as being the center. If you haven't given much thought to the implications of the 20th century science, you may be chagrined to realize that because of the concept of relative motion, no one can prove that the Earth moves. Yet we have anti-flat earthers claiming unequivocally that they've proven it, and we are science deniers. Okay, next. I know they get kind of redundant.
I like what she said. I think what she said is kind of profound, that if you believe in relativity, you can just sort of arbitrarily pick any spot. And I think she's right. You could choose Earth as the center of the universe and go from there.
Well, actually,
and if you do that, no one can prove that the Earth moves.
No, but look, there's a problem epistemologically. Can anyone spot the problem?
Yeah,
okay, with the expansion of the universe, nothing is not in motion. So that's just a model that is departed from the rhetoric. Therein lies another contradiction.
Actually, the expansion is going way too slow. Heliocentrism has been debunked in its own presupposition. It's off by 10 to the 120th power. It's not expanding anywhere close to as fast as it has to.
But you get what I'm saying about using the Earth is fixed, or using the sun is fixed, or using Jupiter is fixed, or using anything else that's fixed. No, you can't do that, because in heliocentrism, as we know it today, nothing is not moving. Not even the sun is not. I mean, obviously it's moving, but it's supposedly circling what?
The center of the galaxy.
Center of the galaxy.
Right.
And the galaxy
There's nothing that's not moving except for the thing that's really the space in the middle, in which nothing actually resides.
And then that space in which they inhabit is not moving, because it's not a thing in motion.
Which actually they even do claim, right? They say that there's a curvature to space and time. In order for something to curve or to bend or to warp, that's motion. But they just throw that out and disregard it because that would violate Newton's laws of motion, saying that there would be an equal and opposite reaction. The curvature would straighten out. But anyway.
In their paradigm, nothing is not moving, not even space and time.
Exactly. You can't bend something without it moving. Yeah. Okay, here's
sickening.
Another physicist. Thus, we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. This would mean that we use a system of reference rigidly fixed to the Earth in which all the stars are performing a rotational motion with the same angular velocity around the Earth's axis. One as to show that the transformed metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations. Actually, we don't, because that's pseudoscience. By distant rotating mass. This has been done by Thuring. He calculated a field due to a rotating, hollow, thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were centrifugal and other inertial forces usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. What point of view is chosen as a matter of expediency. Physicist Max Born. I mean, even within the assumption of relativity, man, it's just like, now let's see if you like this quote.
Yeah, but what he and Kitty are saying is that you can arbitrarily choose whatever you like as the center.
That's what's up. See if you like this quote. So I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Physicist George F.R. Ellis.
Okay. Yeah, I like that too.
So you agree that it's just philosophy?
Yeah, so I see what you're saying, and based on those three quotes, I see what you're saying is a philosophical choice about what you choose to be the center of the universe. You have to do equations differently, but basically You could choose the sun, you could choose the center of the galaxy, you could choose Jupiter, the moon, or the Earth as the center, according to what these guys are saying.
So
And
it's just
just a little note.
No, but that's a little. Actually, you would agree that to add on to what you said, the center and is a fixed, non-moving thing, right?
Right. The
And
center
that
and being fixed and non-moving.
right.
Just a
So
little
that
note.
doesn't work, regardless of what you use. It doesn't work for the current understanding of what the sky is supposed to be at all, right?
No, it works. I mean, you just
Well,
choose.
it doesn't represent it. If you whatever you choose, our understanding of this reality, if we're to believe the story, is that nothing is at rest. So if you're using a model to describe reality, but you have to make it to where something is fixed, then in your paradigm of movement of everything, you would have to disregard the fact that everything moves in order to implement this model.
Right. If you choose the sun as the center, then everything moves. The Earth moves, the moon moves, everything is in motion. If you arbitrarily choose the Earth,
Except for the sun,
except for the sun,
the
right?
sun is not moving.
And then if you choose the Earth, whatever you choose as the center, then that's fixed and immovable, and everything else is in motion. So
you
everything
don't
else is in motion.
arbitrarily choose the Earth. That's what all observations denote the default position to be.
Right.
You don't arbitrarily choose.
Yeah, because we don't feel any motion, and so that would be a good starting point. You could start there.
But how come they do the opposite?
I think again, it's a philosophical choice. I see what you're saying now, and I agree that it's probably a philosophical choice. And
I'm
you
trying to
see
say
how
this
it's
sentence
ironic
right
that
here.
you see how ironic that their philosophical position is diametrically opposed to the crux of yours, being a creationist.
no, because I think it kind of makes sense that the biggest thing God created in the solar system is the sun. That would make sense to use that as a good starting point, as the 0 point in the.
You disregarded the point. So, in your paradigm, the Earth is special because the Creator made it so that we can live here. And the philosophical bias that has created the paradigm of heliocentrism to be misunderstood as if scientific and definitive is comprised of the exact opposite belief that the Earth is not special or significant and was not created.
I don't think it means we're less special.
And you can sidestep it. Hello?
Yeah.
No? Am I breaking up?
No, you're good.
Oh. And you guys can like come to it later if this is like gonna derail the point that you're making. But when you say that, when you made that statement about the sun being bigger than the earth, and you definitely said something about the creator. From what part of scripture do you get that the sun is bigger than the earth?
Oh, not from scripture, not from God's word, but from God's
all right
will.
no okay, no more. That's just all I wanted to do. You just said that didn't really have anything to do with.
So it's what
May I please say this?
God is. He plays the role of God.
No, God
I
speaks
just
through
want to say a
revelation.
quick note real quick. I just want to say a quick note. Just let us be careful with the way we use the term philosophy, because we're tossing around the term philosophy as though it's just unjustified, unsubstantiated speculation, when that's not necessarily true, especially when philosophy consists of epistemology trying to establish a valid method of knowing so that we can justifiably claim to know what we claim to know. Just that's it. So it's really unjustified, unsubstantiated speculation.
It's when it's applied to definitive science. That is the problem.
So when they choose the sun or the great attractor at the middle of this void, aka space, there's no justification for that choice to claim to know that to be the case.
Yeah. The ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, the Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless. So, hey, Matthew, and that's the physicist Martin Gardner. Hey, Matthew, is that guy talking about rotation?
Yes, he's talking about rotation and motion. You could pick the Earth as stationary and motionless, and like he said, it wouldn't do violence to even the way that we speak.
So this guy's obviously saying that we haven't proven that the Earth rotates.
Well, he's saying we could use that as a reference frame. I mean, I think he would believe that the Earth rotates relative to the sun, but you could choose one or the other.
Okay, if he said that you can do it, then that means that we haven't proven that the Earth rotates, or we wouldn't be able to do it. It would exclude it as viable.
Notice that he said that you can do it. You can arbitrarily choose that. It's not saying that it's the only choice you have to make.
I never said that it was the only choice. I'm pointing out that he says, and this is a modern infamous physicist, says that do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless. He says that we can, to this day, utilize a stationary earth. If we had proven that the earth rotates, he wouldn't say that we can choose to understand that the earth doesn't rotate. Full circle to my full point, my initial point and my macro, which is that the anti-flat earthers claim that we have proven that the earth rotates, and even Bob did it, and all the infamous physicists say otherwise.
To help Matthew understand even further, again, a priori, a posteriori. The Earth is moving in heliocentrism. The Earth is not moving in geocentrism. These are two different a priori theories that is trying to interpret the data. So in the controversy, they're both substantiated, but the problem is that one is justified, the other is not justified. See, it may be consistent, and then again, it's more so consistent with geocentrism than heliocentrism. The a priori theory is trying to interpret the empirical data, you see. So when you appeal to the empirical data, the a posteriori data, when trying to defend heliocentrism, it's unjustified. Why? Because there are far more empirical things that we're trying to interpret that are disparate from the academic cosmic paradigm, the ACP, than with geocentrism. Especially above all else, concerning the Earth. Heliocentrism says the Earth is moving. Geocentrism says the Earth is not moving. We don't observe, we don't have any empirical experience of the Earth moving, which is contrary to heliocentrism in correspondence with geocentrism.
The Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places of the planets are the same for the two systems. Astronomer J.L.E. Dreyer. I know it's redundant, guys. I'm sorry, but I just hope you guys save it. And, you can never have too many hostile witnesses. It is very important to acknowledge that the Copernican theory offers a very exact calculation of the apparent movements of the planets, even though it must be conceded that from the modern standpoint, practically identical results could be obtained by means of a somewhat revised Ptolemaic system. It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth between Copernicus and Ptolemy. Both conceptions are equally permissible descriptions. What has been considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, as opposed to that of antiquity, is questioned as to its truth value. Physicists' hands don't care. Reichenbach.
Yeah, so he's not saying it's true or false one way or the other. He's saying that you can arbitrarily choose as a frame of reference one or the other.
Matthew, when you say you can arbitrarily necessarily choose. You're saying that it's unjustified, like my point earlier. So when you choose heliocentrism as the a priori theory to interpret the a posteriori data, the empirical data, it's unjustified, especially because you don't have any empirical data of the Earth moving.
Can I give an analogy for how I think about this? I know analogies aren't very popular around here, though. I might get muted.
Why would you say
You're
that?
feisty today, Matthew. I think this might be getting to you a little bit.
Yeah, why would you say, Matthew? Have I not used at least 40 with you
Oh yeah,
in
no,
here, around here?
I'm totally fine, and yes, you are allowed to use analogies. It's just that I am
No,
physically.
what do you mean allowed? You just said that it's not used much around here, where I hang around.
I mean, like when we Globers bring up analogies, it frequently gets shot down.
Whatever.
Okay, so here.
Go ahead.
Let's say that I'm on the freeway driving 60 miles an hour to the store. It probably makes sense to think of it as the store being stationary and I'm going 60 miles an hour. But technically, what all these physicists are saying is you could actually choose to say that the car is stationary and the store is moving towards me at 60 miles an hour. And the ground is moving 60 miles an hour underneath me and all that type of thing. And that's true. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, technically that's true. But it's not like, and they're saying you can't distinguish between, is the store moving towards me or am I moving towards the store? And it just seems to make more sense to say that the store is stationary because it's bigger.
But the only time both a priori theories would be justified interpretations of the empirical data is if, in one, the Earth, the store is actually moving towards you. You actually have an empirical sense experience of the Earth, the cosmos around you, including the store, moving toward you and you not moving, and having an empirical sense experience of you moving and the cosmos and the store in the cosmos not moving. But you don't have the former. You only have the latter.
Well, if you were in a really smooth car ride, it might feel like you're stationary.
See, that's an appeal to a subjective sense experience
Which
apart
is what you're
from
doing.
an objective sense experience. See, you give these unjustified negation retorts. You wouldn't know the difference if the car ride was smooth. No matter how smooth the car ride is, and you can't even conceive, you can't even fathom a car ride so smooth that you can't tell you're moving. You can't even fathom that, and you have never experienced that.
No. Well, maybe not a car, but like a bullet train. Those maglev trains in Japan, they do this thing called the coin test, where they put a coin on the windowsill and it doesn't tip over, even though they're going like 300 miles an hour.
But again, you don't only have the sense of feeling, Matthew. You have 5 senses.
Right.
And when you're on the bullet train, and when you're on this imaginary, amazing car, I would love to take a ride in that car. Whether you're in any of these vehicles, you still see the Earth. You still see the cosmos around you moving. You can still hear the motion of the vehicle. You have all this empirical sense data that tells you the cosmos in which you are existing in is not moving, but the vehicle you're in is moving in it.
Why interpret it that way? Why not say that the car is moving and all the sound and the bumps is because the Earth is moving underneath you? I'm stationary in my car.
Because you don't experience that.
You do experience it. It's the same thing.
No, you don't experience it. You believe that you experience it. You have deceived yourself into believing you experience this because you have an unjustified faith commitment to that notion.
Yeah,
but no matter how much
the point you were making about first having evidence of the latter but not the former. Again, you can apply the same understanding, and again, I'll ask you, please give us your active listening ears, because he just told you. Well, there is no instance in which you're going to get into a vehicle and not know that that's what happened and that you're moving. For you to then say, well, now that I'm in this moving vehicle that I've willingly gotten into, now I'm going to pretend in my mind that it's the Earth moving underneath. That is the only ridiculous scenario in which you can put it, but you would know in the offset that you began moving.
I love
So
what you said there.
Especially Matthew, as a Bible believer, you should know better than to say such a thing because the God has made the universe and He has made uniformity to the universe, and He has given us senses to experience empirical data that is trustworthy, so that we can orient ourselves in this world. He would not build a world in which our entire sense experience faculties would be just antithetical to what is actually happening.
Gregory, I agree, and that's one of the best reasons I think for saying that we can trust our senses. To go back to Elijah's point, that yes, I love how you said it, Elijah, that we would be pretending that the car is stationary and the freeway is moving underneath us, and I think that's exactly the point that Whitsitt was bringing up. All these physicists say that you can pretend any frame of reference. And
Yeah,
so
they didn't say that.
if I'm riding in my car, I could sit there and pretend that my car is stationary, and there would be no way. I mean, they're saying it's not necessarily to
no,
be
no,
one
no,
way
no,
or
no,
the
no,
other.
no, 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 no. In all instances, the frame of reference is stationary. They're not pretending that one thing is moving. And no, in those scenarios, and all of them, the thing that you're going to be censoring not moving at all.
Yeah, what they were saying is
It's
that you
not
can
that you can
choose.
pretend. It's not that you can pretend that it's not moving, but it is.
It's that it's a choice that you make. It's not based on sense experience. It's a choice that you use.
Yeah, but that's non sequitur to the point.
No, Matthew, you just told us that your sense experience faculties are trustworthy.
They
So
are.
trust them. When you look at the earth and when you feel your body touching the earth, you don't feel the earth rotating. You don't feel it moving at all. You don't see curvature.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. I tell my classes that had Galileo confronted the church in Einstein's day, he would have lost the argument for better reasons. You may use my name if you wish. Mathematician Carl E. Wolfman. I love
Yeah,
that one.
I love all these quotes that you're showing with it, because they show that it's an arbitrary choice based on philosophy of what we choose as stationary.
You keep saying that. We've already destroyed it. It's not arbitrary. It's the default position based on empirical evidence. It's arbitrary to go pick the sun and then have no evidence and
I
then
agree.
claim that you're a science denier if you don't believe your philosophical bias that can justify your atheistic lack of morality.
Wait, all these quotes just that you did, they show that you can choose whatever you like, right? There's no
Amen.
way to prove one way or the other. And you're trying to prove one way?
So
Yeah,
there's
but
no
when
proof.
you wait, it's not. Listen, movement. It's you keep on changing the argument because there is no movement for the thing that's in the center. So whether you pick, it doesn't matter what you pick. The only argument is whether or not the things are moving about us, or if all of the things we see, including us, are moving about the sun. That is the only thing you should be focused on.
Yeah, so Elijah, it sounds like you're trying to say that it is true that the Earth is stationary, but all of the quotes, including this physicist Hans Reichbach that Whitsitt just quoted, he said, "It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth between Copernicus and
Well,
Ptolemy."
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
24 after the hour.
When we map the sky to use it as a coordinate system, right? Because they're talking about different systems, right? So we mapped it on Earth. That's what we did do, right?
Okay.
Nobody mapped it from the sun or anywhere else. So from here, we've mapped all that out. Then someone said, "Well, I mean, you can pretend that the Earth is the sun is perceivably fixed in the center, like what it perceivably looks like here on Earth."
Anyway, the point is that Matthew said that you can prove that the Earth rotates, and he's wrong. So it's not just, you can keep trying to hand-wave dismiss it in this big basket, but that's the point. The Globers claim that you can prove the Earth is a movement, and that's patently false, and here are all of your priests telling you that's not true.
Okay,
There is no planetary observation. Go ahead.
I agree. It is patently false that you can prove that the Earth is rotating and in motion. When we say that, we usually are saying it with the unspoken assumption that we're using the we're saying in relative to the sun or relative to the center of the solar system. So maybe we need to be clear when we say that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're being very clear. You can't prove that
as a retort.
Exactly. There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries with the telescope can be accommodated to the system invented by Tycho Brahe. Just before Galileo began his observations of the heavens in this Tychonic system, the planets move in orbits around the sun, while the sun moves in an orbit around the Earth in a year. Furthermore, the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the sun and planets, so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit.
Yeah, so how would you answer my analogy of a car-centric system? I mean, we can't distinguish between my car being the center of the universe, and every time I drive to the store, maybe the whole Earth is rotating underneath me.
Well, we already addressed that, but go ahead with it.
Because
I've already addressed the macro here, which is you vaguely appealing to relativity, saying you can't tell means nothing, because the default position based on all empirical evidence is that we aren't moving and geocentric, yet you're choosing to pretend that that's archaic and stupid and unfounded, when in fact it is your position that's arbitrary, unfounded, stupid pseudoscience based on a philosophical bias of depravity, thinking that the Earth is not important and in fact has much more problems and is less viable. So again, this is the macro. I'm not claiming that these people are saying that the Earth is stationary. I'm not claiming that these quotes prove that the Earth is stationary. I'm claiming that that's the standard default position based on empirical evidence. You're making a claim antithetical to that, yet you have no evidence. So I have all evidence, you have no evidence. You try to commandeer all the evidence by just appealing to a reification fallacy, saying that you can't tell. If that satisfies you, I don't care. I'm not in this to convert anti-flat earthers.
The Earth is flat.
Furthermore, if your final response at this point is to respond saying you can't tell, then that undermines your position, because your position is a claim to knowledge. But if you can't tell, then you can't know. And you don't know.
Well, so I guess I'm saying that if you're going to bring up this idea with all these physicists saying, that there is no, that you can arbitrarily choose what to count as stationary, and then then it's right. Then it's a philosophical choice. You could choose the sun or the Earth or some other random place. And then if it's a philosophical choice, then I don't think that there would be a way to say that one is true and the other is false, because it's just a choice. You might say it's a bad choice, and that's fair. And maybe it is philosophical. It's like if God put us in a special place, then maybe we should choose the Earth as the center.
Well, one choice isn't viable, is what you're not understanding.
No, so these physicists say they're all viable. That there is no difference between them.
Well, actually,
what do you mean not viable?
Well, listen carefully.
There's no physical difference.
Listen carefully.
Matthew, you're fighting. You're just fighting it.
I'm telling you the truth. Listen, go ahead.
No. Okay, listen carefully. The difference is that within the heliocentric paradigm and the idea of this vastness of a vacuum ever expanding, okay, you have a discrepancy of 95%. The expansion of the universe needs to accelerate 10 to the 120 times faster than it is. Whenever they looked at the galaxies, they only had 1% of the mass needed to apply relativity to the heliocentric model. This is unaccounted for, and to this day cannot be explained, nor can what occupies it even be defined, even theoretically. Yet, with geocentrism, we do not have that problem, okay? So it is objectively more viable, and it is rejected anyway, simply because of a philosophical bias to claim that the Earth is not important. So we have all empirical evidence, and we're the more viable option. It's just objective.
And the critique I just gave earlier, Matthew, you missed the point. Of course, you're probably just whistling past the point. My point was about your argument. At this point in the conversation, you are arguing you can't tell. In other words, you can't discern. In other words, you can't know. Your response to defend your position of a knowledge claim is to say you can't know. If you can't know, then you can't know your position is true.
Yeah,
You've undermined
I
your
see
own
what you're
position.
saying. Yeah, I guess I was trying to say that if it's arbitrary that you choose what counts as stationary, then you cannot distinguish and you cannot know because it was an arbitrary choice.
Exactly. But you're trying to ascribe the arbitrarity, the unjustified arbitrarity to all positions. But
Right.
it's not, that's not justified to accuse, to critique all positions as being unjustified, especially when the central empirical fact in dispute is the shape of the earth and what the earth is doing. We don't see the earth moving. We don't see the earth being a sphere or any kind of curved surface. Therefore, that position that says it is wrong. And the position that says it's not is true.
Wait, so you're saying it's not arbitrary? So you're disagreeing with all these physicists that Witzig just quoted?
The physics, you're missing the point with, or you're deliberately missing the point with what Witzig is quoting these people. These people who think, who profess, they're professors, they're doctorates. They think they know. They're the very learned people. The very learned people who profess heliocentrism, the ACP, as I call the academic cosmic paradigm, they think they know that to be true. And then in the next breath, they go ahead and tell us that they can't discern whether their position or geocentrism is true. So in the first breath, they say they know, and how dare you defy us? And in the next breath, they say you can't discern the difference.
Even furthermore, they actually say that the heliocentric model has many more problems that can't be explained.
So when they say that, they're undermining their own position. When they say these quotes, they undermine their own position. They're contradicting themselves. And Witzig is quoting these men to expose this self-contradictory, self-defeating quotes. So to expose the arbitrarity, the unjustified arbitrarity of the ACP. Contrary to the empirical data, especially as it concerns the Earth is not rotating, the Earth is not moving, the Earth is not here.
We know now that the difference between a heliocentric and a geocentric theory is one of motions only, and that such a difference has no physical significance. The Ptolemaic and Copernican views, when improved by adding terms involving the square and higher powers of the eccentricities of the planetary orbits, are physically equivalent to one another. Astronomer Fred Hoyle again coined the term Big Bang. None of these people are addressing the actual problem with dark matter and dark energy, Matthew, which is the point that I keep making to you, which is that heliocentrism is less viable, but we will get there in just a minute. And you have yet to address it because you can't.
Because it makes no difference between the heliocentric and geocentric theory that Hoyle was talking about. It has nothing to do with dark matter.
That's incorrect, actually, and I'm about to go to Edwin Hubble and debunk you, but I'm not going to go out of order, so you can just be patient and hold on to your grasp of straws the best that you can. Okay. What happened when the experiment was done in 1887? That's Michelson-Morley. There was never in any orientation at any time of the year, any shift in the interference pattern. None. No shift, no fringe shift, nothing. What's the implication? Here was an experiment that was done to measure the speed of the Earth's motion through the ether. This was an experiment that was done 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. It could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 2 MPS that the Earth as in its orbital motion around the sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Michelson-Morley experiment? The implications is that the Earth is not moving. So again, it's not just arbitrary, whichever. No, the evidence shows that it's not moving. You have to reject it, turn your head to it due to a philosophical bias of atheism. I know this is tough for you to accept, but it's not my problem.
What do you think would happen if they did the Michelson-Morley experiment on one of the moons of Jupiter?
Well, they actually, if they went and did it on the moon, they could prove one way or the other, but they won't do that. Apparently, they went to the moon, but they won't carry out one of the most infamous experiments ever, which would prove one way or the other definitively. but they'll never do that. For one, of course, they can't go to the moon, and for two, it would debunk them definitively. So why would they not do that? They could finally prove that the Earth is moving by going and doing the test on Earth's moon.
Okay, so speculation, obviously, but what would be your speculation if they did go to the moon and did the experiment up there? What do you think they would find? That there would be motion?
They would find that the Earth is not moving. You can't go to the moon.
No,
anyway,
I'm talking about the if they did the experiment on the moon, whatever it is.
What do you mean? They would find that the Earth's not moving. They would find it. They would find a difference in the patterns based on the movement of the moon.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Yeah, would there be a difference? Because my speculation would be if they did the experiment on the moon, they would have the same exact results and find that the moon is not moving also.
Well, that's what you would have to find. And if you could really go to the moon and you really wanted to prove it, you would go to it on the moon, but they'll never do it. And in fact, I watched an interview with an infamous physicist who pointed that out and said, and of course he believed in the moon landing, so he's pretty far behind. But he's like, yeah, but we all know they'll never actually try to do that. They'd rather just whistle in the dark and then mock the other side. And that's the current paradigm of quote unquote science.
Well, yeah,
so here's another.
So many people believe that they wouldn't find anything useful, that they're not going to spend the money to do it on the moon.
Actually, they've been claiming that they want to go back for a long time. They just came out and said they had to push it back because they can't get the suits right. So, and it has one of the most valuable elements in the world in abundance, according to your paradigm. But I'm not going down your divergence. So this is another infamous physicist of the modern era. Michelson and Morley found shifts in the interference fringes, but they were very much smaller than the size of the effect expected from the known orbital motion of the Earth. Physicist John D. Norton. This is a quote that everyone should say for sure because the Globers love to say that Michelson and Morley detected nothing. That is not correct. They did detect shifts in the interference fringes, but they were far too small for the Earth to be in orbital motion.
So they were within the margin of error or not?
No, not within the margin of error. You guys say that, but no, it's not a margin of error.
Do you practice your sophistry?
No, I think Witsit is just naturally good at it.
I'm talking about you, Matthew.
Oh, you're asking me? No, I haven't been practicing sophistry. I'm just telling the truth.
Yeah, Witsit isn't using sophistry, so do not try to project onto him your own bad behavior.
Sorry, I had to reconnect my.
Projecting his sophistry is him using sophistry again.
Touche.
That is correct.
All right. I guess we'll continue. Sorry, I didn't really hear all that, but maybe it was meant to be. Okay. All this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there's something special about our place in the universe. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe. There is, however, an alternative explanation. The universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy too. This is, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. We believe it only on grounds of modesty. It would be the most remarkable if the universe looked the same in every direction around us, but not around other points in the universe. Physicist Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, and I'm being a theist. I'm open to the idea that we do live in a special point in the universe that looks, it looks like we're at the center because we are in the center, and I'm okay with that.
Nice. We're getting you over there. You're gonna wake up one day, Matthew.
Oh no, I fully woke up. I understand God's creation pretty well, I think.
No, you don't. Kai thinks that you're a closet flat earther.
Well, I heard that you've been to multiple flat Earth meetups in person.
Oh yeah, I went last Saturday before last. I mean.
And I think that's great. I just feel like most Globers probably wouldn't go to multiple flat Earth meetups and be peaceful.
That's probably
your laugh
true.
is psychotic, just like your behavior.
I do think that most flat earthers are sort of on a ticking timeline of how long they'll be able to maintain that belief. Because most flat earthers I've met have not believed it for more than 10 years. And so I think there is kind of like an expiration point at which point you'll wake up and realize, this doesn't work. So we'll see.
Ooh, 10 years. What a peculiar number to choose.
Do you know anybody? How many people do you know that have believed the Earth is flat?
When was flat Earth more popularized on the internet?
Oh, I don't know. Probably 2015.
2012.
Yeah. So how many years ago was 2015?
7 years ago.
Not 10 or more.
Not 10 or more, right?
What a peculiar number to choose.
No, I mean that's probably why most people who are flat earthers are flat earthers because of 2015.
No, we're flat earthers because you can't convince us to not be.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on
My
a
expiration date
second.
will be
Didn't
right
you
now.
say a second ago, Matthew, a second ago, did you say that you know of flat earthers that became flat earthers more than 10 years ago and since then have not been?
I was saying I don't know that many flat earthers who have believed the Earth is flat for more than 10 years.
Well, wouldn't the answer be none? Not many. Wouldn't the answer be none?
No, I mean, I know.
Well, there's some.
Yeah, I mean, I know some that have been flat Earth for 28 years and longer. So.
No. I mean him personally. Do you know of anyone that has known that the Earth is flat for more than 10 years, Matthew?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So what was the point of even saying that?
So then what you just said is totally meaningless.
No, that was the whole point. It's like I don't know anybody who's believed it for more than 10 years.
We get your point. His point is that he thinks that once we reach the 10-year mark, all of a sudden, physical measurement of curvature will just pop out in abundance.
It was such. I
predict in the year 2035, those of us who are listening right here, who are still alive in the year 2035, that hardly any of you will still believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, that's a cool story, bro.
Yeah,
and just because you think nobody's thinks the Earth is flat for longer than 10 years doesn't mean there isn't. There's people that were born being told the truth.
Yep, they're still flat earthers. So your hypothesis, Matthew, is proven wrong.
Not to mention the vast majority of human history of humans throughout all the history of the Earth, a majority of them were flat earthers.
Yeah, besides, it's so irrational because how in the hell is that going to work? It would mean that I would have to lose my memory at that moment and then be re-indoctrinated. That's the only possible solution because you would have to erase all of my experiences.
Well, not even that. People can suppress the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness, so people can just
come up with a
refuse
better
the truth and choose the lie.
A better explanation where we don't see the curve?
So Matthew, do you think someone's going to eventually actually directly measure an arc segment of the curvature, which you admitted a week or so ago that no one ever has measured an arc segment of the globe Earth? So are you predicting that someone's going to actually do that, and then all of us flat earthers are going to be like, oh, okay, there's the curvature. Couldn't see it before. No one measured it before, but somebody finally did, and it's a ball after all. Is that what you're thinking is going to happen?
No, you're right. I don't think that anybody is going to directly measure the curvature of the Earth. I do suspect that you may come to realize that calculating it based on reason and logic might be good enough to convince you.
No, you need to calculate it based on curvature measurements, not your so-called reason and logic.
Yeah, all our physical measurements are the opposite. They show a flat Earth.
Yeah, please do not do logic and reason disservice by calling things logic and reasons which are not.
We just pointed out for the last hour you have no logical consistency whatsoever.
What's your latest
Can
quote?
show me calculations that shows the Earth is a cube, but that doesn't mean I'm going to believe the calculations.
So my latest quote is, but when you look at the CMB map, which is the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe. Physicist Lawrence Krauss, who has won a Nobel Prize in physics,
For what? What did he do?
He proposed that the energy density of the universe was dominated by the energy of empty space. Blah blah. Supposedly, it was confirmed. I want to say 13 years later or something like that. 2011.
He's also famous for being a very angry atheist.
He is a very angry atheist, and that is why he is so staunchly opposed to the objectivity that the Earth is geocentric.
So, like many other award academies, a fraction of it is just self-congratulation without any real justification.
Correct. There's a reification of the model, and then they say, well, there has to be an energy to explain all this matter, and we can't understand how it works or what it is because we're not expanding near fast enough. We're off by 10 to the 120th power.
Yeah, here's a 13-minute clip, Matthew, you can watch on that exact pseudoscientist, where he brings a bunch of other experts on gravity to try to discuss what is gravity and how to try to solve the crisis in cosmology that you think are not a crisis.
Yeah.
Oh, I never said it's not a crisis. I admit it's a crisis in cosmology, but I think it's a crisis that's sort of like out there beyond our solar system.
No, you keep telling us how gravity works while mixing and matching Newton and Einstein, whereas the experts of your religion are saying that doesn't work. They need the new gravity because it doesn't function.
Yeah. This is how this whole thing is going. This is hostile witnesses disagree with you.
Just because somebody can't explain it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Doesn't mean it does exist either, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Because we don't have to explain whether or not it exists if the Earth's not a sphere, and the only reason that we need gravity is to explain omnidirectionality.
I mean, the difference between what you just said, Matthew, is there is something that exists first, but you don't know how to explain it, as opposed to something that does not exist, that is supposedly existing, and don't know how to explain it.
Like, nobody has to explain to me that unicorns are not real.
Or we don't know what it is, but we can explain what it does.
Yeah, but what is it? Yeah, but here, concepts bend in one.
Oh, no.
So I'm really just a flat earther, Matthew, because globe proponents like yourself can't give me any good reason not to be. So my expiration date will be right here this very minute if you can change that.
Yeah, it's called education. I mean, it's a long
process.
process.
Yeah, that's just a word that you say. What is it that you're going to educate me on? Where's the curvature measurement that you're going to show me?
A physics class would be a good start.
No, you still
say the Earth could be geocentric, so.
Yeah, but what am I going to learn, Matthew? You said that you've learned that the Earth is a globe, presumably in a physics class, because that's what you just told me to do. So just tell me what it is you learned in physics class that I'm missing here, and I'll just go with you right now.
For one, there's a difference between acceleration and motion.
Okay, but does the Earth drop away from you? Is it curving?
In physics, you learn about vectors and
okay, so I'm not going to learn anything that's going to prove that the Earth is a ball.
Matthew,
dude, you go to a physics class,
I'm going to help you with damage control. I'm going to help you because that's really bad. He's asking you to tell him where is the curvature. How do you know the Earth is curving? And you're talking about acceleration, vectors, and motion.
Hey, can I ask you a closed-ended question? It's yes or no.
Okay.
Can something be accelerating if it's not in motion?
Yes.
What a loser.
Matthew's logic, just because we don't see unicorns doesn't mean they aren't real.
Is that what they're going to teach me in physics class, Matthew? Is that what I've been missing? Is that the logic and reason I've been missing? That's the education I've been missing out on. Just because unicorns can't be seen doesn't mean they aren't real.
Hey, if I sit an apple on a table...
Whatever you say, Professor.
If I sit an apple on the table and it just sits there, is it accelerating?
No.
Can it be?
If the table suddenly disappeared, then it would start accelerating, and at the first moment it would be not in motion yet.
Oh my god, dude! Okay, you can't have an instantaneous shot of acceleration. It requires a differentiation in motion.
He used the same excuse in the lunchroom when his lunch fell on the ground, like, the table just disappeared instantly.
This is what I was trying to explain to you earlier, Matthew. Your conception is Newtonian here, whereas Einsteinian, that apple is constantly accelerating.
Maybe this is why you can't get a full-time position teaching, Matthew. Just saying.
It could be, yeah, because I'm too stupid to teach full-time.
Well, good. I'm
Okay,
glad
so
you
wait,
recognize that.
how do you
No.
measure acceleration, Matthew?
It depends on what kind of force is causing it. If it's a spring, you could look at the displacement of the spring. If it's due to gravity, you could measure how much gravity there is.
You can measure gravity? Wow.
You can measure something.
Hey, what about
oh my God.
Cannonball?
On the surface of the Earth, there's a constant downward acceleration. I don't think anybody disputes that, and it's easy to measure what that acceleration is.
Downward acceleration, is that because it's flat?
Okay, first
do
of all,
helium balloons accelerate downward?
Acceleration.
well, he says yes. They say when it goes up,
That's
it's
not true either.
so. But okay, first of all, it's not a constant anything. It's an agreed upon average once something goes down, and it has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball.
Okay, yeah. So we could argue about why it exists, but 9.8 meters per second squared is an acceleration that is observable for everything on.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. It's an agreed upon average, but all the different elements fall at different rates, and actually not everything falls down.
You're talking about falling. I was talking about acceleration.
Yeah, I thought that was proposed by Flat Earth Society, that the Earth's a disk accelerating upwards. That's just bullshit.
That's not, like, wait, hold on. That's a massive straw man. All of our beliefs, though. Like, we don't even need to defend any sort of flat Earth disk model because that's not our jobs.
Well, that's what he said. But look, here's the video of the elements right here that fall at different rates. So you're debunked. Also, it's nothing more than incoherent dielectric acceleration. So anyway,
do you buy into that dielectric acceleration
do
nonsense?
I buy into it? No. You can prove it. So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. If you cannot eliminate the variable, you cannot claim that it isn't the causal agent. In fact, I can manipulate that independent variable of electrostatics with the Van de Graaff generator. By increasing electrostatics, things will go up and float, therefore proving that electrostatics will affect acceleration and directionality. I can prove mine. You claim there's something else there that's scalar that you just can't isolate or prove. So I actually adhere to science and empirical evidence, and what I just said is objective.
Can you send me a video about what you just mentioned?
Just think about what he just said there. Do you buy into this? Now think about how many things does Matthew buy into? Okay.
He said
it's gravity causing a downward acceleration. I thought gravity was supposed to have formed the Earth into a ball, so I guess it's not gravity that's doing anything.
Wow.
Wait, Matthew, I want you to. You just said you don't agree with any. You just said you don't agree with anything I said. Okay, if you use a Van de Graaff generator, you can make things float. Are you saying that isn't true?
That's static electricity. You're not going to make a steel bowling ball float, no matter how hard you try.
Actually, you could if you had enough, but electrostatics is very weak. So you're skating past the point. Because, yeah, of course it's electrostatics. That's what I said. That's what dielectricity is. So if I use a Van de Graaff generator, can I make things float?
Some things, sometimes, yes.
Okay. Is there anything that falls down to the Earth that isn't electrostatic?
A kilogram of copper.
Copper's electrostatic.
Because it will ground itself.
Copper's electrostatic.
I don't know.
And I've witnessed anvils floating in Mercury.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, so you don't know, but you know that I'm wrong.
Claims
based on the sort of the copy pasta nature of like that screed you went on about electrostatics, I was like, oh, that can't be true. So yeah, okay. I prejudged it based on your tone.
Yeah. So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, which means every single piece of matter in existence is electrostatic. The Earth is electrostatic. If something falls down to the Earth, it is objectively electrostatic acceleration. We can actually prove that electrostatics affect acceleration and directionality by manipulating the variable, which is what science does. And when I manipulate the electrostatic variable, I can make things float.
Great. So now you don't have to. You could make a jet without jet fuel. You could become.
Well, you would actually have to have a ton of electrostatics, actually, because it's very weak.
Yeah, so that's just not how Matthew. That is possible to an extent, sure, but it's not very viable in like just modern era. So like saying that, oh well, then why don't we do this? It's like that's not a really plausible argument.
But what's so funny is okay. So why don't you have anti-gravity vehicles then?
Because nobody knows how to shield gravity or turn it off.
Or to how to even manipulate it.
Yeah,
there's no gravity to manipulate, Matthew. That's the problem.
Exactly. So
Well,
I can prove mine with scientific experimentation. You cannot.
Yeah, this is why I wanted you to watch that video I posted earlier, because Lawrence Krauss and the other guys were talking about anti-gravity and showcasing it using hot air balloons and submarines.
Matthew.
That would be interesting. I'll go watch it.
What supposedly causes space-time curvature?
Matter.
So matter just existing causes space or time to curve.
Which isn't true.
I think that's the story. Yeah, the more matter you have, the more it curves.
So no, that's not. So what leading theory now by these scientists or so-called scientists is essentially density and gravity. That's essentially it. That's what.
So it's just a story that requires.
At least they say it is.
It is a story that requires a reification fallacy, and whenever we ask you to manipulate the independent variable of gravity, you just change the quote-unquote mass of something, which is also intrinsically electrostatic. So every time you do that, you're supporting my point and giving me more evidence. Thank you. So we can move on now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But what's it? If I understand we disagree about why things happen. Wouldn't you say that on average, that things fall about 9.8 meters per second, whether it's a bowling ball or a piece of plastic or a copper or a rock or whatever?
Well, if I drop a magnet over top of a part of the Earth that has metallic composition, it'll drop much faster.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but yeah, so the agreed upon average of once things go down is decently accurate. Yeah. That's just an effect of downward acceleration. That doesn't even always happen. But when things go up, we assume it's going down, Austin.
And so that acceleration is fairly constant, right?
No.
It's not constant.
What is fairly constant?
What is fairly constant?
If let's say you throw a baseball straight up in the air, the whole time after it leaves your hand, it's experiencing about the same acceleration.
But you're trying to argue for like a constancy. So either it is constant, unchanging, or it changes.
I'm saying it's constant, yeah.
But
okay, so it doesn't change. So there is no change. You can't just get a little bit of change in between your fingers and just sprinkle it on the constancy. No.
Right. I'm saying it's constant. What do you? I don't know.
But all the elements drop at different rates.
True.
All the elements drop at different rates, though.
Dropping is something different. Falling and dropping is something different.
Okay, they fall at different rates. They fall at different rates, buddy.
Can't engage in the argument. Well, falling.
What's the difference?
Falling and dropping are descriptions of motion. What's happening, and it's affected by air pressure.
I love that, Matthew, because falling is a description of motion now, and is falling not acceleration?
They're slightly different so air resistance has something to do with it.
Vacuum.
Oh no!
Motion is not acceleration, Matthew. You're contradicting yourself.
Yeah,
Matthew, we've tested that.
This is a tough day for you, bro.
Motion is a change.
Ultimately, the problem. Ultimately, the affliction of whatever people have done to get us to accept the logical inconsistency that is begging the question. Clearly, if that were fixed, you wouldn't have come to the many conclusions that you've come to when trying to have this discussion with us, Matthew.
Yeah, if I were educated differently, then maybe I wouldn't say it the same. Yeah.
Stop appealing to your stupid.
You and I were educated the same, man.
I had to educate you for the last hour, Matthew. I just had to educate you about electrostatics. You handwave dismissed it and then got intellectually eviscerated. You're talking about education. You should pay me $sign with to get to my cash app.
Yeah, Matthew, we went through education, same as you. Difference is we also continue to educate ourselves on things like logic and reasoning, things that you do not have.
We also do experiments ourselves too. We don't just blatantly follow the scientists that supposed scientists that blatantly contradict themselves like every single year upon every single theory. So
yeah, Salty Dog, describe one experiment you did.
One experiment, specific on what in what case? Like in any experiments? Well,
Yes.
I mean, sure, to test. I guess like back in like first grade, I did like science fair or whatever to test how weight affects the speed of a car or something like that. And we put weights on toy cars. So that's one experiment right there that I've done way back in the sandbox days. So
cool.
I did an experiment, Matthew. I took a balloon, I rubbed it on my hair, then I stuck it to the wall, and it didn't fall down.
And we usually have no problem giving people the truth for free here, but I agree. At this point,
like
Matthew, you owe Witsit something.
The problem is it's like we have no problem educating people upon things like that are out of the norm, right? Not a lot like it's like we're like not a lot of people believe in flat Earth because it's just been the lie has been spread like a virus, right?
Not believe.
So we have no problem educating you or like even like telling you like is that like laying out or debating and such stuff like that. The problem arises when we decide. When you decide to just like hold on to your belief firmly and like start like just rejecting every single thing that we give you, right? And you just like it's just like that's the problem there, right? And that's where we get frustrated at.
Guys, got something to say to you, Matthew.
The problem is that he thinks indoctrination and education are the same thing.
Facts.
No. The problem is he thinks indoctrination and critical thinking are the same thing.
And I thought the problem was that he was thick as a brick.
All kinds of problems.
We don't need to belabor this epistemological point any further. Let's continue.
Well, what's so funny is Matthew's putting himself on this like scholarly pedestal, but you just said not long ago, I think that's when someone was asking you about what causes the bending and warping of space-time, and you said it was mass or matter. I can't remember. But
you said matter.
I said matter, yeah.
Matter, but you literally said, I think that's how the story goes.
Right, because I don't understand that story very well. I'm not like an expert.
This is why I say that what you're talking about is indoctrination, not education.
Yeah, that the way you say it implies. Even you might not even realize it. Yeah,
I just reject your evidence and substitute my own reality.
So, Matthew, would you say what you're doing here is critical thinking? Are you saying that you're any good at that, Matthew? Critical thinking?
Yeah, I'm really good at
the word story. Why did you use the word story, Matthew?
Kai is right.
It's a story because it's kind of a coherent list of assumptions and stories and explanations that go together. And I trust the people who describe it because I have to trust them. Instead, I mean, I don't know. I haven't studied it myself, so then I have the choice whether to trust them or not, and I generally trust them.
You do have the
choice. You think in the scientific community they use the word stories a lot interchangeably? Because typically the word story is very scholarly. Seems almost.
Yeah, here's a cool scientific story.
And I have to correct you, Matthew. You do not have to trust the word of man.
No, I agree with that. I meant, yeah, I should have explained that better.
So I just want to ask, why do you just blatantly decide that scientists are the experts upon this, even though they're not? What reasoning do you have behind that?
Hey, Salty Dog, can you like speak up a little bit? I can barely hear you.
I'll come close to my mic. I'm sitting back. Can you hear me better now?
There you go.
Why do you trust scientists to tell you this kind of stuff? Like, why do you trust them?
In general, because the explanations that they have given seem to match reality. They're internally consistent. They have predictive power. They have the advantage of having lots of people who've looked at it and agreed with it.
Okay.
And
but so Matthew, they're not.
Hold on. So hold on. Let me respond to all this.
One thing at a time.
One mass exception it doesn't mean anything. Just because a mass amount of people accept something doesn't mean that it's correct. For example, a massive amount of people can believe that 2 + 2 = 22. We can objectively look at it and say no. This means 2. Just because a amount of people look at it and think it's true does not mean that it's true, right?
Right.
Another thing, saying that like they can predict reality doesn't really have too much bearing, right? Now, sure, in some fields, like I think like biology is one of those few fields. In some fields, sure, I guess you could like predict the power. It could match, like could give you value to your theory, right? But specifically with something like globe Earth, that's just not the case, right? Just like simply like I guess you would have to bring up an example of this, right? But one example of Tom and his used a lot of people like to use is like to prove gravity, and essentially like saying, look, if I drop this somehow proves gravity, right? That's just not the case. So just like right there, there's that. I forgot what your first point was.
All right,
Yeah,
he said it was internally. Wait, I gotta explain. He said it was internally consistent and had predictive capabilities. That's patently false. I've already explained it 10 times. You keep skating past it. Your prediction actually is off by 10 to the 120th power.
A minor prediction that has to do with cosmology, and you can do science and engineering and satellites and GPS without all of that.
That's not a minor prediction. It's very
Matthew,
optimistic.
10 to the 120th power. How is that minor in your mind?
Matthew, you wear Velcro running shoes. You can't do any of that stuff.
It has to do with cosmology way out by the galaxies, so it's not affecting GPS systems.
Matthew,
it has to do with every
that you cannot pronounce.
It has to do with every part of the universe. You're just wrong again.
This is why begging the question is single-handedly his problem, because each time you go to falsify something, he pushes it outside of falsification. And like, well, how do you know that gravity is real? Well, when you drop something, it proves that gravity is real. It's like, no, we've already had the experience of dropping things, and you're just saying, well, that's gravity, but you haven't proven.
Not to mention, Matthew, a lot of scientists in the community.
So talking over people a lot, Salty. You gotta watch out. Like, use your ears before your mouth. Okay.
So in the same sense, when we say, well, they're talking about movement or non-movement, you're like, yeah, but it could mean it either way. Non-movement in the sense of movement, and then movement in the sense of movement. And it's like, well, then how would you determine which is which? And you're like, well, it's arbitrary, and that's okay. That's what's wrong with begging the question. You can't falsify anything with your worldview.
Here's another point concerning epistemology. Matthew, I don't think you realize this, but you have 3 ultimate authorities in your epistemology, and they don't agree with one another. First, you have the Lord. First, you have the Lord Almighty, and then you have the academic professionals, and then you have you. When the Lord says something, you interpret what the Lord says by what the academic professionals say. And then when the academic professionals say something that demonstrates their incoherency and a lack of justification, you appeal to yourself and say that they're wrong.
Yeah, I would describe it slightly differently. I would say God speaks through revelation, which is scripture. God speaks through revelation and creation. So we can understand some about the Creator by looking at creation, or God's word and God's world. And the phrase is, all truth is God's truth. So anything that's true is going to match, other truth. Like,
this is
what
true.
God says is true. And what we see in the world out there, we look out in the real world and see, and if there's some mismatch, then we've got one or the other incorrect, because it can't be true that 2 contradictory things that one's false, one's true.
Absolutely.
I didn't say that very well, but you know what I mean.
The law of non-contradiction. You actually adhere to that one.
Yes.
So God said He made the earth before He made the luminaries. What about that?
There's that. I mean, there's a multitude of propositional revelation that the Lord has given us, which these academic professionals are contradicting, and you are trying to interpret the Lord's word through their word. And so you set them up as the ultimate authority over the Lord. And then when they say something that disagrees with you, you appeal to yourself and contradict academic professionals. You have three different ultimate authorities in your epistemology, and they don't agree with one another. This is incoherent.
Well, so here's an example. God says in his word, he's talking about the righteous man. He said, surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. And so if somebody said, God says the righteous won't be moved, and then I look at science and say, oh, I saw a righteous person over there, and he actually walked away, he moved, then I've got one or the other of my truth claims is wrong.
You're not really making it. You're not really making clear whether you're refuting it. Are you going to keep trying or what?
Sorry, but I think he means moved from the word of the scripture, not moved physically.
Right, and that's a good explanation, and that would be the answer.
Okay,
Go ahead,
but
Elijah.
still, that's not actually addressing Gregory at all.
I'm making a point
because within what Gregory said, he's telling you it's this or that. You're not saying, well, how you've characterized this situation and me in it is incorrect. All you keep saying is, well, I see it this way. No, is the words he's using to characterize you correct or incorrect, and then justify it?
Yes. So what he said, there's three different authorities.
So there's the law that's here aside from us. That's God. That's truth. That's everything that's true. Then there's man's interpretation. That's your authority. The people that most of the people believe in the globe. And then there's you when there's a piece of rhetoric that's out there that you disagree with. So you interpret it through your own eyes. Those are the three. Are you doing that or are you not doing that?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying that all three of them are sources of truth. And if there is a contradiction, we need to figure out where the contradiction is. And that's why I gave the example. Surely.
Well, how could you say, no, I'm not doing that, and then proceed to answer it as if you did?
Are you practicing active listening? Did you hear what I said?
Because you said, no, it's not. But if we were to consider these three separate things that I'm trying to tell you is similar, so what I said you're doing is what you're doing. And that's not actually addressing what Gregory's saying.
Can I ask Matthew
I'm listening to you.
Kai, go
I just
ahead.
wanted to answer honestly.
When
Matthew,
you're done,
honestly,
I have two.
Wait.
I just honestly want to know about how many hours per week do you think you spend on the flat Earth discussion?
5 or 6.
Okay.
Okay, now I got two quick ones for you, Matthew. The first one is, do you believe the Earth, Sun, and the Moon are three balls floating in space? Is that what you believe?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you observe the Sun and the Moon above the horizon at any given time if that is fact?
Because the angle between the Sun to the Earth to the Moon can be less than 180 degrees.
Wrong. If the moon's on one side and the sun's on the other, you would never see them both above the horizon at the same time. Thank you.
That's true. That would be 180 degrees. And I just said that sometimes it can be less than 180 degrees.
Yeah. Matthew, do you see what you just did right there? You see how he just made a point? No. He just made a point, and you just responded with a red herring retort.
It sounded like he was saying that you should never be able to see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. And that's true if that line is 180 degrees from the sun to the moon to the sun to the earth to the moon. And my response was a description of why that's not true, because sometimes it can be less than 180. So it was a perfect answer to his question.
No, you see, he never said you would never see them. He said sometimes you would not see them.
Could you repeat your question?
Given your
sorry,
model.
I thought his question was, why do you see them in the sky at the same time?
Flat man. So your question.
Yeah, exactly. I would never see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time if one was on one side of the ball and one was on the other side of the ball. And I wouldn't see them both at the same time.
No, he's right. If they made 180 degrees, you would not see them at the same time. And that's true with a full moon. Like full moon, you go outside, the full moon is at night and the sun So you don't see a full moon in the sky.
Matthew, I've seen the moon in various stages in the sky during the day.
Yeah, and that's when it's not full, when it's less than 180 degrees.
Full, quarter, a sliver.
Yeah, a quarter moon, you'd see it'd be making 90 degrees.
I said full, a quarter, a sliver, a half moon. I've observed all different moon phases in the sky during the day with the sun above the horizon.
Nobody's ever seen a full moon in the middle of the day.
Okay.
I'm talking about nobody. It's never happened.
I have.
I've seen it, but I guess it's never happened.
Not at 12, but not at 12, but it shouldn't be possible like at 10 either. And that's possible. Not at 1 o'clock in the afternoon or anything like that, but nobody's arguing. But nobody's arguing that though. So why are you taking it to that point of absurdity to refute it when that's not like?
I thought Flatman Can was implying that you could never see any phase of the moon in the sky.
No. Matthew, do you agree you shouldn't be able to see the new moon at night?
A brand new moon you can't see for like a day or two. It depends on how new you mean.
Yeah, like a crescent moon.
A crescent moon is gonna, you'll never see a crescent moon at like midnight, for example.
Yeah, so if I see a crescent moon at midnight, it debunks your model, right?
It does.
Okay. So
Is that true?
Yeah.
I mean, if you go out at midnight and see a crescent moon, then that's completely against the...
I actually think I see that someone.
Unless you're way, I suppose if you're way far north in the northern latitudes or southern latitudes, and the sun is like gone.
No.
Nah, man. I'm really. Go ahead, Glenn.
Trying to orient yourself in the idea.
You know what debunks his mother? Water.
Okay.
Oh my God.
All right, so you guys want to get back to the topic, maybe? Jesus.
Yeah, so a brand new...
You guys don't want to keep doing it. I understand. We have covered a lot of quotes, so I don't care.
A new moon new moon is not that many degrees separated from the sun. A brand new moon is not that separate. A crescent moon is not that many degrees separated from the sun. So that's why you wouldn't see it at midnight. Unless it's like the night of the midnight sun or whatever.
How many degrees separated is it?
It depends on how new it is. Maybe 20 degrees, within 20 degrees.
I'm trying to imagine this in my mind because someone has the mind to imagine this, and they're orienting this humongous sun and the earth and the moon and their different positions around the earth. Look.
Okay.
I'd like to hear you keep going with it. With some more thoughts.
Me too.
Okay, perfect. Here's another quote.
Please clip the whole conversation, and know what I mean, please do that.
Cut the last 30 minutes out. But yeah, I hear you. So no longer could astronomer. My bad. Let me sit up. No longer could astronomers hope that the Copernican dilemma would disappear with improved data. The data were in hand, and their implication inescapable. We are at the center of a spherically symmetric distribution of gamma ray burst sources, and this distribution has an outer edge. Astrophysicist Jonathan Katz, in regard to the CMB data. No take, Matthew?
Yeah, so it appears we're at the center of the universe from the CMB data.
That's right. And there's still no answer. Why is the solar system cosmically aligned? Astrophysicist Dragan Huderer. Maybe there's a German person that could say it right. But anyway, this is also in response to the CMB. These are modern era prominent astrophysicists. So how is it again that heliocentrism is more viable? What am I missing?
So yes, why is the solar system aligned? Because it was designed that way is my answer.
Yeah, but that would mean the Earth's in the center.
I think I'd be okay with the solar system being in the center of the universe. I don't know if I would go so far as to say the Earth is the center. I mean, as you mentioned 100 times with the other quotes, you can arbitrarily choose what to use as the center.
Okay. So the apparent alignment of the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. Astrophysicist Ashok Singhal.
Yeah, I haven't heard that quote there. I don't know why he would call it evil. That doesn't make sense.
Because they call it the axis of evil. They call it, there's an equator alignment with the equinox and equator based on the CMB with the Earth, central to the Earth. So they call it the axis of evil. You tell me why they say that. Because it's philosophy, it's religion. That's why they call it evil. That has nothing to do with science.
Yeah, probably so.
It's starting to become pretty undeniable. So here's another one. Looking into this anomaly more deeply, we will find that it remains robust throughout all 7 years of published WMAP data, and furthermore that it is very difficult to explain within the context of the canonical inflationary lambda cold dark matter of cosmology, also known as the Big Bang. The observations disagree markedly with the predictions of the theory. Astrophysicists Glenn D. Starkman, Craig Copey, Dragan Huderer, and Dominic Schwartz.
Yeah, so they have some work to do with cosmology.
Oh yeah, this has been like a decade and they still can't figure it out. All right. One of the most surprising findings is that the fluctuations of the cosmic microwave background temperatures at large angular scales do not match those predicted by the standard Big Bang model. The European Space Agency Planck Probe 2013.
Sounds right.
Okay. It is both amusing and instructive to speculate on what might have happened if such an experiment could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries when men were debating the rival merits of the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems. The results would have surely have been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. Physicist G.J. Whitrow. This is referring to Michelson Morley.
Yeah, I think he's right. They would have seen that as evidence that the Earth isn't moving.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. Okay, I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. And second, heliocentrism is not any more or less correct. Astronomer Phil Plait.
That sounds good too. However, I thought that you were trying to say that it is less correct.
Well, it is, yeah, because of the, again, the dark matter and dark energy problem.
So Phil Plait is wrong when he says it's not any more or less correct. You can't.
He's specifically talking about the frame of reference, a valid frame of reference. He's not talking about dark matter and dark energy. They just ignore that part.
So it's valid to use as the frame of reference either geocentrism or heliocentrism.
Yes, mathematically, but we have a problem with everything else. That's the point.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to be able to choose which one I want to use.
Yeah, and then just ignore that you're off by 10 to the 120th power.
The 10 to the 20th power isn't going to be fixed by geocentrism versus heliocentrism.
That's wrong, dude. You don't understand. See, if the Earth is geocentric, then the sizes changes, the relative distance changes. If you then interpret the redshift differently as opposed to velocity shift, and it's the Doppler effect, then it would create the paradigm that everything is much more local and a much more dense medium, and it's closed, and the Earth is very young.
So that's geocentrism plus a bunch of other stuff. So if you add all that other stuff, there is a huge difference. But just the raw difference of where you choose the frame of reference that Phil Plait is talking about isn't going to make that much difference.
No, you're wrong. You still don't understand. So if everything's expanding equally out from the Earth, then we don't have a problem with the dark matter or dark energy. If we're a tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe with no directional preference, then that means that the galaxies and the expansion have to be something other than that, and it's not a closed system. So in the geocentric closed system, we have no problem with the dispersion of space. Within the heliocentric paradigm, you have to have a certain speed, and you don't have it. So they are fundamentally different.
Based on your definition of geocentrism, then okay, they're different if you add all that stuff, yes.
No, it's not all that stuff. Geocentrism is that the Earth is the center and everything is evenly distributed relative to that central point. Heliocentrism is that everything is chaotically expanding in all directions and there is no preference central to the Earth. In that latter scenario, you have to explain dark matter and dark energy. More so, you have to invoke it to explain why the speeds are so wrong. They're fundamentally different.
I disagree, but we can go
Oh,
ahead.
this is just subjective. Okay, so this assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. Physicist George F.R. Ellis. Again, there's just philosophy because people claim there's no way. It's unreasonable to think that the Earth is special. What a terrible, terrible excuse for science.
I agree with you in this case that he is making a philosophical statement, and this is an example of scientism where scientists think that they have the corner on philosophy just because they can make pronouncements like this, but they're wrong. They're making statements of philosophy, not science in that case.
That's correct. Metaphysics, ontological premise. Okay. In the effort to explain the Michelson-Morley experiment, the thought was advanced that the Earth might be stationary. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all the other heavenly bodies paying homage by revolving around it. Arthur S. Otis, Light, Velocity, and Relativity, page 58. Once again, they just throw it out because it would mean that the Earth is important. So the evidence shows that the Earth is at rest and that the Earth is geocentric, but they just throw it out. And the only reason to justify throwing it out is because they prefer philosophically that it's not important. That does not mean that there's an adequate explanation for both sides. What that means is that they were intellectually dishonest. They were dishonest intellectually.
Well, I would say that they throw it out specifically because their forefathers built off of the premise that the Earth was moving around the sun. And so what they're saying is they can't go against that.
That's right. I've actually seen an interview with Lawrence Krauss where he basically says that. And also Michio Kaku. He said Michio Kaku said if God floated down and told him that the Earth was actually stationary and geocentric, he would say, damn, I have to quit my job. Everything I've ever done was useless. So he just straight up explains it. Also, Lawrence Krauss says the same thing. That if they were to find it, his entire career would be in vain. So they do not entertain it because of pride.
They're stuck in the sunken cost fallacy.
Which is a terrible place to be because dogma slaughters knowledge.
While also being stuck in sin, suppressing the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness, preferring the lie.
Yep, to justify your immorality, immoral materialism. Effectively. Okay, I've already known. Sorry.
Just real quick for Matthew, you see how Whitsitt is quoting one quote after another, and it is blatantly, unmistakably contradicting the Lord Almighty.
So I would say that they are doing philosophy, not science, when they're saying those things.
It's not philosophy either. This is why I kept mentioning that point earlier. This isn't philosophy because philosophia, the seeking of wisdom, if you are seeking knowledge, then you have a valid epistemology, especially which includes an ultimate authority that makes knowledge possible. But they're contradicting the ultimate authority, which is the Lord Almighty. They set themselves up as the Lord Almighty and contradict the word of the Lord Almighty. And then when you disagree with them, you set yourself up as Lord over them, becoming the God of God.
Exactly. Seeking truth requires the removal of bias, and they are blatantly doing the opposite.
Yeah, so like the George F. Ellis quote that saying it's unreasonable to think that we're at the center of the universe. That's straight up a philosophical claim, and I think that's false.
Unjustified, right?
But then I thought Matthew said that he trusts science.
I do. Yeah, I trust science generally. Not when they're making stupid philosophical statements, though. Like,
yeah, well, but here's the thing. Not just George Ellis. Again, Edwin Hubble, the one that was paramount to building the newest or the latest understanding of what people call the cosmos. So people's understanding about expansion, movement, the background medium, and redshift, blue shift, all of this, right? Everything that everyone could potentially think of about space as it is known today or thought about today comes from a guy, starts with a guy who says, well, we don't really know whether or not the ancients were wrong about this thing. So then what was the justification 500 years ago? I keep telling you, and you keep saying science, but that give me specifics.
Fun fact, this notion that Ellis is a prominent figure in promulgating cosmic pluralism.
If all this stayed in the philosophical or hypothetical realm, that'd be one thing. But when they take it to the material world and claim that there's something physical on Mars they're controlling from here and stealing tons of loot, it puts it on a whole nother level.
Yeah. Continue with it.
It's a different level. Go ahead, Wissam.
He's making coffee right now. But I was gonna say, okay, well, it seems like some of these scientific priests are using philosophical approaches. So how can we be sure that science is genuine?
Yeah, that's a good question, because they are, like, when they say things like, oh, we know that God doesn't exist because of this, or we know that we can't be at the center of the universe because of this, then they're making philosophical claims, and we should not give them the authority to do that. If they're talking about, here's the chemical,
which leads back to my question that still isn't answered, even though we keep making the same point. So, since it was a philosophical acceptance 500 years ago, that's what it appears to be. That's what all the predecessors appear to be saying. What was the justification for the premise in the first place?
Simplifying the math and the realization that the sun is large.
Well, the simplified math is the geocentric model, isn't it?
No, it's simpler if you use the heliocentric. Like the equations for the ellipses are simpler.
That's improper.
Let's say that. Let's say that. Even if it is, a simplified, unjustified claim to knowledge is still an unjustified claim to knowledge.
It's not simpler, though.
Can I ask a question?
Is it going to have anything to do with what we're talking about right now? Because I'm still trying to get the answer to this question, and the only answer was it's simpler, which its answer was it's not simpler, and Gregory's answer was actually that still doesn't justify the claim to knowledge. I want to focus on that because I want this question asked. If you are against the philosophy of these people, that's actually all you have.
Yeah, it's
unless you can justify the claim. Unless they've justified the claim. Where is the claim justified?
Well said.
Which claim? The claim that it's simpler to calculate?
Oh my God.
Matthew, his question is, if you are so opposed to their fundamental philosophy, then you have now turned around and only had their philosophy to stand on, though.
Unjustifiably.
I'm
opposed
to parts of their philosophy, yeah, but not all of it.
The fundamental.
Okay. Here's let's use an example. How about the motion of the universe that is predicated on the belief in the Big Bang? How about that one, Matthew?
I don't know that there's any motion that's predicated on that. Like, there's the expansion.
Bro, they said that the universe. They said that the universe exploded, and that's why we know that everything's going at a certain speed.
Matthew, keep up, please. Listen to what Gospel said to you.
Right.
Are you telling me that the rate of speed of all of the galaxies that they claim, like for instance the sun going 1.2 million miles an hour, and all the speed of the Milky Way has its own speed in the order of I don't know, billions of miles an hour, whatever the different numbers are that they say. They're all exponentially larger the higher orders you go. But all of that is predicated on the Big Bang.
Yes, it's an expansion. I would have used the word expansion. I see what you're saying by speed now. So the expansion of the universe has different rates, or a rate. But
yes,
I don't know much
predicated
about
on the
that.
Big Bang.
Right. Or the creation event, I would call it.
Okay, so Matthew, the question.
But here, hold on. That event was either what they say it was, or something else, or what the book says, which the book says the event happened and it was complete.
Can I ask my question real quick? It's regarding this topic.
Well, he hasn't even responded to what I just said, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Creation,
Wait.
Creation
One
is
question
complete,
at a time. So yeah.
But creation is complete, but that doesn't mean it's static. I mean, if you plant a tree, that doesn't mean, and you're done planting the tree, doesn't mean the tree's static. It's going to
No, Matthew, you lost the question.
Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array.
You think that they can't be still expanding, even though they're complete and expanding? I think there's nothing contradictory about those.
Yeah, I think that is contradictory.
Matthew, that's a philosophical. That's a philosophical question.
Matthew,
So, yeah.
I have one quick question.
Not really.
Regarding that, I have a question. Matthew, what would you say as a believer, what would you say is the biggest lie that the adversary has ever created in order to make people fall away from believing in a creator?
I think it's consumerism, that you deserve to be happy and that you should buy, and that you should buy whatever you like, and that you are in charge of your life, and owe allegiance only to your own happiness. So consumerism / happiness, and that's sort of the American sin.
I would think it's probably that God doesn't exist.
Well, no, he was. That obviously that one, but he was saying, what do they do in order to say that God doesn't exist?
I'll do you one better. When they say God doesn't exist, that's synonymous with saying the God is not the God. I'm the God.
Yeah, and in American culture, or maybe Western culture more generally, it's consumerism / personal happiness. I think in other eras, it's been different things that people have been. Money and power has always been, Satan's. Well, lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, lust of those things have been around forever. So,
pride of life. And now the question, like what the gospel was trying to touch with, again, the question was, what about the Big Bang? The reason we asked that is because you have said that I do not approve of unjustified philosophical claims to knowledge, especially including cosmology. Cosmology being a topic within metaphysics, metaphysics being a subdivision of philosophy. So what about the Big Bang? Is that the Big Bang theory, the primeval atom, before it was nicknamed the Big Bang theory? Is this an unjustified cosmological claim to knowledge?
Some versions of it are, for sure, especially the ones that appeal to methodological naturalism, which is specifically the philosophy that everything that happened was due only to natural processes. But the Big Bang itself must have had a cause, and in fact, it includes all of these cosmological constants that are finely tuned, and that's a major problem for cosmologists who are not theists right now. They're like, wait, how did it come to be that everything is so finely balanced to allow for the Earth to exist? And so,
yes, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
So yes, the Big Bang said that way, I completely disagree with. I think there's ample evidence for design. Now, that doesn't mean that God couldn't. I mean, I'm not going to say how God did do the creation. Maybe he did start, with something that looked like a Big Bang. He's powerful enough to do that. I'm not going to limit God and limit how he chose to do things.
Matthew, it's not about limiting the creator. It is about understanding the first page of his book, which tells you exactly how he made it. Okay, I don't understand how you can interpret a Big Bang into this, especially
Dude,
how they.
the Big Bang is what limits God. That's the irony of what you just said. The God must fit within the confinement of the heliocentric paradigm. Thus, he had to do a Big Bang.
That's exactly what I was just going to touch with what you just said. Why even evoke the notion of Big Bang, quote unquote, and whatever is meant by Big Bang? You say, yeah. What my focus, the focus of my question was the ACP, the academic concept paradigm, cosmological cosmogony, right? Supposedly a primeval atom in the midst of nothing, with everything in it, including space. That's what I'm referring to. Now, is there justification to that, Matthew?
Yeah, I think that there's scientific evidence for that, and I think that it fits well with the Genesis account. I think there's ways of putting them
you're gonna
together.
have to, yeah, but you would have to appeal to only 100 years ago. You would have nowhere else to appeal to for this idea because it was built on by Hubble and Lamont.
Well, yeah, this is true. What Elijah just said, but don't jump the gun. This is why I try to go through the process. Matthew, what is the evidence for the primeval atom, aka Big Bang?
The expansion of the universe, the cosmic microwave background radiation.
But you don't believe in that. How could you say there's evidence for that?
I don't believe in it.
don't,
CMB is antithetical to the expansion of the universe, though. There isn't evidence for the expansion of the universe, though, because the expansion would have to be much faster, though.
So your appeal to the expansion rate in CMB does not work. So that's not evidence for the primeval atom. Therefore, the primeval atom Big Bang is unjustified.
Well, that's why I brought up Lamont and Hubble because at least give us their justification because you can't appeal to nobody else.
That's what's queued up next, bro. So just to let him keep going, let's just read the infamous one, and then Eli, you can continue on with your point. So this is Edwin Hubble. Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. Edwin Hubble.
Yeah, so he's making a philosophical claim, which in my view is unjustified, that we cannot, that we should not say that we're the center of the universe because we cannot. And I'm totally fine saying we are the center because if we are God's special creation, which I think we are, then it would make sense that we're in the center. Now, I'm also okay if it turns out that we're not in the center because I think philosophically we are the spiritual center of God's creation, the highest thing in God's creation.
No, but when we say center, we talk about the center of what we observe and use to build our coordinate system. And then there are people who say, well, you can look at it as the sun, as if you were standing on the sun, then you could use the sky exactly the same. Obviously, nobody can justify that. What we do use is the sky on Earth, though.
All right.
So when Hubble it's called Hubble's law, also known as the Hubble-Lemaitre law or the Lemaitre law, is the observation in physical cosmology that galaxies, which galaxies are birthed by him as well, because before that we just had one, okay, are moving away from the Earth at speeds proportional to their distance. In other words, the farther they are, the faster they are moving away from Earth. So what is to justify that, especially in the face of the Big Bang and the cosmic background, radiation, and everything else?
The sub-question to the initial question is why the notion of a Big Bang, of an explosion, as the beginning of the cosmogony of the cosmos in the first place. Justify that notion as the beginning moment of the history of the universe.
Yeah, so if there is an expansion going on, and they looked and assume, based on some assumptions, I recognize their assumptions and all that. Hubble said, okay, everything's moving away, and then if you just wind that backwards, it looks like everything started from a single point. And I would say, oh well, I'm okay calling that single point. That's the creation event that God did. And in fact, for many hundreds of years, it was the atheists who said the universe is a static whole thing, and that was their way around the idea of there being a creation. And so the idea of the Big Bang was actually first posited by a Catholic priest, I think he was.
All right.
That whole logic sequence depends on the first premise being justified, but the first premise is false. Therefore, the concluding premise in this entire logic sequence is false.
Hey, Matthew, stars bigger than the Earth or smaller than the Earth?
Much, much bigger than the Earth.
And you know this for a fact?
It fits the explanations. I mean, the star that's closest
when they fall to the Earth, how will that happen?
Metaphor.
I don't know. It must be figurative.
Metaphor.
Yeah, that's called compromise.
It's called using God's creation to interpret God's revelation.
No. It's
God's word and
eisegesis.
God's world.
Yeah, it is eisegetical.
Eisegesis of an a priori theory contrary to his word.
Yeah, it's called using man's word.
Yeah, it's sad, man.
Yeah, which we do all the time, right?
I would also like you, Matthew, to also tell us which appears bigger to you, the Earth or the stars?
The Earth appears much bigger.
Okay, so that's our starting axiom.
Yes, but I think the law of perspective is reasonable.
So what? Hold on. So what informs you that the stars are bigger? Because you said the explanation seemed to line up with what you already believe.
Right, so supposedly you have coherency. Where's the correspondency in the empirical data to substantiate the notion, to justify it?
I've seen the stars through telescopes. It doesn't seem like they're close by. The internally consistent heliocentric model predicts that they're far away, and it seems to match.
Seems to match
So,
what?
So not seem. You can't say no. What you see is tiny lights in the sky. So, in order to accept that they're bigger, you have to accept that, okay, they're at specific distances, or we'll say infinite distances because they're still in expansion, right? And you're also going to have to accept, well, because of those distances, therefore, this is why it's that small. But what's the justification for believing in that, especially when you have no way of confirming the radius of the Earth, which is where all that information was derived?
Yeah, I admit it depends on a whole web of assumptions, namely the heliocentric model.
I don't care what it rests on. What's the justification for all of this coat hanging?
Internal consistency and trust in the story.
Himself, Elijah. That's his answer to your question. He just hung himself. He just admitted that the supposed distance value between the Earth and the stars is unsubstantiated, thus unjustified. So the claim to know the distance value between the Earth and the stars is a false claim to knowledge. Therefore, the assertion is false.
Timothy 6, verse 20. Timothy 6, verse 20.
I would like to point out that that so in the geocentric model, of course, the stars are not going to be bigger than the Earth, just as is observed, and the medium would be much more dense and they would be much more local. The only reason that you have to claim that space is a vacuum is because they looked up and said, okay, we're going to pretend the Earth is one of those dots out there, and and that we're spinning and revolving. Therefore, since those stars never change, they have to be incredibly far away. In order for them to be incredibly far away, then we have to also assume that there is basically nothing in between us and them. That's the only way we could see them. And that is literally how you got your entire paradigm, is presuppositions built upon one another. So
one unjustified assertion after another.
Yeah, and another thing is, if these are huge stars that are creating light, why is the light not from the distance that it's coming from expanding bigger and bigger? So you would have a full sky just even at night that is
that's
just
called
light.
Olber's paradox.
What's it called?
Every light expands.
That's called Olber's paradox.
Wow.
That's the assumption if there was an infinite number of stars, but there aren't.
How do you know? Because I'm pretty sure in the scriptures, which you claim to believe in, they're told, he says, look up and count the stars. If you can. You can't. We don't know how many there are. You don't know.
The number of the stars, if there's a number, that means it's finite.
But we don't know.
You see how you just did it
we
again,
don't know.
Matthew? You can clearly detect the thrust of what Wizard just said to you, and you shifted the focus to number instead of the focus on if you can count them, which is rhetorically implying you cannot.
Right, you can't count the number of the stars. That's right.
So you have no idea. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would have then been quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Einstein and Infield in The Evolution of Physics, page 212.
Yeah, so it's arbitrary which one you choose, is what he's saying.
Yeah, he's saying that the Earth could easily be at rest, and that it's nothing more than a philosophical decision based on coordinate preference.
Right.
Now, what happens very often with these academic professionals, especially in our day in the 21st century, relativism, they love to let relativism reign supreme. Absolutely. So there's your paradox there. There's your irony there. And so they will, in their self-contradictory quotes, like Whitsitt is quoting, contrary to the cosmic paradigm that they hold, they will say they know what the cosmic paradigm is, and then we can't discern the difference between heliocentrism and geocentrism, and you can't either, geocentrist. I'm right. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, and I know that you're wrong.
I think that their geocentrism is different than what Woodsit's been saying, but they would have a different explanation, I think.
Whatever.
Because their geocentrism is merely the idea that you arbitrarily choose the Earth as the center, and the stars
That's what
are
they
bigger
try
than
to
the Earth.
say.
And all
That's
that.
the point. They admit, they confess they don't have knowledge, and then they want to simultaneously deny the geocentrists the ability to know.
Yeah, and even via mock. I demonstrate by means of philosophy that the Earth is round and is inhabited on all sides, that it is insignificantly small and is born through the stars. That is Kepler, of course, infamously creating the planetary laws of motion.
Yeah, that's the old usage of the word philosophy, meaning natural philosophy. So I think that I think he would have a different definition now in modern days.
Well, there's no way to there's not much interpretation needed when it comes to the overall reason that we have a history of war, right? And the breaking up of the church of all of these different denominations. Like either the earth is still and we're looking at the things in the sky move, or the things in the sky's motion is due to us moving and moving around the sun. Those are the only two choices that history gives us. So this is a posteriori knowledge, right? Something that you have to base on what someone else has said.
And
right?
Matthew, even if you do go with natural philosophy in that quote, it's still a confession that there's no justification.
He literally says that he demonstrated it. There is a justification.
Okay.
Demonstration by means of what? By means of an a priori theory to interpret the data, which is contrary to the posteriori data that we have, the Earth not moving and the Earth being a level plane, not a sphere.
Yeah, and if you want to get specific in the context of the quote, he's saying, that the fundamental axiom or the fundamental foundation of the philosophy is that the Earth has to be insignificant because that would be arrogant to think otherwise. So, based on the assumption that the Earth is insignificant philosophically, because he considers that to be more logical, as stupid as that is, then he, by way of that deduction, has demonstrated that the Earth must be round, inhabiting all sides, insignificantly small, and shooting through the stars.
See, I don't equate insignificantly physically small with unimportant in God's eyes. So I am insignificantly way smaller than Mount Everest, but I think that I'm more important to God than Mount Everest is.
That's a complete non sequitur to the point that I pointed out objectively in the context of this quote. He is explaining that the philosophical driving force behind this comment and his quote-unquote demonstration is that the Earth is significant.
Physically insignificant, right?
Nevertheless, it's a philosophical presupposition.
You're equivocating the words significant and important to mean teleologically meaningful or purposeful versus relatively smaller in size.
Yeah, which do you think he meant in Kepler's quote? What do you think he meant?
Well, he meant both.
How do you know he meant both instead of just?
You can read the context. I actually did it. That's where I got the quote.
Right, insignificantly small meaning smaller in size. It has nothing to do with teleology. But when he says the word, see, this is where we got to do some interpretation. Insignificantly small or unimportant. Okay, in the context of the quote, with this word, what does he mean? Is he meaning smaller in size or unimportant teleologically?
Smaller in size.
It means both. So, okay, here's the one I really want you to listen to, Matthew. This is Edwin Hubble. If the redshifts are a Doppler shift, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and may it be added, suspiciously young. Edwin Hubble, Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, 17506, 1937.
Do you know what he meant by how young he meant?
Yeah, just significantly small, a few thousand years.
The young as opposed to the expansion happening over
14 billion.
tens of billions of years.
Yeah, 14 billion.
Yeah. No, he was like talking in the context of when people thought it was eternal, basically.
No, he's talking in the sense of, wait a minute, if we believe in the Big Bang, because he preceded that, and his teachers would have been at least 10 years, 15 years before him, Edwin and Lamont, right? And then Einstein on top of that, then he's saying, wow, finding this is quite curious, since what I'm looking at is supposed to have been happened billions of years ago, but it doesn't appear that way. It's what he's saying.
What I'm saying is that I think that he would have described 1 billion years old as suspiciously young.
You need to listen carefully here, okay? So he said if the redshifts are a Doppler shift, you do understand that that's what redshift is? Like in the real world, redshift is an example of the Doppler effect.
Yes, with light, yes.
Okay, so when we look out in the sky, if the redshift observed is Doppler effect, which is literally what redshift is in reality, then
Right.
that would mean that there is a closed universe, small and dense and young. Okay, you want to hyperfixate on the end with all kinds of ambiguity. No. He's explaining that we're in a very dense medium and that everything is much closer and that it is a closed quote unquote universe.
Yeah, I just am wondering what specifically he meant by small, dense, and young.
He means that the medium of space is small relative to the other paradigm of incredibly big, and dense as opposed to nothing. Okay, and this is if the redshifts are what redshifts are. Again, geocentrism is objectively more viable, and it is the only one that actually is logically consistent and built upon empirical evidence. You have to claim something antithetical to actual evidence, that as opposed to what redshift really is, we're going to claim it's something completely different out in space. So what is in the sky is clearly thousands of times more dense than the air, and the stars and everything else are local to the Earth and central to the Earth. Because that's what redshifts are, Matthew.
Yeah, I think that we don't know what he meant by small, dense, and young, and I suspect that if you told him the universe is 100 light years across and 1 billion years old, he would say, wow, that's really small and really young.
But Matthew, why are you trying to shove in just 13 billion years less? Why?
No, it couldn't be that old and it couldn't be that far away or that big if the medium is dense at all. Matthew, you don't understand. You just don't understand. If the medium is dense, everything has to be much closer. Much closer.
I mean, why are you trying to hold on to this cosmogony that is unfathomably so long with billions of years? Why are you trying to hold on to a cosmogony that is more than the history of the cosmos that is given in the scriptures, as you and I supposedly believe? Why are you trying to hold on to that?
Well, I'm trying to get to the truth of where I'm not trying to discount something. And specifically in mentioning 1 billion years, I was giving an exaggeration, speculating about what Hubble would say, given his quote, the 1937 quote that Witsit posted.
Yeah, I got the thrust of what you were saying.
It requires intellectual honesty to see the value of this quote. But it is very significant if you're honest. And I know a lot of people don't know this, right? Redshift is a Doppler effect. I just now took a picture for you so you can read it yourself. Everyone knows that. Okay? Well, if the redshift viewed in the sky is a Doppler effect, which is what redshift is, then that would require that space be very dense. We are encompassed in a very dense fluid-like medium, thousands of times more dense than the air, and the stuff in the sky moves central to the Earth as a beautifully intricate, magnificent timepiece that was created and designed, and everything is local to the Earth. You have to claim something antithetical to what redshift actually is to believe anything other than that. The irony of me being called a science denier, the irony of you claiming your side has better legs to stand on is hilariously ironic, bro, because it is the opposite of the truth.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, which I think is that the density redshift is caused by density thousands of times higher than the Earth's atmosphere, and I get that that's something that you may claim or say. I don't think that's what Hubble meant with his quote. That specific quote, I think he was talking about something different than what you're talking.
Oh, what was he talking about? Because I read it in context. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, when he meant dense, he meant way less dense than the Earth's atmosphere. When he said young, he meant at least 1 billion years. And when he said small, he meant at least 100 light years. That's okay, what I think.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Can you prove that? And how much less dense than the atmosphere? Explain to me. Because he says curiously dense. So explain to me exactly what's going on.
Curiously denser than previously thought.
Which would be what?
Pretty much they thought of a really diffuse, almost infinitely large, almost infinitely old universe. So anything that is less than 20 billion years might be considered young. So
I can't believe you haven't picked up. I'm setting you up every time. Here's Edwin Hubble. I'm just setting you up, Matthew. So, thus the theory might be we all know you will try to handwave dismiss this one as well, and then
no, not handwave dismissed. To get to the truth.
You're handwave dismissing it by just appealing to what you can speculate.
No, it's just sort of a vague knowledge of the history of cosmology and astronomy.
Well, you are making stuff up, specifically when you just make up what he meant by how far and how much. It's like you don't know
it's
that.
An educated guess.
Because specifically you haven't read. So like this information is coming from the authority that you're tapping into right now, which isn't even them. Therefore, it's the thing in your mind. And if it isn't truth, it's a scary other thought to be listening to, right? You know what I mean? Like these adversarial thoughts to truth is very, very suspicious.
Yeah, it's educated.
You have yet to once give a reaction where it demonstrates that you are taking pause and taking to heart what these quotes are saying.
Oh no, I like these quotes.
You immediately give some kind of alternative interpretation of the quotes than what is obviously the thrust of the quote that undermines the supposed ACP.
No, not alternative. I'm trying to get at what I think they meant. Like I'm trying.
Hey Matthew, is redshift Doppler effect?
Yes.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that it's not?
What evidence do I have that it's not what I think it is?
Well, in space it can't be that. No. They claim it's not that.
Why can't Doppler effect work in space?
Because it would require it be much more dense and more local.
No, Doppler effect has to do with the speed of something moving away from you.
If redshifts are Doppler shifts, then it requires the medium be much more dense.
Are you thinking of Doppler effect like sound? Sound requires a medium, but light doesn't.
Okay,
there you go.
I think you're confused about Doppler effect. When they say Doppler effect, they're talking about how the wavelengths get stretched as they move away from you. It's similar to how sound wave gets stretched when something moves away from you and it's going through a medium, but you don't need a medium for light waves.
No, you're not understanding. If the redshifts in space are Doppler effects, that means that the medium would be more dense. And I just showed you Edwin Hubble telling you that, which is one of the priests of your current paradigm.
That's false. It does not mean that there needs to be any medium or any density for redshifts to happen.
It said it would have to be a closed system, and it would be dense and more local.
Yes, so redshifts imply the density is higher, but it doesn't require the density. I think that's
if redshifts are Doppler effects, it does require it.
No.
Okay.
Well, here's the central dispute right now with the medium. Matthew, is light a wave?
It can be seen as a wave, so sure.
Does a wave need a medium to propagate through?
No.
So what is waving?
Electromagnetic waves can go through a vacuum.
Hold on. A wave is propagating through what?
A vacuum.
So nothing is waving.
No, it's just that their electromagnetism, like if you turn on your radio, there doesn't have to be anything between your radio antenna and the
Matthew, you've made another ontological blunder. What is a wave?
It's a change in potential of electromagnetism. That's what electromagnetic wave is.
What is a vacuum?
There's nothing in there.
So
absence of matter.
Is a wave a thing in itself, or is a wave something a thing does?
No, it's energy. It's energy going through space.
Energy? Is energy a thing in itself, or is energy a property of a thing?
I don't know. That's kind of a hard question to answer because it's not. It's like a property of matter, but it also can propagate through a vacuum. Are you trying to say that electromagnetic waves go through some kind of magical ether?
Matthew,
I'm saying that a wave itself is not a thing. A wave is what a thing does. Energy is not a thing itself. Energy is a property of a thing.
Okay,
And
yeah.
waves, which is what a thing does, cannot happen in nothing because nothing cannot wave and nothing cannot have energy.
Interesting. So you're literally saying that electromagnetic energy can't go through a vacuum. That sounds like what you're
So
saying.
a
Right?
vacuum, there's still something there. It's called 0 point energy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's my point, because he just claimed that vacuum is the absence of everything, and he can never actually demonstrate that in reality, so all of his claims are baseless.
That's actually where they got the
Absence of matter.
discrepancy.
So light cannot propagate through a void, nothing, absolute absence. It must have a medium because the medium is the thing that's waving.
Yeah, and Matthew, no man on earth has ever created an absolute vacuum.
And you can't have energy without a thing because no thing has energy.
Well,
Absolute absence doesn't have energy.
what if I said the fabric
Can't have
of
energy.
space-time? You know, vacuum is a fabric of space-time, and if I say a vacuum means there's no matter in it, would that satisfy your?
It's not just space time. There's 0 point energy there.
It's also, you can never show that there's no matter in there either, so.
And space and time are universal abstracts that don't have any substance, so you can't bend them.
Why do you keep saying it's just space and time in there when there's literally 0 point energy in there?
Yeah, and there's still a tiny, tiny bit of pressure because there's still 1 or 2 gas molecules still in there.
This is where you got to 10 to the 120th power problem.
I don't see it as a problem. I think it's just kind of like this. They haven't figured out the cosmology yet.
No, it's fundamentally
Well, it's
a problem
regardless
with
if you're not seeing it as one.
That's the whole point. Relativity cannot be correct as is. It literally cannot be correct.
It's true. They need to fix it.
Okay, so it's useless. All right. Thus, the theory might be valid, provided the universe were packed with matter to the very threshold of perception. Nevertheless, the ever-expanding model of the first kind seems rather dubious. It cannot be ruled out by the observations, but it suggests a forced interpretation of the data. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors, by the assumption that red shifts are velocity shifts, the departure from a linear law off red shifts, the departure from uniform distribution, the curvature necessary to restore homogeneity, the excess material demanded by the curvature. Each of these is merely the recession factor in another form. If the recession factor is dropped, if redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible. There is no evidence of expansion and no restriction of the timescale, no trace of spatial curvature, and no limitation of spatial dimensions. Moreover, there is no problem of internebular material. Edwin Hubble, The Observational Approach to Cosmology, page 63. And of course, internebular material is referring to dark matter and dark energy. Again, if the recession factor is dropped, if the redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible.
But so where do you get from that he's talking about a density higher than the Earth's atmosphere? You just make that up?
What are you talking about? This is a different quote.
Oh yeah, I thought you were trying to defend your weird claim that Hubble was saying that there was a density higher than 1,000 times the Earth's atmosphere.
I'm the one that said 1,000 times. He never specified how dense.
Oh, but you made that up? You just
I didn't make that up.
I
didn't make that up. I'm going based off what Nikola Tesla said, which he experimentally demonstrated in spades. So anyway, so the point is, the reason that it's tied to the other one is because of the internebular material bit, and all of it's intertwined. You have a problem with the intermediate. How is it not connected to the other quote? It literally explains if redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts. The other quote says that if redshifts are Doppler effect, which they are, then we have a very simple, plausible explanation. And it's that the universe, quote unquote, is closed, that the stuff, it's much more local, it's much more young, and it's much more dense. And now we don't have any of these problems. What he says is we don't have any of these unexplainable problems if we drop heliocentrism.
Yeah,
so how
that
more
sounds
plausible?
reasonable.
So geocentrism is the more plausible, viable alternative to this day then?
I still think it's a matter of choice where you want to pick arbitrarily what you want to pick as your
Again though, geocentrism is more plausible and more viable.
I don't think so. I think
But he just said so. He just said so. So you think disagree with Edwin
Matthew,
Hubble?
you did it again. You did it again.
Edwin Hubble
was one thing.
have so many problems with your way of quoting him. If we brought him up from the dead and said, "Hey, do you think the Earth is how old do you think it is? How dense is space? What shape is it? What do you choose as the center?" I think he would completely, radically disagree with your characterization.
You're wrong. If Edwin Hubble saw the CMB map, he would immediately be like, "Wow, we have confirmation of what I initially speculated in the 30s."
And he'd be here in the Flat Earth servers shilling Flat Earth.
Not shilling.
Matthew, you did it again. The God says one thing, the academic professionals say the opposite, you go with the academic professionals. The academic professionals say one thing, you disagree with it, you go with yourself.
Oh, I go with the truth, like God's word and God's world looking at
You just said I disagree so as to negate what the academic professionals say.
Yeah, even worse than that, he imagines they rise from the dead to agree with him.
That was a figure of speech, obviously. That's not going to happen.
Okay. So all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There is no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach, A Book I Cannot Read, 8th edition, 1921, page 222.
But you want to say that Ptolemaic is not equally true. That you want to assign special truth to Ptolemy instead of Copernicus.
That's right. Because of the dark matter, dark energy problem, I don't have to deal with it. Because of the spatial curvature problem, I don't have to deal with the internebular material problem. I don't have to deal with. So that's right. I have a more viable alternative objectively.
So when he says they're both equally true, then you disagree with him.
He's talking about. I disagree if he would say that they are both as viable, but he would never say that.
Well, even if he's saying either coordinate system is viable, you've only taken angular measurements and derived the actual coordinate system from the Ptolemaic.
Let me also explain this to you, Matthew. This quote's from 1921, and the discrepancy with quote-unquote dark matter was discovered in 1933, showing that there's only 1% of the needed mass in the galaxies. Therefore, he said this quote prior to finding out the crux of my argument, which shows that viability leans towards geocentrism. So your point has been thoroughly refuted. That's tough.
I don't find it tough at all. I dispute the characterization that my point has been thoroughly refuted.
Well, you just said I'm disagreeing with him, but you were wrong, because I'm not disagreeing with him, because this was 12 years prior to the discrepancy of dark matter being discovered. So you were thoroughly refuted. It's just subjective.
The Earth is flat.
You're like shutting down, Matthew. All right, next. The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that a coordinate system fixed to the Earth will be a preferred frame of reference in the universe. Consequently, both the special and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes. Y.P. Varshny, the redshift hypothesis for quasars, if the Earth is the center of the universe, Astrophysics and Space Science, 43, 1976. Let me read that conclusion for you again. Consequently, both the special and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes.
Yeah, so?
Oh.
Okay, so what's it? You've got like 40 quotes of like all this cosmological discussion happening over the past 100 years about how things are going back and forth and how it must be this way or that way. And that's all fine, but it's not. I don't think any of the quotes, any of the people that you quoted would ever think the Earth is flat and that there is not some relative motion between the sun and the moon.
That's the indictment on them. Matthew, what you just said, that's the indictment on them. Wizard is quoting these people to demonstrate how they are hanging themselves by their own words, undermining their ACP that they claim to know.
Well, first of all, that would be an implied straw man because you're saying that I'm going to your authority as if to conflate that to definitive fact, which I'm not. Secondly, the person that I just quoted prior to you saying that comment literally just said the Earth is indeed the center of the universe. He became a geocentrist once he honestly looked at the data. So this guy literally does say the Earth is the center of the universe. It says the Earth is indeed the center of the universe.
So the only reason I think they're still spherical geocentrists is still because of the indoctrination of the interpretation of the celestial sphere model, which is how we travel across the face of the earth. So they still think, okay, fine, all of that other stuff is BS, but we still have the stars and it still looks like it's around us, like as if it's a sphere. So you have the problem with sunsets and the problem with all of these other apparent things. And so a geocentrist just interprets that as, well, it's still a sphere because we can't explain sunsets and all the other stuff that you still have issues with.
Well, and GPS
doesn't mean that it's a
satellite
sphere.
TVs, all kinds of like engineering stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You said what?
Oh, I said that plus the engineering success of GPSs and satellite TVs and other things.
Right. All of that has to do with the timing of the sky. Everything. All of that. The GPS that you're talking about has to do with the timing of the sky and our ability to synchronize with it. So again, unless you're begging the question, as a matter of fact, exactly what you're trying to do is exactly what a geocentrist would do to validate his bias in a sphere. It's exactly what he would do. So you're making my point.
About these academic professionals, which Elijah just remarked on, once again, another instance. So many persons, this is what the vast majority, this is what disbelievers are guilty of. Unjustified faith commitment in some other person or persons apart from Yah, the ultimate authority of knowledge, the omniscient eternal one.
This is getting bad. Dark energy is problematic. No one really knows what it is. We can make an educated guess and use quantum theory to estimate how much of it there might be, but then we overshoot by an astounding factor of 10 to the 120th power. That is grounds enough, says George Ellis, to take a hard look at our assumptions about the universe and our place in it. If we analyze the supernova data by assuming the Copernican principle is correct and get out something unphysical, I think we should start questioning the Copernican principle. Whatever our theoretical predictions, they will in the end have to give way to the observational science. So what would it mean if the outcome were that the Copernican principle is wrong? It would certainly require a seismic reassessment of what we know about the universe. If the Copernican principle fails, all that goes with that, the Big Bang, goes out the window too. Cosmology would be back at the drawing board. If we are in a void, answering how we came to be in such a privileged spot in the universe would be even trickier. Marcus Chown, If the Earth is at the Heart of a Giant Cosmic Void, New Scientist, 2008.
Thank you, Marcus Chown.
Ooh, I like that quote.
It's not just me. I know you like it. It's not just me that heard what Witsit was saying, which is what someone else already said. It's not just Witsit interpreting it that way, but this guy is also seeing the same information that we're seeing and coming to the same conclusion. The only difference is you seem to think that the figure that he just laid out is minuscule, while he said it's cause for taking a hard look. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, this is great because he says it sounds like he has a philosophical commitment against answering how, like he said, answering how we came to be in such a privileged spot in the universe. And to me, I don't see that surprising at all. I think that it makes sense that we would be in a privileged spot in the universe if that's indeed what
No. The number that you said was minuscule, insignificant when it comes to the vastness of the cosmos. Well, that he's talking about that. The same thing you were talking about earlier, maybe an hour ago, except he's saying that this is cause for taking a hard look. So why do you think that you've interpreted it as minuscule and he's interpreted it as he needs to take a hard look?
Yes, because I was talking about the shape of the solar system, you know, the sun, moon, planets, that type of stuff. He's looking at the bigger principle, and the bigger principle, like he's saying, oh, we have to take a hard look as to where that solar system is located. Because the assumption, the atheistic assumption would be that it's just some random spot in the universe. But it sounds like from this quote, he's saying, hey, look, it may be that we are actually in a privileged spot, which wouldn't be surprising to me. I'd be like, oh, well, I think God might have put us in a privileged spot, like he says.
Wow. A fundamental presupposition.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to point out one more time. You keep trying to change what they mean by special with where heliocentrism puts us now. And you're like, well, that's the Goldilocks zone. That's special. No, every time special comes up, we're talking about the earth not moving and everything moving around the earth versus what you believe.
No, in his quote, he's talking about a special place in the universe, not specifically around the earth. He's talking about the location of the solar system. And he was talking about,
in reference to
the center of the whole universe. The whole universe, not just the solar system.
Actually, if
Matthew,
the solar
that's the
system's in the
issue.
center, then it would be hyperlogical that the Earth is. It would be significantly more illogical. See, the heliocentric model is based upon the presupposition that the solar system itself is also insignificant in the grand scheme of things. To say that, oh, the solar system's the center and then we still go around the sun is hyperlogical. No physicist would ever claim such. It's either heliocentric in a vast universe where we're not significant, or the Earth is the center itself.
Like, Matthew, you just tried to argue for like 16th century heliocentrism when the 21st century doesn't subscribe to that anymore, where the sun literally is the center of the universe. No, the solar system is also just in some boondocks of the universe, of this void.
Correct. Yeah, but it sounds like from this quote, he's saying it seems like maybe we're at the center of the universe. So
that's not what he's saying. He's operating from the cosmic paradigm that all the galaxies are operating around this great attractor, quote unquote. He's not arguing for 16th century heliocentrism where the sun really is the center. No, the sun in his cosmic paradigm is the center of a solar system, which is a solar system in some boondocks of the void. That's what he is talking from.
Yeah, he's saying that's a problem, right? And so they don't have an answer for that.
If anyone wants me to stop, you can tell me to stop, because I know it's been like...
No, keep going.
All right. A fundamental presupposition of modern cosmology is the Copernican principle, that we are not in a central or otherwise special region of the universe. Studies of type La supernova, together with the Copernican principle, have led to the inference that the universe is accelerating in its expansion. The usual explanation for this is that there must exist a dark energy to drive this acceleration. Alternatively, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid and that the data has been interpreted with an inappropriate theoretical framework. If we were to live in a special place in the universe near the center of a void where the local matter density is low, then the supernova observations would be accounted for without the addition of dark energy. Timothy Clifton, Oxford astrophysics member, PhD, living in a void, testing the Copernican principle with distant supernova. Letter 101 1302, September 2008.
I just want to point out that when I say void, this doctor right here just agreed with my use of void when referring to just the space everywhere. Some globalists try to split hairs saying, no, it's not a void, it's space.
And just for all
they
the
use anonymously.
For the flat earthers to really take this in, because you guys are actually interested in truth, this is such a beautiful thing. Basically, the data shows that there's this incredible, mechanism of movement around us, and then there's this aura of calmness directly around the Earth. It's so beautiful. There's this aura of calmness right around the Earth, right? Like it's secluded and special and calm, like the calm in the middle of a storm, and then it has this movement all around it. It's pretty wild. Not that the movement isn't over top the Earth as well. It's just that the actual closest area of the Earth is like this calm center of a storm, which is such a beautiful picture if you really suck that in.
To the glory
I
of God.
agree. I really like these quotes that you're finding. My answer would be, hey, look, you guys could say that the Copernican principle fails, and maybe that's even more evidence for design, intelligent design right there.
Okay.
Oh, that's adorable. Are you trying to help us out with our arguments, Matthew? Please don't.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying that would be a way to solve the dark energy problem, is to say that God designed it and we're at the center in a privileged place.
Well, the dark energy problem comes from a contradiction in the model in the first place.
It comes from an assumption about the way things are working. Maybe there's
so an inconsistency in the prior assumption, which was also assumption. Yes, a contradiction within what they thought. That's where it came from. Trying to fix it.
Originally made to justify rebellion against Yah.
Yep. Everyone also keep in mind that in all of these, they're automatically assuming the Earth itself is a sphere. So they're trying to explain a distribution relative to that. So one of the next things I'm going to try to tackle after I try to make a better geocentric documentary than the principle is to actually try to, not that we need it, but kind of model out the distribution relative to a stationary flat Earth as opposed to presupposing omnidirectionality. And is actually, in my opinion, going to actually work much better. But anyway. Okay, so the uniform distribution of burst arrival directions tells us that the distribution of gamma ray burst sources in space is a sphere or spherical shell with us at the center. Some other extremely contrived and implausible distributions are also possible. But Copernicus taught us that we are not in a special preferred position in the universe. Earth is not at the center of the solar system. The sun is not at the center of the galaxy, and so forth. There is no reason to believe we are at the center of the distribution of gamma ray bursts. If our instruments are sensitive enough to detect bursts at the edge of the spatial distribution, then they should not be isotropic in the sky, contrary to observation. If our instruments are less sensitive, then some mathematical law should hold. Also contrary to observation, that is the Copernican dilemma. To this day, after the detection of several thousand bursts, and despite earnest efforts to show the contrary, no deviation from a uniform random distribution in the directions of gamma ray bursts in the sky has ever been convincingly demonstrated. Jonathan Katz. Again, very simply, just that the Earth is clearly in the center, and it's the most viable framework, and that to even claim the antithesis, you can't even come up with a theoretical explanation.
Or at least the solar system is in the center. It doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is in the center.
It literally says the Earth is the center of the solar system in the quote. What are you talking about? He literally says Earth is not at the center of the solar system, is what Copernicus taught. So what are you talking about? He's saying that from Earth's position.
The Copernican principle gets its name from that, because he said, just like the Earth is not at the center of the solar system, maybe we are not the center of the universe.
Okay, so that's what he's saying. He's saying, but Copernicus taught us that we're not in a special preferred position in the universe, and that the Earth is not at the center of the solar system. But he's explaining that the uniform distribution of burst arrivals in all directions from the Earth shows that the Earth is in the center. Jeez. This is Cogdis 101, man.
I bet
Cosmology. What?
Go ahead. I disagree with that characterization, but go ahead.
Okay. I think you're trying to simultaneously hold contradictory beliefs. So, cosmology is not even astrophysics. All the principal assumptions in this field are unverified or unverifiable in the laboratory, and researchers are quite comfortable with inventing unknowns to explain the unknown. How then could, after 50 years of failed attempts in finding dark matter, the fields of dark matter, dark energy, have become such lofty Dang, I went out. Sorry. Where was I? How then could, after 50 years of failed attempts in finding dark matter, the fields of dark matter, dark energy, have become such lofty priorities in astronomy funding, to the detriment of all other branches of astronomy? I demonstrate in this article that while some of this is based upon truth, at least just as much of ACDM cosmology has been propped by a paralyzing amount of propaganda, which suppress counter evidence and subdue competing models. I believe astronomy is no longer heading towards a healthy future unless funding agencies rethink their master plans. Sorry, guys. I need to sit up again. Okay. I'm sorry. I believe astronomy is no longer heading towards a healthy future unless funding agencies rethink their master plans by backing away from such high an emphasis on groping in the dark. Richard Liu, his book, 2007.
So it sounds like you know what this is? These are a vast amount of people waking up that are much deeper than someone like myself is, because I didn't hinge my success in my life on some of these theories, and then some and my colleagues believing it, and all of this, and the many sleepless nights. Like, these people have that to contend with, and still they're saying, hey, you know what? And they're saying it in a nice way. They're like, this isn't adding up. They're like the beginnings of us flat earthers. That's what they are. That's the beginning of how you end up here.
Even those who are most effective in trying to suppress the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness in themselves, they never do it absolutely flawlessly.
Yeah, that's an interesting quote. I mean, it sounds like more and more cosmologists are coming to the conclusion that the solar system is in a privileged position.
Yeah.
When you're in the darkness and the truth comes, the darkness cannot overcome the light of the truth. No matter how much you try to suppress the light of the truth in darkness, the darkness cannot overcome the light, even in the most darkened and hardened heart.
So if Earth is at rest relative to the ether, then it alone is at rest. That makes us pretty special. Do you really want to return to the I don't even know how to say the word. Anyone want to help a brother out?
Let me see.
I don't want to pronounce.
Parochial. You said that earlier.
Interesting. So if Earth is at rest relative to the ether, then it alone is at rest. That makes us pretty special. Do you really want to return to the parochial? Pre-Copernican idea. Do you really think that you and your planet are so special that in all the rich vastness of the universe, you alone can claim to be at rest? Physicist Richard Wolfson. look how triggered they get because of their philosophy.
So again, the context is: do we really think that everything we've built in the last 500 years is totally garbage? That's what he's asking you.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Do you want a break? Do you want someone else to read for you? And then, of course, you can say whatever you want. Where'd you go?
Oh, ladies' night starting soon. All right, I'm about to breeze through the. You're about to get faster. Okay. Additionally, we must take seriously the idea that the acceleration apparently indicated by supernova data could be due to large-scale inhomogeneity with no dark energy. Observational tests of the latter possibility are as important as pursuing the dark energy or exotic physics option in homogeneous or homogeneous universe. Theoretical prejudices as to theoretical prejudice as to the universe's geometry and our place in it must bow to such observational tests. Precisely because of the foundational nature of the Copernican principle for standard cosmology, we need to fully check this foundation. And one must emphasize here that standard CMB and anisotropy, I hate these words, studies do not prove the Copernican principle. They assume it at the start. George Ellis, Inhomogeneity Effects in Cosmology.
Anisotropy.
It's a big part. Anisotropy. Yeah. Dude, I'm terrible at that word. I hate it. All right, Matthew, you get that part, right? We don't have to talk about it. We don't got time. They assume it at the start. All right. Thus, we may return
it
to
might be
Ptolemy's,
false. Yep.
Yeah, thus we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. One has to show that the transformed metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations by distant rotating masses. This has been done by Thuring. We read that one already. He calculated a field due to a rotating, hollowed, thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were centrifugal and other inertial forces usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. I do have it cited here, though, if anyone wants to save that. Okay, next. The popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification of the Ptolemaic system is obviously wrong. The choice of the reference system has no effect on the structure of the model, and the Copernican models themselves require about twice as many circles as the Ptolemaic models and are far less elegant and adaptable. You remember your claim earlier, Matthew, where you said the opposite of that? Yeah. The choice of the reference system has no effect on the structure of the model, and the Copernican models themselves require about twice as many circles as the Ptolemaic models and are far less elegant and adaptable. Modern historians make ample use of the advantage of hindsight, stress the revolutionary significance of the heliocentric system and the simplification it had introduced. In fact, the actual computation of planetary positions follows exactly the ancient patterns and the results are the same. The Copernican solar theory is definitely a step in the wrong direction for the actual computation as well as for the underlying kinematic concept. Wow.
Yeah, because it should be ellipses, not circles.
Sorry, just a second. Kai's decided to vacuum.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, probably. I'll just agree with the vacuum. The Copernican principle states that humans are not privileged observers of the universe and provides our philosophical basis for assuming that on the largest scales, the universe is spatially homogeneous. Almost got me again. While it is one of the foundational aspects of modern cosmology, this assumption remains untested outside of the standard paradigm. Though it may seem pedantic to test something so obvious, the standard paradigm itself is built on shaky foundations, relying on an unexplained gravitationally repulsive dark energy component for observations to fit the model. The implications of this cannot be overstated. Assuming that the laws of physics do apply equally everywhere in the universe, the only non-Copernican configuration possible is one in which we live in a place that originates from special initial conditions. And testing the Copernican principle by constraining spatial homogeneity. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I dropped that one, but whatever. Sorry, I'm really trying to get these in. Matthew, I don't see how you can walk away from this and still think that you have any actual ground to stand on.
Lots of ground to stand on. No, yeah.
Okay. Although dark energy may seem a bit contrived to some, the Oxford theorists are proposing an even more outrageous alternative. They point out that it's possible that we simply live in a very special place in the universe. Specifically, we're in a huge void where the density of matter is particularly low. The suggestion flies in the face of the Copernican principle, which is one of the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. Copernicus was among the first scientists to argue that we're not in a special place in the universe, and that any theory that suggests that we're special is most likely wrong. The principle led directly to the replacement of the Earth-centered concept of the solar system with a more elegant sun-centered model. Dark energy may seem like a stretch, but it's consistent with the venerable Copernican principle. The proposal that we live in a special place in the universe, on the other hand, is likely to shock many scientists. American Physical Society, Dark Energy, Is It Merely an Illusion, 2008. My goodness, bro.
What supposedly is dark energy and matter?
They don't know. It's undefined.
Well, how about that?
Yeah, it's literally undefined. It is shown that the cosmological interpretation of the redshift in the spectra of quasars leads to yet another paradoxical result, namely that the Earth is the center of the universe. YB Varshney. Hey, how are paradoxes more logically founded? I must be missing something. Here's another one about Michelson Morley. The data were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Bernard Haffey. I can't believe I have this many, dude. Jeez Louise. We got 5 more minutes. The failure of the many attempts to measure terrestrial any effects of the Earth's motion and physical phenomena allows us to, goes on to explain relativity's role in explaining away this problem. Wolfgang Pauli, we did read that one earlier, but that one is cited. Here is again your boy Eddington. The Michelson-Morley experiment thus has failed to detect our motion through the ether because the effect looked for, the delay of one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus. This is where they took the Lorentz Fitzgerald idea of contraction and applied it to the apparatus to explain away the Michelson-Morley, saying that the physical tool for measurement within the apparatus was shrinking, but wasn't detectable. Oh yeah, we're unfounded. Either the Earth's at rest or that thing shrunk and you just can't tell. What a clown world. All right. Oh man, this is a long one. The explanation which had the most appeal in accounting for the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment was one that was literally dreamed up for the purpose. Listen carefully, Matt. It is so-called Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. In 1893, Fitzgerald suggested that all objects contracted in the direction of their motion through the ether. He reasoned that if ordinary objects flattened out upon impact with other objects, a rubber ball hitting a wall or a ripe tomato dropped on the floor, for example, then why would it not be possible for objects that move through the ether to have the force of the ether push them in or contract them? This would adequately explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The arm of the interferometer moving against the ether would be shortened so that even though the light wave traveling in that particular arm might be slowed down by the ether wind, this would be compensated for by having its path shortened. Objections to the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction hypothesis were rampant, as was to be expected, not only because there was no evidence to prove that such an effect took place, but particularly because Fitzgerald could not explain why objects would contract due to motion through the ether. The contraction hypothesis was originally advanced only as a possible explanation for Michelson and Morley results, providing such an effect existed. Wow. Then to the theory said that all materials traveling with the same velocity with respect to the ether would contract the same fractional amount. Since iron is much heavier and stronger than wood, for example, one would expect a greater contraction for wood than for iron, but this too went unanswered. I mean, that's a pretty impactful quote, actually. I mean, just point blank, so that's just a pseudoscience.
Yeah, interesting thesis. Interesting.
Let's see what we got here.
Very.
I mean, dude, it's so obvious what happened. There's an ether with a slight drift, and the Earth doesn't move. All right, the problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only 3 alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. Wow, science. The second was that the ether was carried along by the Earth and its passage through space. The third solution was that the ether simply did not exist, which to many 19th century scientists was equivalent to scrapping current views of light, electricity, and magnetism and starting again. Ronald W. Clark, Einstein, The Life and Times, pages 109 to 110. And that's what they did. They literally did that. And they still can't explain anything now. It's just so stupid. All right, one more minute. In the Ptolemaic system, the Earth is considered to be at rest and without rotation in the center of the universe, while the Sun, other planets, and fixed stars rotate around the Earth. In relational mechanics, this rotation of distant matter yields the force. Now, the gravitational attraction of the Sun is balanced by a real gravitational centrifugal force due to the annual rotation of distant masses around the Earth, with a component having a period of 1 year. In this way, the Earth can remain at rest and an essentially constant distance from the Sun. The diurnal rotation of the distant masses around the Earth with a period of 1 day yields a real gravitational centrifugal force flattening the Earth at the pole. Of course, that's assuming it's a sphere. You don't got to worry about it because it's just flat. Foucault's pendulum is explained by a real Coriolis effect, a real Coriolis force acting on moving masses over the Earth's surface. The effect of this force will be to keep the plane of oscillation of the pendulum rotating together with the fixed stars. Uh-oh. So that's a very impactful quote as well. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done. Because I think they are about to do Ladies' Night, right?
Oh, yes, it's ladies' night.
I'll send this one as to end it up. This is pretty good for you, Matthew. Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites, quote unquote, are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, which it's not, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for the heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence for evolution.
Those are some great quotes. Thanks for gathering all those. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I guess I would say maybe I should take a look. There may be evidence that we do live in a special portion of the universe. Also, that you can choose what reference frame you're using, just like the one you just said right here. Maybe we should use the Earth as a reference frame.
Another very important fact to consider for everyone, including Matthew, is everyone in their worldview with their epistemology has an ultimate authority. Everyone is operating by someone's say-so in their theory of knowledge. Whose say-so are you going to take? The God, the Almighty, the Omniscient One, the Supreme Being, or someone who is inferior to that?
Yeah, overall,
I can agree with that. Yep.
This little presentation, my overall point was simply that they have misled the masses, brainwashing us from like 5 up to pretend to know that the Earth is in fact wobbling, tilted, spinning, revolving around the sun, and that this is definitive scientific fact, and we've known it for hundreds of years, and we've known the Earth as a sphere for thousands of years. But when you actually pull back the veil of pseudoscience, you find out the truth is that in fact the geocentric model is not only just as viable, but more viable and more accurate to explain phenomena that we do observe, and at the highest levels of astrophysics and physics will tell you this very thing, including Einstein himself and even Stephen Hawking. And every time they claim there's proof of motion, they're going directly in the face of that very priesthood that they claim to believe. So in summary, they have masqueraded philosophy as science, and it was proposed by the church. So don't allow them to take your belief system and then mold it for you. Think for yourself, accept the hyperlogical aspects of reality. Thank you.
Masquerading true philosophy with unjustified arbitrarity and masquerading falsehood, lies, as science, knowledge.
And with that, we should turn it over to the ladies' night.
Oh, yes, it's ladies' night, and the quotes are right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night, the quotes are right. Oh, what a night.
I'm the only lady here, so I don't know if we're gonna have one.
Hello, Miss Lovely Luluka. How are you?
She left.
That's a different woman. That's
I'm
Kay.
KJ.
My Lord have mercy. I'm sorry.
I'm KJ.
KJ. Y'all sound similar, unless I forgot how Luluka sounds.
I think you forgot, because I don't think I sound like her at all.
That's exactly what I say between me and Elijah. But people keep confusing us. No matter
Really?
how much I try to deepen my no matter how much I try to deepen my voice. This is Gregory,
I can tell
not
you
Elijah.
definitely don't sound like Elijah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there's a big
Yeah.
difference to me.
Yeah.
I think so too. I'm glad I'm not crazy.
You have a similar timbre, but that's about it.
Oh, you say timber, not timbre?
It's English. I'm not great with English.
I mean, the way you said it looks like it's spelled, but then again, English.
Why do you think there's so many more men interested in flat Earth than there are women?
Why?
Men are in general more like interested in things, science and stuff like that than women.
Yeah, I think that's also the reason.
Can you prove that?
Yep.
Please do.
How many men are in this Discord?
No, prove it. No. Prove it overall what you said, not just about this tonight.
What do you mean?
That men are more interested in sciences instead of women.
Also, I would like to add that just because there's more men in an argumentative chat room doesn't mean that women don't respond
less
well
interested.
to this.
That's true.
Yeah. Inductive argument, but weak.
Yeah, I would actually make the argument that women are more capable, from my own experience, to accept the truth that the Earth is flat and stationary, more so than men, like maybe on average 10% more often capable of accepting the truth than men. But I think Discord servers is just more of a man thing.
Do you reckon that's because it's an ego thing? And men have like
Yeah, I was
a
about to
harder
say,
time
I
letting
think
go
it's
of
a
it?
I think it
thing,
could be
huh?
that, but I think it's just general intelligence. It's just that women just are on average in certain ways more intelligent than men. There's just some, it's some things that men are better at than women, some things that women are better at than men. Critical thinking, I suppose women are just a little bit better on average than men.
I think
And there's
men,
a difference.
I think men are
There's a difference.
smarter and dumber than women.
Yeah, I think you're both
That's
right.
right.
The way I see it, females have a really good overview and being able to put things together, thinking about multiple different things, whereas we are much better at hyper focusing on something.
Isn't this cute? Isn't this cute? Men trying to say that they know how women think.
Yeah, I'm getting this from Karma,
Yes.
so
It's cute.
There's a
It's cute.
difference.
It's so cute, man. It's
There's a
ridiculous.
difference between
So ridiculous. Don't even go
there's
there.
a
You're
difference
just
between
fucking
demonstrated interest
stepped into a
versus
bear
the
trap.
state of mind of being interested.
yeah, it's also I'm basing this on what Karma is telling me
go
about
there,
how
man.
she sees the world and how we complement each other. Where I focus on small details, she will see connections between them that I didn't spot.
Yeah,
I like that. Hey, I want to
You
shout
don't
out
need
to
to.
Austin and Matthew today, and Greg and everybody participating in today's discussion. It was exceptionally deep and honest and.
Thank you, dude. Crazy, yeah. Flat Earth, dude. All right, now peace, y'all. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Peace.
Hey, a question I've never heard anyone ask is, how come there's almost nobody but men over at Gem Panda's server? It's like, why is the anti-flat earther? Why is that mostly a man thing?
What server's that? I'm pretty new to all of this.
It's the Glober counterpart server to this server, so it's debate flat Earth.
Okay,
and it's just a bunch of Globers just spewing out nonsense.
Are there a bunch of flat earthers in that Discord, and are they debating the Globers in that Discord as well?
Yeah. Even I go over there sometimes, but now I feel discouraged too, because last time I was over there, Jim was, I guess, somehow playing it on YouTube and making money off it. And I guess my conversation was more interesting than other people's conversation. They were actually paying him to ask me questions, and I was like, oh, now I feel dirty. Now I need to go take a long shower.
Yeah, just think of it like this: we are partner platforms, and so people from here go over to there, and people from there go over to here. But generally, more of the flat earthers collect over here, and more of the anti-flat earthers collect over there.
So that Matthew guy that was debating in here earlier, he's been here for a while, I can assume.
Several years, yeah.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Based on all the roles he had. So he's been here for years, but he's still convinced it's a globe. Yeah.
I think he knows it's flat, and he's just, I don't know. Maybe he's getting paid to be here, come in here. I don't know. But I think he knows it's flat, and he's just denying it, I guess.
Yes,
you can't
that's right.
be here for that long and still be a Glober. That's no.
Yes, that's right.
Especially not when your best evidence is
You got me there.
believe it.
Does that guy have a soundboard or something?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. The Earth is flat.
Who is that speaking? Like what is the soundboard of?
That's Matthew.
Me. Oh, Matthew, sorry.
Yeah, it's a recording of Matthew.
Oh, what, the guy that was in here earlier?
Yeah.
Did you know that the Earth is flat?
He will tell you.
Yes, that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, he will tell you.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
But it's still a ball because he believes it is so.
Yes, that's right.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Yeah, see, that one's Rob Simmons, isn't it? I recognize that one.
Yes.
Anyway, shout out to Austin and Matthew again. That was great. I got a phone call right in the middle of my thank you. But yeah, that was it made my day go by really fast, man. Just working, and it was great. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Keep it up. All right, ladies. Or lady.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one here.
Hey, man, she's the only one that matters to me now.
That's right. That's right. Keeping it real. All right. How do birds fly on a globe? I can't figure it out. Anyway, another day.
They use lift. That's how they fly, period.
My favorite one from this week was horizons don't work on a flat Earth.
That is new.
That was good.
I was like, I think I might have hurt a rib on that one.
Yeah.
For sure.
My abs are just, they're getting there, okay? They're getting there.
You know, I don't need to do sit-ups.
My abs aren't what they used to be, but I'll tell you what, the more I laugh about this globe narrative, then the reason I'm laughing so hard is because they keep coming up with new and more creative ways to fuck up, and we just, you know, you got cats like Whitted who literally know everything about the topic, front and back, up to down, right?
Yeah.
And then you got idiots like myself who just come in and say, "Oh my goodness, how could it be that you think this way?" It's not incredulity, too, by the way. It's like, okay, so you do know how to tie your shoes. We
right.
Do we know that? All right. Step 2. Can you feel you're not spinning? Maybe that should come before the tie the shoes thing, because I mean, compared to tying the shoes, that one's pretty easy.
Yes, that's right.
It'd be hard to tie your shoes if you were spinning, man. It'd be a hard time.
Well, that's true too. But I think even the drunkest son of a bitch trying to tie his shoes would not experience what they say we do on a globe.
It's astronomical.
That's science. Okay, yeah, it's
Actually, that might be the only person that does feel the spin is the drunk dude.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
Yep. Without alcohol, there is no spin. Check.
Yes, that's right.
That's awesome. Well, it's a long weekend. I didn't expect I didn't expect this morning, man. I came in this morning, it was dead ass air for like a couple of hours. I was like, "Hey, what's up?" Asking for some bendy water. And then Austin and Matthew came in and shit, here we are like what, 5 hours later? Fuck.
It could get exciting.
If you're debating people about this sort of thing, what is the best way of going about it? Like, what's the strongest way to debate somebody, or what would you start with?
I don't know. I mean, I thought that today's discussion was so fucking cordial, man, and that was what I loved about it. And there was nobody raising any voice. There might have been a couple people jumping in, going, "You're a Mongo, Matthew." But
yeah, but I mean, like specific points that you could raise to them.
I mean, I just love that water doesn't convex to a ball. You know, that's
but they'll just claim gravity. They'll just say, "Oh, that's gravity."
Yeah. Great, man. If you can show that to me on my workbench, that would be great. Bring it on. I love that one. Gas pressure without a container, man. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's a strong one. That's a good one.
It's pretty fucking strong, man. So those two I'll go with. And then if you go out sailing on the ocean, man, you can see left to right, man, some days 100 miles, easy. There should be a 7,000 foot curvature of something somewhere. And it's just not there.
Yeah, see, I really like that. That's the argument I always used before, was the being able to see too far argument. But
left and right. I mean, not even distance.
It's just the same bullshit response every single time I bring that one up, and that's just refraction, and you can't get anywhere.
100 miles. I can see 50 miles left, 50 miles right, island. No big 7,000 foot mountain of water in the middle. Where is that? Where is it? It's not there. Okay.
We know Earth is round. We know Earth is round because of gravity. It makes everything in the perfect spheres. Just like when you're second grade, you draw a ball, just like that.
That's, those are the things I go to. Real simple. We can see too far. Polaris never moves. Ain't that a bitch? There's no parallax in the stars, man. Zero parallax in the stars, man. Wow. But that doesn't, that's not what we're standing on. Where's the curvature? Where's the bendy water? Where's the gas pressure without the container? Where is it?
The
Show it to
globe,
me.
the globe model definitely assumes that the sun is moving, doesn't it? Like we're
Oh,
like
yeah.
they say we're moving around the sun, and
They
that
say
the sun is also moving through space, right?
these Mongos think the sun is moving at 500,000 miles an hour.
Right.
500,000 miles an hour, not like 300 miles an hour. No, 500.
And by default, we are
thousand.
too.
And do they
Yes,
And we
claim?
by
would be
default,
too
we are
if
too.
we're would be too around the center of the galaxy.
Do they
Feel like you're
also
going that fast?
do they also claim that the other stars are also moving as well, like Polaris, for example?
Yeah, they're moving.
Yeah, around the center of the galaxy. Yeah.
Because like, all I'm trying to get at is like, yeah, you can use the argument that how are we always seeing the same stars year after year if we're moving through the galaxy, like in that GIF that's just been posted? But then they'll just say, oh, but the stars are also moving as well. So yeah.
Well, they're really, really far away. They're trillions and trillions and quadrillion miles away, and that's why. Oh, okay. Can you prove that? Red shift, blue shift. I got the blue shift up my ass with the red shift coming out my. Anyway, okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
Excuse me. Conservation of momentum. Okay.
Yeah, the conservation of momentum makes me hungry. I need a sandwich.
So I was just thinking. It seems to me like oftentimes the biggest difference between a glober and a flat earther is really just the standard of evidence. It seems to me like a lot of globers have low standards of evidence when it comes to, determining what's beneath their feet, and these flat earthers, including myself, have a higher standard of evidence. In fact, I'd say I have the highest because I don't really know of any standard of evidence that would be higher than mine, because my standard of evidence is a direct measurement of curvature, an arc segment measured with solid materials, be it steel or wood, or constructing a straight line and showing where the Earth is deviating from it. And it just seems to me like that's really the biggest difference here. It's not like it's really a globe earther, flat earther thing. It's really just a low standard of evidence, high standard of evidence thing.
Right. I agree. I got a full workshop. I got metal, wood, glass, plastic. What do you need, man? If you got gas pressure without a container, bring it. If you've got convexity of water sticking to the ball, that would be great.
Look. If you're so much smarter than Einstein, where's your Nobel Prize?
Right. I got the Nobel Prize, but that's a beer company. It was a different kind of prize. Anyway.
It's a funny thing, though, how when I was arguing with some knuckleheads over at Jim Panda's area, like a little while ago, it kind of boils down to when I asked them for an arc segment measurement made out of solid materials. It boiled down to them asking me, oh, well, okay, when you make something straight, how are you going to know for sure that it's straight? And I'm like, well, dude, that's your problem. I'm not the one trying to prove it's a ball. I'm trying to help you prove it's a ball to me. I don't actually believe it's a ball. Like, I have no reason to doubt that this laser isn't straight. I have no reason to doubt that this rail in front of me that trains go on isn't straight. You're the one who's doubting that it's straight. It's crazy.
Right. It is crazy.
Do you guys think
that?
Do you guys think because the flat Earth movement has grown, but you'd say it's like grown quite a lot in recent years? Yeah. Would you say that in the distant future, after more and more people wake up, that this could all like come out, or do you reckon it's always going to be like people, the majority are going to believe it's a globe?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I think it's going to stay under wraps for a little bit longer. We got the alien agenda being pushed now by the governments. NASA, militaries are coming out with a bunch of shit. I think that whole thing's going to finish before this really is allowed to become public knowledge.
Yeah, I agree. I think that also the new generation has much more distrust in the government than the older generations, and they're more inclined to conspiracy. And they're gonna have to put us back in the Stone Age to not let this come out. And I have to do something really bad for this not to come out. Hate to say it like that, but
Yeah, I get you. The technology has just outpaced the lie, and it's so easy for us to show it now with how interconnected everything is, and all of our easy access to technology. It's it's kind of indefensible at this point, trying to defend the globe.
and notice I heard they discontinued the P900 P1000s. Can you believe that? Which I thought was the most popular camera. They discontinued them. Did you hear that?
What? The
Dude, I
Nikon
bought
ones?
my camera like 2 weeks ago, P1000. So I'm glad I got mine.
Oh, wait. I was thinking of getting one of those, so they're not going to do them anymore. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's what I heard. Once you look into it, I don't know if I heard that they stopped the production.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Just recently.
Are there any other manufacturers that make cameras like that, or is it just Nikon?
I don't know, but I call it the globe killer because anybody can buy a camera like that, like a P900, go out there and look 10 miles and see there should be 5 feet of observer height, should be 20 feet of curvature, and see the very base of their observations with no curvature. So there you go, globe killer.
I better go buy one soon then.
Yeah, get the. I like the P900. I mean, as far as it's super lightweight, and the zoom on it's just incredible. 2,000 millimeter equivalent. I don't know if you guys ever been to a sporting event where they get those big giant lenses, the big white ones by Canon. It's freaking huge, or like a meter long. That's the equivalent of the P900. You want to take it to the next level, get the P1000, which is a 3,000 millimeter zoom lens. Fuck,
Yeah,
that's
buddy.
crazy, dude. That's insane. The problem I have with the P1000, it's a really heavy camera, and it doesn't have a better chip in it. It's got the same chip as the P900, and you're paying like twice as much for it. So the P900 is the globe killer, absolute, without a doubt. You can see like 10, 20 miles, zoom in on a rock. You're like, oh shit, that's amazing.
The one hill in England is a killer of the globe.
Yes.
Because I'm on one hill 300 meters above the sea level. And I know that I'm in the middle of the England 300 meters above the sea level, but I'm so far away from the sea. How I know that I'm 300 meters from the sea level?
Right.
Well, they measured that before.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. So
So
You
we
can
don't
get
need even.
P950, which is you don't need it. You don't need it.
No, we don't need it. We need only mountains to measure elevation, and that's it.
You can sense you're not spinning, man. You really don't need a fucking camera. Yeah. You know you're not spinning. You know it. You're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Nah.
And you cannot be
You don't
ball
need a
and not
camera
spin.
for that one.
And you cannot be ball and not spin. With all that water.
Look, if you're smarter than Eratosthenes and Einstein, just where's your white lab coat? Just let me see it. That's what I'm saying. NASA has rocket scientists. Rocket scientists are very smart. Therefore, NASA is very smart with sciencey stuff, so they know circular logic.
Is Matthew there? Can I ask Matthew a question?
I have time for a quick question, sure.
If you had to be locked in a room for a week with either Quantum Eraser or the Rumpus, which would you choose and why?
Quantum Eraser. He's an interesting guy.
Fair enough. Why have you shunned the Rumpus?
Oh, sorry, why what?
Why have you shunned the Rumpus? Seems like a pretty harsh scorn.
I don't know who he is the other reason.
No further questions. You never hit me. Oh, sorry, I just realised it's ladies' night.
It's all right. No one's really here for ladies' night except me, so probably gonna have to cancel it.
Calling all flat Earth ladies. So now some
I'm
emails,
here.
some phone calls. Can we get Brenda?
I'm here.
Who's that?
It's Dr. Scientist.
Ah, welcome to ladies' night.
You're talking to a flat Earth lady.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, why can I see Chicago across the lake from Michigan?
Refraction.
If the Earth is a globe, why do the rockets launch and go into the ocean for NASA to pick them up?
Point Nemo. Check it out.
Have you guys told your families about this? How have they reacted to you saying that the Earth is flat?
Completely irrelevant. How
Yeah,
about
I
the
mean, they
Earth?
don't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
It's not. Yeah, it's not like it's a conversation anyway. It's not a agree or disagree. The Earth measures flat. So if they don't want to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it.
I have maps on my wall, so if they want to talk about it, they'll bring up the conversation starter that hangs everywhere.
Yeah,
That's
my
awesome.
family kind of knows what's up already. So, you know.
And did you manage to have a conversation with them about it, or did they just not want to hear about it?
Again, that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what our personal relationships are doing. Stu, you want to talk about the Earth measuring flat or not?
Well, it's pretty silent in here, so I'm just making conversation.
Do you know what the 3 points are? 3-point questions.
Me? Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right. How we can see too far? Is that one of the points?
No, it's 3 questions that you can ask someone that establish what they believe or know, more likely believe about the heliocentric model, and
right.
establish to them that it's a belief, not knowledge, and keep them mentally focused on evidence to support their belief and not deviate off into La La Land this direction or La La Land that direction. So the first question is, so what I'm saying is, if you think you're going to have trouble speaking to your family members or particular friends of yours about this, but you want to talk to them about this, this is a good way to do it because it increases your chances of getting somewhere with them.
Okay.
And so the first question is this: do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles and the method of how they did that? And it's important to use the word direct in there, so they're not pointing at the sky and saying
They'll probably
whatever.
say I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most common answer. and then you'd ask them after that. So you don't have any evidence for it, you don't know of anyone doing that, but you believe it's a ball, right? And they probably say, oh yeah, I believe it's a spherical object, yeah. And then the second question is, do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth, the spin of the Earth? And they'd probably say, no, I don't know how anyone's ever measured that. And you could ask them, but you believe it, right? You believe the Earth is spinning? And be like, yeah, I believe the Earth is spinning. And then be like, all right, cool, but you don't know how anyone's ever done that. And then the third question is, do you know how anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So the word container is in the very definition. So do you know how anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because they say that's why we have gas pressure here on the Earth. And they might say, no, I don't know how anyone has ever proven that to be possible. No, without affirming the consequence and pointing at what they're trying to prove to be true anyway. So anyway, so you could just point out that that's just a belief. I don't know how anyone's ever demonstrated or proven that to be possible. And then from there on, you can just point out to them that they're just beliefs. They don't have knowledge of this, and they could choose to not believe these things. And yeah.
All right.
I think when we're talking about this kind of thing as well, it's often important to actually tell you what their rebuttals would be and what's wrong with them. Because what might happen is, say, you do the gas pressure without a container thing, then globers obviously have incorrect rebuttals for these things, right? They don't just go, like they give you an answer to which is wrong. And so it's important to go into why the answer's wrong as well, because otherwise, what people will tend to do is they'll hear like a bunch of things from a flat earther, and then they'll go to a globe earther guy and they'll be like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, and then the globe earther will give them these kind of half-assed ad hoc excuses, and then they'll come away thinking, oh well, I don't know which side's right. But if you already tell them what they're going to say and why it's wrong, then it kind of gives you that advantage.
Yeah, see, that's where I struggle with. Like, I find it difficult to get into the intricacies of things. Like Witsit's really good. He because of his vast knowledge, he knows how to respond to these incorrect answers that these globers give. But sometimes you get people like they give one of these answers, like you said, that is incorrect, but they phrase it in a way that sounds intelligent. And unless you're like armed with all the knowledge, it's hard to kind of debate in that sort of way.
Yeah, exactly. And what they'll often do is they'll say it with a lot of confidence. Like they'll say wrong things with a lot of confidence, and that kind of deceives people who are listening as well, because they're like, oh well, they sound like they know what they're talking about, and they're using sciencey words, right? But if it's illogical, it's illogical. It doesn't matter how good it sounds.
Yeah. That's what I need to get better at, like trying to call them out on their bullshit, basically.
Oh no, we do that already, and then the one thing that globers are terrible with is misusing logical fallacies. Because often what we'll do is we'll call them out for their logical fallacies, and then they think that it's a game of who can call the most logical fallacies, right? But they won't actually do it properly. And obviously that's another problem unless the person who's listening, the person who is listening understands logical fallacies, right? So a good example would be like a straw man or an ad hominem. Like calling someone a name isn't an ad hominem. A lot of people don't know this. They think that just calling someone a name is an ad hominem. It's not. Calling someone a name as a reason that their argument is wrong is an ad hominem, and it has to be in relation to their argument being wrong because they are the thing, right? That's just an example, but there's loads.
Yeah, see, I don't even know what an ad hominem is. Like, I gotta look that up.
Well, you would have heard tons of ad homs in political debate. I'll give you an example, right? So, have you ever heard, you're English, I'm just going to use the English political pod, have you ever heard that Nigel Farage is a racist?
Yeah, people say that, don't they?
Yeah, of course, people say that. Does that prove anything?
No.
No, of course. But a lot of people will be like, oh, he's a racist, therefore he hates Romanians or whatever, right? This is just an ad hoc. It doesn't doesn't mean anything. Like, and it should be discarded as such because it's completely illogical.
Right. Okay.
I mean, even if he does, right? Here's the thing. The thing about ad homs is that even if what they're saying is true, it's still illogical. So it doesn't even matter if he is a horrible racist or whatever, because, like, okay, so Nigel Farage is a racist, and then he tells you that 2 + 2 is 4, right? So 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 because Nigel Farage is a racist, right? Doesn't make any
That's a
sense.
non sequitur, right? That's what non sequitur means.
No, yeah, I guess that is, yeah, I guess so. But the root of that is the fact that you called him a name, therefore what he's saying is wrong. But there's no reason to think that.
Right.
I thought the ad hom was attacking the person instead of attacking the argument. Is that not an ad hom?
Yeah, but it has to be in the. So the thing about logical fallacies, it has to be in the context of logical arguments. Just calling someone a dickhead isn't an ad hom. It's just an insult.
But it's if you say, "Oh, you're a dickhead, therefore you're wrong." That's an ad hom.
Yeah.
Here's an example of an ad hom and not an ad hom in a debate, and with both are name calling.
Yeah, they're both name calling, but one's an ad hom because it's in service of like winning an argument, and the other's just an insult.
Have you seen that guy on YouTube? Basically, whenever you search flat Earth, because of the algorithm, he always comes up. Professor Dave, I think, is his name.
Yeah.
Seen that debate with him and I think he's also called Dave, isn't he? The Dishriff guy or whatever his name is.
Oh, Dave Wise. Yeah.
Dave, that's it, David Weiss.
Dave Weiss.
Have you seen that debate?
I haven't seen a debate, no. No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, he likes to call people names. He likes to call people names.
It's just like they I feel like everyone's just against David Weiss in that video because you've got this retard Professor Dave just constantly being mean to him and calling him stupid names and laughing. Then you've got the stupid actual hosts of the show giggling as he's doing it. It's just so stupid. I hate the way those debates go.
They're completely moronic, but the thing is that they have the mainstream consensus, so they get to do that for now. The thing is that, so I have to be quick, so I'm about to be underground, but the thing about these people is that you quickly understand what their triggers are, and so if he thinks that mocking you is winning a debate, then mock him, and then he'll feel like he's losing the debate. It really is that simple.
I've noticed they'll use compound tactics with fallacies. So stultification, here's a good example. He's a flat earther. Why would you listen to anything he says, right? So it's kind of like an ad hom and stultification at the same time, and the genetic fallacy, right? Because the guy's racist doesn't mean that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, right? So that would be the genetic fallacy. Oh, because it comes from a flat earther, right? It has to be wrong. So they'll actually use like compound fallacy.
Yeah.
And you got them on their heels when they say, that's not what I'm talking about. That's when you double down and go, yeah, I know, dipshit, came out of my mouth. That's what I'm talking about. Where's the ladies? Where?
Good question. I might call it if no others show up at 6. Six my time, so 6 Central.
What's the time now? Where you?
I didn't catch that. What?
I was just asking what the time is now. Where you are?
Oh, what time is it where I am?
Can I ask what brought you to the flat Earth?
Originally, it must have been a YouTube video, but I don't remember, because this was like 4 years ago. But I think it was originally the religious side of it, like the Bible and all that. But I don't think, oh gosh, Mark Sargent or somebody like him, I think, on YouTube is when I really got into it. So probably 4 years ago.
And because you came in from a religious point of view, did you start making YouTube channels, proselytizing, or anything like that, or did you just kind of keep quiet?
Well, I watched a lot of videos on it, mostly I think Rob Skiba, and I had a YouTube channel basically about the Bible, so I used to make a bunch of videos on it, and then I started making flat earth content, so it was flat earth Bible based stuff. And then later on I did a lot of studying because I left the church let's see, a few years ago, so I did a lot of studying at home, and I don't want to get into it here, but I eventually became non-religious because of how much studying I did. I found a lot of things that are contradictory and all that. So I deleted that YouTube channel and all those videos, but now
Well,
we've got
if you
other people
ever
who make scientific content for it, so.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were paused. I thought you were done. If you ever wanted to get into the contradictions, I would love to get into that with you, but obviously this isn't the place to do that. I would just like to be curious because I am open-minded to people who say that there are contradictions, and I've kind of looked for them before, but it was always like something in the Old Testament where the guy said that he had a pool that could hold 6,000 gallons full. It's not a contradiction. So, yeah, of course, you don't have to if you don't want to. But if you ever wanted to show me, if you ever wanted to like compile a little list of contradictions, I'd love to see that list.
Yeah, sure. I do have one of them. I don't have my original computer where I had everything on it, so I did lose a lot. But I I do have one list that has a good amount on it.
Right. I'm sure you've heard me talk enough to know that I'm not going to attack you over your beliefs. So just know that if you were to share it with me, I'd be super chill, and I would probably respond and then not harass you.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be cool. Thank you. I haven't shared this stuff with anybody in quite a while because usually the response is very, very negative, and I was raised extremely religious, so I was around a lot of people who just took the Bible very seriously. So when I bring this kind of stuff up with them, it was just like hell, to be honest. So I don't really talk about it that much anymore because it hurts people too much. So I just basically let them just live their lives the way they want to, and if it comes up in the conversation that I'm an atheist, then sure, I'll talk about it.
Well, thank you
Yeah,
for
I'm
your
not
story.
really.
I appreciate that you shared that with us.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm actually not a Christian. My first kind of most logical position that I considered logical was to be one of the agnostic. So why did you feel that you had to go straight from Christianity to atheism and not sort of like a midway point? Or what was the thought behind that?
Well, I was actually agnostic for a while, and then I came to the realization that I can't prove creation because things exist. You know, I can't prove that anything didn't exist at one point, that this earth just one day was like, hey, I'm gonna make something, like people say there's a God. Like, I can't prove any of it, maybe there's an energy source, maybe it's the ether, but I can't prove creation, so I'm not going to be a part of that. So I view it as a belief, since no
Would
one
that
can
be
really prove it.
agnostic?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to
No.
say that was where I was, and that's why I call myself an agnostic. So I don't know. It's like whatever. Like you can call yourself whatever you want, but I find it interesting that we both had like basically the same like worldview, and I called myself an agnostic,
Oh.
and you called yourself an atheist. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Agnostic is as far as I know is I don't know, I don't care, or I don't care. It's not saying.
definitely not.
Yeah,
It,
you don't make any claims. That's agnosticism, I think.
Yeah, I think agnosticism is closer to more like I don't know. I don't think men are capable of knowing such things. Therefore, you don't know either. So why don't you just leave me alone? And I want to give you credit, right? Because you said that you don't know if it's all eternal, like if it's all always just been here, right? That's what the scientists used to believe before they discovered the Doppler effect, the redshift. Hubble discovered it, and then said, "Oh well, there must have been a beginning, right?" So I want to point out, what is it? The first law of thermodynamics: it can't be created or destroyed. So I would say that your belief is in line with the first law of thermodynamics. So to give you a little street cred.
That's one of the reasons, actually, yeah, because you can't create energy, you can't destroy energy. It always goes from one form to another. So there's that.
so how did they get here in the first place?
The way Christians, let me give the other side real fast. The way Christians believe it is, well, God is, obviously above that. So I was just putting both sides of the coin out there, just so everybody can choose their own point of
Yeah, it's also important to point out, though, that the globe is an attempt to explain. I don't just mean the globe itself, but the whole globe story, including evolution and Big Bang. This is all an attempt to explain a godless universe. So
Yeah.
once you realise that that's all bollocks, I don't know. For me, like that was because I still don't claim a religion. I moved from agnosticism to theism. But I never actually went to like being a Christian or whatever because I don't know that any of these books haven't been fucked with. Basically, that's a very very short story for me. To much longer kind of description of how I see things. So, but from my point of view, if there's a creation, there must have been a creator. So for me, it's just a logical axiom.
Yeah, can I ask your thoughts on how do you think life got here?
Me or KJ?
I was talking to the young lady, but if you want to answer, that's fine too.
No, let KJ.
I have no idea. There's my answer. I don't know. I don't have a guess. I can't prove a beginning, so that's just where I'm at.
Yeah, because scientists are very clear. They say that light, heat, and clay got together. And after a gajillion years, a long time, life just rang forth when the conditions were right, perfect.
That's a fun story.
And this life form started growing and eating and replicating and evolving into different life forms over time, many, many, many millions and millions of years. Then
Yeah.
it turned into Lucy, which is basically an ape. Human ancestor looks like an ape, basically. And turned into you and to me without an
The
intelligent designer.
end.
And then the ape got a briefcase one day, put on a suit, and here we are. And it must have been that because how else could it have happened? There's no better explanation, so an explanation must be the correct one.
It's important not to straw man evolution because they don't say that monkeys turn into humans. They say that what turned into monkeys also turned into humans. So it's a subtle difference.
Just ask them to show us what the human ancestor looks like, and then you can say that looks like a monkey. I'm not saying it's a monkey, but it looks like a monkey, so you call it whatever you want, human ancestor. I'm not saying it's a chimpanzee or not a gorilla. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it looks like a monkey. I mean, this looks like a human, anyways. So just look at my human ancestor was Spanish or a German, right? But I mean like a human. I don't mean like another life form.
If you use kind of like, if you say something like, "Oh, monkeys turn into humans," you give them an easy out, so they don't have to explain their absurd position. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not correct because you just say human ancestor, and if you just have them show us what that looks like, and they'll give you a picture of a monkey or something that looks like a monkey. Okay, it's not a human. You could call it a different name, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's not correct to say it's. I mean, and if they say they don't know, well, hey, you don't know, but you're making a claim. That makes no sense.
Ken Hovind has a very funny, simplistic way of summing up the theory of evolution as from goo to you by way of the zoo.
And if you're a Christian or if you're religious, you have to not all of a sudden interpret the Bible as symbolism and not actual truth or fact. So now we got a bunch of lukewarm Christians because they believe science and not the Bible.
Yeah, I just want to say this. I think there's an immense amount of knowledge gathered up from the people in the past. It doesn't matter what continent you're on. It's like even there's rocks in South Africa that line up with the stars, right? There's so much knowledge in Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, the so-called holy books. I really think that it shouldn't be overlooked. Because think about it, if we've been here for like 6,000 years, just writing shit down, or 10,000 years, that's a lot of information that didn't quite make it on the internet.
Yeah, a lot of things have happened on this plane already. A lot of civilizations came and were destroyed.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, you have the cycles of day and night, you have the cycles of the months, you have the cycles of the years, you have the cycles of the seasons. Everything seems to be very cyclical, and it would stand to reason that everything on this earth seems to go within cycles as well. Rise and fall of empires, rise and fall of civilizations. It seems to make sense that these cyclical patterns are something that we can't necessarily get away from.
Yeah, but I don't believe in the separation of events which led to destruction of big civilizations. I think that everything lines up with what the Bible says, especially with the flood and so forth. That's why we have this flood mud movement going on at the moment that tries to point to something else than
Back on cyclical. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What is cyclical? Cyclicals have anything to do with it? I didn't get your point.
What? Can you repeat that?
The other guy who said cyclicals. What does cyclicals have anything to do with it? I didn't get his point.
Sorry. Cyclical means things go in cycles, right? Everything seems to have some sort of cycle to it, the cycle of life. And I feel like there's probably cyclical patterns that have repeated over time. There may have been a start to these patterns, and there's probably going to be an end at some point.
Does that apply to the conversation?
Yeah, well, if you're talking about the origin or a creation story, right? You have a start to a cyclical pattern. And Larry was talking about all the different religions that seem to have written things down over time, right? Losses and gains within that knowledge.
Right. So the religion would say the start is from a creator God. And I think it's just about all the religions talk about an ending time. So it will end. So therefore, theology, not science.
I just think that the same thing that we're seeing today with New Age and the rewriting of how things came to happen and how the universe works and whatnot, the same thing that happened in the past in the days of Noah when there already was high civilizations with crazy technology and so forth. And they just did the same thing as we see today, because as it says in the scriptures, it will be as in the days of Noah. And in the days of Noah, you probably had something as you would call a new age movement today, where people took, biblical things and just perverted them to fit their agenda and so forth. So it's just a thing that already happened in the past, and the reason why actually everything was flooded to something that just happens again, like it is predicted in the scriptures. It will be just like in the days of Noah. And what we see today, all this rising with spiritualism, new age stuff, thousands of texts, books that people are writing about how the Bible is a cool story, but actually it's much deeper. It has to do with mushrooms and whatnot. It's just the same confusion as in the days of Noah. As simple as that. I mean, I can't certainly prove it 100%, but that's just a revelation I got from the Most High.
I got to point out, though, that John of Patmos, you say mushrooms, but mushrooms are kind of tasty, but when you eat a poison, your stomach really don't like it. I'm sorry. I've never eaten mushrooms, but that's what I've heard. Excuse me. I've never eaten poisonous mushrooms to get a trick. I have eaten mushrooms before.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it. Can turn out
I don't
very
know.
bad.
I've heard that if you're trying to quit smoking and you have a magical experience from eating magical mushrooms, you have an 85% chance of quitting.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the risk.
By the way, Larry, I posted the list over in the biblical lobby, and I tagged you so you can find it. Hopefully the link works.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And like I said, I might just respond and then leave it alone. That way, if you don't respond, obviously it's something you're not interested in talking about, because I don't want to harass you. I understand that this probably isn't your main concern. So I appreciate you sharing that, though.
Yeah. Thanks for looking at it. Or gonna give it a look. Oh, we were joined by another lady. Hi, Jackie. Well, hopefully you can say hi later.
You said it's in biblical?
Yeah, biblical lobby debate. I think that's what it's called. Or debate lobby.
I see it. It's a file, right? It's to download.
Yeah.
Where's it at?
Kevin Jonas, July 1st, 2022, 4:10 p.m. Pacific. Tag Larry. Contradictions. Yeah, I'd like to see this. I think a lot of the problem people have with the Bible that erase
Is
the
there any way
Bible
you can send it to me?
is, I mean, I can, you don't see the tag, I can tag you again. Here, hang on. I want to tag you on this, see if it works.
How do you see tags?
You don't see tags?
I don't know. How do you see tags?
They're brown. Can you see colors? They're brown as opposed to black.
Oh, yes. I know there's not an open computer. I was told to wait for an open computer.
It's funny. I was just talking to a person who ended up being colorblind, so he couldn't see the tags. I had to explain to him that there's a brown, bar, and that's how you know they tagged you in the brown bar. Otherwise, it's all black. And this is a basic color for this one. You can switch the colors, of course, but I hope he's getting his tags. Oh, look, somebody posted something. Noah's Ark questions. Okay. Where did Noah find enough wood in the middle of the east to build a ship like that? God put the trees there for him. God showed him the trees. Where did Noah know how to build a ship? God told him. How did the ancient Egyptians use the entire army of slaves to build? Because nobody knows that. Who built the pyramids? How did a family of 8 care for all the animals they didn't have to? Why does the story of Noah's Ark is more epic? Probably because it happens in Epic of Gilgamesh also. Probably talk about the same story. Where is the evidence of the entire Earth being flooded? I know scientists have floods. I don't know if it's like they checked everywhere on Earth. Maybe if they check on Mount Everest, maybe it's not there. But I know scientists have confirmed the flood. I'll leave it at that. What I wanted to say is, problem with people who raised in the Bible, some of the problem is that they were raised with only the nice family teddy bear hug verses of the Bible, and not with all the verses, like in the Leviticus, where people are stoning people. And then when they see those verses, they think, "Oh, wait, that's not friendly. That guy wouldn't do that." And then they get thrown off, like it's not godly, because we did stuff like that, And so like they grew up with a cherry picked version of the Bible, and they see the rest of it, then they're dismayed. Like, how could that be? That's what I think.
And I'm kind of sad that I don't have all of my stuff. I do have a lot more contradictions and yeah, basically that, and some other things that I just don't have on hand. But this is basically just a smidge of it, or just some of it. But some things to think about, look over.
I tried looking at it, but it's an RTF file or something. No,
I was raised Christian, and
Where can I find it?
It's in the Bible debate. So it has Noah's Ark and a whole other file which has a lot of stuff in it.
It
Look for
wouldn't let
Bible
me
debate.
make it a PDF, so I don't know. Hopefully it works.
It all came out as gibberish to me.
Where's the Bible debate thing? I can't see it.
Just scroll down. Whereabouts is it? Biblical debate. It's underneath like the religious
Biblical
philosophy.
debate lobby. Okay. Anti-contradictions RTF, right?
Yep.
Oh, and when I open it, I just get gibberish.
It says open in Zoom, but it doesn't. I don't think it does
It's
it right.
It's an RTF file. You might have to have the correct program to read it. Mine's the same. It's all gibberish to me as well.
Darn. Okay, I'll
I
see
got
if I can
Noah's
figure out how to
contradictions, but
make it.
I can't open that file either. Yeah, sorry. I was raised Christian, and I was always taught to pray for things that were out of control, and that God may intervene in your prayers. If He intervenes, then He would bridge that gap to give you your request, which is like a miracle. So, we believe the Bible is filled with these miracles. So you wouldn't be able to explain it with science because by way of miracle. So it's not really an argument.
That's the thing. It's a cop out to say, "Oh, anything with God is possible." That's the answer that I would get when I would ask hard questions. And even like when I was religious and I would have atheists, ask me questions that I ended up asking, my answer was always, with God, all things are possible. You just got to believe. But no, it's just a cop out. You might as well, I don't know, just a whole big belief. I'd rather know something than be a part of a belief.
Don't you find it interesting that your heart is beating without you thinking about it, even when you're sleeping?
Yeah, it does.
Isn't that a
But that doesn't
miracle
mean that
somehow?
there's a creator.
Isn't that a miracle somehow?
I wouldn't say it's a miracle. I'd say that's just how my body works.
Okay. Quite a crazy machine, isn't it?
It's more evidence of really intelligent design, isn't it?
You don't need to do anything, not even think about it. It's just keep on beating, and it's the only thing that keeps you alive. And you don't need to do or to think anything about it to in order that it does what it does, right?
Right.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's well designed. Yeah.
It's well designed. It's a very complex life form. And a very complex design life form would originate from A or B. Just fill in the blanks.
I was also a
everybody.
Christian as well.
Hello.
Hey KJ, I just wanted to ask. I wanted to ask you because if I don't, I kind of find it hard to believe that you believe in flat Earth and then don't believe in like a creator. Like it seems like wouldn't that? I feel like flat Earth kind of like proves there has to be a creator. Like if you believe in flat Earth, like how would you imagine that it came about if
I
it
don't
wasn't
know.
creation, right? So
Well,
like,
I know that the earth is flat, but to believe in a creator, even saying that, knowing that there isn't evidence for a creator, that it takes belief, I'm not interested in that. I'd rather know. And I've never seen evidence for a creator. I know I exist and I know that the earth exists, but I can't prove that it didn't exist at one point and came into existence by a supreme being.
do you ever do you meditate?
I used to. I think I did it a couple times. But I haven't been doing much of that recently, but I do want to get back into yoga and stuff like that. Yeah.
Because I think that when I'm you're actually in a place I used to be, which is why I wanted to just kind of like chime in because I felt the same way you feel. And once I started meditation and connected with God, with that energy, and to feel it flow through your body, and you just know, I would like I appreciate everything you're saying because I'm like she's exactly where I was, and it wasn't until I did meditation and got like deeply into meditation, and when you feel God flow through you, you'll know that there's a creator. You'll know that it exists. And you are 100% right to keep on like going and asking the questions until you feel that, until you know it from within yourself, because that's what's important. What everybody else says doesn't mean nothing until you know it for sure from within your own heart. And but that would be my way to tell you to find it. Like if you're really looking for that, or if you think that there isn't, that's like the that's what made me like know that there was a God. Like I was in the same place as you. I'm like, yeah, whatever, it is what it is. Let's just keep moving. You know, the Bible, like you said, is a bunch of contradictions. The Old Testament sounds evil as crap. You know, like I'm like, I don't know. The God that I know wouldn't do some of the things that are in there. You know, so
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, like it's
Wouldn't allow evil to happen. How about that?
well, I don't know about that part of it, but I just know that like the blood sacrifices and things like that like no, that's
Killing
not God,
innocent
because I've
children. Yeah.
yes, I felt, yeah, like, you know, sacrificing your firstborns and all this. I know that the God that I feel that flows through me, that I connect to, would never ask for those things. Would never ask you to sacrifice your firstborn, do this, do that because I said so. Like, no, I know the energy that runs through me when I connect, and that it's a united unity, love, light, peace, tranquility. It has nothing. There's no evil in it whatsoever.
Are you
So
saying the Old
that
Testament not right then? Is that what you're saying?
say that again.
Are you saying that the Old Testament isn't the word of God? If is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't believe it to be. I believe that it's been hijacked and probably, you know, like I don't know what God it is. It's not the God that created the world and everything in it. That's for sure. Maybe it's somebody else's version of God or who they think their God is, but it's not the words of the God that I know. That's for sure.
So you basically just follow the New Testament then?
No, I don't follow either.
Okay.
Because the Bible
Anyway,
has been hijacked and the royal family owns the copyright on it, so like
So
that says a lot right there.
you created your own God after your desires.
No, I didn't create my own God. I went within and I connected to to the God that exists, the God that is a part of all of us, that flows through all of us. I didn't create anything. They God showed up for me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't create them. Like, it wasn't something I asked for. It happened. And when it happens, you know it, and you know what it is when it happens to you. That's what I'm not pushing myself on other people, and I don't push my beliefs on anyone, because you won't know it until you feel it for yourself. Each and every human being. Like, once you connect, you know, that's when you know, and you
You
have
know,
no doubt after that.
I come from a background of extremely being involved into occultism and dark things, and extremely interested in, I mean, today I would call it black magic and Satanism. And when I received the Holy Spirit that brought me to life, actually gave me the real person that I should have been in the eyes of the Creator. It set me free from all the fleshly desires that I was carving every day, and brought me out of the pit that I was sinking in ever deeply from day to day. And I think the strange thing is, if I talk to other people who have been saved through the Holy Spirit and through the biblical Creator, and they have similar stories to tell, and their whole personality, their whole being has changed from
Mhm.
one day to the other. I
That is
think
exactly what
I,
happened to me.
I think that's not a coincidence. Yeah, but these people actually believe in the Old and New Testament.
Yeah,
Their
it's
spirit
not
aligns with what is written. And until I hadn't received the Spirit of Truth, I wouldn't understand most of the biblical things. I was completely blind to the author of the book.
correct. Correct. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's you can't, and I like you just said, you can't understand it until you experience it. So trying to push it on other people doesn't even make sense. Like, I'm not pushing nothing on anybody, because I know, and I don't need any confirmation from anyone of it either. My way of finding, there's still mysteries, obviously, but I don't know how it was all done or how it all went down. I just know that there is a creator, a universal energy that we all connect to, that resides, that lives through us, and just the world.
Jackie,
It
can I ask you a
Yeah,
question?
sure.
Getting back to flat Earth, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I'm not sure what it looks like exactly. I think I said this last time. Okay, so I did. Well, I personally, in a meditation I saw, it looked more like a snow globe to me. That's what I seen in a meditation when I asked what it looks like, when I started to research flat Earth, because I started to research flat Earth probably like everybody else did, to kind of prove that it was BS, right? That's why I did.
Is that how you came? Did you come into
Yes.
it via
Yeah.
meditation, or did you come into it for another way and then you meditated on?
No, I was already on a spiritual journey, and I was already meditating and things like that. And
Right.
I came across flat Earth, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm like, that's got to be the craziest rabbit hole ever. I'm not going down that, right?" And it popped up a couple times, and then I was like, "Let me just listen to it so I can throw it away and move on." Just watch what they have to say, because that's how I am. I like to listen to everybody's arguments. I listen to everything. I listen to all sides, and I take what I feel inside of me is true. And so after the video, I was left feeling some type of way, like, that you get that cognitive dissonance where you're like, what just happened? Like, I can't disprove anything I just saw. So I got to I got to keep researching, because I can't disprove everything that they just showed me. And I need a counter argument, or I need something to figure out. And it just never came. So I never found it. So I was like, okay, so that's a big old fat lie. So what is the truth? And I've come to the thing where I believe it is an enclosed system. I'm not sure of exactly the, whatever the shape, but That's what I saw. So I went into meditation asking, what does it look like? Because is this true? Like, is the world really like, what I think it is? Because it kind of felt round to me. If I'm an empath, so, and I'm also a bit of a psychic medium. So I'm like, no, it kind of feels round. Like it feels like, so I kept meditating on it, and what I saw looked kind of like a snow globe that you could shove a picture up into the middle of. That's my
When you
best way
say
of describing it.
when you say you
I'm sorry.
saw, are you saying it was like a vision or something, or
Yes, when I meditate, I tend
Have
to
you
get like, yeah.
have you opened your third eye?
I believe it's been open for. I mean, I decalcified it. So if that's what you mean by opening it.
I've also heard about more than one source that they had a vision. They've seen the world, and it looks like a snow globe. And there's all these I don't know how to say these sacred geometry numbers floating around. And this is done by people who open a third eye or vision or meditate. I heard them say that.
Oh, that's interesting. I really don't know. I've never heard anybody else say that to me, but I really don't talk about this a lot. I'm just starting to kind of like chat with you guys about this stuff. I don't really talk about this because everybody around me thinks I'm,
Yeah,
crazy.
I know why people are gonna contradict you and say you're crazy, but they get to share that experience.
No problem. Thank you all for listening and not calling me crazy.
Yeah, I want to talk about private matters that people are sharing publicly. So we should all be appreciative of people with different points of view and not quick to judge people because let's face it, not everybody's on the same level, right? And you think about it like Mario Brothers. Like, right?
Whoever's talking now, you're breaking up really bad.
yeah, you're lagging really, really bad. We can barely understand what you're saying.
I got most of what you said. Thank you, Hank. I agree. Appreciate that.
All I got was that he's appreciative of different points of view and that we're all on different levels. And then he said something about Mario Brothers.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the Mario Brothers part.
To the nice lady who is an atheist, who is a flat earther, I appreciate the input. And I want to ask, have you said evidence, right? And I wanted to ask, I think the world in general has been turning to this materialistic life, and farther and farther away from the spiritual life, moving away from God because they think the material is important, But consider that you're a spiritual being living in a material earth, and you got to experience the spiritual side. You have to be open to it, Like you said, like evidence, like to consider that for the important things in life, there is no evidence. There can be no evidence. There is never evidence. So you look at those spiritual things in life that are important, and there's no evidence. You have to take it on trust and personal experience. You cannot prove a science experiment to prove that you love your child, or that that you want to have if you want to be happy, like you want to be happy in your life, you wouldn't use science at all. You probably need some philosophy and some religion. So science is good for science. Science is good. You wanted to see how much heat is in a bathtub of water, or how to shoot a rocket up in the air. You use science, but the other stuff you don't use You use practical life stuff. You have to trust and love and hope, and hopefully you have a fruitful life. When you have a family. If you're a woman, you want to have a man. If you're a man, you want to have a woman. You want to have a family. There's exceptions, but let's just go with that. And nothing in science is going to tell you how to do that. So if you're talking about the important things, you're talking about love and family and hope and having a good life, and you don't need science or evidence for any of that. That's just under life. And science by itself, the topic is a very minute topic that tells us certain things. And considering, when you say science, or I think maybe 300 years of Western science, and maybe 500 years of Eastern science, it's still in its infancy stages. So we don't know that much science. We just know what we know, what we can prove. The rest will come in the future, probably. So you can't live your life on that infancy knowledge. There's much more important things, like really living and enjoying life. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, and I agree. I do. It just, depends. Like, I know you can't really have evidence for everything because not everybody can know everything. So you decide what you want to believe, and some people want to believe in a creator, and that's fine. Go right ahead. I choose not to, and I'm happy with that.
As long as you live your life happy and in a positive way, that's what really matters. As long as you're good to other people, and
yeah,
that's my grandmother had always told me, just be the best possible person you can be and don't worry about anything else. And that's what I did. And I ended up finding God my own way. And, whether she does or she doesn't, it doesn't matter. As long as she's a good human being while she's here and you live your life on a high, high vibration, that's what's important. And God will find you when the time is right. That's what I believe for each and every person. We will find it when we're meant to find it, if we're meant to find it. Each one of us has our own journey, and we're all in a different stage of our existence. Some of us have probably done this quite a few times, and some of us are just new, and maybe some of us are not find God just yet because we're not ready, and we have to go through some other lessons. It's every person deserves to wow, what's the word? My brain I had a brain fart. To follow that path the way they choose, because that's really what God wants. God wants people to come to them, come in their own way, however that may be, whether religion does it, whether meditation does it, whether a near-death experience does it. It doesn't matter how it happens. It just happens when it's supposed to happen. And for her, maybe it's not supposed to happen. She's got other stuff to do in this life. Who knows? It's up to her. She feels.
Well, I agree that there's a universal energy connection that we all have, because everything's energy. So I do agree with that. It's just I don't agree with creation and a creator, like a person, God type of a being. I don't really know the correct term.
I think I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure if I subscribe to that either, like an actual individual,
like a personal God.
Yeah,
like a guy sitting in a cloud writing a letter. Yeah,
right.
no, yeah. I don't think. I mean, some people might believe that. I don't know, but I don't believe that that's how God works. I don't think.
Here's something I've thought about.
Yeah.
Just real quick. To decorate a house, you need to be in the house. Just saying. So how can you have the earth, everything contained in it, without being in it? So I don't see how you could have all of this and then the creator's outside of it. I just don't see that.
Hmm.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know.
Logically, if you're going to create something, do you have to live inside of it?
People
Yeah.
have made snow globes without being inside the snow globe.
Yeah, like, and you can
Okay,
decorate the
I
house and leave.
concede.
Like, yeah.
It's just something I've thought about. Like, how can you decorate a house without being in it? Like, so it was just like when I was agnostic, I would think maybe the creator's inside of the earth with us, but
Can I
I
give
don't
you my
believe in a
analogy?
creator,
It's
so.
it's not a great analogy, but like think about it like this: like if a programmer is going to create a computer program, they get down to the computer, they start typing zeros and ones, they start doing the code, and they're making
Mhm.
a program. The creator is outside the computer program, typing and creating the program, and they can, let's say they create a smart AI program in the computer, and the computer says, well, I don't see any creator. I'm here in the program. I don't see any creator, so there's no creator. I'm here. Everything's always been here, but the logic is how do they get there, right? Now, here's the thing: that the program doesn't have an interface to see the creator. Only bits and pieces of what's in the program that's put in the program is the only way they can even know if there's a creator, or even be possible to know there's a creator. But by itself, since it's a different kind of life form, technically, it has no interface to see the creator. So that could be how we are with God. God is, it's outside, much bigger, much more powerful, makes a creation.
Hmm.
And,
That's
and,
an
and
interesting
since we're not
analogy.
God, we can't see him. We have a different interface. We have to have faith with that love, and that's how we can experience him. With the spiritual side, not with physical things, not with proof or evidence,
That's
with our
interesting. That can
heart
actually kind of go
and
along
spirit.
with.
Arkalle saatanen. Yani saatanen. Saatanen.
That's very interesting. Definitely an interesting analogy.
Ew.
Yeah, one time in the Bible,
Oh,
Moses,
man.
I think Moses said, God, let me see your form. Let me see what you look like. And God said, if I showed you my form, it would probably kill you. So I'm just going to put my shadow in the cloud.
Aren't we made in God's image though? So you would assume.
Myth.
We're made in God's image, but we're not God.
No, I know we're not. But as far
So
as
that's
like
the next question. Is it a physical 10-finger image, or is it like a spiritual? Is it a spiritual host form? Does it have a penis? Does it have long hair? Are we talking about more like a form, like a being?
I suppose more like a form that takes the form of a human being, but it's like obviously not flesh.
It's a good conversation. I don't know. I don't know for sure.
I don't know. We making everybody think, huh?
Oh my god. You guys smoke?
Well, some people say that we have an energetic body or a light body that we exist within as well. So maybe that's more akin to the creator or more akin to who we are than the fleshly body that is manifest within the energetic body.
Yes, like a soul or a spirit.
Yeah, I can subscribe to that for sure. I think we definitely have, but I mean, I know we all have an aura. We all have an energy field, and it definitely. Like I was saying before, like I think meditation for me personally is what helps me. I should say connect, but right, like he said, interface whatever with God, right? Like what he was saying, I was like, oh, interesting, right? Like that's the way I do it, right? But other people do it different ways. You know, however you connect. But
And
I,
if God was material, right, then that would destroy our faith, because then he'd be in a physical form, and he like some guy at 7-Eleven with a hat. You know, then there's God. So he's there. You know, the problem with that is then we have you know, it's kind of like he forces it on us. We can't choose to believe him or not believe him because he's just there. It's like you know, a deputy, or you know, like a cashier at the 7-Eleven. You know, problem is
so you feel
once you
like that
put
would
God
take
in a
away free
physical
will.
form, once you put God in a physical form like that, at that point he is no longer God. You know,
Yeah, but then how do
that's
you
the problem.
explain Jesus, right? Because that was a physical form.
Right. So Jesus was put in. So Jesus was also a man, right? He was a man, right? And part of God, but he was a man. That's the thing. That's the thing you gotta understand. No one ever said he wasn't a man. That's why he had to eat. He had to walk. You know. Of course, he did miracles. A lot of other people did miracles. So the miracles he did, you can't prove he's God from the miracles. But he was also a man in the flesh. So he was both man and God, not God alone. And
Okay. Well, a lot of
if
Christians
you
subscribe to like you know, Jesus is it. You know, like I mean, I don't believe that, but you know, like they, I have a lot of Christian friends who will say, you know, Jesus is it. Jesus is the way. You can't go any way else other than Jesus. Without Jesus, there's no path to God. There's, you know, like, and I don't subscribe to that. I'm not saying I don't subscribe to. I know that there wasn't no one named the Jesus wasn't his real name. I do know that doing enough research, but I mean I do believe that there was a man who simply could do, you know, the things that he does. But I don't believe that the only way to God is like through Jesus and you know like all of that, which is why I feel like if like you're kind of right. Like if God came down here as a human, like we would do nothing but fight over the fact that is that really God either is even doing and fake this and
Right.
that. So you know, no one would. I don't think anyone would believe and would take him at face value. Ends up being how are you doing that? How are you tricking us? Type of situation. Because if the
that's right,
story
and
continues,
you wouldn't need faith. A big part of the Bible, I think, is faith. You know, the faith of a mustard seed can move mountains. So with faith, we can accomplish great things, which is using, I'm going to say, our spirit power to live life, not by sight, because your eyes can fill you, but by faith. I think that's hard for, you know, a lot of people who are materialistic, or who tend to be more
I guess of the
material,
world, yeah, I guess
people.
if you
You know, there's people that are, you know, kind of spiritual oriented, and I think we'll get that, and others won't.
yeah, that's true.
So I was raised Christian, and I was always taught to pray for things that were
She
under
got
control,
the
and when you need help, pray. And you know, for me, I have my own personal experience of miracles, and that's what it is. It's a personal experience, and you can't prove that to somebody else. That's within you. It's not like a chemical test, you know. When you
Exactly. So
in
walking around
science test,
people like
in science
just
test, you drop a chemical in water,
fire planet.
it reacts to the water every time. But life is not a science test. Life
Fire
is about
planet.
the experiences that you have, and that's
Very
like
clear,
experiencing
Sasha.
God. It's not It's not a proof. It's a personal proof, but not a scientific proof.
Exactly. That's what I was saying before. Like, each person has to find them in their own way. You know, it's a personal thing. Force you can't force God on anybody, and preaching to somebody just turns them off. You know, like turns them the opposite way. I think letting everybody find their own journey and just saying, hey, if you guys, you know, like if you need some help, say it if you want, you know, like raise your like, you know, we're here to help, right? But not to force anything on anybody. God is personal to each and every person, and your experience is personal to each and every human being. And I think trying to make somebody see something that they can't is just like a waste of time. You're just, you know, beating a dead horse.
Really, bro? Johannes, if you're not speaking, you can go on mute.
Oh shit, sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, going back to kind of KJ's analogy about decorating the house and being in the house. You know, people talk about how they have a relationship with God, speak to God. I think that would lead some credence to God not necessarily being 100% outside of his house. Seems to have some sort of interaction. But it also seems that he has given us free will to choose, has kind of let the creation do its thing and gives people the choice to make their own decisions, to either come to seek guidance through him or to go their own way. And that's a choice that is given to everybody, right? It's almost as if, you know, when you're a parent, you have a choice at a certain point to allow your child, your young adult, or your adult child to start making choices for themselves on their own. You give them the ability to live their own life in the way that they choose. And that's a way of love, right? Even though you want to constantly try to ensure the safety of your child, you also know that out of love you have to allow that child at some point to continue on their own path and make their own decisions and suffer the consequences or reap the rewards of the decisions that they make, right?
Absolutely. That's a very good point. I agree. Very good analogy. Thank you.
And I think a lot of people that can come really harshly against religions, especially a criticism of like an Abrahamic God, is that, well, if this God is all loving, how can people ever suffer? How could he ever allow suffering within the creation? And I don't know if that's necessarily the outlook you should have of a loving father. Does a loving father ensure that you never take any risk, that you're always constantly safe, and that you're always constantly confined and restricted to what he says you can or cannot do? To me, the mark of a loving father is allowing his child to be able to make their own decisions and live their life.
Yeah, well, like you said, we suffer the consequences of our own actions. And most of the time, the good and the bad, it comes from what we do and what we put forth. So when something bad, when many bad things happen, a lot of the times it's because of our actions and not anything else. Of course, there's always going to be tragedy, but tragedy happens and we grow from it and learn from it. So, it, as bad as it is, also makes us stronger. So there's good in the bad.
Yep. And we always don't know the other side of the coin, right? If something extremely dramatic happens, and maybe from our vantage point, we feel that maybe somebody was removed from our world prematurely. We don't know for sure the other side of that coin, that may be an ultimate reward that was received more graciously and quickly to avoid possible suffering in the future. We don't know,
Absolutely. I actually agree with that too. I have family members who were removed from my life who protect me in spirit. So I have to give thanks for that, because I know that, like, there are situations where I've been protected, and if that person wasn't in spirit, who knows what would have happened.
Yeah, we don't, nor do I think we can fully comprehend the other side of the coin, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know for sure that these things that have maybe happened here have caused other things within our lives to manifest or help us to avoid certain pitfalls. It's just too hard to fully comprehend the metaphysical, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Well,
I also wanted to say about the conversation earlier, we were kind of talking about energies and stuff like that. Yeah, if I feel like, and maybe KJ had alluded to this earlier, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, KJ. I feel like lots of times people outside of specific religions seem to have an idea of what they may think that people in those religions think God is or is not. And I think lots of times, specifically for the Abrahamic religions, there's been a story kind of put forth that all of these people think of some white bearded man in a cloud. And I think that's kind of a common misconception as to what most people within religions perceive God to be. And if God is this kind of eternal being, I picture that as more of pure energy than anything. And how I would be able to describe or see or comprehend pure energy, I don't really have a conception of it. So my idea is obviously limited. But I feel like that may be the source. Many times in conversations about energy, we drill down so far that it comes down to, well, what is the source, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only change forms. What was the original source, or where is the source in which all this energy comes from? Maybe that is what God is.
absolutely. That's what I subscribe to anyway. Exactly what you just said. Like, I felt it, so it's like I know it to be that. I know it's energy. I know it's that because I've lived it. I felt it. felt that energy flow through me. And once it does, you can't deny it after. There's just no denying it. Once it happens to you, there's no denying it. You'll never deny it. You'll never ever can think, is there a God? No, it never will cross your mind again. Once you've experienced it, you can't unexperience it. So it's like,
Right.
that's why I don't push people, because it's like, don't worry, because one day it's gonna happen. So and if it doesn't,
Right.
it wasn't meant to be. Not for you this time.
And maybe you still get to be able to experience that on the other side. We don't know, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
However, I think being human, we could forget, right? So you can experience God as a young man or young woman, and then later in life, things happen and you fall astray and you forget, and then you just push it off. Like, well, maybe maybe it was hot outside. I was hallucinating. So being human, we can push God away, even if we've I think experienced Him. I think we
Yeah,
try
but
to
you won't ever deny
explain it
it, I don't
away.
think. Like, you might forget, of course, because like you said, we all lead astray, but I don't think you'll ever deny that there is a God, right? Like, once you've experienced. So it's just a matter of having that experience, going through that experience, which you can't expect someone who hasn't been through the experience to just be 100% certain. So I mean, I get that, because like I was that person at one point in time, and until you experience it, then you're just like, okay, I was wrong. Was wrong. And you just accept it. I was wrong, and now I know. That's it, and you move on. Like, that's how I see it, because then and you tell people how you feel, and running around like trying to force people to see your point of view, like, I feel pushes people further away. That's why people are so anti-religion, because it feels like they try to force it on you, so to speak. So when people are running around, you gotta do this, and you have to do that, and you have to. People don't want to be forced to have to do anything. Like you said, like we've all said before, gives us free will. So let me use it. Let everybody use it to freely decide what they believe, and they have the free will to also change that belief at any point in time.
Yep. Well put. Yeah, and lots of people seem to have what appears to be pretty poor tactics when it comes to maybe telling people about their experience when it comes to God, and it can be in sometimes a berating kind of way. And I think of it this way, right? Nobody's going to berate you into happiness. Nobody can sit there and say, hey, you need to be happy. If you're not happy with it, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? That has an adverse effect.
You
But
have to make a choice.
yeah, but you can certainly sit down with somebody and have a conversation and lead them through a path, and maybe let them in on some insight, or direct their mind to something that they enjoy, or put them in a situation. But you do that out of love, and you don't do that in any type of demanding kind of way. So you can get somebody to be happy, but it's usually never forced. And I feel like the same can be true for religion or God, or having people come to the understanding,
That's why I hope KJ doesn't think I was like trying to pound God into her or anything like that. Kind of felt like I might have got everybody like focused on you when I asked you the question. And that I was like, oh no, that's not what I meant to do.
Oh no, you're good. I get what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. I just was like, I didn't want you to think I was trying to force anything down your throat.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so kind of going back to the whole energy thing, when I look at the creation story in Genesis, and when you start out with in the beginning, and I'm just going off the top of my head, so pardon me if I mince a few words, but in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then he spoke creation into existence. When I think of that from like an energetic standpoint and the way that we interact with energy here on Earth, if you take that as in the beginning there was pure energy, and that pure energy vibrated this realm into existence. It seems to make sense because everything within this realm, everything that is physical, is moving in a vibratory nature when it comes down to the lower you get within the scale of matter, particles, atoms. It's all energetic interactions, ultimately. So it's
Yes.
almost as if he created this perfect harmonic node for us to live in. And we're all playing our own little song within it. And at some point, that song was created, and at some point, that song will end. But that energy, when it's no
Did you get cut off? I've actually been researching what he was just talking about. And sonic, I think it's sonic waves, like sonic sound waves actually produce light when they hit water. So God speaking the world into existence, like, actually would make sense. Like God said, let there be light, right? Like if you take that line and you plug it into how it really, like, sonic sound waves when they hit water actually make light. It's crazy when you watch these experiments. Like they take they just take sound and they force it into like a plate of water, and spark of light in the center will come out of it. It's like crazy to watch. I was like, oh my god, like that could be what they're referring to. Has anyone ever seen that? Oh, maybe I can get the video and share it. Hold on.
Mic check.
You're good.
I just wanted to say, like, everybody's sharing, like, their, private beliefs and what they believe, what they think is going on. And I just want to say that I'm really happy that, nobody really got into it, about arguing over doctrines. I think that's really impressive to have that long conversation. And unless I missed something while I was taking care of customers. But yeah, not everybody's on the same level. And like, if you guys came to my house and played Mario Kart, and I was just like stomping the crap out of you, I wouldn't be like, like, come on, man, step it up. Like, you really need to, hit the gas and dodge those red shells. And every time you see a blue shell and you're a first person, hit the brakes, man. Let the second player take the hit. I wouldn't be doing that to y'all. I'd just be like, like encouraging you, like, come on, you can do it, because everybody has that bias where it's like, oh, I'm going to do the opposite of what you said. Like, I can't drink till I'm 21. Watch me steal my dad's alcohol bottles. So, yeah, I really appreciate the fact that people can share something private, like what they believe, and not get attacked on here because the server, we want everybody to believe whatever they want to believe. We come from different backgrounds all over the plane. And, it's like a personal thing to share. I think it's beautiful that people can share without being famous with us and judged because some people didn't have, God when they were younger. Some people didn't have God when they were older, but everybody has to, make the walk and make the choice for their own. Everybody's got the free will. And I kind of feel like I'm repeating some of the things that have already been said, but I just want to say that I appreciate the way that everybody handled the conversation.
I would smoke you in Mario Kart.
I would smoke you out with a gravity ball first.
I'm a G on the Rainbow Road.
That's a tough one, man.
I couldn't handle my strategically placed bananas on the other side of the corner.
You guys play on Wii with the little steering wheel?
We have in the past, but we got the new shit, the new hotness. The family.
Oh, I was dying to say the same thing with it. I'd smoke you. So did everybody have a good work day? Got some sweat out? Help some people?
What's a work day?
Every day over here
Have
in the
one of
summer.
those.
Sounds like a disease.
I don't have a work day either.
I'm just kidding. I wish I didn't know what a work day was now.
I actually don't anymore, so
Good for you.
sorry guys. I still feel for everyone else that does though, I admit.
Well, I mean, it just depends on what you're doing. It will keep you younger. Or not die.
This is
A
actually what
lot
I
of
get to do
people
now.
have.
Help people.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I'm sorry. I had walked away to get a glass of water. I was just saying that this is what I get to do. I get to actually help people and talk about this stuff like all day long. So I have like the best life right now.
Wait, you
I
talk
heard
to people. Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, just real fast. I heard that a lot of people have heart attack and strokes like Monday morning before they have to go to work because they get up and it's like, oh my God, I gotta go to work again. And they're just so stressed out, about the day, the week, or whatever, that they just like have a heart attack before work Monday morning.
That's sad.
that's no fun.
Was someone asking me something? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was going to ask you, how are you talking to people? What mode of communication are you talking with people about this stuff?
Oh, I connect with most. I actually use like Facebook Messenger and stuff like that, but I kind of counsel people, so to speak. I help. I read tarot. I do readings and things like that. Like so, and then a bit of life coaching type of thing, just helping people get by through life, raise their vibration. You know, get just feel better, so to speak. I help
Cool.
where I can.
That's
I
really
help who I
nice.
can and where I can, and I don't take money for it or anything like that. I just do it.
Awesome. I dig it.
Always wanted to do that. I don't know if I would be any good at life coaching, but I kind of feel like sometimes just let people talk so they can get their ideas out loud and hear their own ideas, and just be like there just to like listen, offer like any advice or guidance, but just just be in here to let people listen.
That is exactly what I do. I let people spill their guts, and then I just kind of sift through their guts to find the good in all of the mess that they have in their head, because most people have a lot of good in there and they just can't see it. So sorting through it and pulling it out and putting it in front of their face helps them immensely.
Yep. What kind of mirror do you want to be, a good or bad one?
Exactly. So most people just tell me just talking to me helps, like after they're done talking, they just feel better and I can see it in their face and it makes me feel better. So that's what keeps me in good spirits because, I actually have a bad back condition that keeps me in a decent amount of pain. So in order to pull myself up out of that pain and depression that I could get down in easy, I help people get out of their own pain and depression, and that keeps me out of mine. It's a cycle. You helping people helps me.
That's awesome. That's really good. I help people stay cool.
Sorry. How did you get to this place where people trust you to, spill their guts and, understand that you're not going to judge them for what they've done or what they think, that you're just going to accept it and not tell anybody? How did you get to that point to where people trust you like that?
I honestly don't know. It's just a feeling that people have been spilling their guts to me their entire life. I've always been like the bartender. I worked in customer service and I would help people and they would just tell me their life story out of the blue. And I would end up saying something to them and they would feel better and they'd walk away and they'd always come back. And I was like extremely popular where I worked because not with just my like coworkers, but with also all of the customers that I helped. And they would always come back and keep talking to me. They're like, you always make me feel better. You always help me make, have a better day. And there's just something about you. And I can't even begin to tell you what that is. I just know that it's there. It's always been there. People have seen it. I've covered it up and tried to walk away from it multiple times because, you go, oh, everybody always calling my name. Everybody always needs me. Everybody blah, blah, blah. But when you're no longer needed or wanted or, feel like you're doing good, you end up in a dark place. And after I couldn't work anymore, that's what happened. And so I think not being able to be around people and help people, put me down. And so I had to find a way to do that again, just a different way. So, I had to pull myself up by my bootstraps, and well, I give that to God, and not probably, definitely the angels that I can connect with. But it's
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that it really is. The longer you live, the more you realize that the love you get really is equal to the love you give.
yes, absolutely. And when you don't have that coming back at you anymore, it can be really, it can be really dark. It can
Right.
make you think some horrible things.
Do you ever
So,
try to use flat Earth when you're talking to people? Or have you tried to, or have you resisted mentioning flat Earth to them or anything, or do you use that as part of your? How new are you to this? I guess I should ask first.
I'm probably only like a year in.
Uh-huh.
So I just recently started like talking about it. I don't use it, but I've brought it up to people, like, and I've shown them the I usually show the fake NASA stuff first, because that's
Yeah,
usually like kind of like
good place to
listen,
start.
you don't need to believe the earth is flat, or you don't need to believe it's any type of shape. Just don't believe it's this, because they're lying. Like, they're obviously lying. I don't know what it looks like. I'm not going to tell anybody what it looks like right now, because I don't know. I can't say. So flat,
Right.
round, what, I don't know, but I know whatever they're doing, they're lying. So that's a lie. So chances are
Right.
it's not a globe, because they're lying. That's just 100% true. I know that they're lying, and that's it. Do I know what else comes after that? No, but I know that they're lying. So go from there.
Yeah, it's a tricky one though, isn't it? Because you don't want to depress somebody about the lie, because it can have different reactions with different people. Some people just
Well, yeah.
they can't. The cognitive dissonance kicks in because they're protecting their psyche.
Yes, and usually when I start helping people, they're in a pretty dark place, and that's not something they're ready to even think about in that moment.
Right.
They're just trying to get to tomorrow. They're trying not to slice their wrist and open a vein.
Right.
So,
Right. And
I don't
it
need
could
to
have
tell
that
them.
kind of like, it could be the best thing for them or the worst thing for them. At that point, it's just too hard to
Exactly.
tell. I imagine.
I'm not trying to push anybody over no edges.
Right.
I'm trying to
Right.
pull them
No
back.
pun intended there. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 I didn't even mean to do that, but but yeah, like, you just, I pull people back from, the brink, so to speak. How I pulled myself back from the brink, and that's what I do. Like, I just, if that people are feeling that way, I've been there. And that's what I tell people. I can do it, and I can talk about it, because I've been there. I've used drugs. I've done alcohol. I've done it.
Right.
I've done almost everything there is to do. I've done to myself, and I've been there, so I know.
Right.
And I can tell you through experience, not just because I'm sitting behind a desk and telling you, oh, this is what you should do, and I got a paper and pad in my hand, and you don't know anything about me. You don't know if I've done this or done that, or where I've been, and you learn from experience. So I want the
Right.
person who's been there. I want someone who's been an alcoholic to teach me how to stop drinking, because they've done it. Not someone who's never took a drink in their life, because what do they know?
Right. That's what sucks about counseling people to avoid something, because they really won't know themselves until they experience it. So it's like you can tell them about how bad it is or how much they should avoid it, but most curious people like us, like most flat earthers, at least at this point in the game, I would say, are very curious people. and we tend to want to experience things before we know about them, or think we know about them. So, yeah, it's a tough one.
Feels like people want to learn. A lot of people want to learn, or these certain kinds of people want to learn the hard way, whether or not someone warns them about it. And the trick with those kinds of people is to find them at the end of the rope, but not quite going to do anything about it just yet. Like, you know, when they're ready to change, and the change they're ready for is the one that you don't suggest, try to steer them onto a different one, I guess.
Right. And that's what sucks about like the AA thing with I guess the first one, you know, is that you have to give up all power, or give up, you know, all I'm
That's
not sure.
not the first step.
What's
the first step
what's
is
the
admitting that you have a problem, that there's something that needs to change.
That's a polite way of putting it, though, isn't it? Admitting that that you cannot deal with it on your own. Isn't that it? Like you have
That's
no
the first
willpower.
three steps.
Basically.
It's within the first three steps, yeah.
What are the first three steps?
Admitted that you have a problem, came to know a power greater than yourself that could lead you to sanity, and what's the third one? Shit, I forgot the third one. I know the fourth one is the fearless inventory.
Okay. Well, the only
third one is
criticism
admit to yourself and someone else. Admit to someone else and God the nature of your mistakes.
Oh, okay. That's not as bad. The way you're putting it is not as bad as I remember it being stated, because the criticism I was going to give is that people really do need to be at the end of their ropes to really be involved in that particular mindset, because it's like they have to give up all willpower, it seems, you know, like they cannot do it on their own is basically what they're admitting or stating. And I think that might be part of if I were to amend any of that, I think that, you know, having your own willpower is important, and if you don't have it now, maybe you could regain it, because I think that those programs, they get them hooked on the program, and then they feel like they can't do it on their own anymore, and that sucks, because they should, if they can do it on their own, that should be encouraged, you know, because the self-willpower is the most important thing. Yeah.
Yep. It's supposed to be a team effort between whatever your higher power is, or your higher powers, and yourself, at least in my opinion. Yeah. A lot of people, I can't do it on my own at all. None of it. So I'll give it up to God. Well, God can't do everything for you. You got to make some decisions, and, you
got to put the work in.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I said. Actually, I mean, if people need that, then I feel like, then go ahead, and if it works for certain people, but for me, it wouldn't work. Like, it was a personal decision and choice, and I do believe that we can do it on our own. Like,
maybe some people can't, but the people that still believe they can do it on their own, that program, I think, fails more often for those people, because they're like, fuck you, I can still do it on my own. I'm not giving up all my willpower. But for the people that are at that point where they just do not have it, and they've tried and tried and tried, and they can't do it, or they believe they can't do it, then that seems to be like maybe the last resort.
I think everybody can do it. It's just it's a choice. But how good are we at convincing ourselves that we can't do something? I think that's what it boils down to for me.
Your psyche, it's a mindset. It's what you tell yourself you can and cannot do. Exactly what he just said. You are in control. If you tell yourself you can do it, if you put, all the right things into place, you can do it. You have to take responsibility for your actions, like all that. But if some people need the support. If you need the support, and you need the cheerleading, your cheerleading section, some people need that. Every human being is different, right? So that's why I talk to people, and I pull out, what they might need. Some people need a cheerleader. Some people need somebody to be a firm hand, and give it to them straight. Some people can't take it straight and need to be coddled. It's a crazy balance. I don't know how I know who needs what. It's just a feeling. And that's how I work. I just let them talk, and then I can kind of judge what most people need, like how they need to be helped. How do they need it straight up? Do I need to tell them, like, you're being this, you're doing that, can they take it? Or do I have to, sugarcoat it? Everybody's different.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I feel like practicing mindful listening, like none of my shit matters. I'm not even here. Like, this person is expressing to me all of what's important to them, either overall or in this moment or a mixture of both, but my life isn't in the room. All I'm going to do is listen, and then there might not be a response to be had, It might be the end of it and we both go reflect. We might, get in deep with something, but I feel like I can end it here. I feel like someone choosing to just say I can't do it over and over and over again it's just the ultimate cop out, because to me, nobody's forcing anybody to go make a bad decision. Nobody's holding a gun to someone's head and say, you're going to drink that whiskey. Like, it's not happening. That said, it is all about how we choose to do things, and the less I focus on on my life and my problems, right? I don't have problems. I don't have anything going on when I'm in the room with that person. The more I can absorb what they've got, and we can kind of, I can sympathize and empathize as best I can.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess the point you guys totally complimented what I was trying to say about, just to reiterate that if you make the decision individually and you can make that change or do whatever it is that you want to do and make your mind up and have the self willpower to do it, that's so much more valuable than relying on a group that encouraged you to do it, that you then feel that you can't do without, and everyone needs counsel. We're here to counsel each other because we're all, individuals already, because we're outcasts, most of us at this point, with our families or friends or most of society's mindset. Just realizing that the biggest thing about the world right now is it's not the world they told us it was.
Yep. You're right. Spot on, dude. And last thing I wanted to say, I do have to go, but my higher power is fellowship. I didn't pick a deity or a doorknob or anything. I picked the connection that I see between people that improves lives, saves lives, etc. And that's a power greater than myself, right? The relationship between all people. That's what I rely on in case I ever start failing. I know that I can rely on the fellowship, not just Alcoholics Anonymous. In fact, I haven't been to an AA meeting in a while. I've been sober a few years now. But I'm talking about, like you said, people being people to each other, okay? And it is that simple. It's not this overarching, God, I just don't have the patience or the inclination or the time to help this person out or do that, or the fuck you don't. Just go and do it. Do the next right thing, and that'll help your whole life. Anyway, that's my soapbox. I'll get out of here.
That was perfect.
Yeah, thanks, Glatt, because I know, Glatt, you do that as a semi-profession, or that's your job, is to counsel. So that's cool that you guys got to talk. If you're taking off,
absolutely. I'm studying being a substance abuse counselor, but I'm not practicing right now. But I've already saved a bunch of lives, right? Like that. It's just like Jackie, and a lot of people, I'm sure. People, you can say one good thing to somebody, and you do not know if that's going to save their life or at least improve their day or their year later. You have no idea.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. Have you tried to? How about you, real quick, Glad? Have you resisted or used flat Earth as a way of part of your counsel for people, or do you resist that?
I resist the temptation unless we just get to talking, right? If you just get to talking about a certain thing, it can go any certain way. But I don't choose to be like, you could have a better thought process if you just accepted that the world was flat and stationary. Like, never something like that.
It's funny. I actually have a good part of a screenplay written that it's a, when I first figured this out, I realized a perfect idea for a film would be where a guy is, getting counsel for realizing that the Earth, realizing a lot of things, but the Earth being not what they told us is the main thing. And of course, the counselor or the psychiatrist approaches it as a problem at first. And then as the sessions go on, she realizes he's right and she needs her own counsel from him. So the role is totally reversed.
Yep,
Because
absolutely.
she realizes he's right, and that would be it's perfect
That's
short
cool,
film
dude.
for explaining this.
Make it. I'll act in it. Shit.
Yeah,
I
you'd be
will
good for
too.
that. Totally. Yeah, you guys, perfect cast right here.
Look at that.
I'm gonna make sure I'm friends with both of you guys.
There you
Jackie,
go.
I'll friend you. I'm Dave, by the way.
Nice to meet you. There you go. Well, you got your two actors there.
That's right. Jackie, great to meet you. My first name's Sean. Yeah, we'll be talking later.
Thank you. Thank you
Yep.
so much.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful night.
You too.
Happy 4th, whatever that means.
Happy day of the month. Happy 4th day of the month.
May the 4th be with you.
And also with you.
Night.
Later.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah, I've worked in food service my whole life too, so I know what you mean about that. I actually wrote a manual on how to wait tables called Zen and the Art of Waiting Tables. I haven't published it yet, but I had someone edit it. And the Zen part of it is exactly what you were talking about, where you're just hosting a party basically, and the happier they are, the happier you are. And it's not about the money; it's about the experience that they're having, and you vicariously enjoy it through them. And that whole interaction, it just in serving food or drinks or anything, the value in that, in making someone's day at just a small thing you say or a small thing that you do, there is such a reward to that beyond the money, like you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. I worked at the same place for 23 years. I mean, most of you probably know what it is. Costco. You guys know who Costco is, right? Mostly everybody knows Costco. So I worked for Costco for 20.
Of course.
And I worked in like the photo lab, in marketing, and then my last years, for most of my years, I spent at the membership and refunds desk. I was the supervisor back there, and so I ran the department, and at the same time, being behind the desk, it's basically customer service, the member service. So that's what I did all day, was just help people, help my employees, help the people, the customers coming up to the desk. It's all about helping. And that's how people would just spill their guts to me, and you're just looking, I'm like, wow, okay.
Even at Costco. Interesting.
Yep.
But you were a bartender, you said too?
Yeah, before that, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, in your experience, did you think that women were better at that job or men, or was there no difference?
In terms of bartending or working at Costco?
No, working at Costco at the desk, customer service desk.
No, I don't think. It depended on the person's personality. It wasn't a male-female thing. It was more of a personality thing. Whether someone was,
I would say that too.
like empathetic or just standoffish, kind of like. It just depends on the human being. It wasn't really a male-female thing. I had half of my staff, the guys I had back there were good, and like it was a mixture. So there was a couple of women that I would have loved to kick out, who were just.
Hey Larry, I bet you. I suspect you might have Larry. I suspect you might have some advice for Jackie. Jackie, I bet Jackie, is that it, or is it Jack? Is that how
Does
you
Larry
say
work
it?
for Costco?
No, I was going to say about your back, and that he's good at alternative medicine type stuff. I'm sure you've looked into all the options, but there's a lot of people in here that probably have some things you might not have heard of. I don't know, but there's some things I could tell you too.
I'm all ears. I'll try anything. Well, actually, I've been feeling quite better lately. I've come across this new technology that I'm testing testing out. It's called the EE system, and it is this doctor figured out how to create a scalar field, I believe if I'm saying it right, that creates a 0 point around you. So it takes all of the stressors off of your body and just allows you to basically you just sit in the technology. It doesn't do anything. You just literally just sit there and you're in a 0 point field where there's no stressors. You're not getting hit by any Wi-Fi, any radiation, nothing's coming at you. So
So
it
you're in a
simply
Faraday
allows.
cage.
I'm sorry?
You're in a Faraday cage.
Possibly something like that. I don't know if that's. Listen, I don't.
That's the only way you could get to a place where there's no energy, is if
I don't.
all the energy is being blocked out by a Faraday cage. Tell me, how does it make you feel?
Actually, so it's. I leave there with a bunch of energy. It honestly feels like somebody like a cell phone. I tell people I feel like a cell phone. Like they plugged me in and I'm leaving charged up. Like
Is
someone
there an
just.
electro stimulation part of it? Is that part of it, or is it just blocking out all electrical stimulation?
I'm not 100% sure how the technology works. But
Okay.
I can
What's it called? EE, you said? Yeah, just DM me.
EE
I thought you were gonna say stems or yeah, some kind of what is it called? Where they do the patches where you get the electromagnetic stimulation. That seems to help a lot of people, but this seems maybe the opposite. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm still working out how it works. Like I've gone for a couple sessions, a couple of 2-hour sessions, and when I leave there, I tell you like it feels like someone stuck a battery up my butt, and I'm like, woo, let's go, like you leave with like this energy, like you're just freaking charged.
Yeah, it sounds like stimulation. I
But
can't
it's
imagine
nothing touches you.
just being cut off from the stimulation would give you that. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, they say that it allows your body to heal itself. Like they like whatever it does, they're like it whatever the technology is, it doesn't do anything to you. It does not heal you. It does not it's not doing the work. What their claims are, it allows your body to be at ease and peace and to heal itself while you're there. So it jump starts that healing in your body, I guess, and it just gives you this um
Is it
amazing
negative
energy.
ions at all? Does negative ions have anything to do with
Hold
it?
on. I'm gonna email you guys. I'm gonna post the
That's
link to.
interesting if it is the case that you're just like maybe it's the state our bodies would normally be at. We'd all be like walking
Yes,
around with
yes.
vibrators up our asses or whatever.
That's
But
what that's what the doctor who invented it claims. That's what she claims. The woman
right,
who
that's
invented
where
it.
we're supposed to be. But the electromagnetic bombardment is what makes us feel like shit all the
Correct.
time, and we don't
All the
realize that's
I
Wi-Fi,
could
all the
build
radiation. Yeah.
a Faraday cage with just the stuff in my house. So all I would need was the wire that I've been collecting for years, right? And make some sort of like room within a room, and then put a bed there and have the bed and the wire grounded to the ground outside. And then if I did that and I were to go in the middle, it would be like a 0 point energy little igloo. And if I were to rub people's backs in there, I'd imagine that would be pretty cool because the only field that they would be getting would be, the field that our bodies are producing. So that's really interesting there. That kind of makes me wonder if I should expand that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little slow. I'm not technology savvy. I think I'm gonna be able to put it in the chat now. This is that's the link to the page to the technology.
right on. So, how did you get into this, Jackie? Tell us your story, your flat Earth story. How did you figure this out?
I was following Killian, YouTube channel, and he
Not
kind
familiar
of
with that.
he's actually Killian brought me into this group.
Okay.
He has a YouTube channel. I was following his YouTube channel, and someone like kind of like just coaxed over it, and I was like, I ignored it, and I was like, oh my god, don't tell me that these people think the earth is flat, blah blah blah. And then I didn't want to even look at anything for a while, and then one day I said, let me just watch it so that I can watch it and throw it away, just throw it away and get rid of it, because I like to listen to everything and everybody's points of view, even though I thought that that would be the most ridiculous point of view ever. I listened, and after I listened, I couldn't find fault in anything they were saying. So I kept digging and digging to try to find, the counter arguments, and I couldn't come up with any. And then I just started finding all the BS about the fake NASA and all that other stuff, and I would just I was like, okay, I don't know at this point what shape the Earth is, but I know it's not a globe. That's for sure.
That's all you need to know, really, because otherwise you're. That's what I always say. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a non-believer. Because
Yeah,
then you're just left with your base axiom, which is a stationary level Earth, which is what we all experience. So that's all we can really know. Like the fact that they showed us this ball in space gives us the idea that we could possibly know what the whole thing looks like. Like that would even be necessary, but they corner us into the argument of declaring that the whole thing's flat, which is a misnomer to begin with, because it's not flat. There's lots of hills, lots of valleys. It's not, that's just a terrible way of putting it, but that's just the way it's stigmatized.
yeah.
It's a level stationary Earth for everyone. That's what we all experience. So there's no reason to think it's anything other than that, unless there's something to believe that actually makes sense, which the ball doesn't.
Yeah, and I had already kind of like things were trying to like sneak in my, brain. I think prior to that, like the pictures of the planets and stuff like that really had me skeptical, I think already. And I just hadn't done the research on it. And then when I was, when I came across the NASA stuff, I was like, oh, I kind of knew it. Like I kind of already knew it somewhere in my brain that it was BS because of those photos. Like I personally think that they kind of look like Merkabas, but that's just my opinion.
They look like what?
Merkabas,
What's that?
a spinning Merkaba, are light bodies. Like
Oh, okay.
if you ever look into a Merkaba, it's like that's what when they take the pictures of the planets, to me that's what they looked like spinning. Well, not all of them, but like some of them. And then a lot of the planets that are named look like that, not the stars, which kind of look like water, but a lot of the planets that are named look like that. So for a while, I kind of had this concept going in my brain as to maybe they were the ascended masters, because they're named, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, and maybe, but I don't believe that anymore. But I don't. I'm not sure. But I just had that in my
Well, the
mind.
stars even more so. Have you ever looked at the P900 videos of the stars?
Yes.
With
but
disco ball type weirdness going
well,
on for each one of them has its own frequency, kind of.
yes, but yeah. So the planets kind of look a little different to me. They look like Merkabas. The stars look more like what you just said. So to me, that's why I had the concept in my mind for a little bit that like, are they the ascended beings that are like
right
there now?
That's an idea.
And
Yeah,
looking down, like kind of like look like watching over us, taking
a
position.
lot of people have that idea still, even if they're flat earther. But Merkabas are.
Really, I
Is this
actually
something?
never heard anybody say that before.
Oh yeah, you're only a year in. You'll hear it all. But
I've never heard anybody say that. That was just in my own head, like,
oh yeah, Witsit was just saying something similar to that the other night.
wow, I
But
never heard anybody else say that before. I just was in my own
well,
mind. And I
not
kind of,
necessarily Merkabahs, but the ascendant, maybe, yeah, or that the stars are souls and that kind of thing. I've heard before.
yeah,
But as
because
far as
they look like
yeah,
Merkabahs. And that's why I was like, well, if it looks like a Merkaba and human beings have that light body, then that's what they're, like a spinning Merkaba kind of looks like. Then is that, are they? They're,
yeah,
is that spirit up there? Like it
sure,
was
why
a
not?
question in my mind,
Well, what about the Merkabahs? I want to ask about that. Is that kind of like an aura, something you can see in someone with a certain training or certain technique, or
No,
is that
so
just an
it's
idea
supposed
of
to
what?
be your light body vehicle. The way your astral body would travel, your spirit would travel outside of the body. So what allegedly what you do is you meditate and you place what they call a Merkaba, your own Merkaba. You see it, so to speak. So you imagine a triangle going from the top half, from the middle of your body to the top, with a point up, one point facing up and one point facing down, like interlocking opposite triangles. That's a Merkaba.
Interesting.
Like,
Okay, kind of like the
or
Star of David.
yes, like Metatron's cube or the Star of David,
Uh
right?
huh.
And the Merkaba is activated by the top half. They spin in opposite directions, so that's what you do. So the top, I believe, goes clockwise, and the bottom counterclockwise.
Interesting.
And then you use that to move your spirit to astral travel. I've never been able to
Really?
do it. Yeah, that's
Ah,
how people
never heard
allegedly
that
have
before.
used it to astral travel within their light body. And
Wow.
like that's why I've seen, I don't know if you guys ever seen, like, there's, like, like on TV they do like that paranormal, if you watch Travel Channel, paranormal caught on tape and stuff
Sure.
like that. So
Hmm.
when people take pictures of those orbs that they see, like the ones that don't look solid, they always look like that. They always look like spinning Merkabas. And I'm like, is that spirit? Like, I'm like, is it spirit that's like coming to like check on them or looking, like, because like it just makes sense to me in my own mind when I heard all that. I'm not sure, but
Wow. It sounds
yeah.
like the way that, as far as imagining the triangles and all that, the technique sounds a little bit like neuro linguistic programming. Have you ever looked into that at all? The NLP stuff.
No. I've
Never heard
never
of
heard of it.
NLP?
No.
Oh, I know what you just did. You just put her in a deep rabbit trail. She won't be back for weeks.
Yeah, there's a lot there for sure. Well,
Well,
especially for counseling and that kind of thing, it's one of those techniques that people use for all kinds of stuff like addiction and getting over fears. Like an example would be like if you were afraid of spiders,
uh-huh.
um, and you wanted to get rid of that fear, then you'd do this kind of this practice, for so long, certain number of times a day, taking that picture of a spider, that scary spider, and you close your eyes and you imagine that scary spider in your head, and then something that doesn't scare you, that's something you like ice cream cones or something, and you put the ice cream cone in a little black and white picture in the corner of the scary spider picture, and then you mentally exchange the two and make the ice cream cone bigger and make the spider go into the little black and white corner, and just by doing that over and over again, whenever the idea is that if a spider, the fear of a spider ever comes up, then you'd be able to just recall that immediately, and you wouldn't have that fear anymore.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
That's just one example, but NLP, there's depths of research you can go into that I wouldn't be able to do justice.
NLP. Got it. Okay. I will I will
What if
look
I'm
into that.
scared? What if I'm scared of globes? How do I work it?
Nothing to be scared of, my man. Nothing to be scared of. It's just a big fat lie.
Did you say ghosts?
You said globes.
Oh, globes. Oh, I was like, I'm sorry. I was looking up. Sorry, I'm looking up the NLP.
That's a pretty reasonable thing to be scared of, though, if it was actually the truth. Think about it: spinning all those different directions, hauling ass through space, going by
It's
meteors,
pretty
and all this.
scary.
I mean, that is pretty scary when you think about it, especially if you're in a sailboat, you know, trying to go upside down relative to where you started and shit. That's fucking scary.
Hey, Jackie, I sent you something so you don't have to look it up.
Thank you. Got it. I'll take a little look at it later. Thank you.
That is an interesting thing, though, as far as this, like the idea that people would be scared, more afraid of flat Earth, or just like the edge, like falling off the edge is the stupid thing that we're told, you know, to make us think it's stupid to begin with, like there's an edge at all. But you know, as far as like the stability and serenity that we all feel no matter what, but if you actually literally thought that you were on a globe, and no one ever does, really, in my opinion, you don't think about the idea that you're right side up and upside down, you know, relative to where you started every single day of your life, going in many different directions and all that.
That's actually
But
real. Because when I had the globe in my background mind, I always thought, oh my goodness, a rock might fall from the sky or hit me in the head, kill everybody, or that kind of stuff.
oh, you used to like literally
Asteroids,
think
yeah.
about it, like, oh wait, so now I'm upside down compared to where I was this afternoon. According to the globe model, yeah, you are. 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000,000 miles an hour. Eventually, what? No,
Yeah, and
I
think
argue most people don't think about it that way.
and an asteroid might fall and
Yeah, there's a
kill
lot of fear
everybody.
porn for that kind of shit. We actually listen to what they're telling us about the asteroids and the, you know, ice ages and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I used to have this concept of like, well, how is it not going to crash into something? You know, if it's like one day we're going to have to crash, right? Like we're moving,
Yeah,
we're
you would think.
flying, like, like, like something's got to crash one day. Like, is it just going to go into another planet? Like, you know, like it has, and honestly never made sense to me. And I used to just kind of like, when they used to talk about astronomy, I zoned out. Like in school, I would just be like, I didn't even want to kind of hear it, you know, because it just seems like he said, it did seem scary. Like it was like, what the hell is out there, you know? And then
I
if
used
all
to be
that is
paranoid
out
about
there,
nuclear war. That was the one thing that got me, was the nukes.
yeah, like I just felt like knowing, like if all of that's out there, and then I'm like, so then aliens have to exist, because if all of those planets exist, then we can't only be the only thing. Blah blah, you know. And then you go down that, and then you're just like, oh my god, my brain, you know. So just don't think about it. That's it. And then I think that's what everybody does, like, because it it
Intuitively, it doesn't make any
hurts.
sense. So yeah,
Yeah, it
it's easy
hurts.
enough
It
not to
hurts
think
your
about it because
mind.
none of it's actually happening. Right?
Exactly. So people just don't think about it. Like it's better just not to think about it, because when you think about it, it really doesn't make sense. So you're just like, I don't know how any of that happens, so I'm not going to think about it, because there's no way for me to make it fit in my mind. It doesn't work. There's no.
And that's why, that's part of the reason for the lie. It seems that's part of the importance of it, is that you have to rely on the authorities to even define your reality, because none of what they're saying matches up with what you experience. So you have to just have this, like, the
Faith.
idea of where you are
Faith.
is held
Go
in
ahead, right?
suspension.
That's what makes, you have to have faith. And that's what I tell people. I'm like, if you
Sure.
believe in that, that's where you're putting your faith.
Yeah, that's how
because
scientism became a
it's
religion,
faith.
because Yeah, it's almost like they made the claims extraordinary and completely not lined up with reality on purpose, so that then you would be required to have faith. Because if it was just your common sense deduction of what reality is, then they wouldn't know they gave you the idea. It would just be something you came up with on your own, regardless of what they say.
Exactly. I think it takes way more faith to believe that we were spinning out of control, not hitting anything, with a bunch of other rocks. Like, okay. And what's keeping us from hitting everything, That's another thing, like what would be keeping us from hitting something, like it just doesn't, it just, like you said,
Yeah,
just doesn't
it's
make
such a
sense.
smooth ride. You're going all these different directions, and then mathematically, we could take all these vectors and put them into one vector and make it seem like there's no way that you would even reach the threshold that we figured out of 0.014 of what you would feel, and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like so ridiculous when you really think about it. Once you realize it's not happening, you just laugh about it.
I want to point something out, right? Go ahead, Ginger.
I was just gonna say that the fear factor is huge. They push the fear in everybody's mind, especially in the background. So it's fear about everything, your neighbors, nature, whatever, and then space, things coming from space and killing everybody. Yeah, it's kind of like a fear factor that they add on top, and then you're not. Any of that stuff is not happening because we're lucky. We're just flying through space, and we're lucky as an asteroid is gonna miss us by a couple miles or something. We're lucky.
So they say that like a perpetual motion machine is like impossible, but luckily from this Big Bang, we've got this perpetual motion machine, and they say, oh well, no, that's not true because in 50 million years the sun is going to explode or something like that, right? And it's like, how do they know that? Like, that's a cool story, but what we are observing, if we are observing the heliocentric model, is a perpetual motion machine where the solar system is set up to pretty much go on like forever, right? Because as the sun loses its mass, well, the planets just get further and further out. It's not like eventually one day there's going to be no gravity from the sun. And how do they know the sun's going to explode? Because we see stars explode. That doesn't necessarily mean that the sun is going to explode. And it's really weird to think about it, but their model is basically a perpetual motion machine.
That's like thinking outside of yourself, like, right? They bring you to this space area, and you gotta think about things from there, a place that you never experienced. But then when you come down to Earth and actually think about your experience and your senses and everything, like the loss of, let's say, the loss of this place and the design of the place, you realize that the story and the cartoons they've given, it's just that, a story, cartoons. And
And
it's
it's almost
easy
like they
to
make
just
it
stuff it
so
out of your mind.
cartoony. Don't you think it's almost like they part of it might be that they've cleared their conscience to a certain degree by making it so obviously fake and cartoony that if you believe it, then they don't feel so bad.
But if you look at reality, like there is no perpetual motion machine, right? And such a thing could only be created by an all-knowing, all-powerful creator. But it looks like the Earth has an expiration date, right? Because of what's going on, we're not making it any cleaner. There hasn't been a civilization that's improved the terrain since the Maya civilization to actually made the soil better for planting crops, more alkaline, this sort of thing. But eventually they messed it up and caused the demise of their own civilization because they wanted to build like magnificent temples. Well, the way they were doing it actually caused the demise of the civilization because it caused the clay to flood into their beds where they were growing their food. So they did it shortly for a little while, but eventually as they progressed, they built stuff the hard way to make it look really impressive and eventually messed up their environment. So it looks like the Earth has got like an expiration date.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that's part of their fear, isn't it? That's interesting, though, as a flat earther, to think about how much we affect the environment. Of course, you don't want to be wasteful and polluting and all that intentionally and indiscriminately. But I think there's a lot more land, obviously, to begin with. I'd imagine, and where the idea that we're the ones messing up the environment is something they push as a way of using the guilt and the carbon tax and all that on us. But maybe, I don't know.
Like me and you, no, we're not doing it, right? We're basically just using the land. It's the industrial, like, food places that are doing it. So, like, if me and you weren't in the cities, right? If we just had like a plot of land, which is like the natural way of doing it, we might have like 1 or 2 cows, maybe build up to like 10 cows, but we really wouldn't need like 30, 40, 60 cows, right? It would just be too many, too much work for one little family to do. So we might sell the cows, right? But for the most part, we would have like 10 cows and be like, yeah, 10 cows is enough. That's a pretty good buffer against starvation.
Larry, to the perpetual machine thing, when we look up at the luminaries and we see these cycles repeating themselves for who knows how long, isn't that like a characteristic to a perpetual machine of some sort?
Yeah, but it makes sense from an all-knowing, almighty, powerful creator, but it doesn't make sense from a random Big Bang when nobody knows who lit the match. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So perpetual motion machines are said to be impossible because of entropy, right? So they're possible. But the way they describe the heliocentric model, it's like there's no entropy, right? They can have all sorts of lumpy gas in the middle of space, and the gas gets so lumpy that eventually it turns into a star. And then other lumpy gas, it's just, gas giants like Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus, right? So it's like their model, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't exist. Not to mention, Earth having the gas pressure without a container, which would
Yeah,
be
and
impossible because, go ahead.
if space is a vacuum, then how is there gases there anyway? Like, shouldn't the gases be sucked away? Like, if it's a vacuum, like, so,
Right.
like, none of it none of it makes sense. And, like, you shouldn't even be able to freaking light a damn match. Like, how do you get down from there if you can't light a match? Like, if you can't make fire, and you can't make fire in a vacuum, it doesn't work. And how do you make an explosion with no oxygen? Am I wrong? This doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Also
that's
with
what
your
he means
back,
by
I
the
would
second law
probably
of
try.
thermodynamics.
Go ahead, bro.
No, yeah, that's what you meant by the second law of I don't know if she knows exactly what the whole explain it to her about the second law of thermodynamics. I'm not sure if Jackie's familiar with that way of arguing it.
No, I've never argued any of it, so I'm not familiar with like the arguments, so to speak.
So, Jackie, do you know about entropy?
I've heard the word and I'm learning the concept sort of, but I will listen because I'm not 100% sure I understand it.
All right, so let's say you got a hot cup of coffee and you get a phone call. You come back 30 minutes later, the heat has dissipated into the room until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yes.
Gas pressure. Let's say you got a propane tank and then you open up the nozzle, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium.
Yep.
2 batteries. You got one that's dead, brand new battery, just like the other one who's fully charged. You hook them both up together, the high charge is going to flow into the low charge until they reach equilibrium.
Yeah. Okay.
And then this one is speculative on my part. I say that every object is going to reach equilibrium due to the medium that it's in. It's either going to rise and fall until it reaches equilibrium. Kind of like a neutral buoyancy tank, right? That NASA likes to play in Houston, Texas. So if
Okay.
you take a pebble out of the river and you drop it, it's going to go down. If you take a helium balloon and drop it, it's going to go up until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Okay, repeat that last one. Sorry.
You've got a helium balloon, you drop it, it's going to go up until it reaches equilibrium, until it can't go any higher, until the balloon pops or it's at a certain level of altitude that it can't go any higher or any lower.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, basically, if you like, let's say you got a hot cup of coffee and then you knock it over on the table, so it's gonna reach room temperature a lot faster, right? Than if you were to keep it in the cup.
Yes.
Right. So 8 ounces of fluid coffee in a thermostat, it's going to stay warm for a really long time. A thermos. It's going to stay warm for a really long time. But if you knock over the other one and you spill 8 ounces on a metal table, then entropy is going to increase like really high, and it's going to spread out and reach equilibrium a lot faster, right?
Okay. Yep.
So that's basically the idea of entropy.
Okay. Got it. Now, how do you use that argument into flat Earth?
How are we breathing right now if there is no barrier to hold in the gas pressure? Because the very definition of gas pressure is the force the gas particles exert against the walls of the container.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. I get it now.
And there is no answer for that because we would have to have a container in order to be
Yeah.
breathing.
Yeah.
So no matter what they say, their model doesn't work.
Oh, wow.
And a lot of times they'll try to get you to say that, oh, you're claiming a dome or a firmament or whatever if you're bringing that argument up. And, you know, it's just important to say a container of some sort. We don't know what it is, obviously. We can't claim to know that for sure, even though there's evidences that you could also, I could also go into about why it seems there might be a dome with sundogs and double rainbows and stuff. But they'll try to get, if you're going to debate the topic, a containment of some sort is necessary. It's the antecedent to gas pressure, right? Because you can't have gas pressure without a container. And you could ask them to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, which of course they can't.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
they'll claim it's gravity, and that gravity's holding it all in. Their god of the globe is gravity, basically. It answers all these things, but then they also have to admit that gravity is only a pseudo force, at least that it's only claimed to be a pseudo force because they can't really even call it a force.
They don't know what gravity is, right?
Well,
I think that's what, don't they claim, I've heard them say like they don't know what gravity really is.
or they don't know the source of it or why, you know, that defining it is something that they have a problem with. That it's kind of baked into their idea of what mass is by an equation. And it's actually the acceleration that they're talking about more than anything when you're saying it's a force. And that it only acts like a force because there's an acceleration. That acceleration could be due to electrostatics or whatever, you know, that universal average speed is that things fall at. You know, it could just be something that's just a, you know, like a Fibonacci type sequence that, you know, is just a rule of like the fingerprints of the gods, you know, kind of like that's just the average rate at which things find their equilibrium. And it would be density equilibrium basically. And they even admit to that to some degree, but they want to put in this whole idea of gravity, which is why they, you know, which works into their globe model, and gravity causes, you know, all these things to happen. And that's the reason things have a downward vector. And, you know, it works into their model. It's kind of reverse engineered into their model, it seems. And it's what makes all of the planets rotate. But then there's this whole thing about gravity that they also have to admit to, which is that Newtonian gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian gravity, even within their own paradigm. So that's one of the things you'll hear a lot in these debates. And they'll say, well, Newtonian gravity still can be thought of as Newtonian gravity because the bending and warping of space-time is Einsteinian gravity. And even though that's what's happening, even here on Earth, we can still say it looks like mass is attracting mass, but there is no pull. There is no attractive force at all, because in physics, technically, there is no attractive force. There's nothing that pulls. There's only a push, technically. So what they're having to imagine, and they don't think about it this way, they think about it as mass attracting mass, which isn't at all a thing either. They can prove because of the Cavendish experiment not being a real experiment. But regardless, they have to think about it as the bending of space-time that's pushing the masses toward each other from the outside, like a field that still pushes the masses towards each other, which, there could be some kind of attraction between all things through electrostatics, it seems, maybe to a slight degree. But they try to use this Cavendish experiment as a way of proving, quote unquote, gravity. And it's very hard to repeat, and it could be electrostatics that's going on anyway. They can ground it, but they're just completing the circuit, and it's just convoluted, and that's the only thing they got that they can even reference that as proof, that they can even think of as some kind of proof of gravity, and it's just feeble at best.
So I wanted to say about Newtonian gravity. So they say it's mass attracting mass, but when you define mass, right, it's the resistance to acceleration. So the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. That doesn't really make any sense, right? And then the other one is the bending and warping of space-time. So space-time exists in a near perfect vacuum, meaning that it's non-material. Okay? So anything material you can like touch, grab, see, breathe, right? You can, sense it. So this non-material concept is bending and warping is the physical attributes to a non-physical concept. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
And the two completely are opposite of each other because one is free space and Einstein is force space. They don't exist in the same concept.
I didn't realize one of them. So you're saying one of them was for space and one of them was against space?
No, free space is like X, Y, and Z axis. Right? So if I sold you a block of gold, you could tell how much it weighs if I give you the dimensions. So it's this high, this wide, and this long, right? So in Einsteinian's worldview, and it's like four space. So there's X, Y, and Z and time, right? And this makes a fabric. So the fabric of space-time, it's really funny to think about. It's like the emperor has no clothes. It's really, really funny to think about. But basically, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me, right? Because this fabric is made out of non-material. The first fabric in the history of the world that you don't need material to make it. It's made by matter, because apparently matter is mass, and mass warps the space-time. And like a trampoline, if you put a bowling ball in the middle, right, it makes the golf balls and the tennis balls like crash into the sun and destroy. Oh, wait, that doesn't work. But that's the example they show the children, right? That's how they get them to believe in bullshit, by showing them, a trampoline, which is actually made of material. And they say, look, kids, this is how it works. Right.
When there's no material for them to start with. Okay, yeah.
So basically what it comes down to, I explained specific gravity to you earlier when I said an object in a medium will rise and fall due to its relative density between the object and the medium. Now that sounds kind of circular, but it's actually not. So an apple in a pail of water floats, right? But let's say somebody was shooting the pail of water, all the water came out, and the apple went down. Why did the apple go down to the bottom of the pail? If you don't know, it's because the density of
The
the
water.
medium changed. So it was water, which is really dense, and then it became gas, which isn't dense enough to cause enough buoyant force to hold up the apple anymore. So why do things fall? Relative density, also known as specific gravity. So this whole specific gravity thing is the real gravity, and everything else is just a bunch of BS. And they don't deny specific gravity. They know that things rise and fall because of buoyancy and density. But while you're not looking, they run it behind you, and they take, their little sticker that says gravity, and they slap it on top of density and say, "See, it was gravity all along."
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's really
Welcome.
reverse
And
engineered.
wanted to say for your back, try a hyperbaric chamber. 3 times the amount of oxygen, pure oxygen, 3 times the atmospheric pressure. It inundates your blood with a high amount of oxygen, but when you come out, all that oxygen goes from your blood to your tissue. And we know what oxygen does for us, right? It's basically the fuel of life, right? So, yeah, I would recommend trying a hyperbaric chamber if you were to ever get the chance. I bet you walk out of that sucker feeling like $1 million at least temporarily.
Are those? Is that the one that gets really cold?
No, it's the one where you go into like a coffin, they seal it up, and they pump it with 3 times the atmospheric pressure, full of pure oxygen. It's what makes a football player sprain his ankle and come back in the second half as well.
Okay, I will. For some reason, I thought that was the one that froze you. I don't like the. I can't do that freezing one. Where they.
That's a cryogenic chamber.
Oh, thank you. Confuse those two. Yeah, that one I can't do. I'm like I can't do the cold, but chamber. I haven't tried that. Like I said, using this new technology. I think I've done everything else, but I haven't done the chamber. I will look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, Jackie, I'll send you a list of links of a lot of the videos you can't find on the topic any longer unless you know exactly what you're looking for. And even then, if you type it exactly into YouTube, it's buried pages down. But I have a list that I sometimes send to people that are kind of new or interested, that seem like quality people that would be not able to find those links anymore. Like, have you even watched like 200 Proofs? You ever heard of that? 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay? Or the
I did.
ultimate litmus test, or there's a lot of old videos that kind of is what started a lot of people here back in 2015, 2016, 2017, when it kind of first started becoming more viral, and then they buried all those videos or deleted them. So you could tell people look into it now, but that doesn't really do much good when the first 100 videos they get are going to be just like the shill videos that are trying to say it's ridiculous to even consider.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Definitely take them. I will watch them.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot more people catching on to this from what I was hearing. I don't have that the app, that Sun and Moon app, but somebody on another server the other day was saying that the blue dots there's like this flat Earth friend finder type thing where you can see where other blue dots are in your area, of people that are flat earthers, and someone was saying that the blue dots are just becoming like more and more populous, or more and more populated.
It's funny that I actually was looking at that today. I have like that app, and I didn't realize they had done the friend finder thing, but you have to I got to subscribe to the yearly thing in order to do it. But I looked at the dots today, and I was actually quite surprised at how
Yeah,
many were kind of around me. I was like, wow.
and that's just the people that have the app that are willing to say where they live
Exactly.
through the
So
app. That's, you know, so that's just like a minuscule amount of the amount of people that actually have realized this.
I was actually quite surprised because I live in New Jersey, and you know, I just thought my area is very liberal, very, East Coast. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it, but you know, I was quite surprised. I was like, oh wow, there's a lot more people that are kind of thinking like me than I even thought. Like I thought I was very very limited, but there was like 64,000 people in a 50-mile kilometers like around me. I was like, that's insane. A good amount of people.
Right.
That's a trick of the enemy. They like to boast their numbers, right? It's kind of like
Larry, you're breaking up.
where they weren't actually tank.
We're not hearing
Larry,
you.
your satellite
You're
connection is going
you're
off.
roboting a little bit. Yeah, the satellite.
He's disconnected now. Looks like he dropped.
I think he was trying to say something about they'll often say, well, everybody knows it's a globe, or there's 99% of the people that believe it's a globe. But I think if you took 100% of the people and actually showed them the information and they were using a critical eye, that it'd be an overwhelming amount of people that would agree with us. They just haven't thought about it, or just don't want to know if that is the truth. That cognitive dissonance or whatever it is, most people just have no idea what the claims even are on their side. And if they did, they would laugh at it as well.
Well,
Yeah.
you got to think about like also there's a bunch of people that even don't even think about the globe. They experience the earth and live in it or experience it the way it is, and they don't think about the globe ever. That's a percentage of that. Then there's the people that know the globe is a lie, but they cannot tell you. There's a percentage of that. Then there is the whatever uh, high levels of people that are paying or pushing for the propaganda, the ones that are actually controlling the puppets. They know. Maybe some of the puppets don't know, but there is a bunch of people that do know, and they're not gonna come public about it because of many reasons.
Yeah, you're right. The numbers probably aren't even as lopsided as they're even claiming to begin with. And then if people that, all those people that don't even think about it, or actually looked at it, the numbers would just be overwhelmingly that it's not a globe, in my opinion.
Yeah, for a lot of people, the other side hasn't been presented. So maybe in the background they seen the globe, whatever. But there's many people out there that once you present the information and they just kind of think about it, they'll be, oh yeah, the globe is definitely a lie. It's just that it's a possibility that they haven't heard the other side of it. Many people like that because the propaganda machine and the information machine is being pushed to many people through the screens, and most people just see that propaganda stuff.
Yep, that's the trick. Make the lie so big that the average man would be paralyzed at the thought of that being a lie.
And that's why they have to push it so hard, because if they don't push it, it's just gonna fall apart.
Yeah, and the ridicule on the other side of it. They didn't have the ridicule and constant brainwashing that we grew up with, thinking that the most ridiculous thing is to think that we're a stationary Earth. The most obvious thing is the thing we were taught to think is the most ridiculous. It's crazy.
It's also incentivized, like monetary wise. Like when you, let's say, for example, just YouTube, you go to the space channels or whatever, they just talk about this imaginary place of space that nobody can prove, and they have huge channels and they make money just by talking about that information. It's incentivized for people to just push the propaganda, even though they don't know for a fact that it's true. It's like many other topics. There is an incentive for people to just read the NASA news in the YouTubes and get paid for that.
What makes you the expert, Professor Dr. Jimsy? Because you put professor in front of your name?
Here's
Is that
the
how we're
deal.
doing it nowadays?
Here's the deal. General public says, thank God I don't have to find out for myself, right? The globe is the ultimate go along to get along.
I mean, if Professor Dave, if he says he's a professor, might as well. I'll be a professor, Doctor Professor as well. I'll listen the topic because he's a professor, right? I've heard
Okay,
people
well,
they bring it up to me like he is a professor and he knows better. They're like just like that. He's a professor, you're not, so he knows better. Professor Dave, yeah.
if you're going to be a professor, can I be mainstream science?
Yeah, you can be mainstream science, yeah. You can be
Or
science if you want to.
is that only for Dr. Fauci? Like, come on, people, quit putting Dr. Fauci down on your insurance forms like he's your primary doctor. He's not your primary doctor. You should listen to your doctor, and that's not, controversial to consult your doctor.
Yeah, but if your doctors go against what Dr. Fauci says, then your doctor is no good.
You can't go against science embodied, incarnate science. 5'2" Italian man with glasses. My name means sickle, right? So I'm the harvester of science. Yeah, I'm so glad that Jackie came in today because now I'm going to be doing some experiments with the 0 point energy igloo Faraday cage. I think I'll start small with a coffin just to see how it makes me feel. I guess you could use copper chicken wire uh, to make sure that you got good airflow. I don't recommend anybody try this at home, but I'll do some, not experiments, but some observations to see if I feel better after sleeping in a Faraday coffin.
I'm gonna see if I can post. I'm not sure if I'm able to post it, but I actually took a video of what the technology looks like in the.
Yeah, I got the website. I saw the videos, but I don't know exactly what he's doing, but I know how to make a Faraday cage.
Okay, because it's I don't know if it's complete because it does. I don't know. I leave there with energy, so I'm like my mind, my my brain wants to tell me that there's energy involved in it, but maybe it is like just creating that, like I don't know, that's what they kind of explained it like. They said it was like a 0 point field, so that would be everything negated, correct?
Yeah, that's what a Faraday cage does. So if there was an EMP attack and you just had your cell phone laying on the coffee table, like your cell phone's done, right? But if you were to make a little coffin out of a shoebox or something and you were to wrap it with aluminum foil, like theoretically your cell phone would survive the EMP attack. So that's basically how it works. So what you're doing is you're creating a little cage, and inside this cage, there is nothing but the 0 point energy that exists in all the universe. So if you had a vacuum chamber and you took out all the material that you possibly could and got it to as low pressure as possible, there's still going to be about 0.5 of a volt in the system. So you can look at this in science. It's the Casimir effect. So the Casimir effect basically says no matter what system you got, let's say you got an 8 volt or 9 volt battery, it's going to be 9.5 volts because there's already 0.5 volt or 0 point something energy. So this 0 point energy is the energy that you can't get out of the universe. Some people might think of this as the ether.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I can't say for certain or make any claims on that. That's just a speculation. But yeah, you can create the same thing with chicken wire and aluminum foil. And I think the best thing to do would be to ground it. So I grounded my bed. So I have like electric wire that's wrapped around the metal frame of my bed where I scraped all the paint off of it, got a real good connection, drilled a hole through my wall and pushed the wire through the wall and then stuck it in the ground like as deep as I could get it. So whenever I'm on my bed, if I just reach down and touch my bed, I'm automatically grounded like I'm walking outside barefoot.
Oh, cool. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes because it does make sense. Like when I leave there, I'm full of this energy, like I went walking in the woods, like I went on a nice hike or something, and we're sitting next to the water. Like you just leave the place with this natural boost of energy. It almost feels like it doesn't make
So,
sense if you're not pumping energy, but I guess the way they explain it is it allows your body to jumpstart the healing process by blocking everything out, so to speak.
so you're an empath. You're an empath, right?
Mm-hmm.
Heard you say that earlier. You ever met an energy vampire? Someone that like comes up to you and they're like
All day,
weirdly
every day. Yep.
touching you unconsciously, like they put their hand on your shoulder or they put their hand on your hand or they accidentally nudge you with their elbow. And every time they do, like your aura is like damaged for like a week. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so when they do that to your aura, right, and your aura is like damaged for like a week, they automatically want to come back the next week and touch you again, right?
Yes.
And then you literally have to say, bro, don't touch me.
Okay.
Get out of my
Yeah.
bubble. Okay. So I kind of think that there's more than one way for someone to affect your aura, right? With
Mm-hmm.
touching you. Sometimes people just are extremely toxic with the things that they say. And then you walk into a room and it's like, what are you guys all on heroin or hash? Or what are you guys doing here? Like, oh, it's just because this one toxic person just said some stupid shit. right?
Yes,
And it brings down everybody's vibration, right? And you
yes.
can sense it. Like no
And
one
who
has
was
to tell
talking?
you.
I think was it you? Weren't you talking earlier about how um everything comes up to oh,
Equilibrium.
the equilibrium? Yes. And you were saying that, I was thinking exactly what you're just saying right now, like how that coincides with what that's how you're explaining this to me is how I explain to people, like, to stay away from negativity, right? Like
Right.
when you like when you stand next to someone who has a lower vibration, it's there's only one of two things that can happen, right? You're either going to bring yourself to match their vibration, um you're going to lower yourself down to them, or they're going to usurp some of your energy, and they're going to bring you somewhere, like you're going down and they're coming up, and
Right.
they're getting the benefit of your energy, because
Right.
they're usurping it. So you're lower and now they're higher, so they're in a great mood and they're leaving fabulous, they feel fine, but you were up here and now you're down there and you're like, what just happened?
So Karma, she's another empath, I think. I don't think she ever said that she's an empath, but pretty sure. She's on here and she says that if you just maintain the level that you're at, they'll eventually have to match you. So if you can
That's
stay
correct.
strong and that's the other half of what you were saying, right? You just didn't say it yet.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so you have to go in with the intention, like you have to know what you're doing. You have to have intent. Your intention is to know, I'm coming here and you're coming up to me. I'm not going down to you. Like, you basically are, dragging the person along the way, so to speak. Like, you just kind of got to know what you're doing, right?
Yeah,
If you
man.
go,
If you just say, sorry, you're trying to bring me down, and I'm not going to let it. So I win. Love wins. Sorry, bye.
yeah.
You just keep
Well,
doing it. That's how I do it.
the thing is if you want to help them, right, then that's a different story. So if you're trying to help the person, then it's a different story. I just tell people, like, don't go into a room without protecting yourself, because that's what can happen, and that's what will happen if you allow people into your energy field. I personally espouse that everyone should, cleanse and protect their aura. Like, that's, to me, one of the most important things, like, just to do every day. And I, like, do it in the shower. It's really easy. And for me, it's made a major difference in allowing people to take my energy. So that's how I protect my energy. I create my own energy bubble, and I ask God for the protection, and putting up the protection keeps them out of my energetic field. I set the intention and they're not allowed in. That's it. So
Exactly.
only when
You
I
nailed it. You nailed it, sister, because the only way that they can come up and get in your bubble is if you're silent and you don't say anything. But if you're like, sir, unhand me immediately, right? There's only one thing that they can do, right? They can unhand you or suffer the consequences, right? Because it's one thing if somebody's trying to hit you. You can move your head, get out of the way. It's like boxing 101. If someone's trying to kick you, well, a kick is very slow usually. So you can get away and run. But when someone grabs you, what's the only option?
I agree. Yeah. So if anyone ever needs a good cleansing ritual and protection ritual, I'm your girl. It's really easy and quick.
I do back rubs. I blast people with love. And I've really seen like physical things happen. And I can't say that it's me. I'm just like a tool and the energy flows through me. And I believe it comes from the creator. But I've literally seen like physical manifestations where this lady, she was hit by a motorcycle. She literally died, and they had to reconstruct her head back onto her body because she was so messed up. They had to do like reconstructive surgery. And I was like, can I come over? Can I rub your back? And I was basically saying, where's the spots that I should avoid and stuff. But like the right side of her back, like below her shoulder blade, was like hunched out like Notre Dame, and like as soon as I was like rubbing her and blasting her with love, like it was like it immediately like popped into place and started glowing red. Like I don't know, it was the strangest thing. But yeah, I've seen this sort of thing from time to time. So yeah, like it's
Listen, I
really
believe you.
amazing when people rub each other. I think it should be like a common thing where people Saturday the family gets together and they form a circle and they rub each other or they take turns or something.
I actually agree with, like, personally, like I talk to people all the time, but I'm actually help people a lot more when I can touch them. So I don't know what that the difference is, but if I can touch someone and I'm actually, like you said, massage, that's funny that you brought that up too. Like I've like people would come to me even at work, like my coworkers though, like they'd be like, for some reason, like I became known as the person who gives a good massage, and whatever area's hurting them, they would just come over and just hand me like their arm, or they're like, my arm's hurting, can you rub it? And I'd rub it for a couple minutes, and then they'd be like, I don't do that, it feels great now, and they just walk away, like they're like, you're just so good at that. And I never knew what I was doing, but I was doing exactly what you said you were doing, just sending them love, just giving them love,
Right.
giving them the time, the attention that pain needed. And that's what I tell people too. Like when you give your pain the attention it deserves, it will go away. Like people fight their pain and try to, a lot of time, especially your inner turmoil, you fight it and you block it and you try to put it away, and that's not really what you do. You need to face it. Face it head on, sit with it, give it the respect it deserves, and then it will lift itself, because love always wins, but you kind of gotta listen to the pain as well. You can't just nix it off, right?
You got to
And then
swim
just
in the whole pool, especially the deep end, if you're going to learn how to swim now.
Exactly. So, and that's what I do. I give the pain the respect it deserves, and then I give it the love it needs, and that helps. I don't know how or why, and like you say, it's not me. It's this energy that flows through me from a higher power somewhere, that it is what it is, right? God or energy, or I personally usually say Father, Mother, God, because I like to just cover all my bases. But I
You
know
know what's really good? If you have a cell phone with like a smooth edge and like you just rub that against like your person's feet. You got to start out slow because it's kind of too much, too soon, too fast. But if you like rub the feet against the smooth edge of a cell phone, it's actually pretty amazing.
I do that with crystals. I kind of integrate crystals into some like healing things that I do, and I actually do that with crystals on people's feet, and it helps.
Hey, can I ask something?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. So, what if you're treating someone, right, Jackie? Imagine like this is a situation, they have like a really, really bad aura, right? They have this like awful aura, okay? Like it's just negativity, it's hatred, it's violence, right? Like what's like the occasion there? Like what do you do generally? How would you go about that?
I always start with cleanse and protect. So I usually
Oh
will.
wait, there's a catch to it. There's a catch to it though.
Go
The
ahead.
thing is, they're black. They're like a whole ass monkey. They're like a whole ass nigger, Jackie. They're a nigger, Jackie. Like that is the truth of it. What do you do on that occasion?
I'm confused. Are
Yeah,
you talking about?
he asked you that in the purpose to just say the nigga word, and he accomplished it. It's just children, just kind of in this buffony way of speaking to other people when they join a conversation. It's just trying to say the nigga word inside of their sentences.
Hey, Popey
Just
the Third. Yeah, that's right, Jamesy. Hey, Popey the Third, real quick before you go. You know that's going to come back to you, right? Just get ready. Okay, thanks.
yeah, Poppy the Third. What's going on with you? Why would you join a conversation and try to joke your way out of it? What's going on with that? Tell
Joke
us.
the way out of it. I don't really understand. It was a serious question. Like trying to get like the rightful answer that I deserve. Honestly, like as a respect, I try to put it respectfully, But it's a it's a valid question, I think. I'm trying to wait for Jackie's answer, as a matter of fact. So I don't know why you guys are speaking up, like interrupting her. Thank you.
Using the word was kind of disrespectful, and like if you're talking about just a negative person, I don't think, I think saying a dark person in terms of negativity, like, I don't know if you're referring to the color of someone's skin, because if you are, then I'm not even going to answer that.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
he
no,
said a
don't worry.
nigger. He said a nigger monkey.
That
Can you
is not
repeat
what I
that?
meant. That is
Nigger
not what I
monkey.
meant.
Remember?
That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. I did not mean to say they're like a mega monkey that's really like. I think that came off wrong. It came off a little bit strong. I think there's some truth to it, but I think that's like overall just disrespectful to say it like
See,
that.
this is the guy. He's here to try to lower the vibration of the room, right? So he's like pissed off that we're all like clear conscious because we haven't done anything bad, and he's trying to like make us all feel bad because misery likes company, right? And this is definitely one of those guys who's like not here to learn anything. He's just here to like spread hate and ignorance, right? Because what is scientific racism other than the most ignorant thing you could ever imagine? The whole "we all came out of Africa" theory is the stupidest shit I ever heard.
Yeah,
Right?
I
Do
agree. I
Asian
agree.
people
Like
not you,
respectfully, I
not your
agree.
turn to
I agree.
talk, not
I
your
agree.
turn to talk. I'm still talking. Right? Do Asian people look like they came out of Africa? Right? Do Irish people look like they came out of Africa? No, they don't. Right? And the reason for that is because it's just a theory. So what's this guy's name? I was kind of busy when he first started talking.
Popey the Third.
Oh, that's a good name, right? For someone who, like yourself, likes to control conversations. Let's see.
Well,
I'm not
he's the third,
joining.
so he's like the youngest one out of others. So he's the third one. So there's something there. He's projecting his I don't know, his frustration for
It's
being
okay.
the
Listen, and
youngest.
that's fine. Here, listen, Popey, it's okay. So Jackie is a human female. I don't know if you've ever met one of those in person. So Jackie's nice, and we like to talk to her, and she's very knowledgeable and friendly. And so what you need to do is hit the reset button on your whole entire life, and then come back to us when you've learned a little bit of respect and got some life experience. Thank you.
And that's the last we'll ever hear of Popey. I believe he just got banned.
I had
And
a
that'll
good
be that.
question to start with, and then he fucked it
You
up.
tried your best. I know. We had to do that to him though. He doesn't even deserve a platform. So
I agree. I totally agree. I'm just saying. I'm like, it was a good question to start off with, and I was like, oh, what a good question. And then what the hell happened?
Well, go ahead and answer it. I think we already know what your answer is.
Well, what I was just saying is what I usually do is start off people with cleansing and protecting daily. I teach them how to do that in the shower. And then I know a lot of people might not believe in it, but I program crystals with positive energy. And I usually will give them that to something that can raise their vibration and also negate negativity to carry around, and that helps to lighten up your aura and the field around you. And then when you start feeling lighter, you tend to, do more positive things, speak more positively, and and then it helps people get more into it because they start feeling better. Like, oh, I'm feeling better. This must be working. And then they do it more and more. And then you start going within and you add meditation, and in between there's always chats, and there's I also end up it depends, each person's different too, because I kind of can sometimes intuitively, if there's something like in their, like if they have a more of a draw to depression or alcohol or this and that, and there's different herbs and natural remedies that people can use to help them along with like depression and these types of things. So I a lot of times intuitively kind of, and I just get an idea of what they need, and we try like supplements and things like that along with the just talking and spiritual side as well. So it's a little bit of everything, just all mixed up. But each person is everybody's different, really. But in terms of generalization, cleansing your aura and protecting yourself are the two most important things I feel that you can do to just keep the negativity away and keep yourself at a higher vibration.
So the thing that we should take away from crystals, because crystals are very interesting, right? I think the thing that we can all learn from crystals is if dead things can grow with symmetry, if they can grow with symmetry, shouldn't we be able to grow? Like, we should always be growing. Like, if you're not growing and there's dis-ease, right? It's got to be because we're doing something wrong. It's either chemical, emotional, or physical stress, or a lack of a nutrient, an essential nutrient.
Correct.
So basically, we have to watch out for those stressors, especially the chemical stress this day and age.
Yes, and it's never
Yeah,
just one
I think
thing.
that's what it boils down to.
It's a bunch of things, right?
Homeostasis.
Yeah, because it's never one thing. It's always a bunch of things. And so it's kind of you just start taking away all the bad things until you figure it out. We swap out things. It's work. And that's what I tell everybody. This didn't happen overnight, and it doesn't get fixed overnight. So it's hard, as long as it took for you to get into the dark place that they're at. You gotta. It takes a while to get out of it as well. It's not a light switch. There's not a magic pill. It takes work. Anything worth doing takes effort. You have to be willing to put in the effort as well. You can't just say, oh well, if I can't have this, if I can't pop a pill, then I'm not going to do it. Well, then you live in the darkness. That's a choice you're making. But you have to work at it. And if you do work at it and you consistently cleanse and protect yourself on a daily basis, then you're going to feel so much better. You're going to feel amazing. You're going to start your day off right. And people are not going to be able to affect you like they would normally be able to affect you. And that's just like a good starting point. Now, in terms of crystals, I always tell people you also have to be careful because crystals are programmable. So it depends on who you're getting them from and who they're coming from, because they also do hold memory. So you want to either cleanse and clear them when you get them and program them with your own vibrations, so to speak, or if you're feeling low, you want to make sure that the person that they're coming from is someone that lives in a high vibration and knows what they're doing, knows how to program those crystals to be beneficial for you. You don't just like people, kind of like grab a crystal and you just sit there and you're like, oh yeah, that crystal's going to help. It can, because they do hold a vibration, but if you can find someone that knows how to basically put their own vibration and program the crystal to do what you're asking it to do, it's a much better tool. Or you can do it yourself. So you can tell the crystal, which sounds crazy, you can tell the crystal what it is you need from it and what you want it to do. And that can work as well. But again, it's tricky. So you just want to kind of like get help from someone who knows what they're doing.
So you're using NLP on crystals, and I think that's really, really, excuse me, interesting to program the crystal. Because if we can program water, right, to freeze a certain way with certain symmetry or asymmetry, right, like that Japanese scientist who I can never remember his name. It's like, what if it's like this with more things? And crystals are like extremely interesting if you think about it. Like, what other kind of rocks grow? I mean, sediment grows, right? But it's just piling on top of each other. Like crystals with the right, environment, like they grow. And they grow in such a pattern that, anybody who's walking along, oh, look at this. Like, that's different. Like, there's
They're all unique.
symmetry here. Yeah.
They're all unique, and they have and if you are in tune and able to feel it, you can literally, I can, I can feel vibrations of crystals. So when I hold one in my hand, I can feel its vibration literally, not just, in spirit, so to speak, which a lot of people can, they feel it that way, but I physically can feel it in my hand. So when I hold it, I can feel each one is different. Like every single one I've ever touched, the vibration of it has been slightly different, even if it's the same type of crystal. Each one holds its own vibration. And if any of you guys are like, if you look in tuned, there's like this cool like thing that you can try. Like put the crystal in your hand and hold it and literally speak positive, amazing things to it. Tell it it's beautiful. Tell it like it's like amazing. Like just say just nice things to it and hold it in your hand and see how it feels. You'll literally feel it start to pulsate in your hand as you're saying like all of these positive things to it. Like that's how you charge it. It's amazing. Like just try it. And then I've also done an experiment where I've shown people the difference between like charging a crystal or using a new one that you've never charged before that just came out the package that came from nowhere and you don't know what it's doing, or and then one that's been cleansed and cleared like to start fresh, and you take them and drop them in a cup with water and then obviously a clear cup, and then you stick it in the freezer and you can see the difference in the energy that the crystal actually lets out. You'll see a like it looks like the water's exploding like a geyser, and it freezes that way in all these weird positions. But you'll notice that when you program it and charge it with like beautiful energy, I literally actually cracked the glass open. That's what it did when I did it. So the one that I had charged literally cracked open the glass. And the
So
other
do you know
one,
about? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello.
no, it's okay.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to mention two gentlemen named Jacques Benveniste and Luc Montagnier. Now, these two gentlemen in 2008 won a Nobel Prize because they were able to demonstrate water retaining information characteristics of compounds that it was exposed to and substances that were no longer there anymore. And I did link a NCBI research article on it as well that talks about the mechanisms proposed. And it's interesting because what they do is they call these areas, and Larry mentioned water as well. And by the way, that was Dr. Emoto, who takes pictures of water crystals freezing. And those areas in the crystals and in the H2O molecules that are interacting with one another, they call those spaces in between coherence domains, which theoretically contain the energetic information, whether it's pollution or whether it's positive intentions. And it's definitely something that I think deserves a little bit more attention and information. And clearing those coherence domains and putting positive information into those coherence domains, I think could be beneficial. I mean, I've done some third-party laboratory studies on plant growth and cadaver skin, on hydration utilization. I've also treated the water to clear its coherence domains. So, water and H2O inside of the water, they're constantly interacting with one another. It's really like a dance. You have the H's and the O's connecting and disconnecting, and it's just this energetic dance that's happening in water. But what Dr. Emoto was demonstrating, that some water could be more entropic versus another water, because when water is freezing in a perfectly symmetrical crystal, you can consider that more of an entropic freeze versus something that's completely random and not symmetrical and looks really ugly, not like one of those typical snowflakes. And once you can clear those coherence domains and get rid of that information, you can now infuse that. It'll be more susceptible, and this is exactly what you were saying. But what I've done is I've actually taken the water after it's been cleared, and I've put it through a flow that had a bacteria on one end. Now it's not actually touching water; it's like in a tube, and this is going on around it. And I have a bacteria growing around it that's actually been bred to die and turn over very quickly. And when it dies, it releases bioenergy. And then on the other side of the tube, I have a root system growing. And this root system is actually pulling that energy through across the water. And using Dr. Emoto's experiments back when he was still alive, I was able to demonstrate a change in the way that the crystals were freezing. It was really, really fascinating and interesting putting all this together. But yeah, crystals and water, it's I think there's definitely a lot of room for research and a lot of gaps that need to be filled.
Wow, yeah. That's very interesting. I actually use crystals in my plants as well, like to keep them alive, because I have an area that doesn't have a lot of sun. So what I do is I charge the crystals. I tell them exactly what their job is, and to keep my plants alive and give them energy and light and blah blah blah, and I put them in my plants. And if they take the crystals out, the plants die. It's amazing. And I've brought plants back to life with crystals, and I've increased their growth. And if I take them away, the plants will die. It's crazy. Crazy amazing, so to speak.
So, do you do muscle testing or something to kind of see which crystals are best for you, or how do you determine? I just feel it.
Yeah, I feel them. I put them in my hand, and I can feel the vibrations from the crystals, and so the ones that vibrate the highest are the ones that I start with, that I use. And if they don't seem to be vibrating, then I'll usually set them aside to cleanse and clear them, and then they just need more work. So I try to start with the ones that have a higher vibration, and if they seem low, then those just need more work. They will take longer to charge. You have to put in the time. So it's not just, you don't just speak it into it once either. You do it over the course of time. You say it over a couple days. It just depends on, how much energy you store in it or provide to whoever you're going to give the crystal to. It also, you're also giving yourself. So you're giving your energy into this crystal. So it's kind of, it can be draining as well. So, you don't want to keep energy for yourself. So spread it out over a couple of days, and you just do it. And every day it just gets stronger and stronger until I just know when it's ready. I can't say when. I just know when it's ready to give away. I hope I'm not like boring you guys with all the woo woo stuff. I know my things can be a little woo woo. One last thing, I know that some people think that crystals and stuff like that are, not from God and or evil or something like that. You know, it's I think God gave us all of these things, and they're tools to use for good or for evil, and that's free will. And I think that people are crazy not to use the tools that are here for us.
That's what I was talking about. I'm at work, so I didn't get to hear all of it. Looking to see if you posted something. I guess not. So, dude, if you're still there, I would love to see what you're talking about. I kind of wonder if we have more power than we ever realized, because I think that the spoken word, married with intent and belief and thanks in advance, is like what is the recipe for moving mountains. So, belief, faith, you can say those two are synonymous. Um, it talks about in the Bible speaking things that are not as though they were, right? It talks about moving mountains with the faith of the mustard seed. And there's books outside of the Bible. I can't remember what the name of the book is. The Book of Thomas. It talks about marrying your, or combining your belief with your intent and thanks in advance and speaking things into existence. So if God spoke everything into existence, the Creator, the Most High, He spoke everything into existence except for Adam and Eve. He actually formed Adam out of the clay with his hands and Eve out of the rib. So if we're made in His image, right, and we're part of His family, and the Messiah gave us like the authority to do even greater things than Him, like I think we're really powerful individuals, like way more powerful than we'll ever know, I think. And I've tried some of this, law of attraction things, and I can't say that it don't work. I can't say that it works, and I know this is all metaphysical, and a lot of people in here are probably thinking I done lost my mind. But if you have a goal and you set that goal, and you let the universe know that like this is what you're after, this is your goal, wouldn't it make more sense that you would obtain that goal rather than just saying, "Oh, I'm never going to be this and I'm never going to do that," putting that out there? It's kind of like when someone sees a doctor and the doctor, well, I hate to tell you this, you got 6 weeks to live, right? And what do they go do? They go tell everyone they know they got 6 weeks to live. And they tell everyone they know that this person has 6 weeks to live. And then when 6 weeks comes along, they've completely given up fighting and then they die. But the person who says, miss me with all that bullshit, I don't believe that, I'm not accepting that, and they tell everyone like, hey, I got diagnosed with cancer, but watch me beat it, right? And they're more likely to beat it than someone who just gives up. So I really think there's something to this. I don't know about planting crystals, right? Because this is the first time I've ever heard of it. So I haven't even done preliminary research, but if we can program water, why not crystals? And I know that we can program each other.
Well, crystals
Well,
are already used in programs. They're used in computers. They're used like to transfer energy already. Crystals are in like quartz crystal is used. They couldn't make a computer without it. So like they're using them to transfer energy all the time. It's it's proven science. So it's science. If they're using it to transfer energy in technology, obviously there's something to it, right?
yeah, like the technology that we have It's basically like chemistry with rocks and elements, right? We're just putting stuff together, and what happens when you put this with this and that with that, and it's like, oh, you get this amazing, wonderful thing. It's like we now have cell phones, and I think radios even had like quartz crystal or some sort of thing like that.
That's correct. That's how they transmit back and forth. That is right. You are very, very right. And that's what I'm saying. And you can actually use crystals to there's certain crystals that light up batteries, like shungite. Um if you take shungite and put it inside of an empty, if you make the connections between like where you would put the battery on a flashlight, you can light a flashlight with shungite. So there's, there has those properties. So you charging them or using them to your benefit is, not so far fetched. The world's using them for the benefit of technology. Why not use them for the benefit of, the ultimate technology, our body? This is natural technology, the technology nature intended. I feel like all the other, the technology we build is just, that's a creation of of ourselves, but we are the ultimate creation. So we should be, working on ourselves first. I just want to thank everybody for sending me all the stuff. Thank you for all of the videos. I'm gonna have a lot of stuff to look through.
Well, thanks for being open-minded enough to actually learn new information. That's a problem with the world. I think that so many of the educated ones, they think they know everything already. So since they got everything already figured out, they can't learn anything new. And then the rest of the world, they seem to be too dumb to learn certain things that are new. And then the other percentage that's left, they're just kind of working their ass off and don't really have time to look and investigate things. Kind of like my job, it allows me like a significant amount of mental freedom so that I could like watch videos, podcasts, etc., audiobooks, and participate on here quite a bit. So I'm like one of the few in that last portion that have a job to where I can kind of look around, see what's going on, and check things out. So I think that if more people could get just a little bit more freedom and maybe stop watching cat videos and stuff like that, football league, whatever they got there.
I agree, but it's that instant gratification, right? Like that's why they watch the cat videos, because that's what they have time for, right? You got time for 30-second videos. You don't have time for 30-minute videos. And it's sad. And that's what I try to explain to all of my friends. Like I just look at them and I don't understand how it's funny, right? How you think people would, like, after all these years, you would know me and know I'm not crazy. Like, and that I just have the time to do the research that you don't have to do. And I actually had this conversation with my sister the other day because we're in the car and she's like, I'm explaining something to her, and she's like, I don't believe that. I don't believe in that crap. I don't believe in it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you cannot believe in it all day long. I said, but it's the truth. And she's like, well, then how come, that why would they blah? And I'm just like, She doesn't make sense. I said, I know it doesn't make sense. However, I have the time to do the research. I don't just take anything at face value. I actually dive in and do the research. You should know me. You should know that that's what I do. I don't take information and just regurgitate it. So, knowing who I am as a person, because you've known me my whole life, why would you think I would come to you with bullshit? I wouldn't even waste your time. If I'm coming to you with something, it's because I researched it. I had the time. I checked it out legitimately, and I'm asking you to take a look. Just look at it because I did the research that you don't have time to do, and I do. She's like, you got too much time on your hands. I'm like, exactly. That's what I did. I used my time wisely, and now I found all this stuff. Did you think I wanted to find it? No. Did you think I don't want it to be true, but it is. So now what? I think I may have gotten to her a tad bit that way. She didn't call me crazy again, and she just kind of sat there, and I thought I saw the wheels spinning. So I was like, yes, and I just cut myself off and I moved along. I was like, okay, win, keep it moving. Let's talk about something else. That's what it's about, right? Planting the little tiny seeds. And so hopefully she's going to roll that around in her head, and let's see what happens.
It's one of those things where it's exceptionally difficult to get through to the people that you know. I got an example. One time my brother was telling me about white nationalism, and I was like, man, this is like the most racist shit I've ever heard in my life. And then I get on, Google Hangouts, and there's an incredible amount of Hebrew Israelites on Google Hangouts. So the Hebrew Israelite is telling me about black nationalism. And I'm like, damn, that made sense. Wait a minute. Why did it sound like racism when my brother said it? But when this guy said it, it's not racist. But obviously, there's something wrong with my perception. But if you've heard the guy's argument, he said that this is what the Hebrew Israelite said. We had our own Black Wall Street. It got shut down. We had our own colleges that, weren't charging like outrageous amounts of money, for blacks to go to black colleges. And if we all spent money at black businesses rather than being integrated with white businesses, then it would increase, black power. And the more black power you have, he said, like the more knowledge, the more power, like the better off all of society is going to be. Right? Because if we're all powerful, then there's no power differential. And the way that he explained it, I was like, damn, like that makes sense. And he was talking about having like his own, black government, everybody that was black was allowed to, come in, do business. And then I would ask questions like, well, how's it going to work, if you guys have criminals? Well, we'll take care of that. Well, how are you guys going to do business with the whites? Well, you can have middlemen that aren't really interested in black and white nationalism, and they can get together as ambassadors and do business without us ever having to meet with you guys. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm not making a case for white or black nationalism. I'm making a case for how biased we can be when stuff doesn't fit like our worldview or narrative. Like we can just absolutely not listen to it and not even entertain the information that's presented to us because our bias is so strong, our goggles won't allow us to perceive it. Kind of like, when someone gets really drunk and they wake up to the person the next morning, and they're like, oh my God, what have I done? Right? Their beer goggles made that young man or young woman, look like a 8 when she was actually a 2. And that's how our goggles work when it comes to bias, you know.
Well, yeah, if we listen to each other instead of jumping to conclusions, then the world would be a much better place. Time to
When you
talk.
listen to people, it's interesting because people are weird. You listen to stuff they say, it's like, wow, really?
Well, a lot of people also have diarrhea of the mouth and don't think before they speak. I think we all can be guilty of that. I try not to be, but it can happen at times. But some people don't know when to stop and they just spew it everywhere and you're just like, okay, stop. No one wants to hear it.
If you're talking about toxic people, like some people are like so incredibly toxic that like it's like almost painful just to be around them. It's like the perpetual victim mentality, right? Mixed with gaslighting and um, what's it called? I forget what it's called. But yeah, like the people that just look at me, poor little me. I'm so the victim. Everything bad happens to me,
The
right? It's
narcissist.
like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. These people, like, it really is like the Bible says. There's wheats and there's tares. Like there's people that produce good fruit, and then there's like the weeds that are just growing in your garden, sucking up nutrients for no reason. It's like exactly like that. But that's just my understanding. There really are good people out there who will like bend over backwards to like help you do stuff, and then everyone else is like, "What can I get from this person?"
Unfortunately. There goes the fireworks.
So I moved into this house one time, and the lady there that lived before us, she was like eccentric or something because she had paintings like all over the walls where she like painted like a shipwrecked boat on the beach. It was just like there on the wall for like no reason. And the guy who was like the landlord, he was like, showing us the house before it was ready. He was like, "Do you want us to paint over this?" And I was like, "No, it's great. I like it. Just leave it there." Because I really don't care. Like I've always had stuff on my walls, and I just considered it art that came to the house. But when I started the yard work in the backyard, I felt like so many crystals, like everywhere, and I just put them in like one circle in the middle of the yard so I could mow the yard. But after a while, I started like checking out the crystals, and like there's so many different kinds. And when I moved, I was like, should I move them? I was like, no, they're not really mine. Like they were there before the house, you know, before I moved in the house. So I didn't want to take them because they weren't technically mine. So I left them there. But like so many times, I want to go back to that spot and meditate in the middle of them crystals because I had spent so much time meditating in between the crystals that it was like, my little spot, to kind of go outside and chill out and take it all in and breathe deep and release all of the negative and gain all the good. And I really missed that little spot, but I felt that it was wrong to take it with me because it never was my spot to begin with. I was only renting it.
No, you did the right thing by leaving it. You, because I'm sure that the person who put them there probably set an intention to make that space exactly what you felt, that quiet meditation space, like it's funny that you're saying that because I'm listening to it and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sure that the person put the intentions for exactly that type of space, and you went there and did exactly what the person who put them there probably had been doing prior to you without even recognizing that that's what it's for, right? So you just, you know, you felt it. You were like, okay, this is good. This is a good spot, and that's how crystals work. You know, with intention, and they leave off a high vibration, a really nice one. Like some some not so much, but most of them are of a higher vibration. So they're going to create those types of spaces. I think that that's like so cool that you just, and it's a good idea that you didn't take them with you because they were probably happy where they were because they were doing their job. And if you took them from there, they would probably not have worked.
Well, it was one of those houses that was like a really old frame house. And usually on a block behind you, there's another house and another backyard, but it was clear all the way to the back of the street. And on both sides, there was like really old, massive trees. So in this house, yeah, I had a big yard above, but my backyard was like a little piece of countryside because I couldn't see any houses on either side of me when I was in the backyard. I could just see like my next door neighbor's house on the left, but it was mostly blocked by like a shed. So it was like in the city, but in the country at the same time. And I'm a good old country boy, so I really like the outdoors. And I remember making some of my first YouTube videos, like trudging through the tall grass, barefooted, not worrying about snakes or stickers or anything else. And yeah, I missed that yard. But the house was kind of, kind of falling apart a little bit. And it wasn't up to par for my wife, so we moved into a more expensive house.
Actually, it's kind of like where I live now. The house is falling apart, but there's like I like my little space in the yard where I set up my little garden and my stuff, and I like to sit there and I feed all. I'm a I'm a crazy cat lady too, so I'll own it. I kind of like all the cats in the neighborhood flock to my house, and I feed them. They sit in the yard with me and hang out, and that's my little spot.
Okay, you might say that you're a crazy cat lady. I might say that you're a life preserver.
I have saved them all. Yes, as a matter of fact, I brought a couple of them back to life. They're my friends. I have one cat. I only have one cat inside. At least I'm not that crazy. I have, but outside there's about 9 of them. But they most of them come to me only. They don't go to anybody else.
I think that cats mirror humans more than anyone else, any other animal, because we're, all kind of fluffy on the outside and ferocious on the inside. Meanwhile, cats are fluffy on the outside. I'm sorry, fluffy on the inside and ferocious on the outside. They're little killers. If you really watch them, they'll bring home like a pregnant mouse and just, you know, let it all hang out right in front of you. Just eat 9 little snacks after the main course. They're killers. They really are ferocious, but that's them. You got to love them and accept them for, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and everything in between. And when they bring you a dead snake, they don't know that you don't eat snake, right? They don't know what your diet is. They just know that you feed them, so they're like bringing you a little snack, just in case you were hungry. They wanted to feed you too, like, hey, look what
Yeah,
I brought you.
they leave me gifts all the time. That's one thing that freaks me out a little bit is the gifts. So they do bring me little things they think are treats for me. But I also feed the birds as well, so I try to keep the birds and the cats away from each other. When they get my birds, I get a little upset.
I just let it happen. It's nature, you know.
I know, but what can I do? Maybe I'm just a little bit. That's the girl in me. Go figure. I don't like to see
Yeah,
anything.
whenever my cat's gonna kill, I'm like, yes, yes, you got one.
I don't blame them. I don't get upset with them. I know it's nature. I also have a fondness for the birds. So, it's like a pull between my two loves. I love my birds out there, and as well as I like all the animals. So I have a nice little um I always say I have a nice little ecosystem going on. I used to have raccoons that used to trash the garbage and make a big mess out there. But once I started to take care of the cats and I fed the cats usually leave a little bit of leftovers that the raccoons come and finish. And then the raccoons are fed, and the raccoons and cats are kind of friends. They don't bother each other, but the raccoons no longer go after the trash because they're eating the leftovers from the cats. And then the birds would come behind. There's a feeder, but then the birds come behind and pick up even if there's any scraps that the cats leave. And then there's also a feeder for the birds. So it's like, and everybody just takes it. And then I have the garden, and there's like the groundhogs and the bunnies. They chew on that stuff. And it's like everybody gets fed and they kind of leave each other alone. So I end up getting like, and then the squirrels will eat also from the bird feeder. And so everybody's being fed, and so they kind of all get along, so to speak. I only ever get like mice and stuff like that. So they'll leave like mice, and once in a while they do get a bird. They just do, but it's a cat. You gotta give them they're still cats. So cats and birds will do what cats and birds do.
It's gonna sound funny at first, but when you actually look it up, you're gonna be so sad. So look up vegan cats.
Vegan cats?
So you know how there's some vegans that are like quiet about it, and you'd never know they were a vegan unless you sit down and ate with them every day for a week. And then there's some that are like militant, right? Like they're
Yeah.
trying to. Okay. So the militant ones that have cats, they force the cats to eat vegan diets.
No.
Serious. It's a real thing. So these are the most miserable, eyes sunken in into the back of their head looking cats. Just
Oh my
horrible
god, those
looking
cats
cats.
look like they're dying.
It's sad but funny at the same time that people would do this to animals. Like it's obviously like torture.
Oh my goodness. Why? Oh Lord, why'd you do that to me?
Well,
Not
they
gonna
do it
be
to humans
a
too.
cat.
They do it to humans too, just in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't really eat meat anymore, but my body just started to reject it. It wasn't a choice. So,
Ain't nothing
I'm
wrong
not
with that.
vegan. I just can't, my body doesn't process meat the way it used to. I don't know what happened. It started making me sick, and then I'm like, why do I keep trying to eat it if it's making me sick? Stop. Don't be dumb. So I just stopped.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I think anybody should be able to have whatever diet they want, as long as it's not human. No human flesh. Sorry, I draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I have one more thing that I like to say about cats and dogs. So it's funny that you were talking about like I always had this thing where I feel like cats are like our spiritual protection and dogs are like physical protection. Like in this world, I think cats actually live in the spirit world and this world at the same time, which is why I think they sleep a lot. I think they do a lot of kind of like living on two planes. So I think
Cats are really interesting because they have a really wide vocabulary. Like you wouldn't think it, but like if you listen to them, there's like absolute words that they speak, and they're not words like human words. Obviously, they don't have the software or the hardware to tell you that they love you, right? But it's like the cat language is like really interesting. Most of it is pre-verbal communication, but they actually do have verbal communication too.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I actually understand my cat. Like I know people think it's crazy, but I'm like, nah, I understand her. Like we I know when she's telling me that she loves me, she gives me head butts, and she walks up to me and she puts her head to my head, and I know exactly what's going on with her when I'm walking out and or whatever. She's telling me not to leave and things like that, and it's almost like even the cats outside, it's almost like I know what they're thinking. I know what they need, and when they want to be brushed and when they want certain things, they know how to communicate that to me. I can't explain it, but it happens. So I do think they definitely do have a wider vocabulary.
You don't have to explain it. You're a highly sensitive person. Not much gets past you, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Who's this young lady we're talking to, Larry? Jackie? Can you hear me?
Hello.
How you doing? I'm Dave in Kentucky.
Yeah, I think today's the first time I spoke, Jackie. Go ahead, Dave.
I wanted to jump in and agree with what she just said about the spirituality connection of cats. I've got 5 cats, and I'm not going to bore you with any stories, but I think they have a spiritual connection, like you were saying. They may exist in some other thing that we don't see. Y'all go ahead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I always well, I think I like I told you guys, like, so I'm like a medium as well, and so I can't control it though. When spirit comes in, my cat knows, and she'll stare right at it. Like she's like, "Yep, right there." And where I feel it, she's looking. So I know it's like how it's kind of it's how I knew I wasn't crazy when it started happening to me. I knew I wasn't crazy because my cat was seeing what I was feeling. So I was like, okay, I'm not nuts. This is actually happening. And so she kind of saved me from going down the thinking I was a cuckoo crackpot crazy person.
Do you see the shadow people?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can I tell you about the shadow people? I've never seen one. I've heard stories. So the visual spectrum is actually extremely limited. The colors of the rainbow, and we can't see outside of like ultraviolet and infrared. Everything outside of that is a huge, huge spectrum, and we can only see like a very, very small amount. So if there was a creature or a being vibrating at a higher or lower frequency, could light bounce off of it? And if light couldn't bounce off of it, would they appear as a shadow? And these beings, if they were to exist, they could be everywhere around you, and only the most highly sensitive people would be able to detect these creatures. Now, the thing about these creatures is they could be good or they could be evil or in between, right? But the most interesting thing about it is that I've heard that whenever people are getting abducted or having night terrors or experiencing something to do with these shadow people, whenever people call upon the name of the Messiah, it ends. That's what I've heard.
Yes, that's true. I don't know what it is or why, but I even well actually if you just resist, even if you use the name of God, like if you just say God or whatever, But they are, for some reason, the lower vibrational beings are scared of the name of the Messiah. They're scared of the name Jesus, and I don't know why. I can't say why, but it's true. Like, I've seen it happen, so I know it's true. And I don't have an explanation for it. I think that actually, well, I have a theory, and I think it has to do with sound. And I think it might be the vibration or the sound of the name that messes with them. Because, the name has its own vibration, the power we put behind it, because it's your that energy in that name that we've created, that everyone's created, because people who use that name are using it for a reason. There's intention behind it, and you're talking about mass intention. It's not just my intention. You're talking about the intention of a whole billions of people that believe in that name, that believe that person can do the things that they've heard that they can do for their entire life. So the vibration and the frequency that's behind that word has to be so powerful and so immense, because it's not just one person's intention. It's a whole collective's intention behind that word. What do you think about that? I don't know if you're cutting out. I hear you.
He's busy right this second. But
That's what it sounds like.
listen, what you're saying is not out of line at all. I just want to remind you that I know there's nobody new here right now, but we're on the lookout for them. We need to get back on topic and stick to stuff we can prove at some point. What you're saying is fine. If it's personal testimony, it's what you believe. You can't prove it, right? I mean,
Yes.
empirically, that's fine. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
We tried it on the live stream, and nothing that you did or said. I'm just saying on the live stream, we generally try to stay on facts, what we can prove to each other. But what you're saying is fine as long as if anybody new joins, I'll interrupt you. How about that?
No problem.
Yeah. But welcome to the server. We got all kinds of information down the bottom. But it sounds like you've done quite a bit of research already. I've been listening for a little while. You
A
understand?
decent amount, yeah, a decent amount. Most of my research is just personal experience, so to
It
speak.
sounds like you would generally agree that we're not on a spinning ball like we all got taught. We don't know what
No,
it is. We know it's not that. Right?
exactly. Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly that's exactly where I stand. I don't know what
That's
it is,
where
but I know it's not that.
I was 52 years old when I created my icon, No Glow, and I've had it for 7 years, and I've had no reason to change it. So we need some curvature and spin and vacuum of space existence, gas pressure. You know what I mean? But anyway,
Yeah,
Larry, you
would be nice. Just a sliver.
remember what you asked Larry about?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Didn't you guys ask Larry a question and he had to mute?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
What was the question?
What it was?
Oh, my question was what he thought about my explanation of the name, my thoughts on how the name might work.
Yeah. So if you think about like the vibration, like by itself, like it's not really going to do much, right? Because they hear humans talking all the time, right? And I don't know of anybody who calls on the name Zeus, right? So I don't think it's necessarily the vibration. I think it's the intent, Like you're intending on calling a higher power to save you from whatever's happening, right? And so you're not giving consent. So it's the willpower behind what you're saying that makes it complete. So I think a lot of it has to do with belief too, like your amount of faith.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
what I
you're
was
just
saying.
like, oh Jesus, I'm
Vibration
getting attacked again.
and
Sorry, go ahead.
kind of like a combination of, like, that's what I was saying, like a combination of vibration and intention. And then you're not just, it's not just your intention behind that word. You're backed up by a whole, slew of people who also have that belief. But I think we're kind of saying the same thing. It's just a little bit about semantics, right?
Yeah, I think it's more to do with the intent, right? Because if you said, oh Jesus, like Jesus, everything I'm again, like use it as a swear word, then I don't think anything's going to happen. But if you're crying out, to the Creator, oh God, oh Jesus, save me, what's going on? Right? Then they kind of don't have a choice, right? Because they fear the name. So but to think that, I've never had a night terror ever in my life. I think that works with people who are seeing shadow people. That's an interesting concept because I've never experienced it, but I'm hearing from people that experience it, no matter who I'm talking to, they say the same thing. And it's like, well, is there like a secret society of like shadow people who like get together and make up shit about shadow people and then make sure that their stories match up so that people believe them? I doubt it. That you would have to be a coincidence theorist, which I'm sure that personality type.
Yeah, no, I don't think people are getting together and making up stories. There's other ways to, and there's other ways to give it. And actually, crystals help with that too. Selenite is really good for that. Selenite and black crystals keep away negative energy. Selenite is very powerful. It's really good for raising your vibration and protecting you against negative energy. So, like, usually, if you have some selenite near you or around you, you won't, those lower vibrational energies will stay away.
So, do you have audio when there's a being around you, or is it just like a sense that there's something there?
It can be some of both. So it starts out as a sense, and then sometimes I'll get a ringing in the ear, and then it'll buzz, and I may hear some certain words, and but then also I get impressions. So it's more like a feeling that they usually impress upon their feelings to me. So it's like I feel lonely, I feel this, I feel like I feel those things. There are times when I will hear things, but I have to be really, really in a deep meditation or a meditative state to hear the verbal, like actual verbal in my ear. Whereas it's more of a feeling and impressions that are impressed upon me.
So, is it like the Ouija board where you say goodbye and they go away?
Yeah, usually when they're done with the times that it happens is usually kind of like when a person is around that and their family members got something to say, and it'll happen randomly, and then I just tell them what this person's asking me to pass on, and then they're usually happy to leave. It's not like, very rarely does does anybody stick around? I mean, it happens, but I know how to kind of ask them to go and leave, and I set intentions prior. I have like I have a rules. I have rules and regulations basically for spirit. I wrote them down, and I have times that they can bother me and times they can't. And after a certain hour, I'm to be left alone, and they can't come into my bedroom. And there's places that they're not allowed. And when you draw the lines and you set your intentions, they have no choice but to follow.
So a lot of people may be hearing this and thinking that this is making flat Earth look stupid, but people like you have existed all throughout history. And if there are more globers than there are flatties on the Earth right now, then there would be more people like you that believe the Earth is a globe than that believe the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah. Well, I
So
am going to take off.
before you go, I want to say one more thing. So in our society, people like you, we say that, you're crazy or this, that, and the other, and we gaslight you guys. And we say that you don't know what you're talking about. There's no science behind all this. And in the past, people like you have been put in insane asylums. In other countries, like Africa, they recognize the importance of people like you and allow them the freedom to experiment, meditate, and whatever they need to do. And they consider you like medicine men and shamans in other countries and other societies. So I see more along the lines of them, that you're probably more of a healer than a crazy person by far. Way, way, way by far. You're more of a healer than a crazy person because you're an empath, right? So that means that you have extreme empathy and you can't turn it off. Well, if the world was more like you and empathized with other people and their feelings, I think the world would be a better place because more often than not, if you can empathize with someone, then they can't be turned into the enemy, aka the Nazis or the terrorists or the communists or whatever label that people use to dehumanize one another. And if more people were like you, then war would not be possible. Thanks. Nice talking to you. Have a good night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, thank to everybody for listening and for, I'm sure, like you said, a couple people may, think I can't prove the stuff that I say. And, I didn't mean to go down this path. People just kept asking me questions tonight. I know we're supposed to stay on topic, but I would.
It was ladies' night and there were not many people. So.
Well, I do
Talk good.
appreciate.
Welcome back anytime, okay?
No problem. Thank you so much. Everybody have a good evening. I appreciate your time. Good night.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Good night.
Well done, Hank. Larry. We've got Honred in here. You want to try to talk to him, Larry?
All right. Yeah. New people, right?
Honred.
So,
Welcome to the server. What say you, sir? Honred. Here's your chance to talk to Larry.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give this person some verified.
Bro, what?
Hello.
Yeah. Yo, this shit is crazy. I'm gonna be real, y'all. Oh
What's
my god.
crazy?
This is fucking crazy. I don't even know what to do.
What are you talking
Just
about?
say hi. Say hello.
Oh my god, bro. No, but y'all gotta let Darth Acid talk. ACD. He's got a lot to say. He's got a lot to say. Can I pass the mic? Can I pass the mic?
No, you got about 10 seconds left to be serious. Go ahead.
Let me know. Let me know.
Yeah, don't pass the mic. Just say hello like a normal person, and tell me that you've read the rules and you don't mind obeying the rules. You can do that.
Yeah, I will. I got the rules. I got the rules.
All right. So we're not the Flat Earth Society. The world is not a disk flying through space, right? What we're claiming is that we can't detect any curvature when we try to measure it. So they say that boats go over the horizon, but the horizon actually moves from point A to point B throughout the day. So if the Earth has a fixed location where the curve is, it can't be moving, can it?
Right.
Right. So we've been measuring the horizon. Have you made any attempts to measure the horizon?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, we can teach you how to do that. That way you can know for sure if the Earth is curving or whether
Right.
it's not. If you
I got a
were
question.
so curious, sure, go ahead.
I definitely got a question here. I've been thinking about this. So it's like a disc, yeah? Right? Or
No, I just told you, we don't believe in this flying through space. We're not the Flat Earth Society. We're not the Society of Jesus or any other society.
sorry, I didn't hear you there. One more time. What is this? Sorry.
It's a Flat Earth Discord. We are not a disc flying through space.
Oh, word. So like how big is it? Like what's at the edge?
I don't know. We're not free to go there. And if you don't believe me, Google or search the terms Antarctic Treaty. You'll find out that you're not allowed to go there except for approved scientific expeditions. So we don't know where the edge is.
Damn. But so no one's ever been there, or
So here's the thing. The edge of the Earth, if you consider Earth dry land, right, is water, is the beach. That's the edge of the Earth. Now, when I say Earth, you probably see in your mind's eye, when I say Earth, you probably see a water ball floating in space. That's the model of the Earth,
Okay.
right? That's just one model. So that's not the actual Earth. The actual Earth is when you go outside of the beach and the sand gets between your toes. Sorry, is someone else talking?
Now they do the neighborhood, the HOA.
God Rock, and you got a hot mic,
were doing
sir.
this hill.
God Rock. God Rock. Thank you. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, so the Earth is not the model that you see in your head with the globe and the spinning water ball in space, right? The actual Earth is the dirt outside that gets in between your toes, like where the earthworms live. That's
Yep.
what the actual Earth is, right?
Word.
So you
Yeah.
never experienced the Earth as a model floating through space. You've seen it on TV, magazines, books, the internet, but you've never experienced that, have you?
Word. Yeah. Okay. Question. So who is keeping all this secret? What's the point of telling everyone that it's like a globe?
Right. Why would the governments lie? What if I told you that NASA, right after Operation Paperclip, was the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex, and that they wanted to funnel money?
Sorry.
Yeah, they wanted to funnel taxpayers' dollars into the military-industrial complex without telling people that they were going to take the money and bomb people back to the Stone Age until they relinquished and got a Federal Reserve type one world banking system like almost every single country has, except for the handful of bad guys like Iran, Syria, North Korea, Venezuela. You get it?
Okay. Right. So NASA is bad, is what I'm picking up here. But what's the benefit? What's like the
$62
gain?
million a day is what they get from taxpayers. $62 million. You know what we could do with $1 million for each city a day in America? We could, get some reasonable housing, right, for the poor people. Maybe we could get some of the homeless veterans off the streets, right? Just $1 million for each city a day, right?
Right, so it's money.
Right.
Okay. And like how has no one like let it slip? Like been like, oh, we're all lying. Like how are they all keeping it a big secret? How are they all doing it? Isn't there like a lot of people in on
Well,
this or
most people just believe what they're taught, right? Like if you grew up in Saudi Arabia, you would most likely follow the Wahhabi Salafist religion, right? But if you grew up in Tibet, you'd most likely be a Buddhist. People just believe what they're told, and very few people
no,
actually question.
I
Very
guess
few people
my
actually
question
question things.
is like everyone, so I'm assuming that they got like military out there and shit at the border, like at the edge or something to stop you?
Oh yeah, we
Or
can show you video of people from New Zealand who were actually trying to sail a boat into Antarctica, and they got turned around by a massive battleship.
right. And so everyone on the battleship and then everyone else, like how are they not letting this shit slip? Like how are they not,
Well,
like
it's really. Do you know what a non-disclosure agreement is?
I get that, but like how are they not like this seems like a big thing. You think like not one of them is like heroic enough to like drop the bomb? Like
Yeah,
let everyone
there
know?
has been people. Gus Grissom was an astronaut. He never actually went to space, according to the official narrative. But he was quoted as saying, if we can't communicate between buildings, how are we going to communicate when we're on the moon? And he hung a lemon on the LIM, the landing module that would have landed on the moon. He hung a lemon, which is a metaphor for saying that this is a lemon. So there's lemon laws to keep people from selling brand new cars that need a transmission after 6 months. So he was saying that it's like a bad vehicle, right? Him and his crew died by fire. They were actually in the rocket, and instead of the thing blowing up, apparently there was a fire in the capsule where the men were, and they all were burned to death. So people who speak out, much like John F. Kennedy, apparently, they get made an example out of. That would kind of keep the rest of NASA, pretty tight on the lips, right? Plus money. Don't scientists have children and they want, their children to have money? And if they're making all this, money working for the government, and they turn on the government, what's the government going to do to them? Right? They're going to lose their job.
Yeah, I feel you. But like if has been a thing since like the dawn of civilization and like forever and shit, isn't it like hard to believe that like there isn't like a significant uproar about this? Like I'm assuming there's like a ton of people
Well,
who have to like
let me,
keep
let
all
me
of
help you.
this on the down low. Like tons of
Let me help
military,
you out.
tons of politicians need to be on this,
Well,
tons of people
actually,
that are forwarding this.
a
Like
lot of military people have come out and spoke about it. There's a lot of ex-military that are flat earthers. But yeah, you're right. A lot of people would have to know, but your rank and file military, rank and file teachers, they just believe what they were told and they don't ask any questions. They're just going along to get along. But for the people that do know, right? Yeah, there would have to be something going on to keep everybody's mouth shut. For example, there was, I think it was a Norwegian guy. He sailed to Antarctica and tried to get down there on his own, and people died, and he was arrested. I think he tried it twice. So yeah, there is stuff to keep us from finding out, going and exploring. You need a passport everywhere you go. You can't just go to Mexico without your passport, right? You can't
yeah,
just go down there. So you need permission to travel the world. If you go out in a boat and you don't have on a transponder, the militaries of the world are going to assume that you're a pirate ship because everywhere you go, you have to have a transponder.
right.
which gives them your location. So yeah, the thing is that most people don't want beef with the government because the government has a monopoly on violence. So if a cop kills you, you can't sue the cop and get a retirement fund. There's this thing called qualified immunity. Well, that goes for all like the government, right? Cops aren't the only ones with qualified immunity. So what happens is the taxpayer pays the family with a dead son, right? Do you understand that?
Yep.
Okay, so what I want you to think about is instead of, why would they lie? I want you to think about the actual important thing, right? Which is, are they lying? So I said that I could teach you how to go out to a large body of water at rest and find out if it's actually curving or not, if you were to be so inclined to have the curiosity or the wherewithal to want to find out. So would
Right.
you
Yeah.
want to find this out?
How do I do that? How do I do that?
All right, so check it out. It's real simple. They told us that both go to the horizon, right? And
Yeah.
then you can search right now if you wanted to, what is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they're going to give you a number, right? So you take that radius and you do a little math. In fact, there's a website that does the math for you. It's called Earth Curve Calculator. And if you type in 1 foot on this Earth Curve Calculator, it's going to tell you that the horizon distance must be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But what that means is at 1 foot, the horizon must be at 1.2 miles. Can you see the live stream voice text? I'm sure somebody's going to post. Can you see the live stream voice text? It's the room right above
Yep.
the,
I
the
got
one that
you.
you're in. Okay. Somebody is going to post the Black Swan here in just a second, I'm sure.
So maybe why
Right.
not put Black Swan up there? Look,
Hey, can I have the floor for literally 90 seconds, please?
Yours. It's all yours.
you can have 180 seconds. Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, super. Hang on. Okay, so you're showing in the Black Swan right now? Is that it? Okay,
Hey, you take over,
so
bro. I got to work.
okay, so here's the deal, real quick, with the Black Swan. Before they get started on the crazy like super smart shit, every single tiny little detail, because it took me forever to understand it, but I broke it down for the dumb guy like myself, whoever may or may not be that listening. Here's what's happening in this picture. So the horizon is literally 10 times further than the globe claims it should be. One more time. The horizon is 10 times further. So 10 times, basically 10 times a lie, right, about reality. Shouldn't be able to see this horizon by 10 times. Thank you.
Wow. Word up.
All right, so we're going to make the argument, and what Glatt said is true. But here's the thing: you don't have to believe this, right? Like if you're watching a NASA video, you can't go to the ISS and confirm any of this stuff. You've never been to space, and you don't know what the Earth would look like in space. Well, the thing about counterfeits is you compare them to the original. How are you going to compare the Earth to the original if you've never seen it from that point of view? But let's get back to the argument. I'm going to make an argument that's an example of the argument, and then I'm going to make the argument. So it goes like this: if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, she got 3 babies in her stomach, and she's laying on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She gonna say, "I don't know. I haven't seen my toes in months," right? Because there's a physical obstruction in between her eyes and her toes, right? It's the belly,
Okay.
right? All right. So here's if she can see her toes, then she's certainly not 9 months pregnant with triplets. All right. So here goes the argument, and I hope that you actually pulled up the Earth curve calculator and the radius, because if you did, this is going to make a lot of sense.
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? So if it's not, then the Earth is not a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Because these are true statements. If one is true, then the other one has to be true. Right? Kind of like if she's pregnant, she can't see her feet. Right? So it's really important to look at the picture. Can you see the picture with the bye-bye ball? You see the right, that picture right there. If you zoom in a little bit and look closely, is the horizon in front of, behind, or in between the platforms?
Damn, let me see. Behind, right? Or am I tripping?
Right, right. So the horizon's greater than 9.41 miles. So let's estimate it's 10 miles. Now the horizon in this picture is a still shot from a video. And in the video, it was taken at 1 foot above the sea, right? So the guy walks out to the ocean, he nearly puts his camera in the water, and then it's like 1 foot above the water, right? So there should be 66 feet of curvature here blocking out these buildings. But you can actually see there's a little boat in between both platforms, a tiny little boat. It looks like a little speck, right? But there's a little boat out there or something. I can't tell exactly what it is. But you can see all the way to the furthest platform, you can see the pillars it's standing on. So this isn't meant to convince you that the Earth is flat and stationary. Right? It's meant to convince you to go out and find out for yourself. Because that's the end goal. We can lead you to water, but we can't make you drink. Right? I can tell you the Earth's flat, but I can't make you think. So if you were to take the Earth curve calculator, the thing I mentioned a few moments ago, and get a friend, a couple cell phones, you might need a spotlight at night or a mirror during the day, or a telescope, or a high zoom camera, or just some binoculars. You want to get to a cove or a bay or something where you can see, at least 5 or more miles. And if you're on the beach and 10 miles away and you can see your friend on the beach, then that's a problem because there should be a 66 feet of water hump like a hill in between you and your friend. So I'm not asking you to believe me. I don't give a shit if you believe me. In fact, if you believe me, I would lose all respect like immediately. But if you go outside and do it yourself and make these observations, now I'd respect that.
Word. I heard about this before. Didn't they like do this in a YouTube video or some shit where they like put that flashlight through a hole or whatever the fuck?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
One sec. I got you.
But yeah, you can go do this yourself. Like it just requires a day off, a little gas money, maybe a vacation at the beach, right? And I went to Corpus Christi because I live in Texas. And I was at North Beach next to the USS Lexington, which is an old battle cruiser they converted into a hotel. So I was there, and I could see Ingleside on the Bay 10 miles away. So there were no 6-story skyscrapers at Ingleside on the Bay. In fact, the only thing there was like some beach houses. But I could see the beach houses, even though they should have been below the curvature. So nobody can really tell me anything about what they saw on the internet, what they saw on TV. Like, I don't give a shit about any of that. Like, we know that they were hypnotizing people with TVs back in the 1950s. And they decided not to do that. So I could show you a video where they're reporting on hypnotizing people through the television.
Okay.
In the 1950s in London.
That sounds very
You want to see
interesting.
that? You want to see that?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to pull over and I'm going to find it. And I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text.
Word.
Real quick.
So if they could hypnotize you with a television back in the day and make you fall asleep, then they can hypnotize you to believe anything they want to, and they just know not to make you fall asleep because what if nobody's there to wake you up? So I'm gonna find that right now.
Like they be hypnotizing people right now, or
Yeah, neurolinguistic programming is everywhere. Like drink Coca-Cola, Nike, just do it. What do you think just do it means? Just go out and buy their product. That's all neurolinguistic programming.
Hey,
right?
here's
Larry,
something that'll fucking bake your noodle real quick there. Who am I talking to? I want to be respectful. What's your name?
Me?
Yep.
I'm Honrich.
Honret. Honret. You're ornery, huh? Cool. So, here's something that'll really trip you up, and you won't be able to forget this now every time. But in every TV, you know, there's a camera, at least one looking right back at you the whole fucking time that you're watching it. And there's cameras everywhere that you will never know about. There might be some in your home, but there's certainly 4 or 5 on your cell phone. Every car has cameras and microphones all over the place. You can think that you can turn them all off, but you can't. So, but the TV one got me messed up because I was like, wait a second, I never even thought about that. There could be anything in these TVs. Turns out, since a long, long time, probably your whole life, there's been a camera looking back at you while you're watching the tube.
Damn. In my phone, like 4 or 5.
Well, look at your phone right now. Does it have like at least one that you can point to yourself facing it, and then the other side?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's 2 right away, and you don't know how many are behind that screen. You know,
Like looking
wouldn't it
through
be
the
stupid to
screen.
think that there's not one behind the screen? Why wouldn't there be one, right?
Right. Yeah. Like have they disassembled the phone and like seen it, or like?
Oh, I don't know, man. The screen itself could be a camera. They got some good technology. All I'm saying is the TV one messed me up hardcore because I was watching a lot of TV at the time. I was like, damn, they're always looking at me, dude. What the fuck?
That is crazy. They be watching people jerk their shit all day. That is crazy.
I mean, you know, it could go all kinds of places. Anyway, as you were, Hank, Larry, you got something to show him?
I got a quick question for Honred. You there?
Yo, what's up?
Do you know any of these other 4 new people that are sitting here in the VC?
Yeah,
Yep.
I actually want to speak up. You were talking about the TV stuff earlier, right? Was that you or was that somebody else?
It was Larry. You there, Larry?
Yeah, Larry. Hello.
Yeah, but I'm still looking for what I was looking for. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. About the TVs, the mind control thing. This kind of links back into why I'm here in the first place. That mind control stuff really reminds me of. I'm gonna get personal here, so please bear with me. But I used to know a friend, and is this being recorded? Is this like conversation being recorded or
Yeah,
something?
this is live on YouTube and possibly other
Okay,
websites.
well, I'm just gonna go out. I'm just gonna go on a whim. Hopefully, I'm still here the next day. But my friend used to work in a sort of intelligence agency, and he saw a lot of these mind control, brainwashing things, right? And after that, he was never really the same. And I remember one day I was out in the field, um, doing my shit, right? And he comes to me and he says, we had a nickname for each other. He called me Black Lightning. He says, Black Lightning, this world, it needs to be reformed. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like hello, like what are you talking? Like okay, that's it. Like this sounds crazy coming up to me saying this shit. And he says this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, I've seen a lot of things, and I know the true nature of the world, and I really think that every party involved needs to be wiped clean from the slate. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And at this point, 2 other agents come up, and they begin to try to apprehend him. So I stop them from apprehending my friend. But and it evolves into like a physical confrontation, and we end up fighting. I end up beating him in the fight. But yeah, ever since that day, really, it's had an effect on my energy just as a whole, and I haven't really been able to see things the same. And I've really been thinking introspectively on what he meant by that, like what he meant by the new.
What happened? Did he get muted?
I did it. You want me to unmute him, or you want to hear the end of his bullshit?
If you muted him, I'm gonna stand beside you, bro.
Well, just he needs to get to the point at some point. He's not making any sense. There's like 4 new people here. If you're here to seriously listen to what we got to say, we welcome you. If you're just playing around and fucking around, go the fuck somewhere else. I'll unmute him now. We'll see what he says.
There it is.
Hello? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, he has to get to the point as quick as possible.
I get to the point. But after that, yeah. My worldview was really changed, and that's what really inspired me to come here and talk about these things with you guys. Really want to hear you out and see what you have to say about it.
We've been talking about it for a few minutes, but if you watch the video that I just posted, you'll know that the TV can brainwash you, hypnotize you, all sorts of things, right?
Of course.
So you've been programmed. You're literally, a walking, hypnotized zombie. All of us are, right?
Like
but
some
the
sort
goal
of thought loop.
is, well, no, I don't know about that, but the goal is to break free from the program. Right?
Okay.
Because we've all been brainwashed. Like every single one of us believe a whole bunch of stuff that isn't true. And that's not just flat earth, right? It's everybody.
Okay. So how would I go about breaking the programming? Is there a way I can do this? Former CIA admits NASA mind controlled that MP4. This was just sent to my DM. I'm just gonna watch this video.
Wait, what was the last question asked?
How can I break free from the programming? Because you said everybody was programmed. I wanna really break free from the programming, if that's possible.
It is possible.
In what way? How can I do that?
Let's see if you're genuine. Okay, so you'd have to get specific. What deprogramming is just realizing the truth instead of believing the lie. So what would you like to know about? And please try to keep it on Flat Earth.
Okay. I would like to know about how they are because the ISS, how are they constructing these images of the Earth being round? If it's really one way.
Hold on. That's too well. Hold on. Let's give him something to chew on. So, can you show me a photo that you want to talk about? Maybe put it in the live stream voice text. So we can all kind of pick it apart.
I'll find one.
Super.
It's Photoshop because it has to be.
That is the truth. So, okay, but you probably don't have posting privileges. Also, who am I talking to? What's your name?
Acid. You can call me Anthony if you want.
I'm gonna call you Tony.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Awesome.
So, yeah, Tony.
Yeah, I don't have posting privileges, so
that's cool. Hey, if you want to DM it to me, and I'll put it in the voice text if it's appropriate, and then I think the whole audience on the audio too should get a picture of the picture here.
Because here it looks like I can see the curvature. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready for me to post that in the live stream voice text?
I'm ready.
Never said I was quick. Okay, here we go. So, this image right here, in the live stream voice text, are you looking at it there, Tony?
Yeah.
All right. Is that an image? Is that a photograph, a genuine photograph of the Earth from space?
Well, I mean, what proof is there that it isn't? Is this like a? Is
No,
it
no.
like a
I'm
fake
just
picture?
that's just a yes or no question. Is that a photograph from space?
Yeah, it's from the ISS.
Okay. So, where are the stars if it's in outer space?
Wow, I really don't know.
Okay. That's the first one. That's the one that got me. And then the second one, this is more of like a, well, you just have to take their word for it. How do you know that that's from the ISS?
I mean, this is how it is. Like, I mean, how else would you get into space and take a picture? Am I right?
It's
Well, you
well,
have to trust your government.
hold on. Yeah, that's true. So what I'm asking is, it's just a picture. Anything from anywhere could have taken it. Why does it necessarily have to be the International Space Station?
So do you think it's like something else, or you
Come
think it's
with me
just
on this
fake
journey.
altogether?
Come with me on this journey really quickly.
Okay, of course.
The
Coming
reason
with
there's
you on
no
this journey.
stars is because it's very hard to fake the stars in every single faked image. Number two, that's a fisheye lens curve, and it's put into Photoshop to make it look real nice and smooth. What that is a high altitude photograph from a real plane, and they put it into a computer program, and they give you that.
Okay, that makes sense. I can actually kind of see that.
Yep, and how much easier would it be to do that than to put people into space?
So do you think the moon, like everything about space, like do you think people have been to space or not?
No, I don't think so, but not because it's all sloppy and fake. The presentation is horrible, but that's not why I don't think it happened. Why I know that nobody can leave Earth is because it's a closed system, so nothing can get out because we experience air pressure and gas pressure. Now, the word pressure means to press, and the gas, to have pressure at all and air pressure, needs a physical barrier. So we are contained because we experience gas pressure, right? To press on the walls of a container, pressure, okay? So nobody's leaving because of that. And if you even get a tiny little crack in it, this is what happens. It's a word called entropy. And that just means that the gas and air are going to leave the containment, the confined area, and try to seek its equilibrium in the environment, the new environment that it is, right? Because it always wants to seek equilibrium. Gas wants to do that. So it would do so. It would float out into space. It gets sucked out into space. We wouldn't even have a quote-unquote planet because the gas would go everywhere. It wouldn't even be able to stay.
So what about gravity?
If somebody wants to take the gravity one, I'm not copping out here. I wanted to at least explain kind of
I
that
get what
part
you're
of
saying.
the it's not a photograph. And here's the other deal. They listen, you can get them admitting that they do Photoshop, that they do CGI images. Why would they ever once have to do a CGI image if this was genuine? Wouldn't you just give them all just regular raw, this is how beautiful the universe is. We didn't, we're not putting filters through it because we don't have to. Right? So anyway, Anybody want to take gravity?
I'll take it.
I
if you
just,
don't mind.
yeah, okay.
So
Gravity is
first, I
just
want to
something
point
close
out
to me.
that they taught you the wrong thing on purpose once.
Okay.
So they taught you mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard about Einstein and his theory of special relativity?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay. So those are two different theories, right? One is said to be the law of gravitation. The other one's the theory of gravity, right? So one doesn't work with the other, right? One is three space and the other one is four space because three space is X, Y, and Z, right? If I gave you a box, the length, the width, and the height of the box is the three space, right? Well, Einstein, he's married the three space with time and made it four space. So obviously that doesn't fit together, right? It's two totally different things.
Yeah.
So I'm pointing out to you, they taught you the wrong shit on purpose when you were young, which is mass attracting mass. When you define mass, it's defined as the resistance to acceleration. So the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. Does that make any sense?
I mean, it would kind of work like magnets in that sense, right?
Well, magnets, you can demonstrate things with magnets, but I can't demonstrate anything with gravity, right? But check this out. If I were to take a magnet and I were to drop it down a copper hose or a copper pipe, it falls slower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's magnetism, actually. Also, there's a guy in here, Get Baguette. He always talks about a guy from Lockheed Martin. He glued two magnets together, right, that opposed each other, but he glued them together with clamps and then unclamped it when the glue dried. And he dropped it, and it dropped slower than other magnets. But let's get back to gravity. So it's either mass attracts mass, which has never been demonstrated, or it's the bending and warping of space-time. And there's no experiment to demonstrate any of these. But there's another gravity, right, that no one ever talks about. Have you ever heard of specific gravity?
Supergravity?
No, specific gravity? You can look it
Oh,
up right now if you want.
no, let's
Specific
hear it.
gravity? Okay, so it's basically comparing an object to the medium that it's in, comparing the buoyancy and density. So if I have, let's say, like Newton, an apple hit me in the head and it fell in a pail of water, it's going to float, right? Because apples float in water if they're fresh. Okay, now let's say my neighbor, he's practicing with his crossbow and he shoots a hole in the pail of water and all the water drains out, right?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to the apple? It's gonna sink, right?
Yeah, it's
So
gonna fall.
what was the cause? Yeah, what was the cause of the apple falling? The lack of buoyant force, right?
Yeah.
All right, so now let's say that I got a helium balloon. It's full of helium and I drop it. It's going to float up until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yes.
So here's the conclusion. Here's the conclusion of these experiments, which you can do in your house. These are actual scientific experiments. Is that the reason that objects rise and fall is because the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So the medium was water. We changed the medium. The object fell. So the object fell because of the lack of buoyant force. Drop a helium balloon, it rises. Why? Because the abundance of the buoyant force. So what they told you about gravity was a lie. So here's the deal about gravity. They tell you that space-time is warping, right? So if you got space-time that exists in the vacuum of space, that means that there's no material, right? So no material means that it's not made out of matter. Like we have the table of elements, right? You familiar with like chemistry?
Yeah. I'm
So
a big fan.
everything we know of comes from the table of elements. It's either daughter property or granddaughter property. You get it. Okay, in space, there's none of that. It's not a perfect vacuum, but they're saying this is where space-time exists, right? So it's not material, meaning that it's not physical. We can't touch it, right? Meaning that it's metaphysical. All right, so I'm going to read you some definitions. This is from Oxford Dictionary. So I posted this so you can follow along with me. Space-time, the concepts of time in three-dimensional space regarded as fused or in a four-dimension continuum. Okay, so concepts, what is that? An abstract idea, a general notion. Okay, abstract, what does that mean? Existing in thought or an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. So it's like we're talking about God. You can't science God for the same reason you can't science space-time. Because you can't manipulate it. Now, this is how science works, and pay attention. This is really important. Everything that they say science isn't actually science, right? Just not like everything they call a woman is not actually a woman, right? Follow along. So, if you take science for basically what it is, it's a method for determining a cause and effect relationship. For example, a caveman, he sees water boiling in a hot spring. He wonders what's causing that, so he forms a hypothesis. I bet the heat is what's causing the water to boil. So he goes home, he adds heat to water, it boils, right? He stops heating the water, it stops boiling. He adds the heat again, it boils. So what did he do? He had a naturally observed phenomenon. That's the first step in the scientific method, right? He saw the dependent variable was that water boils. He wanted to know what caused that, so he formed a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat. The heat is the independent variable because when conducting science, you only manipulate one variable at a time. So this variable is independent from all the other variables. So the control variables in this case would be gas pressure or altitude, right? He didn't manipulate the altitude because he didn't climb the mountain. He stayed at his little place right next to the cave, which is at the bottom of the mountain. So when he manipulated the independent variable, which is the heat, it caused the water to boil. So like a light and a switch, he has a cause and effect relationship. This is how we gain knowledge. Like this is science 101. So when you manipulate the water and you cause the thing to fall, well, this is the reason it fell, because you manipulated the density, the relative density between the object and the medium. That's specific gravity 101. They don't
Okay.
teach this in school. Listen, they don't teach you this in school because as soon as you found out that hydrogen was in water, you'd crack the water and you'd build a blimp and you'd get to go all over the world for little to no money just by cracking water and getting the hydrogen out of it. Right? So they have things called false flags like the Hindenburg, which is, oh, the humanity, the Hindenburg, it's burning at like 5 feet per second. Really, hydrogen in real life, it pops like a firecracker. If that hydrogen blimp would have caught on fire, it would have been like skadoosh, like a hydrogen bomb. It wouldn't have been like burning slow like a candle, like in the film. That's just ridiculous, right? So what they've done is they've created a power differential between the government and the people because of the knowledge differential, right? In school, what do they teach you? In government
Gravity.
school.
What,
Yeah,
like?
they taught you some bullshit about gravity, right?
Yeah.
Can you like do anything to make money off of mass attracting mass? Is there anything you can do in real life to like help you in real life?
No, it's like just like a fact of the universe, I suppose. Or
It's not a fact. Their version of gravity has never been science. You can't science gravity because you can't manipulate space time. So if space time is the cause of if space time being warped is the cause, then I should be able to warp some space time, like right next to me with a bowling ball, and see things attached to the bowling ball. But that doesn't happen. And people say, well, the reason that doesn't happen is because the Earth's gravity is much too large. Oh, so it's pseudoscience. I can't actually test it out with a scientific method. Okay, well, if it's not science, then it's pseudoscience. And that's the problem. These people have labeled everything as science. If you go back and look at the cigarette ads from the 50s, 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Camels to relieve stress. You ever known anybody who didn't have cigarettes and smoked? They're like stressing the fuck out. Is it because they don't have enough cigarettes? No, it's because they're having withdrawals from cigarettes, right?
yeah.
Okay, what else did they teach you in school? That Columbus discovered America? Did you know there was 500 tribes already here?
Yeah, I did know that.
He didn't discover shit, did he?
No, we kind of just came here.
Yeah, we kind of came here and said, wow, these slaves are cheap. Let's take some back with us. Right?
Yeah.
But you know, some of those 500 tribes, they were copper skinned or dark skinned people, much like, people you see today walking down the road. Most of us are mixed. I don't know too many people who aren't mixed. So those same people have completely lost their identity and don't know who they are unless they talk to the grandmother and ask their grandmother, like, hey, are we native? Like, are we part native? And then their grandmother will tell them.
So do you think that was planned?
Of course, if you conquer a nation, you want to completely eradicate their culture and history so that they emulate, or so that they, not emulate, yeah, so basically so they emulate your culture and believe your history.
Yeah.
So the whole world is brainwashed.
So are you like mixed or African American?
I'm part native and part European.
Oh, okay. So you've suffered at the hands of Christopher Columbus.
Not me personally, no. But if you read about the Trail of Tears,
Yeah,
that's what
I've
happened
read
to
it.
the Cherokee people.
It's fucked up. Yeah, I agree.
It was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, but the president didn't give a fuck about the Supreme Court. He got men with guns, the army, and marched them against their will in the middle of winter and a lot of women and children and elders died on the way there.
Yeah, I was actually
So
taught about
that's
that in school. They did. I remember that.
good. Good. I'm glad they touched about that in school. But yeah, the point is that you can't trust your government. And if you trust your government about NASA, that's fine. We don't care what you believe. We're giving you the opportunity to find out for sure, personally, with firsthand experience, primary firsthand knowledge, if what you believe is actually true. Because if you close your eyes and I say Earth, and you see the blue marble floating in space, that's not actually what Earth is. That's just a model. And we're trying to show people the difference between the model Earth and the real Earth, because just like a model Porsche is not the same as a Porsche. A real Porsche, you can drive it you can drive it to school, impress all your friends, and maybe get a date on Saturday, right? A model Porsche is just going to hang on your shelf and collect dust. Two totally different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, are you the same person I've been talking to from the beginning?
No, I think I've definitely changed.
I
I
forget what
definitely
your name, bro.
learned some more.
I appreciate that. But what's your screen name?
I like this guy a lot. I love
Acid.
it.
Let's say.
My
Yeah,
screen name
for
is
real, bro.
Acid. You can say ACD or Darth Acid.
Cool. All right. So, are you a chemist guy, or are you going to college?
Yeah, I'm not like a chemist guy. I'm more like a mushroom guy. Like I like plants.
Okay. Cool. I like mushrooms too. In fact, I saw a documentary on Netflix not that long ago that blew my mind about mushrooms.
What would you learn?
How they connect all the different plants and animals together in a system, and
Oh
that
yeah,
the
the mushroom.
mushrooms
I'm a big
communicate.
fan of that.
The mushrooms actually communicate. The trees communicate with the mushrooms and the actual the roots that the mushrooms make. And when one tree needs nutrients, the actual tree will send it through the mushrooms to the other tree the nutrients that it needs.
Yeah,
It's
have
like
you
Avatar.
have you heard like them speak? Like they can like communicate like verbally in a way. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've heard it, but
yeah,
like people like hook them up to machines.
they scream when you harm them.
Yeah.
They actually spiked on the EKG machine when he said he was going to cut the leaf, and it spiked again even
Have you
bigger
heard of
when he
that?
actually
I've
cut
heard
the
of
leaf.
this.
Yeah, dude.
I saw
The
this
world is a
a
lot
movie.
stranger than we've been told, bro.
Humans have like minor psychic abilities. Like they like I don't know if you've seen it, but like when people like are mean to snowflakes or like happy to them, like they come out differently or they melt. The same thing happens with plants. All the like. I think just like how we train our muscles, we'd be able to train our brains to further our psychic abilities.
So I'm going to prove to you that these abilities actually exist, and you can get any woman to verify what I'm saying. So, woman A, she gets a new job. She starts working with a whole bunch of other women. She has her period on the 15th every month. Well, after a little while of her working there, she's not going to tell the other women when she goes on her period because she doesn't know them that well, and the conversation's not likely to pop up. But after a while, her period is going to synchronize with the rest of the girls at work. But check this out. Woman B, her mother, who stays at home and watches the kids, she also has her period on the 15th of every month. But after a while of hanging out with her daughter after work, her period is going to synchronize with her daughter's, and they're both going to have the period on the first of the month. Now, no one has to say anything to anybody. This is all going to happen naturally without spoken word. That's called a psychic ability.
Yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah, I've asked like women I know. This does happen. It's real. Crazy.
So the crazy thing about this is that it makes perfect sense for a society because it takes a village to raise children, right?
Yeah.
So also the women and the men have to stay sexually active. Well, if they're hunting, right, they're probably going to hunt at the time that it's best to hunt. But while they're not hunting, the men and the women are going to want to get together, right? But if everybody's out of sync, then the boys aren't going to be able to get together on the same night and have their football league, right? And the girls, they're not going to be able to get together, right, to do whatever they do. I don't know.
So I have a question. Have you heard of missing 411?
What is it?
Missing 411.
Yeah, I've done a little research into that guy. He's written several books and got actually quite a bit of evidence. I have a theory about that.
What do you think?
But it's kind of irrelevant for the conversation. But I'll say real quick that I think that there's parts of the United States that have been confiscated by the U.S. government, known as national parks, and I believe that these national parks could possibly be holding a civilization within these parks that we're not aware of. It's most likely a theory that no one can prove, right? And
Dude, I
it's
thought
not
the
something
same
that I'm
thing.
claiming. It's not something that I'm claiming like to be truth or fact. It's just a speculation or a postulation that I have.
Yeah, no, I thought the exact same thing. It's not really related to the conversation, so I'm gonna drop it. But me and you, we're linked.
So here's the thing about it, man. The Earth is far more bizarre than what we've been taught, right? We've been taught that basically like everything's already been discovered. We've already figured everything out, but that's not true. There's a whole lot more to discover, right? And the evidence for that is Antarctica, right? There's this treaty. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica and like
Yeah.
claim land. So BP, can't, British Petroleum, they can't go down there and like claim land and drill oil, right? So there's all these resources down there. So you hear people like Elon Musk talking about we're going to terraform Mars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be a
Or
lot
at least
easier
terraform
to
Antarctica.
terraform Antarctica? Wouldn't it be easier to terraform Antarctica? Because all
Like,
we would have
what's
to
there
do.
that we can't go, we can't pull with? That's what I'm wondering.
Right. So if there's geothermal vents all over the world, even under the oceans, then all we would have to do is take these geothermal vents, right, and irrigate them in a way that we had a dome covering a little society. We could introduce an ecosystem and have gardens, animals, all sorts of things. But they want to tell you that, we've run out of space, we're overpopulated, global warming is going to kill everybody if we don't lower the population. Well, there's abundance on this earth. One seed, right, the size of a mustard seed, can create like a massive mustard orchard within a matter of years. Like one grape seed creates a vineyard, like one squash seed. So abundance is natural. It's the scarcity that's manufactured.
Yeah, because they need the money, supply and demand, basic capitalism.
Well, it's not capitalism because they already have the money, right? And we're not under real capitalism right now anyway, because if someone sells crack to another person, that's called a crime. Me as a libertarian, as long as that person don't have children or like anybody like who's depending on them, that's just called capitalism, right? Two adults making a consensual agreement, that's capitalism, right? But it's considered a crime for the legal society. I think it's like if you get caught with one rock the size of a quarter, I think Joe Biden said you should spend at least 5 years in prison.
Wow.
With the crime bill that he wrote, like back in the 90s. So the more that you take fathers out of the family, right? Studies showed that if there's not two parents, at least two parents in each household, that the children that are born under these conditions are more likely to end up in prison. So what you have is a
Exactly.
positive feedback loop. You have a positive feedback loop created by the prison industrial system. This is where people have privately owned prisons and they have a quota to fill. And did you know that courts are privately owned like a McDonald's chain? Like people own courtrooms and courts. Think
Yeah.
about that for a second. Privately owned courts. So this world is really messed up. Like if good people do nothing, then the evil men are going to prevail. Well, we've been hypnotized with a TV for like how long?
How long have TV's been invented for? Like, definitely like more
Since the
than a few
40s.
decades.
Right, since the 40s, 50s. Right, so think about this. If I could go back in time 500 years ago and I could make, the indigenous population of any continent, right, see what I'm showing them. Like I could show them anything that I wanted to. And if you have audio hallucinations, right, you might believe what they say, right? But if you have audio and visual hallucinations, like normally if you see something and you can like smell it, or you see something and you can touch it, that's called first-hand primary knowledge. So what's going on is these people are seeing what's on TV, and the programming of television is programming people to believe in things that aren't real, But most people that come in here believe that they've experienced the globe. But talking to you now, I can tell right now how you're going to answer this question. Do you have any first-hand primary knowledge of the Earth spinning or the Earth curving? Have you ever experienced that with your senses?
What, have I ever felt the earth spinning? No, the closest I've been is like when an earthquake happens, I suppose.
Right, right. But that's different. We know the earthquakes, but I'm talking about the axial rotation of the Earth that happens roughly it happens once every 24 hours. It
Well, I mean,
allegedly rotates
you know what that?
361 degrees.
So they say is because the earth is so big that we just don't notice. So how did the
Right.
sun play into this? That's what I'm.
Well, we believe that the sun is a lot smaller and a lot closer, right?
Mhm.
So the difference between us and the people in the mainstream is we're not coincidence theorists, right? So the sun is apparently the same size in the sky as the moon, and it's allegedly 400 times bigger and 400 times further away. That's why it appears to be the same size. Well, we would consider that a coincidence, right? And because there's no way to verify this, there's no reason why we should believe it. So the only thing that you're going to hear flat earthers claiming about the sun, moon, and stars is that the sun lets off light and it's hot, and the moon lets off light and it's cool. But other than that, we don't make claims about the sun, moon, and stars because how do you science space? Can you manipulate the variables in space? You, a man, here on the
No,
ground?
I can't. I can't myself, but
Right. So everything you've ever heard about space is pseudoscience because there's not one valid scientific hypothesis for cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics.
yeah, it's like dark matter. Like dark matter has like no scientific evidence backing it. It's just fake, practically made up.
All right, so you brought up gravity just now. Dark matter is because, according to Michio Kaku, he said that the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast. And there's not enough matter in the galaxy to create enough gravitation to hold it together. So what they did was they hypothesized, we know that gravity works, which is, baseless assertion fallacy. We know that gravity works, so it must be that there's matter that doesn't interact with light and we can't see. So this is the hypothesis. I can't test that. Can you go to the galaxy and test it? Right? That there's matter there that doesn't interact with light? You can't test this, right? So it's a just so story. So they have this dark matter there because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level when you do the math. But also there's black holes, right? So not too long ago, a couple months ago, tops, a cosmologist came in here and he said that he was a wannabe science communicator. And when he came in here, I got to ask him a few questions about Halley's Comet. But then I asked him, is it true that dark matter and black holes exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories? And he said they exist in the same universe, they're not competing theories. So I said to him, so you're telling me that gravity is fucked up so bad that you need black holes and dark matter to make it work at the galactic level? And he was like, well, I never heard it put like that before. But gravity doesn't work at the quantum level. Gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, right? And Michio Kaku has this famous quote where he said, in cosmology, we have a crisis. See, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we say that's horrible. You need a new theory. But in cosmology, we're off to 10 to the 120th power. He said that's 1 with 10 with 120 zeros behind it. It's the largest mix match between theory and observation in the history of science. So they're telling us right there, and this is called the cosmological constant problem. If you were to type that in on Wikipedia, the first reference is a link to Harvard, and it's going to show you something from like 1995 where they talk about this, and they talk about teaching everybody Newtonian mechanics, even though they know it's wrong, and they can't find a resolve between the cosmological constant crisis. So Einstein thought there was a cosmological constant, and they said that he thought it was wrong and that he was wrong. But he was actually right about this thing that there's a cosmological constant crisis. There is no cosmological constant. And this, if you want to study deeper into this, it goes back to the Casimir effect and 0 point energy. And 0 point energy is where you take a vacuum, you evacuate everything out of there that you can, but there's still a charge. There's a 0.5 volt charge in the vacuum. Now, if energy is matter, right, and matter is energy, right, there should be no energy in this vacuum because the matter has been evacuated. But still, in every system, there's 0.5 volts of energy that's not created by the system, that's just there automatically. So the 0 point energy completely disproves, it's called the vacuum catastrophe. It completely disproves Einstein's gravity. It's a well-known problem. Many papers and books have been written about it.
Wow.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, what's your name?
Hey, I have a question.
Go ahead.
That's not me. That's some other guy.
My name is Ashton.
What's up, Ashton?
Both of my parents work in the aerospace industry. My father's an aerospace engineer who works on avionics systems for Blue Origin, and my mother's a data analyst. I believe that's what you call it, and at the same company. You guys know what Blue Origin is, right?
No, please enlighten me.
It's a private aerospace company. They do flights to space and whatnot. I'm not going to claim to understand the concepts they study, but due to their complexity, and I also have a passing interest in things like space and stuff, and just from what I've witnessed watching them work over the pandemic is that on the daily they study things and review relative mathematics and systems that wouldn't really work if things you say were true. The systems on these planes, rockets, and other machines they work on just would not function given your explanation. And I find it hard to believe that they're lying to me and that their entire work life is a fabrication. And I also kind of find it a little bit insulting.
First of all, let me ask you not to take this personally. This is not an attack against your family. This is just an attack against the argument, right? So I want you to go to live stream voice text for me real fast. Do you mind doing that?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to post something as soon as I find it. Give me just a second. A little bit down here. Check that. So in the 1860s, during the Civil War, they had hydrogen balloons and cameras. You know what that means?
Yeah, they could take pictures from space.
Right. So, well, not space, but high altitude. So during the Civil War in America, they had satellite footage, satellite images. Would you agree?
I don't think they could reach that high altitude.
Well,
They
not
didn't
extremely
have
high
Bluetooth.
altitude.
They didn't have Bluetooth. They wouldn't be able to connect to the cameras or anything like that. And if they put a human up there, they'd die.
The balloon was brought back down, obviously, but focus on what I'm saying. They put
The
people.
mechanics at 18, they wouldn't be able to function like that at the time. Way too high.
Okay, so we can take photos on the moon with similar technology?
No, that was not even close to similar technology. Vastly different, and all of it was protected.
So what's the difference between photons hitting a sheet of glass and photons hitting
that's not the
film?
matter we're really worried about here. It's about the mechanics and internal parts of the camera.
Okay, so tell me, is there a huge difference between photons hitting plate glass and photons hitting film?
No, but it's the internal parts of the camera that wouldn't be able to function because, it is very cold up there. And also in 1860,
how cold is it on the surface of the moon?
Photographs needed time to develop. Like I said, the systems they used on the moon were protected. It was a very, very different time set and period, and there were a lot different mechanics used.
So you're telling me that, okay, let me get this straight. You're telling me that these cameras would not have worked at high altitude, but 100 years later, cameras work on the surface of the moon where it fluctuates between 250 Fahrenheit to 250 negative Fahrenheit, depending on if you're in the shade of the sun. And none of these, what do you call it? None of the radiation that the astronauts seen going to the moon where they closed their eyes and they could see like little shooting stars. None of that radiation affected their film.
That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Sorry.
Right, it doesn't.
These are
Because
different
if you're going through
systems.
the
These are
Van Allen
internal
belt,
systems. Like
if
I
you're
said,
going,
100
what do you mean
years is a
internal
very
system?
long time.
We're talking about film, bro. I don't know if you were alive in the 80s, but I grew up with film. Right? If you expose it to light, the film is no good. You know what radiation is, right?
Like I said,
It's
they
light.
went through very special processes to protect these photos. There are ways of insulating these photos from dangerous radiation.
So while they were on the surface of the moon, how did they insulate the photos from dangerous radiation while they were snapshotting the surface of the moon?
Like I said, I'm not privy to the specifics. I wasn't there, and I don't claim to study it. But
So you're making an argument from ignorance then?
no, I mean, this is 100 years later. The technology is feasible now. Why wouldn't it have been feasible then?
Because when film comes in contact with light, aka radiation, it's useless. And plus, if it's 250 negative degrees Fahrenheit, the film is going to become brittle and crack, and it's going to be useless.
I
If
think
it's
you're under the
250
impression
degrees,
that they're taking a picture and having the film ejected into open space when that's just not the case.
that's not my claim. That's a straw man. What I'm claiming is that if you have a camera and it's exposed to these kind of temperatures, the film is going to freeze and become brittle and crack, and it's going to become so hot and 250 degrees plus that it's going to melt. Plus, if you're talking about the astronauts going through the thermosphere, which reaches up to 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, how did they survive that?
A ship?
A ship with rubber
protective
O-rings.
plating, with heat protective
Right,
plating.
we're talking about temperatures that can melt like all kinds of lightweight metals, right? But you're saying that it didn't melt when it went through the thermosphere at 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
Are you talking about the O-rings on rockets?
Talking about the O-rings on a ship where they had to close the door once they got in, right?
Yeah, they are very finicky and have been known to cause crashes. It's not a concrete science, but heat, it doesn't really function as an all-encompassing curtain.
I'd like for you to
It's
show
very
me an
specific.
O-ring that can withstand 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit and still maintain the pressure in the container.
The heat is being dispersed. That's basic science.
How? There's not enough atmosphere to disperse it. And if it's all 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, what's it going to disperse into that's cooler?
The heat absorbing platings on the rocket.
Okay, if they keep absorbing heat from the sun and from the radiation and from the rockets and the 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit that is the thermosphere, where's that heat going to go?
Into the heat protective plating on the rockets, the many layers of it. That's kind of the point of it.
You got layers of aluminum foil, right? And I'm going to put you in my grill. Do you think you're going to be cozy in there?
No, it sounds like a lot of foil. Probably be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're going to be really hot too. So I wouldn't do that to you because I wouldn't want to hurt you none. But I'm just trying to, show you that it doesn't matter how many layers you got of metal. Metal conducts heat, and O-rings can't withstand heat. So you got a lot of problems here with the whole moon landing because you got light rays that are coming down and creating shadows that are converging, which would be impossible if the only source of light was the sun. You got photographs that have C written on the rock as if it's some sort of prompt. And you got pictures that are exactly the same with or without the limb in place. One picture with, one picture without. Then in 1972, when the limb took off, we have a GIF of the limb taking off. Who took that picture? Who was the cameraman, right, that was already on the ground and the limb taking off to return back to Earth? Did they leave a guy behind or were they live streaming from the moon in 1972? And Armstrong was the first person to step foot on the moon. Who put the camera there? I mean, I know that I just threw a lot at you, but that's the problems with the
I
moon
think he
landing.
probably stepped out, set the camera up, and then recorded himself leaving.
Oh, that's a lie. Right? Because if it's his first step, right? Then it doesn't make sense. So
Yeah, but
look, I'm not
how do
trying
you know it was his first step?
We don't. We can't verify any of the stuff that he says.
Exactly.
Right. So we don't have to believe it because there's no way to verify it. So what
why
is
couldn't he
truth,
have set
sir?
up the camera?
What is truth, sir? Is truth that which is verifiable? Truth is falsifiable. Truth is empirical, repeatable, testable, right? Can I call any of the stuff that comes out of the government, NASA.gov, true? Can I verify any of that stuff for myself?
Well, no, but like I said, my parents do work in the aerospace industry, and I'd like to bring it back to a more contemporary
I would
example.
I would love for your parents to come in here, and I would love to debate them.
It's 12 a.m. where I live.
All right, well,
I live in Baltimore.
Cool. Anytime between Wednesday and Sunday, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Texas time, I'll be here. I would love to debate your parents. It would be a really educational experience for everybody. I think we could all learn a lot from each other. But I just want to give someone else a chance to talk to you because there's other flat earthers here that I'm hogging the mic from. So I want to give other people a chance. Anybody want to speak up? Going once. Going twice.
Don't be shy,
Too late,
guys.
Nate.
I would like to
Yeah,
speak.
I'll continue. I was giving another flat earther a chance. So let me finish talking with this guy. We'll talk to you next, okay, bro?
No, I want to talk to him.
Are you a flat earther?
I think I've been recently converted.
No, we don't convert people here. You either went to the ocean and measured it yourself, or you didn't. Have you been to the ocean and
I
measured
have. I've been to the ocean before.
it? Did you measure it for curvature?
I mean,
Take
if
any
he wants to talk
observations?
to me, I'm more than willing to.
I just want to see what he has to say. I feel like there's things he said that could definitely have a little in them.
Well, like I said, both of my parents work in the aerospace industry. My name is Ashton.
Okay.
I do like to keep it contemporary because that's the environment I take interest in, and that's the environment both my parents work in. And like I said, all the avionics material and machinery works under the assumption of these things, these well-known things, gravity, and how the atmosphere works, and the curvature of the Earth. They all take this into account, and it is a very important part of avionics. And you propose that they don't exist, and I propose that if they didn't exist, none of these planes and anything would function. This is just what I'm seeing. I mean, my parents work in this industry. I've talked to them about this flat Earth thing because I'm very interested in it. My name is Ashton.
All right, Ashton, your duper's delight is shining through. But I just want to ask you, is there any way we could get any evidence of the stuff you're claiming? Because us here, we've been waiting for proof of curvature and axial rotation and any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. We've been waiting on this for 7 years. So if your parents are the
that's
ones
a long time.
who, yeah, we've been waiting for curvature for a long time.
It's kind of embarrassing, don't you think?
Yeah,
that you've been waiting this whole time and not doing anything else.
Hold on, don't overtalk me, bro. We'll take turns and keep it civil. So yeah, we've been waiting for 7 years for globe earthers to provide us curvature and proof of axial rotation, and it's really embarrassing that you guys haven't done that yet. So I'm hoping that your parents are the ones that are going to show me the information so that I can go back to being a normal person and not be a flat earther anymore. Right? So we're waiting on you guys. You guys have been a little slow, but I'll forgive
have you ever been on a plane?
I have.
Have you ever discussed with the pilots or a flight attendant? They'd be more than happy to. There's a lot of downtime on flights if you don't know. I've actually been in the cockpit of a few planes myself and talked to pilots. You claim that I'm not really gonna go and look for the evidence, but I don't think you have either.
Okay, so you know that I haven't been looking for evidence of curvature for the past 7 years. How do you know that? Have you been spying on me
Have
this
you
whole
ever
time?
talked to a
You got like
pilot?
a satellite? Hold on, bro. You just made a claim. Because around here, you have to back up your claim. You can't just make baseless assertions. So how do you know what I've been doing for the past 7 years? Have you tapped my phone? Have you got a GPS thing in my shoes? Have you been following me with your parent satellites? How do you know what I've been doing for the past 7 years?
Judging by your guttural voice, I kind of imagine you've been sitting in that chair for the past 7 years.
Oh, you've been imagining. Well, the truth is, I've been working 50 hours a week, right? And you're completely insane for making your basis assertions in public without any evidence to back it up. And it makes you look dishonest.
I'm being honest. I think you're fat.
Okay, that is true. I am fat. But what does that have to do with the argument? Can you please not use any sort of ad hominems or anything like that? Can you just, stick to the arguments? Because for all I know, your mother may be a whore, right? And your dad may
She,
be a cook. But I don't know that for sure, so I'm not going to say that, right?
but you are fat though.
That is correct. Yeah. Is your mother a whore?
No, she isn't.
How do you know that? You with her every day of her life?
Pretty much. I'm her son.
Apologize. I didn't hear that. I'm at work. So what'd you say?
Oh, you're debating this at work?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Don't you have a job to do?
I'm
My
doing
name
it.
is Ashton.
It's so easy to debunk the globe. He can work and debunk the globe at the same time.
Do you have an argument against what I've proposed, Northern Rebellion 3.0? My name is Ashton, by the way.
Well, I'm not going to steal the conversation, but I'll take you on one-on-one anytime.
I'm a minor. I'm not really sure what that means.
I'll debate you anytime, any place.
Oh. Anyways, I implore you, Larry. You're Larry, right? I think you should go and talk to a pilot on how avionics works. I don't think they're inclined to lie to you. They can show you the
to
system.
pilots, bro. They don't correct for curvature. If they're flying at 500 miles an hour, they would have to be dipping their nose down to compensate for the curvature of the Earth, or they would fly out into space and they would have engine stall. We've talked to pilots. There's been pilots
That's not the
on
only
flights.
thing.
Don't interrupt me, sir. Yeah, that
Okay,
is the
Patty.
thing. There's also the court. Hold on, bro. Slow down. You brought something up. Now you got to be fair and share the
Why you
mic.
say that shit to him, man?
All right, so there's also the Coriolis effect. So if the Earth is spinning and there's a reference frame with a spinning reference frame and a non-spinning reference frame, that means that flights going east and west would have severely different flight times. In fact, if the plane couldn't go the same rate as the Earth spinning at 1,038 miles an hour at the equator, then you wouldn't have flights going but one way around the Earth. And if everything is spinning underneath Foucault's pendulum, then that means that you would be able to take a hot air balloon, go up into altitude, wait 3 hours for the Earth to spin underneath you, and you would go from California to North Carolina in no time while the Earth is spinning. Has any of that ever been demonstrated, replicated, or anything like that to your knowledge, sir?
Have you ever been on a hot air balloon?
No, I have not.
Yeah, I didn't think so because you're too fat.
Okay, so I hope you know this, right? But I know that I'm fat, and I'm married, so I don't care that I'm fat.
Ashton,
So the
I'm gonna be
reason
real.
that you
Like,
keep bringing it up, hold
what
on,
does that have to do
shut
with
up.
the argument, Ashton?
Hold on. The reason that you keep bringing it up, hold on, bro, I'm talking. The reason that you keep bringing it up is because your argument is weak, bro. Your shit's weak.
No, I just came here to make fun of you.
It didn't work, bro.
Yeah, you're failing miserably, Ashton.
I don't think so. I think you're fat.
I think
And
your
I think your
robot
wife hates
with
you.
one sentence capability. Oh, we've been married 20 years. You think she doesn't have the ability to leave me if she wants?
No, because you're probably too fat. You blocked the door.
Oh, is it the gravitational pull that keeps her close? Is that what
No,
it
it's your
is?
disgusting fucking folds.
My folds? This guy's funny. So, let me ask you something, young man. You got any proof for the globe? Or you just got shit weak jokes?
No, I lied about everything and I came here to make fun of you.
Oh, you failed miserably, though.
I don't think so. You sound pretty mad.
Bro, I sound mad. I sound like I don't have a job, like I sit down all the time.
You
Are you
do?
like gonna sit here and lie all night long? Bro, I work 50 hours
I
a
was
week.
right about
I
you
just
being
need the
fat.
text stubs. Dude, your fat shaming isn't gonna work on me. I tell people that I'm fat. Hey,
Are you crying.
Can anyone here? High five. Can anyone here in this room speak up if they've ever heard me call myself that?
My
Anybody
name is
ever heard
Ashton.
that?
I have recently, like 2 minutes ago, maybe.
I'm talking to the flat earthers. Has anyone ever heard me call myself
Okay,
that?
wow.
I don't think anybody's gonna come help you, man. It's just me and you.
I don't need help.
You kind of sound like you do.
Dude, you're the one that can't provide any evidence of Earth curve.
And you're the
How
one who can't get
sorry is
not
that?
fat.
How
Larry,
sorry
you
is
don't
that,
gotta take
bro?
this from
It's
him, man.
2022. It's 2022. You don't have any evidence of Earth curve. In fact, the only thing you got is like baseless assertions and ad hominems.
It's 2022 and
Great.
you're
So
still
you're the
fat.
fallacy. You're the fallacy guy, right? Are you like Bill Nye the fallacy guy, or are you Ashton too?
I'm Ashton too.
Yeah, I'm
My name
Ashton
is
too.
Ashton. I know you're
Yeah, the
Larry.
reason is that
You're fat Larry.
you don't know that. You don't know that.
I can see your name light up when you talk. That's you. You're fat Larry.
How much do you weigh, Ashton?
Oh, how much do I weigh, Ashton?
No, I'm asking how much Ashton weighs.
I thought we were
Oh, it
talking
doesn't
about
matter.
the Earth.
Have you ever been to a physics class?
Who, me?
Ashton, can you provide any evidence for a globe, or are you just going to be like a basis assertion puppet?
I do have evidence, but I have to open with a question. Do you mind
No,
answering
you
it?
don't. You can provide your evidence whenever you're ready.
It's vital to my information that you answer this question for me. You've asked me a few questions and I've answered
You're
them, so I
speaking to
think
a
you should
whole
listen.
room.
What?
You're speaking to a whole room, so if you come in here and you support that the Earth is a globe, you shouldn't really need to
Sorry, I
bounce
can't
off
understand your
anyone
accent.
else.
Your accent makes it really
I'll
hard to
speak
understand you.
clearer. I'll speak clearer for you. You should be able to
That doesn't sound
express
much
why
clearer.
the Earth is a globe.
All right, well, it's against the rules to overtalk people, so Ashton, let's say farewell. Ashton,
Yeah,
too.
goodbye,
Alright guys, see
Ashton.
you later.
Real piece of work. Like,
See, the thing is that if you ask a flat earther, how do you tell if the Earth is flat or not? The flat earth is going to tell you to go directly measure the Earth, right? And in this case, we say water because if you're measuring the Earth, you're only measuring topography because there's hills and there's valleys. But they claim that over 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Well, that would mean that if it's covered in water, water is going to be more uniform than the topography of the Earth. So we say directly measure a larger body of water at rest. I want everybody to pay attention real carefully because if you ask a globe earther or if you ask Google, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? They're going to say, well, 2,300 years ago, Aristophanes, he had some shadows and he measured them. Well, what were they shadows of? Oh, they were shadows of a well and shadows of a pillar. Okay, so that doesn't really prove anything. You measure some angles of shadows. So what? It works out for a flat and a round Earth, according to Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, coming, what's the next best evidence? Oh, well, you can look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, right? But it's funny that the globe earthers never tell you to actually go out and measure the Earth directly. All they got is logical fallacies, stultification tactics, fat shaming, and other tactics. They never actually address their argument, which makes them look really bad.
wow.
I just find it a really interesting notion that one of the first things he said was that the systems his parents design and work on would not work mathematically if the Earth was not a globe. But it's very obvious, like it's open knowledge that all the math we base these calculations off, it's a guesstimation. It's not a fact. And like I don't actually have any luck when I go and look at the NASA website or when I go and look at scientists who have been revered by many other scientists in their opinion, I don't find any who will purport it's a fact. I find many who will say they believe and they model their research and what they speak of that the Earth is a globe, but none of them will sit in a chair and say it is a fact. They won't write it on these websites and it can't be shown to me. So I don't understand how people come in here and then haven't even gone and looked at the most obvious websites that you would go and look at if you want to check this information. The people being handed billions of dollars to go to fucking space, and I'm in the position where my beliefs on space are much more confused than a lot of people here in what they will purport like they believe on space. But regardless of what you want to argue on space, like, can we look up and we can see shit? Yeah, we can. Okay? Does that mean that the heliocentric model is a fact? No, it fucking doesn't. And no scientist who actually knows what they're talking about actually has awards next to their name, accolades, like revered by other scientists and cited by other scientists in their research. None of them purport it to be a fact. They just say that it's what's fucking easiest for them to work off. And I just don't understand how ignorant you have to be to literally be told that by the people who are fucking studying what you say you believe in, and then come in here and be like, it's a fact. It's a fact. I've been actually brainwashed into not understanding basic linguistics. It's ridiculous.
That guy was a wannabe troll, right? Obviously, the guy had no control over my emotions the whole time we spoke. So he's just a wannabe troll, right? And a liar, because he has no idea what I've been doing for the past 7 years. And it's pretty pathetic for him to come in here and make a whole bunch of baseless assertions without, backing up any of his claims. Now, if he would have provided any kind of evidence, right, or anything like that, I would have overlooked the fat shaming, and we would have looked at his evidence. But because he had nothing here but to waste our time, I chose to dismiss him from the server. He didn't seem like anybody would want to hang out with that dude anyway. So I think I did everybody a service by banning the guy because he's nothing but a time waster.
Yeah, I agree. Once that developed into just nothing but name calling, there wasn't really any conversation to be had there. That was kind of sad. Sad to listen to. I muted at the start when he seemed to be going somewhere. I just think it's really interesting that NASA gets cited as globe proof. But for me, NASA on their website, citing these things as models and theories that they work off of is proof to me that the Earth is not a globe. I won't say as far as it is proof of the flat Earth, because I don't think it is, but I think it's a valid argument that you cannot call the fucking globe a fact. You can't.
Well, the thing is, when I heard this in 2015, I thought the debate was going to be like extremely cut and dry, like first round knockout, the globe demolished the flat earthers. But 7 years later, right, there are still anti-flat earthers that are still debating. Why is that? Shouldn't this debate have already been settled? And the fact that there's a flat earth society, which is nothing more than globe earthers pretending to be flat earthers while putting out bad arguments on purpose. That way, when anybody searches flat earth, they either pull up in the Google algorithm flat earth society or anti-flat earthers. So all they're going to hear is a bunch of straw man arguments that flat earthers never actually make. Why would they have to go through all of this trouble to put Wikipedia articles on every single video that has flat earth in it and call it an archaic cosmology, when if Aristophanes was measuring shadows and allegedly proved the earth was a globe before Christ, isn't that an archaic cosmology? So it's the pot calling the kettle black. while maintaining complete control over the information due to Google's algorithms and blacklist that was published with Flat Earth on it from a Google employee that says that anytime you search Flat Earth, you're not going to get what you're looking for because of their algorithms, right? Why would they go through all those hoops if there was nothing to this Flat Earth thing? It would just go away, just like the whole skunk ape, just like Bigfoot, just like the Yeti. You don't hear people like getting together for the Yeti convention. There's no anti-Yeti people on YouTube trolling the fuck out of the Yeti people, right? There's no anti-Tooth Fairy people on Discord like trying to shut down the Tooth Fairy Discord because there's nothing to it. So my claim is that I have never experienced curvature while at the ocean, and I don't think anyone else has either. But things do disappear from the bottom up. The question is why.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
So what's next on the agenda?
I really want to just hover on NASA for a minute because it's actually. I'm attempting what I just said before of finding it on the NASA website, and in their own words, I just don't understand if it's such a openly obvious thing, and anyone who thinks otherwise is an absolute idiot, and the calculations wouldn't work. I also kind of wouldn't mind touching on that because I think that in human history we've done many fantastic things based off calculations that weren't absolutely correct. But I mean, just for like NASA, you go on the website and it says in their own words repeatedly model, theory. And I just don't personally think I can have another conversation with someone who hasn't even stopped to ever have this conversation with themselves beyond simply being taught the heliocentric model and the education system's fallacy of how things are. But they're ready to combatantly have a debate and take that side with passion. I don't think I'm willing to have those conversations with these people that want to stand on math they don't understand or cite organizations who don't purport things as facts in the first place. I think that some valid arguments should be brought up before a conversation's even had.
It's really sad that not everybody's capable of having these conversations. Not only because of their own limitations, but because of the limitations provided by the United States government and the educational system. It's really disgusting that people can't talk about geometry with an open mind. And when challenged, hey, why don't you go to the ocean and make some observations, and take some measurements and see what you can see. That way we can confirm or deny, right, what we're being told by the government. See, they're not even capable of doing this. In fact, most people that come in here, right, can't even write in cursive, right, which is really sad. And, I don't really blame the youngsters so much because they don't have fully developed, prefrontal lobes, right? So their brain isn't developed all the way. So I don't really hold it against them so much. But the fact that the adults can't have these conversations is what's really sad. It's like you can't like put away your like preconceived bias for like 20 or 30 minutes to have a conversation. Like you're getting angry and spiraling out of control and all that sort of stuff. It's like disheartening to look at a grown ass man who's getting all emotional because you're challenging his worldview. And then he takes it personal like it's an attack against him.
Yeah, I have something to say. I think that has something to do, like what you're talking about, like the brainwashing the education system. That has something to do with the CIA and something called Project Stargate, in which they would basically it has something to do with MK Ultra, and they would like brainwash young children to try to give them psychic powers to rival the power of the CPA, like with sympathetic energy and empathic and telepathic. But they were never able to fully replicate it. But recently they've come close, and it started to have like a big impact in the psychic world, and it's causing a war, as you would say, between Project Stargate and the CPA. So take that as you will.
Well, I don't know about any of that, but I know that we're right in the middle of an information war, and there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
the truth is being waged war against by the people who are claiming fake news. They're the ones that are, in fact, the true fake news. And it's one of the oldest tricks in the book to punch somebody in the nose and then grab your own nose and say, he punched me. That's exactly what the pot calling the kettle black. That's exactly what the mainstream is doing. And it's become more blatant over the past few years with the unmentionable thing that happened that no one can talk about, right? Because if anybody were to talk about it, they're going to be showed and turned into a pile of ash, no matter how much evidence they back up by citing the CDC, the WHO, or any other American Heart Association. If it's deemed to be fake news, it doesn't matter if it came from the CDC itself. If it's deemed to be fake news, your channel is going to get shut down. So, yeah, that makes us really trust the government. We trust the government so much more now, right, that they're acting like North Korea, right? But we don't have like a little fat dude who looks like a mouse and eats cheese running the country. We got like a robot, like dirty diaper imbecile who falls up the stairs. I can't string a sentence together. But these are just puppets. That's all they are. There's no real power in the presidency. These are just puppets. So it's basically up to each individual person to take the responsibility upon themselves to educate themselves, because ignorance of law is no excuse. Let me ask you a question, Darth. You ever took a law class in public school?
A law class?
Yeah.
No. I know my basic rights
Ignorance,
though.
but ignorance is no excuse, right? If you break the law.
Yeah, but they don't
And
teach us
who
the full
provided?
law.
And who provided the educational system? The government.
Yeah, it's
And what
crazy.
does the 13th Amendment say? No involuntary servitude unless someone has been duly convicted. Right? So slavery is outlawed unless, does it actually say unless in the 13th Amendment? It does. So what does that mean? If there's privately owned prisons and people can be slaves, right, if they're convicted and the government doesn't teach you law, what does that mean? Well, 2 plus 2 equals 4 every time. So I'll go ahead and say it. The government wants you to be a slave, and if you're refusing to educate yourself and question authority and think for yourself, then you are a slave. Because it didn't say anything about voluntary servitude being illegal. So if that's what you want, that's what you get. You can be a slave if you want to. Kanye was right.
Did you say Kanye was right?
He was absolutely correct. You can be a slave if you want to.
Are you a big Kanye West fan?
No, I'm not. But sometimes people speak the truth without even knowing it.
Yeah, I feel like Kanye definitely saw the truth in a lot of his music and songs. But he was quickly outcasted after he started trying to preach what he really wanted to instead of what the government taught him. They quickly outcasted him. I believe Kanye West is one of the biggest tragedies of our generation.
Yeah, anytime like someone like Cat Williams gets accused of like shoplifting, Cat Williams has got lots of money, right? So obviously, using that shit against him to make him look bad. Martin Lawrence, in the street saying they're going to kill me, they're trying to kill me. I mean, obviously, to quote Roseanne Barr, MK Ultra rules Hollywood. Hollywood is very sick. So that's where most of the propaganda comes from. Obviously, nowadays there's a whole lot of internet stuff, so maybe not most, but in the history of the world, most of the propaganda comes from Hollywood.
Yeah, I can definitely agree there. What do you think about adrenochrome? Do you think that's real or what?
Of course, it's real. They talked about it in Fear and Loathing Las Vegas. So it's in Hollywood. They knew about it way back then. Fear and Loathing Las Vegas. That movie was filmed in the '90s. Johnny Depp,
Mm-hmm.
Benicio del Toro. So if they were talking about that casually, nonchalant, it's pretty obvious that it's a real thing, well known throughout Hollywood. Yeah, we've been lied to about a lot. In fact, there's this famous quote by the head of the CIA from like 1982. It says, "You'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false."
Wow.
By the way, there's CIA. Headphones died. I'll be right back.
Hey, Fridge. Hey, I like your style there. When you're about me, you say, practice strong judgment or don't. It's a good one. And figured you should know.
Hello?
Hello?
I didn't have my mic in.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
Hi, Darth.
What's up? Yeah, I was giving my ears a rest because the mic kind of, or the headset kind of irritates my ears.
Well, if you wear it all day, sure. I'm just pulling your chain there, partner. Pulling your chain.
Yeah. I'm a no headset type of guy. Just go raw dog it, right?
I
No
don't know what that
headphones.
means.
Just go straight in. I mean, like, you feel me?
Nope.
Okay, well,
No, I get what he's saying.
I can explain this to you. It's like you just go straight for it. You feel me?
Wow. Don't say you feel me again after saying something like the former.
Like what? Like what? You just go straight in.
You say you go straight in, and do you feel me? This is wildly uncomfortable now.
What? How?
Nothing. Hey, did you know that the Earth measures flat from point A to point B over any body of water, big or small?
Wow. I guess I do know now. I have to test that out myself.
That was a crazy segue.
Nothing but the best here. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah. Anybody here listen to Metallica?
Yeah,
Those dudes know it's flat. By the way.
What makes you think Metallica knows?
They know.
What's your favorite Metallica song?
My favorite album is And Justice for All. And then there's that song, And Nothing Else Matters. That one.
I think that's on the Black one.
Yeah.
The Black album.
Yeah. Sandman, pretty good.
Yeah, Sandman's decent. The guitar riff is the thing that, you know.
Oh.
It's
Master of Puppets pulling his string.
Obey your master.
So
I like Disposable Heroes. That's my favorite one.
See, okay. Here's the deal with me and Metallica. Fuck Lars.
Why's that?
Why's that?
He killed Napster. It was bound to happen, but he was the one who did it. See, Napster, you could download anything for free. Movies, pictures, music, any kind of media. That's what Napster was. And Lars from Metallica, the drummer, and he's not good, by the way.
Bad drummer?
He's pretty good.
No, he's not good. Trust me.
Seems like a controversial opinion.
Well, I'm a drummer, so I would say something like that, right? Everybody's got their favorite and least favorite drummers, if they're a drummer. Anyway, the point is, Lars was instrumental in getting Napster taken down, and now a service that we all wildly enjoy, Spotify, was started by the same guy who started Napster up. So he was onto something. Now, of course, there's tons of controversy with Spotify being almost not worth it for artists because of how little money they get per play and what
almost
plays
not worth it
even
for
mean.
me.
Sorry, what?
It's almost not worth it for me. Like the way those ads be rolling out. You feel me? Like, okay, well, sorry, I said you feel me again.
I mean, I get that.
Bullshit.
That's valid, totally valid. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about this.
Bruh, where is Larry? He was carrying this shit on his back.
He was.
Listen, you're stuck with me, okay?
Oh, all right, man.
I mean, let's give it a shot. Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
All right, I got a question for you. You ready for this
Let's
one?
hear it.
All right, so the Northern Rebellion guy, he posted this picture. I just did a little reaction to it, or reply, if you will. And I was wondering this: do they just got like boats just circling the shit? Like, isn't that a lot of space to cover? Like, they just got boats out there, like stopping your ass, or like, what's up?
I don't know. I've never tried to travel that far south.
Should they would do anything
Apparently,
to.
Me, you, with acid, we could definitely make it, man. I swear.
I mean,
Well,
that's the
people can do a
thing
lot of
is,
shit on acid, but I don't think that's one thing that can be done.
I mean, that's the thing is, we could do something like Area 51 and storm the South Pole.
The Area 51 thing
no,
would
we
not
couldn't.
go well.
Yeah. You have to
they
be
do
some
have
kind of
military
survivalist
bases.
to even think that you could survive in that climate without a bunch of restrictions that are claimed to be on the general public. If you travel there on your own, it's tons of money, and you can't bring any fuel, can't burn any fuel. You can't, if you bring sleigh dogs, you can't even let their poop sit there. You got to store everything, and they just make apparently. I'm saying apparently this is the case. They make it so hard that nobody fucking wants to do it in the first place.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many restrictions down there.
Yeah. So and like I said, I can't prove that myself, but the story is, and it's backed up by a lot of official shit, a lot of government documents. This was declassified stuff. I think it was from the Freedom of Information Act, if I'm not too tired to remember that. But anyway, it's apparently, is it 72 countries? I don't know how many countries. Most of the countries agree to kind of guard and protect Antarctica from the general public, basically.
Yeah, well, that'd just be the countries that like co-own it, technically, wouldn't it?
Sorry, what?
That would just be the countries that co-own it, wouldn't it?
Co-own it.
Yeah, I can't really like remember how they actually dictate it, but Antarctica is split up into like 14 pieces or something like that.
Okay.
Like,
I don't
what
know.
countries?
I don't know how we
and
would confirm that at all. How we'd even
you
start.
You can just look it up. Like it's very
Yeah,
public
that's
knowledge.
not.
Like so.
Do you really think
No,
that's good enough for someone like me here in the server? Just looking
Okay,
it up.
hold on.
You think that'll do?
Sure, but okay, buddy. Let me just finish my sentence. I was
I say
saying,
me and you
like, after
together.
World War II, they split it up, and sometime between then, like 1970 or something, and there's a map, and it shows, the different slivers that each country control, and they all have their different little Arctic bases on their slivers.
So a bunch of imaginary lines on a fucking circle cartoon thing.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
All right. Well, sorry for being a dick. You're right. Absolutely. That's about the best you can get. Looking into that subject, and I don't know. Like you'll find, if you look hard enough, you'll find a story apparently about, his name is Jarls Hondoy or something. Jarl Hondoy, or anyway, I'm murdering his name, but Jarle is his first name. Or anyway, so the point is, he apparently, with some buddies of his, tried to get to Antarctica, and some people died, and yada yada yada. I don't know if the story's true or not, but there you go.
I remember a mini clip documentary some guy did where they showed you what would happen if you tried flying over Antarctica. And apparently it showed the bunch of military jets flying towards them and warning them not to go any further. together.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. But like I said, it's all theater, man. To me, you're not gonna get me going, ooh, I saw this video. It makes you think, it makes you wonder. I don't care anymore about that kind of thing. Earth measures flat, and that is that.
Oh, but what about the Coriolis that makes the hurricane spin?
But it doesn't make the Earth spin under a bullet? Huh. Or is it just bullets and field goals, but nothing else? Not helicopters, not
Yeah.
anything else.
And that's the thing about the bullet stuff is I think they do it like it does it west to east instead of north to south. I need to
Yeah.
remember how they do it. Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like it's picky. The rotation of the Earth and what it affects is picky because hot air balloons can do whatever the fuck they want, can't they? Compared to the spinning and moving and jerking around all the time, constant acceleration. That today we heard that acceleration isn't motion, which I think that actually gets the trophy for the dumbest shit I've heard from a Glober ever.
I love how they say, "Oh, we don't feel the speed, but because the Earth's spin is constant." But then you realize it's not actually constant when you take into account the change of direction, and the ellipsoid rotation around the sun, and the constant acceleration outwards of the Big Bang, and also the constant acceleration the sun has to do outwards in the Milky Way.
Yep. And all from the thing that you're claiming is moving in all those directions at all those speeds. You're also claiming to be on that fucking thing, going and doing all that chaos. How the hell do you know any of that? What? It's Looney Tunes.
and even though, because that's the thing, is they tell you, oh, the constantly spinning Earth is wobbling, even though something that spins at a constant speed is supposed to stabilize, not wobble.
Correct.
And also, the fact that the orbits, right, violate the law of conservation of angular momentum because you have galaxies and moon and sun orbits spinning backwards opposed to the other planets that are spinning in another way.
Yes, sorry, I'm focused on something for the moment, but I do agree with you. I'll be right back. What else? What else you guys want to know about? I'm shooting the breeze too, man. Just hanging out. Charles Andhoy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
makes sense to me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, This is something that doesn't make sense to me. Is like Elon Musk is supposedly planning to go to Mars, and NASA has supposedly put 6 different rovers on Mars. NASA has also supposedly gone to the moon, but Elon is not going to attempt to go to the moon, and he's not going to send a rover to Mars, but he plans to just go there in a rocket. And I just think that it's just like a very strange thing to me that the one private company with the funding to just go to the fucking moon, right? And it also seems just, I'm only a peasant compared to Elon Musk's fucking 400 IQ autistic brain, as we're told. But it seems to me like a pretty good exercise, right, in saving billions of motherfucking dollars before you try and land something on Mars to try and land something on the moon, which is much, much, much closer than Mars.
I guess. I'm laughing my ass off
You get where I'm
over
going
here.
with
Just
that? Like,
yeah, I hear you.
you get like it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Kind of. Oh man, listen to this.
Yeah, but
Listen to what they expect us to believe.
When you got a private company that gets money from the government, and then you have the owner of the company has such a high IQ, you're not gonna repeat what the government has done already. You're gonna go beyond that, right? Because Elon is a genius, and you guys are not.
So why don't they
scientists,
just give him
so
NASA?
it's not gonna make sense to you what geniuses are doing because you're not a genius, are you?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. We ain't put nothing on the moon yet because we'd know it by now. We'd be able to see it from the ground. Now it's been a long time since they said they went up there first try. Nobody died, kind of deal. Why ain't you been back? Hey, motherfuckers, why ain't you been back yet? Y'all be
It
lying.
seems like
You
prime
lying.
advertising space to me, like some prime advertising space. They can see
you can buy land
the Great Wall from the moon. So we could see a billboard from Earth.
Oh, easy. There should be something by now up there.
Coca-Cola.
Right?
McDonald's,
the McDonald's arches, fucking Nike swoosh. Like, where's it at? And because it should be there, something.
Well, see, you don't want to tear up all that lunar real estate that's for sale right now. So, to all the, people who aren't flat earthers, you can. I could be your liaison for Venetian, lunar, Martian real estate. Get it while it's hot. I could be the guy to help you get that done. Because real estate's a big decision, and you always want somebody there to not sell it to you. I don't want to sell it to you because that would be illegal, right? But if I could help you make the right decisions for your family about how much lunar real estate you actually need, right? Because you don't want to buy too much. Like if you bought up the whole moon and put a McDonald's sign up there, that would just be overkill, and everybody would man, McDonald's is on the fucking moon. I'm never eating McDonald's again. So we want to parse it out, right? Piece by piece. That would. No, but you really can buy Martian. You really can buy Martian, lunar, and Venetian real estate to all the non-flat earthers out there.
Can you imagine all the new burgers they could come up with and shit, dude? All kinds of new deals, huh?
Quarter-pounder moon pies.
No shit, dude. Oh my god. They are missing out. Why haven't they done this? Oh wait, because no one's gone there, and no one's going there.
I mean, along the same line of logic, I recently watched on YouTube over New Year's in Sydney, they had like an incredible drone show where, all the drones in unison were painting pictures and stuff in the sky. And I mean, there's another very large advertising window I see with all these satellites in the sky. Some hundreds owned by the same company,
Sure. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Look it, I posted in the live stream voice text. Lunar land. You can buy lunar land. Become a lunar land owner by purchasing acres of the land on the land on the moon. Lunarland.com is the largest real estate agency for the sale of the moon. The sale of the moon. What kind of fucking idiot? Well, anyway.
There must be some. Yeah, I have to look at the terms and conditions of this because surely they're not legally claiming to own the
Oh,
fucking.
Well,
wait a
the
minute.
problem is how. Listen,
That's my job.
if they get taken to court, which it'll be any minute now, or maybe not. Who fucking knows? But someone should take them to court and be like, all right, so let's go see my acre, you sons of bitches. Let's go. I own it. Let's go see the land. Where's it at?
Or just buy it and say that you're gonna blow it up, dude. Like,
what
yeah.
kind of lawyer
That
would
one
help
spot
you
on
with
the
this
moon, like,
paperwork?
I own that, so
You hear
I'm
what I
sending a
asked?
rocket into space and I'm blowing that shit the fuck up, and then see if anyone starts to.
Yeah. You hear what I asked? What? Imagine the lawyer. Imagine what the lawyer would have to go through, like trying to help them make this decision. Oh shit. Well, Kevin, you see, it's at a really good price right now, and I think we ought to capitalize while the market's hot.
Or try to sell you a piece of the moon to like NASA.
It can only go up.
See what they reply.
Dude, if prices start going up, I'm gonna shit my pants.
I reckon we could elevate the prices.
Because, like, listen, they could claim there's a finite amount of it, right? It's, oh, there's only a few acres left. Like, I'm sorry, this is bad.
Do I get a rebate if it's on the dark side of the moon?
Right. Well, no, that's got to be what would you call it? Prime real estate, the dark side. You know, shit. That's seek. No one can see you. You know, no one will ever see you.
Yeah, it's a privacy thing.
I gotta take deep breaths when I think about how ridiculous it is. Sometimes I have to.
It says it's oldest. Is that sort of saying that there's other companies that are selling the moon?
Yes. Oh, you think just one one batch of geniuses has thought about this one? No. Come on now.
I can have a piece of Mars in the gift
NASA
packages.
thought of it first, right? And then they're like, oh, and you know, they have cousins, don't they? And uncles and brothers that, right? They want to do similar shit. Yeah. My uncle, he's a rocket mechanic. Yeah, he just makes these little wires. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, he told me people are clamoring to buy land on Mars and the moon. Yeah, like a lot right now. It's like it's a market. Yeah, for sure. Blah blah blah.
Actually, I don't know the answer to this question, so I'm asking anybody who's a chemist or anything. So if you have iron and you put it in like dry desert permafrost, will it rust if it's dry? Because doesn't iron have to be like liquid wet in order to rust? So if that's true, then only the equator portion of Mars should be red, and everywhere else should be like shiny steel, right?
Larry, I wish you could hear that right now. It's hard, well, at least for me, it's hard to understand you. And I heard what you said. I just wish you could hear it back the way we just heard it. You sounded like a real human robot, like a robotoid thing. It was crazy. Anyway, continue.
Is it better now?
Yes.
So my question is, does iron rust in dry snow? So if it's really dry because it's frozen, during the poles of Mars, then how could it be rusty at the polar region of Mars?
Oh, are they still saying it's rust and shit?
Yeah, that's why Mars is red, because it's planet rust. That's why I always joke about rusty potatoes.
It's just oxidized metals in the air, and we're gonna live there. Stupid.
Planet rust.
Again.
I'd rather live on planet Earth.
How in the fuck do people still buy it?
Because it automatically comes out of their paycheck before they receive.
Listen, we're all pretty good at debunking the globe. NASA, I'll switch around though. You come sweep me up and hire me for some good cash. But here's the catch. You got to show me my moon property. Firsthand, guys. I got to see it, or no deal. All jokes aside, it is $30 an acre right now, so you might want.
I mean, that's a bargain. Let's buy the whole thing.
Buy the whole moon, yeah, for like, well, how big's it supposed to be? Let's get the numbers on this.
Let's get a GoFundMe or something.
I need to calm down. I'm laughing way too hard at this.
It's so retarded.
Beep, 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 beep. This just in. 1 acre of Martian real estate is worth more than $15. Get it while it's hot, folks. The dollar is going the way of the dodo bird.
Dude, it was like
Just remember.
$35 a month ago.
Oh, man. I haven't checked them. Well,
You
I
know
haven't
why
checked
the
since
price is going
2015.
down? You know why the price is going down?
We can't afford to wait anymore. Let's buy it.
Because I was talking about it like 2 weeks ago. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, I was talking about it just a second ago, making fun of it. It was $30 an acre.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, in 2015, it was $15 an acre. So they definitely went up on the price.
So wait, the price is going up then?
Yeah.
Hot diggity.
Appreciation.
Hell yeah. Oh, it's just the dollar that sucks. It's not actually worth anything more or less. What's a dollar anymore? Ladies and gentlemen.
Holy
I watched
paper.
this one movie not that long ago, and it took place like in the 1800s. And somebody had $1. The boy slapped his son and said, "Take off your hat, boy. That there's a dollar bill."
Take off your hat?
Show reverence for the dollar bill.
For the
back then,
oh.
yeah, the dollar was like $100 or $97.
Yeah, $100 though. Even still, like I don't take my hat off for $100. Maybe two. I could do two. $250, yeah. But not
1,000.
Not just a cool hundy. A little more respect for myself on
A
that.
grand.
Huh?
A grand.
$1,000? You'll
Yeah.
do it for $1,000? So that's such a bad game to play with somebody. You get like a really nasty thing and you say, how much would you do that for? How much money would it take? It's terrible.
That's a
You gotta
whole
be
trap.
honest. You gotta be honest, and that's why it's a bad game to play.
Yeah, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
No, we can. Listen, ask a glober to go measure for Earth curvature. They won't do it for $1 million. Watch it. Watch it happen. Watch it not happen.
I told one glober that on Gab this today. He blocked me.
What else is he gonna do? Measure the Earth? It's silly. Silly talk.
They have absolutely nothing.
Don't worry. We'll forgive you. Just talking to the globers on that one. I'll forgive you. You've been a pain in the old neck this whole time, but I know that you know the truth about this place. You can't not at this point. So, you know, it is what it is.
And the way look at it, same globe. Remember growing up through school and they said, "Ain't is not a word." It's like, who the fuck are you to tell Texans that they can't practice a nomenclature like everybody else?
Yeah, I could barely hear that. Sorry.
Am I robot here again?
It's like cutting out when you start to talk.
Oh, is my sensitivity up too high?
More too low.
I don't know about that. Should I just go watch YouTube?
No,
Should I go?
I heard that perfectly.
Oh, okay. What country are you from, bro?
Sweden.
Okay.
I'm up really late.
That's fine, bro.
Or early, because it's almost 7:30.
6:30. Yeah, that's nice.
Hey Larry.
Yeah, what's up?
You think you can escape from me? It's me, Ashton. You big fat fuck.
What the hell?
You big jiggly pot-bellied pig.
Okay, Ashton,
Look,
I'm
I
seeing
like
you,
the
bro.
way
You
I
came back
wiggle
here
wiggle.
on
Okay.
the alternate account.
Mm-hmm.
Shit talking Larry, bro. What is your problem?
I just think he's kind of a big fat loser.
Yeah, well, I just think you're kind of a fucking asshole loser.
I think I would catch him in a field full of cows and tip him over so he can't get back up.
Bro, I'm on top of the food chain. Sit on you and eat your whole body. Get in my belly, little fucker.
You're on top of the
Would you
heart
let him
disease
eat
chain,
you?
that's for
I
sure.
mean, actually, you sound like Ben Shapiro, so you shouldn't act tough.
Who is that?
Yeah, I believe that's I don't know.
I don't know who that
Hey,
is.
I have a question about something. I was looking at this flat Earth map that was posted earlier by Northern Rebellion, and I was kind of just thinking off the top of my head. I don't fully understand how planes could have back in World War II, how Pearl Harbor. Could someone maybe just correct me, like where I may be wrong on that? It seems like the distance between Japan and the U.S. is too great. I heard something that
Japan to Hawaii, it's the Pacific Ocean still. It's
Pearl
really
Harbor
not
was
that far,
Pearl
and they
Harbor.
don't account for
Right.
curvature, and it was always like that,
Right.
so nothing
I see,
changed. It was just the same Earth that they navigated on, that everybody's always navigated on.
Right. Okay. That's my bad. I didn't know. I wasn't aware.
Are we talking about an AE map? Because there is no flat Earth map.
Well,
All
I'm just
maps.
looking at the map that Northern Rebellion posted. He said he's probably like the closest to reality, right? Or I don't know.
No, listen. Look, maps are not the terrain, right?
Right.
A map is just the best image that we can get for the terrain. So if you're looking at an AE map, that's a globe projection flattened out into a 2D image. So if it doesn't work in your mind, then that just means the globe doesn't work. So the thing about it is that when you're looking at a map, all of them have the coordinates, like squares, right? And none of them have triangles. That's because all maps are flat maps, Cartesian coordinates, right?
Uh-huh.
So that basically means that there's no way that you would have a globe map. What they do is they take the map and they wrap it around the globe for some reason, right? And they call it a model,
Yeah,
right?
but what I'm curious about, because this is like the thing that Northern Rebellion posted is he said it was kind of like you talk about like a dream. This is like this is supposed to be representative of what would be closest to that dream. It's not like a thing that's wrapped around a globe or anything. Apparently, according to him, it was just kind of like as close to what a map would be. So I'm just wondering how exactly like I was just curious about how the distance was crossed, but someone else had answered it. Someone else had figured that out for me because I just couldn't comprehend it. But I think I understand now.
All right, well, if anybody doesn't have any more questions, we're going to go back to Fat Shaming 101, brought to you by Isu, whatever his name is.
Is Ashton 3 here?
I think it was
Yeah,
Ashton 3 or
Ashton.
Where did he
shit.
go?
Yeah.
I think he left or something. I don't know.
Oh, did he bitch out? Bro, I didn't
He
ban him
bitched
this
out.
time.
Did you ban him
Yeah,
or
he
like?
fucking bitched out.
Thought he
No, I
fucked
just
up his
muted him
house.
because I thought there was somebody in here with an actual question, but it turned out to be someone else. But yeah, I was going to let him continue because he seems to really get off on the fact that he thinks that he's trolling, but he's really not.
Yeah, pretty untrollable.
I'm a Zen master. Ask anybody in here.
Are you fat though?
Dude, I swear, I'm at such a level of Zen right now. You could slap me in the face, and I would literally think about it whether I should defend myself. I would be like, should I? I don't have to. Probably could let that one go.
Okay, let's say you were in Zen mode, meditating, on a scale. What would the number on the scale be?
Well, I'm always meditating, so it's not like my meditation quits when I'm through sitting, like when I'm done, sitting down, right? So whenever I'm at work, like I'm always in a meditative. Now I do choose to get like more involved sometimes, and I'll like raise my voice and stuff like that. But I'm not angry. So angry is like when you're like losing composure, right? But that doesn't happen very often.
Okay, but do you get hangry?
Now that's a different thing. If I'm hangry, right? That's different, right? I'm just joking. If I'm hungry, I don't get angry. I just go eat.
Do you do
I
that
get
often?
paid every day I go to work, so I don't have to worry about not
I've
having
had some
food.
high grades myself. I've gone off the cuff, off the collar. Who is percentage? This guy's awful.
Yo, it's your boy.
I said percentage.
Yeah, I'm a Zen master. I'm pretty sure somebody could punch me in the face, and as long as I didn't think I was about to get knocked out, because I don't want to get curb stomped, right?
If I'm punching
But
you a
then,
lot,
what's that?
Where's the line between being a Zen master and being a pussy?
Oh, I'm definitely not a pussy. I got scars on my face to
You
prove
do
it.
nothing if you get punched in the face. I mean, come on, man.
Wow.
Well, that's mercy, right? So
yeah.
I'm a delivery driver. I've been
Mercy is
delivering
for the
pizza for
weak.
20 years. No, hear me out, bro. It takes more strength to sheathe the sword that you have and not break somebody's neck because they're drunk and intoxicated. So there's been plenty of times where somebody would be calling me a little bitch, like, you ain't gonna do nothing, you're a little bitch. It's like, yeah, I'm at work, bro. I ain't gonna do nothing. You're right. I got a family to feed.
Where do you work?
So, where do you work? Where do you live? What's your
Okay, well,
surname?
me, I work. I sell tickets.
Yeah, that's
So,
an awfully
Hey,
personal question.
What's your
Next, you're gonna
social
ask him
security
how much
number,
he
bro?
weighs.
okay, well,
What's your social
you
security
got like a
number?
little equivalent change there. Where do you work? I just want to know.
Yeah, let's do an exchange. Yeah, I'll tell you where I work, and you give me your social security number, bro.
You could just
Okay,
say
you go first.
profession. That's so vague enough.
Okay, you go first.
Yeah. So I deliver pizza for a living. I deliver to,
I see.
all
That's
kinds of
enough.
bars and clubs and stuff, right? And I've overlooked some pretty serious shit. People calling me a pussy or whatever.
You're like a prestige pizza guy.
What?
Prestige, like you're a prestige pizza guy. Like you're like a step above the rest.
Yeah, I'm a 10 prestige
Yeah, he
pizza
wears
guy.
a suit. He
Isn't
delivers
that
it
right?
in a limo.
Am I a 10 prestige pizza guy? You know, Call of Duty prestige.
How
Sure, yeah, that's right.
how long have you been in the profession for?
20 years off and on.
Oh, okay.
Is it like
I've
their
tried other
passion?
stuff. Yeah, actually, it is my passion. I love operating vehicles. So it doesn't matter if it's a car or a motorcycle. I wish I could fly planes, but I can't. But yeah, I like operating vehicles.
Okay, what about the vehicle of your body, though? Are you fat?
Yeah, I like operating it too.
Who is this guy?
I know someone said fat shaming, so I just had fun with it.
I openly admit that I'm fat, so when people fat shame, it's like, okay, yeah, so what else you got?
Yeah, what else do you got? Percentage.
Oh, I got
Is
lots.
percentage in here fat
I got
shaming
lots
too?
for everyone.
Percentage. I want to hear you give it.
I'm like Oprah with it. You find it under
I think you
your seat.
missed. I think you missed a few percentages in his name.
Yeah,
No,
he's got quite a few, maybe like
I got the max.
like 150. But how many? Like okay, like let's see your best insult. Just throw it straight at this guy. I just want to see everything you got.
I wouldn't insult him. Larry's my nigga, man.
You're what?
You're what?
He my nigga.
You don't sound very African American.
That's a problem for you.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he is an African
Excuse me,
American.
percentage.
Kind of messed up to tell someone they don't sound a certain race.
Okay.
I got recently told that I don't sound. I was in a taxi and I was going somewhere, and the taxi driver and me who were having a conversation. I told him where I'm from, and he looked at me and he said, "Oh, I thought you were the native race to where I am." And he said, "But you don't speak like one." And I just did not know how to take that. I think that's probably one of the most racist assumptions you can make about people. They need to just speak or sound a certain way to be a race.
Yeah, well,
it's a strange insinuation.
I guess
I
that's
feel
just
like
what
there's a
some
lot
people
of
call me.
concern trolling happening right now.
Percentage.
Yeah,
what
actually,
race are
that's
you?
true because there's a guy on here, Elijah. He doesn't sound like he's from New York at all. And then there's another guy in here, Vagabond, and he's also from New York. And neither one of those guys, to me, sound like they have like the traditional. But then again, my understanding of a New York accent probably comes from Ninja Turtles. I'm walking here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Neither of them
That's
drink
Boston, I think, right?
No, it's New York.
Yes, Boston is in New York, isn't it? Or am I really?
No, it's north.
No,
I see.
they're not in
Okay.
the same place.
It's Massachusetts, bro.
Boston is fucking wicked cunt.
I know
What?
a guy. I know a guy from New Zealand.
That's how they talk.
Oh,
and he sounds pretty New Zealand to me.
I never heard that Boston accent in my life, though. The one that he just came up with, the wicked cut.
Yeah, I don't know what that one was
Fucking
about.
wicked.
Yeah, I've never been to Boston, nor have I ever
No,
met
me
anyone
neither.
from Boston
But
or anything.
I heard that before.
I'm not even sure Boston is real.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you would think that. Why do you think that?
You know what isn't real? Israel.
What? Why do you think
Australia.
Israel?
Whoa!
I don't recognize it as a state.
I was told that we weren't allowed to talk about that.
We aren't allowed to talk about Israel.
Left field there.
Yeah, I think we should change the topic.
Yeah.
Well, percentage here is very.
I think Jacob Rothschild, who has a profile picture, would have something to say about that.
I think that Israel should be the new capital of the United States of America, and we should just change it to the United States of Israel.
All
Right?
the
Just
money
be
we give
open
to
about
them,
it.
yeah, like
I don't think they have a lot of pizza there, so
we carry their country low key.
Wouldn't be a lot to deliver.
Or they have
They're
the
more of a
kosher
shawarma type.
pizza.
Larry, I think I meant Brooklyn, not Boston. Is that what it would be? Walk in here. It's a Brooklyn accent, isn't it?
They're similar.
Could be
They are
wrong.
similar.
I mean,
I
it's
think
the
Yeah,
same shitty
you're
place.
thinking the
Who
Brooklyn accent.
I
cares?
think in 2022, I don't think the
IKEA,
accents
fly
are
up.
real anymore.
Boston's like, get the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just meant the Mutant Ninja Turtles accent would be like a Brooklyn accent.
Be right back.
Yeah, just talk like Dropkick Murphys sings. It's fine.
What?
Talk like Dropkick Murphys.
What?
The band.
What?
I'm not familiar with the band either.
Really?
What?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, can you finish your sentence, bro? Dropkick what?
Murphys.
So, do any new people have any flat Earth questions?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
I think.
Hey, I got one for you, Larry. I got a flat Earth question for you.
Ashton's back.
Why are you so fat?
I'll tell you the truth if you'll close your mouth long enough to hear the answer. Because I'm a foodie. I don't do drugs. I don't drink beer. I love food. That's what.
Maybe a little too much, huh?
Maybe you should start delivering them on foot.
Yeah,
Ever take a bite out of the pizza?
I do deliver them on. I do deliver them on foot sometimes. If it's close by, like a block, I'll run.
Bullshit.
No, seriously.
No, he does, but it happens very rarely.
Well, I mean, not every delivery is going to be a block away, right?
Obviously, yeah. The very, very rare ones are.
Well, how can I trust you? How do I know the camera won't freeze?
Can't.
What about the radiation?
Oh, he's still butthurt about that. Look, man, it's not every day that you're going to get defeated by a flat earther, but if you come in here every day, you're going to lose every single debate you have with me, bro. And that's where the real earther tears are. Because you guys
you're going to lose your debate with obesity?
I'm not debating with obesity, so your words don't make any sense. Can you string together a coherent sentence, please?
How about this one? You are fat.
Okay, your obsession with my obesity is really entertaining for everybody in the room, but here's the deal, bro. Do you have anything of substance to speak about? Can you string together a coherent sentence with substance?
Yeah,
I'd
because
say
I'm bored.
a lot of substance.
Same bullshit.
Yeah, these guys are morons.
Dude, you're just sitting here fucking insulting someone, bro. You know what's actually more sad is that you sat here, made an alter
Sorry, I can't understand your accent.
and waited for the chance to fucking
man,
speak
there's
again
no need for
to
that,
just do
I
the
don't
same
think,
shit.
so I'd appreciate
And
it
you can't
if you
even
leave
be
that guy
funny,
alone.
bro.
What?
Like, out of all
You should leave
things,
that guy
you
alone.
literally can't even make anyone laugh. Like, there's about 15 people in this room, right? And you cannot audibly make anyone laugh,
Yeah.
but you're trolling, bro. It's fucking
got
sad.
him. I think they got him.
It's like an hour since you were last here and speaking, bro, and you were saying the same shit last time. You weren't funny then either.
I'm wondering who keeps
It's clear
VC
to me that
verifying
he's like
this guy.
relying on comedy.
Thank God they got
away
him,
from the
dude.
fact
Yeah, I
that
think-
he
I
apparently
think
got
whoever
destroyed
the-
in a debate on what's the moon landing.
I think whoever the moderator is who keeps approving that guy should probably be looked over.
Can we please get back to the flatters?
Yeah.
We never left.
Yeah, good idea.
Anybody got any flat Earth questions?
I was okay. So I've been like doing this research, and something that I kind of found that was most like weird to me was the whole idea that like engineers don't actually count for the curvature of Earth when they build shit. Is that like true? Like, is that like because like that really like set me off?
I don't know if it's
That's
true or
weird.
not, but we used to have an engineer who'd come in here all the time. His name was Battlemod, also known as Michael J. Smith. And he was an engineer. He builds roads for a living. So he's a contractor with the state of Michigan. And he builds like highways and roads and stuff like that. and that was one of his main arguments, right? So he's a I can't remember, he's a structural, no, not a structural engineer. He's an engineer, graduated from MIT, Michigan. Is it Michigan? Michigan State, something like that.
He
Anyway,
graduated from MIT.
MIT
right.
is not Michigan. It's Boston.
Heard the water
Well,
there. Is
I got confused.
Massachusetts.
MS State University, MSU. Sorry, I got confused.
Yeah,
Right,
But he said,
civil engineer.
okay, civil engineer. He said that he never accounted for curvature. So
Right,
take
yeah.
it for what you will.
I worked in
never accounted
concrete
for
for
the curvature?
years. I've been trained as a kind of a little bit in civil engineering, being able to set my own forms and pour my own concrete. Never accounted for curvature. I've worked residential, commercial. Never.
Yeah, all you do is level out the project from front and back. That's it.
Yeah, you try to be as flat as possible.
Exactly. I build houses for a living. There's nothing curvature.
What?
Like I build houses.
He's a builder. His name's Bob.
Yep. So do I. I do exactly the same thing, and it's never accounted for.
He's also a builder. His name's Robert.
The curvature is never accounted for.
Yep.
Well, that settles it for me personally. I
You just
think
level
that,
the concrete and the building is fine.
Yeah.
You just level it up.
Acid, you got muted for draining your lizard live on YouTube. Just in case you were wondering.
You should get a better mic so don't pick up that.
What's up with the mods tonight? We just unmuted a guy for draining his lizard live on YouTube.
That guy was disgusting, dude.
Yeah, it was
We unmuted him.
You guys don't know for a fact that he was taking a piss. He could have been like emptying.
Well, it was
out
either
the
that or he
his
was
water bottle
pouring
in the
out
sink.
his tea. He
Yeah.
could have been pouring out his tea in the toilet, you know.
Or
Not
just, like, in
likely
the
though.
sink, just emptying it out from a high, height.
That's pretty silly.
Fair enough. I wouldn't argue that. So, no Globers, huh?
No.
That's a shame.
But if you look at my roles, that's something.
I don't care about your roles. I want you to pretend to be a Glober. Okay.
I can't.
Let's spice
I'm
it
not.
up.
I'm not.
You can. You can do it.
No,
What's the top globe proof? Go ahead.
there isn't one. It's so
You're a
retarded.
bad Glober. What about like the South Celestial
Coriolis, I
Pole?
don't know, refraction, something.
Refractions.
Gravity.
Some of these people could be Globers.
Cavendish, that would be a pretty good one.
I'm the banana guy.
We were talking about the Flat Earth Society above, and like how they're a government plant.
Yeah, of course it is.
Some of these people, some of the new joins, right? Because we're talking about like there's a raid. There's a raid right now. I don't trust anyone here.
Well, we don't know that the Flat Earth. We don't know the Flat Earth Society is like government. We just know that they make really bad arguments on purpose, and they seem to be supported by Google's algorithms. So what happened was in 2015, you could go see the Google Analytics, and you could see like how many people were like searching flat Earth. Well, by like 2016, 2017, it was like really booming, and the government actually asked the social media companies like YouTube, what are you going to do about flat earthers and other fake news? Specifically mentioning us, right? Like they were really worried, about us putting out our information, but they get, what is it, like $62 million a day to put out their propaganda, but they're worried about us, making some videos about the shape of the earth, right? And they've had like, what, a 50-year head start? and they're worried about us. So every time you type in flat Earth, according to the algorithm, it's going to pull up someone like Professor Dave, who's an anti-flat earther, or it's going to pull up Flat Earth Society, unless you scroll down like several pages. Now, if you go to YouTube and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it will pull up, this stream, right? But if you just type in Flat Earth, you're going to see what I said before, which is Flat Earth Society and Flat Earth Debunkers. But the thing about these Flat Earth Debunkers, much like Professor Dave, when he tried to debunk the guy who made the movie What is a Woman, he actually didn't have any debunking in his video. It was all like baseless assertions.
What is a what?
And a baseless. Oh, what is a woman? You're not
Yo,
familiar
that's
with that?
unbanned, by the way.
Sorry?
You can find that full documentary on YouTube now.
I doubt that. But
What is it about?
No, I promise you can.
It's about transvestigation. No, it's about a guy who goes around asking, like women's study experts and people who are advocating for women's rights, what is a woman? And nobody can seem to answer the guy for some reason. And he's just asking a simple question, like, what is a woman? But that's irrelevant. My point is that when
They censored
Professor
it?
Dave, no, they didn't
Yeah,
censor it.
there was a lot of like
That's not my
outcry from the
point.
LGBTQ and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. But anyway, my point was when Professor Dave addressed this guy in his video, he used the same tactics against this guy. So all these people that are like listening to like this guy's movie, and they're going to see, flat earthers in the comment section saying, "Yeah, Professor Dave, he does the same thing to flat earthers." So no matter what they do, they can't hide it because 95% of the world's population lives next to the ocean. The other 5% has to live next to some sort of water, right? Or a large body of water at rest when they go on vacation, right? So it's only a matter of time before the whole world becomes flat earthers except for a minority. In fact, the anti-flat earthers are the smallest minority on the internet. From what I can tell. But yeah, the Google Analytics actually changed. And when I challenged Matthew, I think it was last week or two, that you can't pull up flat Earth analytics, he was actually able to pull up one analytic, and it said at one time flat Earth was the most researched topic that was trending in Google.
You challenged it?
What?
You
Yeah, I
challenged it?
challenged Matthew. Yeah, I challenged Matthew that there's no more Google Analytics on flat Earth, and he pulled up one analytic, the only one that he could find, and it said that the way this works is if it's 100% if it's the most researched thing, and nothing else had reached 100% except for the flat Earth. What he showed me from what I remember what I saw. So if you ever see Matthew Learns in here, ask him to pull it up again, and we actually made it to #1 requested search.
Do you think you could fight him?
Matthew? Oh, dude, I would destroy that guy. I mean, he has a large circumference. His head's pretty big, but his body, man, I would destroy. But I wouldn't want to.
In a debate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've
I mean,
destroyed
I
Matthew several
assume that's
times.
what you meant.
Sorry, I kind of got in a lot of fights growing up. I'm sorry.
So
I
are
don't
you,
want to hurt
you
Matthew.
implying you could take him on in a physical battle?
Dude, 99 out of 100.
Don't you have a wife?
Holy.
So you know how UFC fighters are really, cocky? They're really not cocky, right? They're confident because they've trained, right? So for someone like me who used to work out every single day in high school, I still got a little bit of that, quote unquote cockiness or confidence left over.
Do you train?
Not anymore.
No.
But I used to work out. See, the last thing, if you study, martial arts, the last thing that fades in an old line, meaning an old fighter, is his power, right? His cardio goes first. So if I can't beat you in the first 5 minutes, you might win. But if I get a hold of you in that 5 minutes, and if I sit on you, like if I mount you, there's no way you're gonna win.
You're really
You
not
know
having
people
like
often?
that thing.
And I got a really strong grip. Really strong.
That's what she said.
You're a gripper?
Actually, I'm a grappler. I'm not a very good striker. So as soon as I get a hold of you, I played football, right? So what is football? What do they teach you to do over and over and over again? It's called tackling, right? You take people down. So me, as a defensive end, like I know how to take people down
So you
really
sit on.
easily. In fact, do I sit on them? Not in football. No, you don't sit on people. You just tackle them and then you let them go. So I was a defensive end in high school, and if that tells you anything, those are usually the long, lanky guys. But I was tight end and kickoff return and deep snapper. So that's what I did in high school. I played football until I tore my quadricep, which is the largest muscle group in your body. And I was pretty weak after that, but I rehabbed my leg with hacky sack. Because
So
when you tear your
saying muscle
quad,
group is kind of like, you know, a cop out. You know, it's like it's the large
okay, well, I don't know which muscle I tore. All I know is it swelled up like a grapefruit, and it turned 4 different colors. And I couldn't straighten my leg out if I was sitting on a bench that was taller.
You
Yeah.
go to the hospital.
So
You fully healed now?
yeah, I can kick your ass in my left or my right.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty healed. I don't know, man. I can kick you. At least
I don't think
5
there's anyone in this
asses.
room, anyone in this VC that could take me. I promise you. So
Well,
long
we're
as
talking about
actually,
fighters.
let me rephrase.
Like
Anyone
what do
that's
you?
in this VC that's either my weight class or the weight class above, or even the weight class above that.
Could take you. What do you mean by
But
take
why
you?
not like a weight class below that? Like, are you afraid of skinny people?
Or maybe I'm the lowest weight class. That's the other
You
possibility.
like a twink or something?
I wouldn't fight people that are even smaller than me, man. That's not fair. Like, I'll give myself the handicap, you know?
Why are you distracting from the flat Earth?
Am I?
Yeah.
The flat Earth, the reality cannot be distracted. It's, you know, inexorable, obstinate, ever persistent.
I think a lot of people here, like including me, like we want to learn about it.
I think you should speak for yourself.
Yeah, I am.
That's good. Make that a habit.
Okay.
Good man. So what do you have to say for yourself?
Can we talk about the flat Earth?
Absolutely, we can. Do you have a question regarding it?
I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk more about it. I don't really have like too many questions about it. I feel like
All right, I'll go
I
ahead
don't
and do
know, like,
that.
there's like a lot of
What's
people
up?
here, so I feel like there's more
How new are you?
information about it.
How new are you? How new are you, bro? How long you been in this conversation?
Not long at all. I'm very new to the concept of flat Earth as well.
So like an hour, a month, a year?
I would say generously a month.
All right. So you've probably been asked the 3 questions. Anyone measured curvature, right? Axial rotation.
Sorry?
Have you been asked the 3 questions?
No.
Okay. Anytime in ancient history up until now, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know.
Okay. So next question. In ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the Earth spinning, you know, aka axial rotation?
Sorry?
Anyone in ancient history up until modern times ever directly observed or measured the Earth spinning?
What do you mean the Earth spinning? Like the speed of the Earth spinning?
So there's 3 claims that the globe Earth makes. The Earth has curvature, it's spinning, and there's a vacuum not too high at the surface, a near perfect vacuum. 10 to the 17 negative torr. You with me so far?
Negative 17.
Yes.
Yeah, continue.
Right. So, I gotta ask, have you ever witnessed any of these things? Have you ever witnessed the vacuum? Or if you go too high, you can't breathe because it's a near perfect vacuum.
No,
I'll tell you what I've witnessed. I've witnessed you vacuuming up some food, you big fat fuck. My name is Ashton.
Ashton, shut the fuck up, man.
I found it really difficult to believe that there's a mod in here that doesn't want us to talk about flat Earth.
Hey, I'd like to make a fourth point for that globe argument. If you don't mind.
What's the
So, it's actually based off one of my personal experiences. The other day, I was actually recently, up until now, I was kind of more on the flat Earth leaning side, but so I was behind my house, enjoying a cup of coffee,
Lies.
and I start. Sorry.
Lies.
Bro, you don't know if it's true or
What
not.
do you
Just
mean?
let him finish.
Yeah, lies. It'll be a lie. Let's let him finish.
It
You'll
might
see.
be. It might be a
talking
lie.
about?
We'll
Yeah,
see.
you'll see. Go on.
Okay, so
He's
I'm
winding
going,
up.
and I'm
Here's
I'm
the
walking
pit.
along, stepping through. There's like a bit of a wooded area in my backyard, so the sun's kind of coming through the trees, right? And I'm looking around on the ground where it's connecting to like the leaves and stuff, and I see this. It looks like a wooden hatch in the middle of the earth floor, right? And I'm looking at it, and it opens up, and this big gray rabbit starts hopping up the steps, and he's like, "That'll hold
Yeah,
them
that
all
was
white."
worth it. Wasn't percent. Yeah.
Yeah, it fucking was! Yeah! Yeah, it fucking was!
What the fuck?
At least now we know like his worth.
At least,
you know?
now,
He-
maybe
he's
percent will develop a troll radar.
No, you gotta give people like a little bit of leash just to hang themselves.
Dude, I just heard it in his voice. First thing he said. But
Suspected
anyway,
it.
yeah,
I'll be
carry
honest,
on.
Central, I got a question. Do you know how to find out who's given VC verified to this Ethan guy?
I don't know. Oh well, they probably verified him in the VC chat. You could just
Like
see who
5
gave
times in a row?
Yeah.
Was it the
I
same
don't know.
dude?
Take a look. See.
Do you think that's normal?
I mean, they're all clowns. I think what's happening is a silver is checking them in and then just asking a gold for verification. So the golds probably don't even know who they're giving it to.
I
but
never checked him
Ethan.
in. I know his voice from. What he's doing is probably he's going in with a different name, and then he's getting VC verified, and then he's changing his picture and his name. But all the people I verified were not Ashton.
Where are they all coming from? Like, why is there such a army of them right now?
Because you keep the good, perhaps you make the stuff
Tommy's
bones.
flattering for them.
If
They're more
Ashton was
appealing.
actually making a point in like relative sentences, like I wouldn't mind like his every now and then like fat shaming, but he can't like hold a thought other than he's concerned about my obesity.
I mean, I've seen it 100 times. Every single time someone starts with, "Guys, I was a flat earther, but then this thing happened earlier," you know that you're gonna hear something stupid.
I think it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
psyop.
No, that's what he's doing. He's going into VC check-in under a random name. If you look in VC check-in, he was texting me under a different name, so he got verified by somebody, and then he changes his name and his picture, and then joins because he's a psycho.
Obviously,
Okay.
he's got nothing else better to do.
Or he just
Somebody
has a lot
should
of time
sell
on his
that guy some lunar real estate.
Okay, so I'm sort of new to what's been going on here. I saw that there was a
I
bunch
think
of
it's like
news
with the
checking in,
Flat Earth
but
Society, they send people to like pretend they're like actual flat earthers to disrupt and also like make us look like fools. I think that's fucking
yeah.
stupid.
Are you just
So
speculating
that was all just like one guy. All those new accounts that came in.
It could be more, bro. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I just got here, so I'm just wondering if that's what. Yeah.
Welcome.
I appreciate you looking into
Thanks.
that for me, Banker.
Yeah, no problem.
Isn't it true that like men are more concerned with like things and women are more concerned with other people? So is that guy
I
a
would
woman?
disagree. I would say men are more concerned about principles, like ideas, and women.
Oh, you're talking about a man. Okay, so let me rephrase. So males are more concerned with objects, and women are more little bitches are more concerned with people.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
You know, if Ethan were to live 150 years, I don't think he would ever look mature. I think he has Peter Pan syndrome.
Hello?
Was that his name? Ethan?
Hello?
I don't know.
No, his name's
Hello.
Ashton. Ashton 5 or Ashton 2.
What? I'm not
Johnny
Ashton.
5.
Can we talk about the flat Earth?
Yeah. Anybody got any questions? Are there any new people?
I feel like those who have joined and don't have questions are a part of the op.
I've been here for like a while now, probably longer than you have. So
If I was
Why do you
like
say it like that,
finding out
bro?
that there's
just saying, you're like
viruses in
trying
like
to accuse me of shit
2022,
Why are you saying it like that?
because I didn't like the way you were accusing me of
Who said I was accusing you?
being with Ashton. So the way you portrayed it made me very uncomfortable.
look, instead of all you Ashtonians getting muted, why don't you like participate in the conversation? Unless you're afraid.
What Ashtonian?
You know, all the new people would sound like they just logged off their Minecraft server.
They're Ashtonian?
Man, they can't even mute chat.
What is it? I think like this guy got in your head so bad that you think like we all know him.
Okay, so do you have any questions for Flutter?
I've already asked my questions.
What was it?
As in like Ashton, Idaho, like people from Ashton, Idaho.
No.
They're just fucking time wasters.
Yeah, what
What are you
happened to
talking
ladies' night? Wasn't tonight supposed to be ladies' night, or do you guys not do that anymore?
Where the bad bitches at?
Facts.
A couple ladies here earlier. One of them was very vocal for a few hours. One of them was vocal for about an hour.
Oh, so it just ended, hey? It's like, you know, the college intramural team when you need minimum 2 girls on the team, and then you don't have either, and it's like you can't play.
Something like that.
You know that co-rec league?
Yeah, we learned a lot from the two ladies that were here, so I was appreciative. Although I didn't get Miss Flobe's list of contradictions. I really wanted that, but I couldn't find it.
It's like what conversation is there to contribute to here? Are we talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, if there's one of you guys, we can talk about flat Earth. But if I keep getting interrupted, I kind of lose interest. So if there's one person that would like to speak with me, I'll be willing to, give you a spiel, let you ask some questions.
Yeah, Larry, who were you talking to when you were talking about the 3 points?
It was
Oh,
me.
no.
I would like to return to that.
Yeah. So basically, you didn't know the answer to the 3 questions, right?
I don't really understand the second one.
Okay. Have you ever heard that the Earth spins on an axis, 24.3 degrees? Okay. So that means that the Earth makes a rotation around its axis once every 24 hours. We on the same page here?
Yes, I think.
Have you ever
Okay.
directly, keyword is directly, observed or measured the spinning of the Earth?
Have I felt it spinning?
No, have you actually directly measured it?
How do you measure it?
Well, that's a good question, but if satellites and everything are true, you'd think that they would be able to just aim it at the Earth and see the Earth spinning. right? That's an easy observation of the Earth's spin. Would be just looking at it, look back at it, and see it spinning.
Could they like put something somewhere and get the coordinates, then wait, have the coordinates change?
That doesn't work because relativity.
So then it doesn't spin.
Ding, ding,
Got it. So if all motion is relative, according to Einstein, Newton, and other people who are well known for a long time about, classical, what is it? Relativity. Yeah. So classical relativity basically says that if two objects are in motion, you have to be outside the third point of reference. And this third reference frame, you would still need to find out which one is in motion, right? But you can't do it if you're on one of the two objects that are in motion. So think about it like this. In the deepest, darkest space, right? Hypothetically, that you can imagine,
Yes.
right? There's two merry-go-rounds, right? You're on
Yes.
one, and you're looking up at the other one right above your head, right? And you can
Yes.
detect motion. How do you know which one's spinning? The one that you're on, which you can't feel it spinning, or the one above your head?
But what if I'm?
The answer is you.
What if I'm on
The answer
the?
is you can't.
It's
That
special
makes
relativity.
sense,
It's not
but
classical. But yeah, continue.
what if I'm on them? So when I go, like I remember, like when I used to go on them as a kid, like I did feel myself spinning, but obviously I don't feel myself spinning like right now.
Right. Well, you're talking about centrifugal force, which is a real force, right? And it's so real that when I was a child, I went on this thing called the Gravitron, and I actually stood up on the walls with, like facing the ground, but I'm standing straight up.
Hello? Are there the fat
Quick,
retard in the call?
quick correction. It's
Yep.
not centrifugal
Here.
force
Hello?
that's the real force. It's relax, Ashton. It's centripetal force. That's the real force. That's the thing that's actually physically obstructing you, like the walls of the gravitron.
Okay. No, I got to look into it.
Yeah, centrifugal is the fictitious one, if you will.
Centrifugal force, no, because that's what makes things fly off the wheel when you spin a wheel and you put water on it. The centrifugal force makes you fly off.
Yeah, but the reason it's called a fictitious force is because if you switch the reference frame, look at it from the non-inertial reference frame, then it'll
It's not real?
It won't be apparent why it's happening. It's like this thing just moves from this other point in this Cartesian coordinate system for no apparent reason, right? And that's why it's called the fictitious.
You're telling me if I'm not a part of the wheel that's spinning and the water is flying off, that I won't be able to tell why the water's flying off?
Yeah, like let's say you were just looking down at this merry-go-round. Well, I don't know if you'll even be able to observe the merry-go-round, but you're just looking down and you see things moving away from this point for no apparent reason. Like you don't know what centrifugal force is. All you see is for no reason, this thing that doesn't look like it's being pushed by any classical mechanical force is for some reason moving away from another point. It's just movement, right? But actually in the non-inertial reference frame, when you're on the merry-go-round, you know it's because you're being spun and you're being pushed away due to this fictitious force. It's just reference frame dependent, and that's why it's a fictitious force. Whereas with the
So it's not
centripetal
real?
force, the thing that stops it, you see it in both reference frames. In any reference frame, you observe it. So therefore, it's an actual real force, if they will.
So is centrifugal force real?
They
Centrifugal
call it a
force.
pseudo force or a fictitious force, meaning it's reference frame dependent. It's real, but it's only observable in like the non-inertial reference frame.
I disagree. We're going to agree to disagree.
It's fair.
So wouldn't I?
Maybe there's something I'm not understanding, or maybe you're not.
So if I don't feel it,
explaining
if I'm not flying off the Earth, then it must be flat, then, right?
Nope, that's not what we're claiming. That's a straw man.
Pretty non sequitur to everything that was just
that's
said.
not necessarily the case. It could be geocentric globe. It could be a globe that's not spinning. So that's a false dichotomy that you had right there.
See what
Yeah,
I
it
mean
doesn't
about how
follow.
they do compounded logical fallacies.
But obviously, if you're not, kind of flying off, then if what they say is true, then there must be something causing enough force to keep you grounded, like the centripetal force that's keeping you grounded, or it's not true and you actually would be flying off.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Like I'm confused. So if I'm not flying off, then it obviously is not rotating.
No, it
Or
could
is
be
that-
rotating, but with centripetal force, whatever is causing you to stay grounded, right? It's very, for me personally, I think it's unlikely, but it is possible.
So, is it?
Yeah, because they say that the speeds are so slow, basically, that the acceleration is so slow that you don't even feel it. So, I think it's bullshit. Personally, I think it's very unlikely, but it is possible. It is possible that it's beyond, like, it's lower than the threshold of what we can deem as acceleration using our, vestibular system and what have you. I wouldn't bet on it though.
What happened in this
So
neighborhood?
it's just a claim the Earth is too big, so we can't feel the motion. Right? It's a Ron Jeremy fallacy.
What is a Ron Jeremy fallacy?
It's so big that you can't feel it.
If you have to ask that
Oh.
question, the answer is not going to be simple, my friend.
Who's Ron Jeremy?
And yes, just so you know, I'm back.
Don't Google it.
After 4
He's
days
a
of
porn
being
star.
sick.
Okay.
And he had a very large member.
Was he black?
Right, so it's so
No,
big
but
that
he
you
should
couldn't
have
feel
been.
it. It's a Ron Jeremy fallacy. There's also the Snoop Dogg fallacy.
Can we talk about the
Like,
Flat Earth?
you have to
The
go.
man said he should have been black.
Yeah,
Oh?
please, let's just move on to the next thing. That's
All
why
right,
I said
moving
it
on.
would be a difficult answer.
So yeah, the thing is that if the
you can all
Earth is a
start
globe,
laughing now.
we should be curvature. If the Earth is a sphere, we should see curvature, right? If it's rotating, then we should detect motion. If it's flying through space, we should detect motion. If there's a vacuum up there, if you go up really high, then we should be able to demonstrate, right? A container, a gas pressure without a container. But I don't know if we could demonstrate such a thing. We've been asking for about 7 years. In fact, it was an open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He never answers.
So is the Snoop Dogg fallacy when a glober says, no, you have to get high enough to see the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, so when Professor Dave says that you can't measure the curvature of the Earth on the surface of the Earth, that's the Snoop Dogg fallacy. And you have
You know
to
who
go
else
up
has
to
a giant curve?
space.
Like a
Because
giant
only
curve?
Snoop Dogg is high
You know who else
enough.
is like extremely fat?
Only Snoop Dogg is high enough to see
You
the
know who else
curve.
is extremely fat?
Get rid of this guy.
Ashton, you gotta do better, man. Like, at least make it good.
Yeah, if you're
Like,
gonna
you're not even
troll, like
trying
we want some high quality troll. You're coming in here like a broken record, like Caveman is like ooga booga.
Hello?
Ooga booga.
What?
That guy's really like after me after I said those things about his mom. I wasn't even like saying
Larry. What they're doing
What?
is they have they're having they have multiple accounts.
Can you
Where they
guys
have
control your bodily functions or whatever the problem is there, please, so I can hear what's going on?
What they're doing is they're getting verified, and then they have two or three people have access to the account. So he's getting verified, his friend to verify. Then he's rejoining on the account, changing the name. So like there's a couple guys in a room or whatever, and they're getting verified under a different voice, and then Ashton's taking over that account.
Do you guys need some help taking care of this problem? I can fix that. Or we could just talk about flat Earth. That's easier though.
I think that's how you fix that.
I have my ways. Trust me. I almost died. So I've just come back from the dead to tell you all how to do it.
What?
My name is Liam Neeson. I have very special set of skills.
No, it's not like that. It's just all
I destroy the globe Earth every day.
Been to
With
the
a
edge
knife
of
and a
death
gun.
and come back from it.
Is his name
There's not much
Ashton?
Gotcha.
No, Larry, do you just banned Prague as Ashton account? But I was talking to Prague and VC Chicken, and it wasn't Ashton. Like an hour ago, I was talking to Prague, and it wasn't Ashton. So these guys are like switching accounts between multiple people, getting verified, and then Ashton's taking over the account.
I got an idea. What if we stop verifying people? What if we stop verifying people for a little while until we get some control?
That's what Sheckle said. He said he's just going to ban.
Why don't you just ban all the accounts?
It's a lot of dedication just to grunt into the mic for like 5 seconds and then be banned.
Well, yeah, but you gotta keep in mind, his life has no meaning. This is the closest it's ever come to having meaning.
Hey, I resent that remark. For some of us, this is all we have.
It wasn't directed to you, Rick. It was directed towards the troll.
Hello, is my mic working?
It was supposed to be funny, but okay, I'm sorry.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what's up, man?
You trying to behave now? Yo, unmute him. Give him a chance.
I just muted him.
New account, new chance. That's my doctrine.
Are we gonna play this game every time?
Who's in charge here anyway?
I don't know. I just muted him. I've heard enough of him, and I've only been here for like 10 minutes. But if someone else with mute powers wants to go ahead with it, then carry on.
Just give him one
I
chance.
would just swing the ban hammer and just be done with it. You know.
Yeah, I think I'm just
Like
gonna ask
I like
ban
that
him
idea.
unless anybody else
That might be
objects.
the easiest.
No, don't ban him right away.
Well, I mean, we've
No,
already
no, no.
sung this song and dance.
No, you bring him back. You give him 3 seconds
It sounded like
to
he
say
came
what he
with,
needs
like,
to say,
hat in
and then
hand.
right in the middle of it, you cut him off and ban him. That's how you.
Okay, I like that.
Me too. I really do like.
All right, you got 3 seconds, boy. Oh, he's already server banned. Forget it.
No,
Resolved.
you didn't.
Somebody got.
You unmuted the wrong one.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
It was
My bad.
Ashton 8.
Well, there's just so many.
And we're gonna take photographs.
Yeah, here we go. All right. you got-
That's a quick ban.
That
Better
was
hire some
well
of these
worth
guys
it.
and take.
Well worth the 3 seconds.
No, he was spitting facts. Why'd you ban him?
You.
I don't know why. Why did I do
Okay, now
that?
you're making me
I
laugh.
went out to bat for
Give me
you.
the ban hammer.
I got it. He
Hello?
gone.
If anybody in here just
He gone
doesn't have the
twice.
balls today, just let me know. Yeah, I'll take care of it for you.
I'm kind of wondering if that guy even knows what the word dignity means. I doubt he does.
No, he looked it up in the dictionary just to make a joke about it. Probably that's probably about as far as.
I bet if you looked up in the dictionary, he wouldn't even understand the definition. Wouldn't even comprehend
Well,
it.
you might even if you mentioned
He
chivalry, he'd
understands
be
the
like, "What's
definition
that?
for persistency.
Chivalry? Isn't that thing where you hold the door open for some lady?" Yeah.
We really shouldn't be blaming the children. Obviously, his mother's a stupid whore or something like that. I don't know why, but she didn't ever raise him properly. So I think
I
we
don't know
should
if it would
take
be
it
mom's fault.
I'm not even sure if it's that, because my parents didn't exactly raise me properly, but I'm not an animal like that
Me
guy.
neither. Well, I don't
To
know.
be
Maybe
fair-
I'm
to
an
be fair,
animal.
You guys
but
are
not
saying a
quite
lot of
like
negative things. I just want to say one positive thing. Credit
Oh, no.
due to him being resourceful and getting multiple accounts
And making us all laugh, at
in
least
quick
for a minute,
succession.
for a moment.
All VC verified. That actually is impressive.
Wow. Wow, you graced
Like, he
us.
must have his girl, his sister, his friend, all these different people.
Oh, he's probably got it. Oh, he's probably got his whole
Maybe-
family of friends.
Maybe he's got a voice mod. Who knows? But it's still.
Maybe he's got a whole
resourceful.
channel of little wannabes. Who knows? There are people like that. Believe it or not, little trolleys that just hang around just to, measure each other's. You know what? That kind of.
Measure what?
So I got an idea earlier today. I mentioned something about this. I think we should stop calling ourselves flat earthers and start calling ourselves high standard of evidencers and start referring to the globers as low standard of evidence.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with
like
that. I
that,
say we should throw out the flat Earth shit, throw out all the fucking truther shit, because most of the shit we talk about on here you can't prove anyway. So, I mean, if you really want to be honest about it,
Instead of
it's
referring
mostly just
to
theorems
them as
and
globers,
ideas and stuff that we got from the dumbasses who lied to us in the first place. So, I mean, if you really think about it, I'm just coming
instead
back
of
from the
referring
dead here,
to
by
them
the way.
as globers, refer to
Oh
them
no,
as...
they knew who I'm talking to.
Yo,
they knew who I'm
can
talking
you stop interrupting, bro? I appreciate that. Thank you. So I was gonna say, I don't know who it was that mentioned the low standard of evidence thing, but instead of referring to them as globers, you could refer to them as gullibers, because they're very gullible to believe it.
The ultimate end of that is solipsism, because solipsism is the only thing that you can truly have totally solid evidence for.
Yeah, but we're not referring to that.
That was the dumbest shit ever.
But if you're gonna go that direction, we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna divide everybody up into who has solid evidence for what they say and who doesn't. At the end of that discussion,
Oh, hold on. That's not what I said. Listen carefully. I said instead of calling flat earthers, we should call them high standard of evidencers. And instead of calling the globers, call them low standard of evidencers. So that's not having a high standard of evidence or a low standard of evidence. That's not terminology that directly addresses any particular form of evidence. It's just referring to the standard that an individual has for accepting a claim to be truth or whatever. So like take for instance Bigfoot. In order for Bigfoot to be a real thing to me, I'd have to in person witness one in a cage in front of me at the zoo. If I can go to it and see it, and see it with my own eyes, not through a camera or some bullshit like that or CGI, then yeah, I would acknowledge the existence of Bigfoot. That's my standard of evidence. So Bigfoot doesn't exist to me until someone can prove it. So I'm just saying, I'm not talking about any particular. I'm not trying to divide people up into categories. Don't misunderstand me.
Sure. If we raise that standard as high as we possibly can,
that's
to where we only believe things, if we personally experience them, then solipsism is the only possibility.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Hold on. I was just talking about in regards to Bigfoot.
Solipsism is 100% perfect knowledge of something. We're not talking about that. We're talking about
solipsism is I am the only one.
confidence.
I am the only thing that exists.
Okay,
that's what I mean by solipsism.
And it doesn't need to go that. I don't know why you're putting it to that extreme.
Who's claiming solipsism is like
evidence
perfect
beyond reasonable doubt?
Who's talking about like perfect knowledge is solipsism?
So when I say solipsism, I just mean I am the only thing that exists in the world. Which if we raise our standard of evidence to the highest possible form, it's I am the only thing that exists, because anything outside of me I don't have. I haven't had evidence of.
Hold on.
Solipsism is
give me a second.
The only thing you know is that you are.
Can we talk about the flat Earth?
Yeah, can I address that? So here's the thing. You might say that solipsism is like the highest form of knowledge and you don't know that I exist. But if I was like in the same room with you and you could smell my bad breath and then like you said something that pissed me off and I put your balls in your
Because you're a fat bitch? Because you're a fat bitch? Because you're fat?
Yeah, because I'm fat.
You're a fat
right,
fuck?
that way when you punch me, I don't feel it because my fat absorbs all the impact, right? So, like I said, if I were to be in your face with a bad breath and, harming your testicles, I'm pretty sure you would know that I exist.
But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Because, yeah, I could have a matrix feeding me your smells and your bad breath, right? I wouldn't know for sure.
So you're not going to ask me to stop, brutalizing you. You're going to ask the Matrix
2 minutes
to stop.
face to face with me, buddy.
I could ask whatever projection of you that I'm seeing.
I don't know
to
who you
stop
are, but
brutalizing
your
me.
mouth tells me you like to catch.
Can I interject here for a second and tell something to Ent Monk? So Ent Monk, it's when you have good reason, logical reason. You have good reason to doubt something, then by all means doubt it and search for evidence to support that claim. And if you never find evidence to support that claim, then continue to doubt that claim. But if you don't have good reason to doubt something, it's irrational to doubt it. It's stupid to doubt it.
Okay.
So
we should start
so what I'm
from
saying is,
belief
if
then.
Larry was standing in front of you and you could smell his bad breath or his BO or something, there's no reason to doubt that. No logical reason, no rational reason.
That makes sense.
I mean, there's good reason to doubt the vacuum of space. There's good reason to doubt the existence of the vacuum of space. High pressure moves to low pressure. That's the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. The vacuum of space, the existence of it, violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. So you have good reason, you and I have good reason to doubt in the existence of the vacuum of space.
Because like if there's two locations that have different pressures, then we should expect them to equalize.
Yeah.
Well, high pressure to move to low pressure.
Yeah.
For the system to find its equilibrium.
Right. If there's no physical barrier between them.
Or no other force that's like superseding it. And
Right. So then why do people in Colorado have lower pressure air than people in Florida?
Because that's the gradient. So the gradient is what comes after gas pressure. In algebraic terms, gas pressure is X. So in algebraic terms, you would have that represented by 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, at sea level. That's the gas pressure value, X. Now, what you're referring to is the gas pressure gradient, which is delta X. That comes after X. You cannot have delta X without X coming first. All right? And so you're referring to the gradient. I have firsthand witnessed the gradient myself, climbing Mount St. Helens. The air gets thinner as you go up. You can feel it. But just because there's a gradient doesn't mean that there's a vacuum of space above our head. Because every gas pressure system, every single gas pressure system, whether inside the tire of your car or inside a balloon or anywhere else, any gas pressure system has a gradient in it.
But I thought that the
gradient is never evidence of the vacuum of space.
I thought that the claim that we nailed down
I would
was
explain it that high to low works in terms of like horizontally, sideways, because
well, it does both ways. It's not one or the other.
Vertically.
Well, yeah. So that's what wind is. What you're describing is wind when it blows sideways, not up or down, but sideways. Yeah, that's wind. That's high pressure moving to low pressure. It would all blow up if we actually had a vacuum of space above our head, because then the wind would just go up. We'd all suffocate down here.
It's not just wind. If I'm releasing like some gas from my pop can, my soda can, that's not wind.
Well, yeah, that's entropy. Wind is entropy. And yeah, your soda can, the pressure on the inside finding equilibrium with the outside, that's also entropy. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it wind, but yeah, continue.
Well,
I thought the claim that we nailed down was if there's two locations, 2 points in space that have different pressures, then the high pressure should flow to the low pressure. But like with Colorado and Florida, there are two locations that have different pressure levels, but they don't equalize. Like the Colorado the pressures in Colorado
did you not hear what I just said? Could you not understand what I just said when I just explained the gradient to you? Did you comprehend that?
Explain it again. I don't know how that relates to my argument.
So there's the only way you can have gas pressure to begin with is inside a container. After all, the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container and the gas inside of it. The very definition has the word container inside of it. We could be a little more broad and we can say physical barrier. That technically works too. But, it's just easier to just refer to as a container, physical barrier, one of the two. And, so, because we're not making claims of it being solid. I'm not making any claim of it being solid. But it more than likely is, that would be my guess. So anyway, the point is, in every contained dynamic system, this is what you call a dynamic systems world we live in. And I'm pretty sure inside a balloon is a dynamic system as well. The point is, there's a gradient in every single thing. Like even a very well-sealed greenhouse, if it's actually airtight, it doesn't have any open ventilation shafts or doors, that's also a contained system. That's a closed system. And you would have a gradient inside of it. And depending on what temperature it is inside and what the weather's like outside, you might have very different gas pressure on the inside than you do on the
Yeah.
outside. Same
So
thing
the
with
gradient,
temperature.
the gradient in pressure can go from 50 to 45 and from 45 to 40, but it can't go from 5 to 0.
It can technically, well, actually, I mean, I've heard people claim
No, it can never go to 0.
well, yeah, no, not 0, less than 1 is what some people claim, but this is more the Globers saying this, and so that's something that's technically a vacuum, but only barely. So anything less than 1 psi, anything less than 1 pound per square inch, that's technically a vacuum. So I've heard people claim that it barely gets less than 1 psi, or people have measured that with a barometer, like at 180,000 feet or something like that. But that's still a very long way from 10 to the negative 17 torr of a vacuum. So
Right.
just being
But if
barely
that's
below
what the
1
Globers
psi, that's technically barely a vacuum. But that's a very, very high pressure system in contrast to what they actually claim is above our head. 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across.
But
That
if
is
the
an
Globers say
extraordinarily powerful vacuum, if it
if the
existed.
Globers say that what's above us is just a very, very, very low pressure, then it could still be just part of this gradient, right?
Yeah, and to the best of my knowledge, it is.
Then what's the issue? What's the disagreement?
Well, the disagreement is that the Globers like to pretend that the gradient is somehow evidence of the vacuum of space, which it's not.
But the Globers claim that even in space, there's just a very, very, very low pressure.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's not exactly true, right? What the Globers actually claim is there's lumps of gas, and then there's other parts of space where there's like 1 or 2 hydrogen and helium molecules in a square meter of space, right? So what that means is that there's these nebulas where all this gas is like compiling into stars because of gravity, which goes against every single gas law known to man, right? Because gas always repels each other, right? The only time that we see gas like accumulating is when you're talking about the rain cycle, and that doesn't have anything to do with gravity. In fact, it opposes gravity. What it actually has to do with static. You guys ever heard of lightning? So basically, what they're claiming is that in space there's lumps of gas, right? So we know that that's impossible. There can't be lumps of gas in space. Some people might call like a star a lump of gas. Jupiter is a lump of gas, or the sun is a lump of gas. Right? We know that that's not possible. If there is a container, right, the gas will expand to fill up the container until it reaches equilibrium. Now, equilibrium might be different at the top and at the bottom, right? Because there is a gas pressure gradient. But like you said earlier, that's delta X. First, you need X, which is gas pressure. And before you need that, you need a container. So if you're breathing right now, and there's no container around the globe Earth model, the question is, how are you breathing right now?
I mean, the Globers
gas
claim
planet
that
isn't the main issue. The root
the
issue
Globers
is
claim that
their
all
claim of gravity.
Yeah, the Globers claim that all objects of mass are going to attract each other, and so that's what they hold causes like clumps of gas to that's why they think clumps of gas clump together in space is because
And that's why they think
because
the
objects
gradient
because
exists.
gas particles are just like planets. They're just like objects of mass that attract each other, and that basically all of the gas particles around Earth are just basically orbiting Earth, for lack of a better term. Like gas particles around Earth are just orbiting Earth in the same way the moon does. There's just a lot of them.
I don't know what that last part.
So that's the story, accurately enough represented, but it all boils down to what can you prove to be the case. So if anyone could ever demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, I would believe in the vacuum of space without ever having gone there myself, because then I'd have a reason to believe that gas can be contained by gravity. But until someone demonstrates that to me, I have no logical reason, no rational reason to believe that gas pressure can exist due to gravity. I have no good reason to believe that.
The issue is like scale, right? So the issue is if we could prove with an easy to do experiment that gas, that there's differential pressures without a container, and we could do it. But what we're talking about, the model that is being suggested has to operate at a very large scale. So we're arguing that it's just unreasonable if we're trying to test this particular model. It's unreasonable for you to ask for that kind of evidence because it wouldn't be possible to give the exact kind of evidence you're asking
it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable for me to ask for that kind of evidence. It's unreasonable to make a claim that's unfalsifiable. You just admitted that is a claim that you can't prove one way or the other. It's unreasonable to make a claim that's unfalsifiable.
But
that's
our claim actually, the reason we believe the claim is not just because we have experimental evidence for it. One of the other reasons that we have accept this claim is because it predicts other things that we see. It predicts the differential pressure that we see between altitudes. It predicts the pressure that we see in when airplanes are in the sky, and it predicts things like the air pressure on the moon.
Okay, so
like
what experimental evidence were you talking about at the beginning of your sentence?
You can take the pressure in Florida, and you can take the pressure in Colorado, and you can take this model of gas that we have and predict.
Okay, what's the experiment? What's the independent variable in your experiment?
So the independent variable. So the independent variable is the one that we change, right? That we have control over. So the independent variable here would be the altitude. We go to
if you change
Florida.
So if you change altitude, what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
The naturally observed phenomenon would be the pressure that we measure.
Okay, so if you change altitude, that changes the pressure.
Yep.
Right? So what does that prove? So if you change altitude, it changes the pressure. That's all it proves.
So the experiment, so what we could prove then is if we have some model of if we have some explanation for why there's different pressures at different altitudes, the experiment could either confirm or deny our particular model of why there's different pressures at different altitudes.
So the ocean is actually pretty flat. If you've done your homework, you know about the abyssal plains that cover over 50% of the Earth's surface, and you know that it's a gradual slope to the mid-Atlantic ridge, and there actually is no curvature there. The oceans are pretty flat, right? And guess what? The further you go down, the higher the pressure, just like the atmos above it, the atmos. So that doesn't prove anything because the ocean's pretty flat.
I mean, if we take, so if the question that is being asked is if the Earth were a globe, if the globe model was true, shouldn't the gas all just fly out into the void, right? I think that's the question that is being discussed here is if the Earth
not all of it, but 99.9% of it.
I think this is why this is a topic in Flat Earth is if the globe model was true, shouldn't we expect to see that all the gas would fly out? What I'm answering, the explanation that I'm giving is why within the globe Earth model we actually wouldn't expect the atmosphere to fly out into the void. Because it's just because gas particles are just objects with mass, just like anything else, and under the globe model, they would be orbiting Earth just like any other object with mass.
So you got a demonstration of gas puddling somewhere, gas being pulled down. Is that what you have?
But I'm not answering. I'm not with the argument that I'm giving. I'm not expected to give you, that kind of evidence. What I'm answering is that internally, I'm defending an internal critique of the globe model.
Story time.
Which is to say, you're making the claim that if the globe model was true, then all the gas would fly out into the atmosphere. I'm saying
No. Hold on. That's not a claim. It's an observation. I observe high pressure moving to low pressure. That's an observation, not a claim.
But you're claiming that if the globe model was true, we would observe all of the gas flying out into the atmosphere.
Well, yeah,
or
but
into the
that's
void.
hardly a claim because no. The way you should be saying that is they're claiming that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our head, and we don't have evidence for that claim. There's no claim on our side, no claim on my side.
When the whole reason that we are having this discussion is because it's whether or not it's possible for there to be gas next to a void. Like that's like gas next to a vacuum. That's the whole purpose of the discussion, right?
Gas pressure, to be a little more specific, but yeah.
Sure. And I'm arguing that under our definitions of what gas is, which is just particles with mass, it is possible for us to have gas next to a void because gas is just objects. They're just objects bouncing around.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Go get some propane, but don't buy any propane accessories and don't bring a tank. And bring home the propane and cook for your mom on Mother's Day. And ask her at the end how happy she is with her meal.
Well, I mean, we have examples of gases that float down to the bottom of containers. Like, have you ever used
and that proves specific gravity, which is one of our claims. Thanks.
Hold
on, buddy. Let me just help you. Let me just stop you right there. Those gases you're referring to, they dissipate after 1 hour. So no, that's not gas pressure without a container. You would need it to press against something. You need to actually cause pressure. So what I'm saying is, when you're referring to take for instance, dry ice, and the fog comes from dry ice. Yeah, you can have it settle in a beaker. Okay, well, guess what? The pressure inside that beaker is the same as the pressure right outside on the table. So that's not gas pressure without a container. That's just gas that you're for an hour or less holding in a beaker. But that's not gas pressure.
Wait a second. You just said yourself we have experiments where we have gases going down in a container. But the very question is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? So that's a weird argument. Because
he's referring to a container without a top, but as I'm saying to him, the gas inside that beaker without the top is the same as the air on the table right next to it. So that's not gas pressure without a container. That's just messing around with particles.
If we have a gas, if we're able to demonstrate that a gas falls down over it, it has to obey the law of obey gravity, then couldn't we just apply that knowledge, like this evidence that gas obeys laws of gravity to all the other gases we see?
If gas is obeying gravity, explain to me the rain cycle. How does that work?
I mean, the rain cycle can occur even if gases obey gravity. That it can occur.
Okay.
I mean,
explain that. So you're saying gases obey gravity, right? And the rain cycle happens at the same time. So what happens when the sun heats up the ocean?
When the sun is heating up the ocean, it's evaporating. I mean, there can be pressure differentials within a single gas, like we've been talking about with gradients.
What happens after it evaporates? What happens after it evaporates?
If it evaporates and it's in the pressure of the water that just evaporated is higher than the pressure above it, then it's going to go up. This doesn't mean that,
what about
that it disobeys the law of gravity. It means that this would mean that the pressure from the water going upward is greater than gravity. And when rain falls down,